So Rabbanon
Tremendous.
this is great. After Kanai Mishal and Azariah came out of the Kivshan, where did they go? Kind of like, what do you do after that? So where go to Disneyland? Like where do you, because most of them, what they want to be asking is something fascinating. After that event, we never hear again. So where did they go? The Gemara says, Amara, the Ayin Hara Mesu. That is the result of Ayin Hara. The Ayin Hara. What does this mean? The subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of much attention. That level of attention is not helped. The Rok Tavu. They drowned incredible Marshal over here. So the Marshal says this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The Shlefari should derech Marshal, the idea of Kika Shelo of it, Israel, but Revaishno. So listen to this outside very, very, very quickly. Remember, the Gemara just said before that after Chaim Mishal and Azariah came out. So the nation literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people. And they said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Marshal said, what does it mean that Chaim Mishal around in the saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Goyim. So when people talk, so they spit a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Umos Ha'olam, and they were being missed. So what does it mean that Chaim Mishal and Azariah died in the spit and the saliva? It means that even though Chaim Mishal and Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic, what they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? The Umos Ha'olam spitting, not spitting, but talking, in the Musar, that embarrassment caused them to die. So what they see what's happening over here? Chaim Mishal and Azariah, what did they do? All they did was a willingness to give their lives like Kiddush Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and wholly, totally unintended. The most saying, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's feelings. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even, again, unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara said, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, all the arts stop and us nashim, balidu banu banas. Don't say such different narratives over here, right? So first two opinions say they died. Second opinion says, no, what are you talking about? They went there to Israel, right? They retired to Israel and they had children. Banos, Kitan, the Gemara says, Machlokes tonight. Rabbi Elazar says, Ba'ayin haramesu, Rabbi Yeshua, Rabbi Barok, Tavu Chamo, Allah Yisrael, and us nashim, balidu banu banas. Shneimar, Shibuna Yoshua Kohen Agadol Atov Ve'acha Yoshua L'fnei Hashem Ki Anshe Mofes Hema. So Moses, the Gemara talks about this Yoshua Kohen Gadol who lived at the time. I'll get up Chaim Mishal and Azariah. I'll talk about him in just a moment. And the pasuk relates that Yoshua Kohen Gadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? Eizohim Anashe Shnasan Nofes Hayomer Sechananya Mishal VaAzariah. So what do you see from here? That Chaim Mishal and Azariah, after they started with the Kivshan, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel also. By the way, where was Daniel? That's right, Daniel was the most trusted advisor of Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Chaim Mishal and Azariah were being thrown into the Kivshan Aish? Amarav Lemichra Nara Rab B'Tiberia. So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like the big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a civil engineering project. But he was there to begin to work out an import contract, right? For aspas. Aspas is like a type of animal food. To bring in aspas to the bottle. He was there to bring chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, right, of Egypt had the best chazirim, had the best pigs, and he would have to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But Tanya, the Todd Sarofe, Amar ain't part of the Chazir Yotzim Alexandria time, she ain't called Chnaim Shala, the Shoshaltele. No, I was saying it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want their animals to reproduce outside Alexandria. They had They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So in other words, you couldn't. They would sterilize the animal before they would go to take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, like a good Yiddish cup. So the Gemara says, what did he do? So the Gemara says, Zutri Isi below that. He brought very young ones, so no one had a havamina that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved when all of this occurred. There were three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story of Mishan Azariah happened. We'll see what's going on. Who were they? So remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to who? To the merit of Daniel and not to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. This was their to shine. This was their moment to shine. And therefore, again, Daniel couldn't be there. Next, so the Gemara says, Daniel also said, because he also apparently had a premonition that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's downfall to come through him. He also wanted to come through Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So it's interestingly enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the gift of Aish. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god, and he did not want to throw his god into the furnace. Now, how do you know? The Gemara says, how do we know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a god? Finally, he bowed to Daniel. So now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So obviously, again, so there were others who also wanted to be of prophetic stat. So these two guys, Ben Kuya and Tzidkiah ben Maasi. And they also posed as prophets, although they were to be a shaker of Sid. So we'll see in just a moment. These prophets, Achov and Kir, were also thrown into the furnace. Interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. What happened over here? They were made like roasted grain. Roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but singed, burned. So what did they do? What did they do that was so bad that caused them to be thrown into the furnace? Listen to this. But also got me back to the Nebuchadnezzar. They went to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. Akav Amarla, Kamar Hashem Hashmiel Tzidkiah. The Tzidkiah Amar Hashem Hashmiel Akav. Interesting. So these two guys posing as prophets go up to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. So Akav says, listen, daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you that when Tzidkiah propositions you, you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Tzidkiah goes over to her. I come to you with the word of God. When Akav petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay, so the Gemara says, so Azla va'amra lavua. So I just want to point out something amazing, which is interesting, that you see the regard in which they held the Jewish prophets, right? She doesn't say, like, get out of here. Right, brother, again, she says, okay, she takes this to her father. So Amrullah, Elohim shal ehu, el elusonin zimo. Nebuchadnezzar says, something doesn't sound right over here, because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he would instruct you, right, to give yourself over to these men, doesn't. Next time they come your way, send them to me. So sure enough, again, when they come back, so during Nebuchadnezzar, send them to Nebuchadnezzar. So Nebuchadnezzar said, tell me, who gave you this message? God. But Nebuchadnezzar says, listen, guys, I did a little fact checking. I asked Nebuchadnezzar, I asked Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah about your supposed prophecy, and they told me fake news. He told me totally fake news, right? Never happened. Never happened. So what's going on over here? Amrulay, Nami Nivik Kawasai. This is great. So Sidkia and Akam say, well, 1 second. Why is Hanayim Mishlan and Zayir's words any more important than ours? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all Chavirim. So again, because they're just because my Mishlan and Zayir say it's not true doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So they were God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. Ana beinu dat dikinku, ki heikli dat dikinu the bad kisinu v'chaim Mishal Azariah. So the Bukhari says, you know what? I have a good idea. The way I checked out Hanani Mishal Azariah's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, then great. Of course, then your word is gold. So Akav and Sidki say, hold up there. It's not fair. It's not fair. They were saved because there were 3 of them. There's only 2 of us, Achav and Sidkiah. So the says, no problem. Phone a friend. Right? Phone a friend. Like, no worries. You know what? You get your guy. You can choose anyone you want. Whatever you want for your furnace muzumin. Go ahead. You know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go with you to the fiery furnace. So it's crazy. I was like, so they said, you know what? We choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Sabi Leisi Yoshua Gnafesh Sukisayu. Alon. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. We'll say, remember again, we just heard Yoshua Kohen Gadol was the Kohen Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Hanani Mishal and Azariah. So Sidki and Akav say, okay, we choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So the Gemara says, Yoshua Gadol Ikrichu Mane. So what happened? So they flew into the furnace. Akav and Sidki were burned. And Yoshua remained unscathed, except his clothing. His clothing became singed. Okay. Shneimar Bayirani Yoshua Kohen Gadol only the Malach Hashem Uksiv V'Yomer Hashem Allah Satan Yigar Hashem B'chas Yigar Hashem B'chal V'Amalei Yidan Zitzah At Alamai Time Ahata Porta Nura. So again, so now Nebuchadnezzar seeks with Yoshua. And this is Yoshua. Obviously, I know. Sorry. And why Achav and Sidkiah were burned, because obviously again they were false prophets. But the question is, my time Yoshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little bit singed? In other words, in Nebuchadnezzar's mind, you are righteous than what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived with that, but your clothing was singed? So the Hanani Mishal and Azariah, says, you know, I just want to tell you, Hanani Mishal and Azariah, their clothing wasn't even singed. You know, it's like, can you imagine, like, it's like that moment, like, stop talking about Hanani Mishal and Azariah, right? I got it. They're great. They're tzaddik and fine, right? So, Nebuchadnezzar compares everyone to Hanani Mishal, Hanani Mishal and Azariah, their clothing wasn't singed at all. So, Yoshua Kohen Gadol, obviously you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but your clothing was singed. What happened over here? So Yoshua says it's pretty simple. They had 3. They had the combined merits of 3 people. I'm only 1 guy. Avram, so but Avram was only 1. So Nebuchadnezzar knew his Torah, right? He says, but Avram was also thrown into a fiery furnace. There was only 1 of him, and yet he emerged totally unscathed. So we'll say, so ultimately again, so to which Yoshua Kohen Gadol says, here's that ultimately Adam was thrown into the furnace by himself. Therefore the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown into the furnace with rishayim. The fire had rishus to have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of control, it impacted me as well. That's what people say, the famous adage, that if you have 2 dry sticks and 1 wet one, the dry ones could ignite the wet one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but put enough fire around it, and ultimately, again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person will be very righteous. We'll say, so the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick can be very righteous. But surround the wet stick by enough rishayim, and unfortunately, again, the rishayim have an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible, the impact of our surroundings. So the word says, by the way, Mike Tamiyanish, what's the real reason? So the Gemara feels that that's not the real reason, right? If Yoshua Kohen Gadol was really a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not have impacted him at all. Why did the fire impact him? Incredible. Because his sons behaved inappropriately. They were kind of obviously married women where they were not really allowed to marry. And Yeshua the father said nothing. Failure to exercise parental right, paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is profound punish. Never, Yeshua was wearing the sword clothes. He got for sure. My pixie was in the past. She has all my even meaning. So I said, risk to the yoke of course. And literally again, the passage says that Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So it was my Shesha saw it. What is it? 6 barleys. Even Shesha son, man, literally gave her 6 barley kernels. So he must have Hidaka Shabbat Vite Matana Shesha saw it. But Boaz just gave up one person 6 barley kernels. That doesn't make any sense. So it's like Jagged Gimel on the days 93b. Ella, Shesh said, rather he gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of barley. So listen, if he doctor shall you shall eat on Shesh said, is a woman going to be able to carry back 6 saws? That's a lot of barley. As a Rama's law, Shasidim Shisha Banamates when mention is back on the Shesh brachas. So we'll say, so in fact, interesting that the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remnant, it was a metaphor, an illusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 brothers. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So listen to this. Who are the 6 sons? Who are the 6 descendants? Who again, each of them blessed with 6 brothers. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. And I'll say, by the way, this is Russ's pedigree. Russ's pedigree. And I'll say, brother, you know to trace it all to? The pivotal moment when the army was going back to Canaan, right? And the army said, don't come with me. And the Arba goes back tomorrow, and they're supposed to Canaan. Sometimes in life, we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but just us for generations. Sometimes we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware they're at a crossroads. But this is the importance of living life with a kind of a mindfulness, so that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in a moment of a critical decision, and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through this. Here we go. David, the sin. Bayan Akab Me'anarid. I saw the son of Yishai, Yodea Nadi, the Gibor Cairo, Yiddish Milchama, Vinavon, right? Vinavon, the Ishtar. So what's about Shem Imo? So 6 brachas. Again, we'll define what each of these are. Just remember, these are the 6 attributes, 6 brachas. This was said from Torah, who was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. Somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. This was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. We're meant to kind of master. Here we go. He knows how to ask you questions in Torah. He knows how to answer questions in Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. He's a beautiful that he knows how to assert himself in halacha. And he's a navon that he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Ultimately, whenever David says the halacha always follows him. In all of these areas, Shaul said, this is beautiful. Yona's son has these same attributes. Again, when David said Hashem Emo, Hashem is looking meaning that the halacha always follows David. That David always has like the capital sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Jonathan. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that, of course, sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. The Shaul said, by Shaul it says, wherever he would set his eyes on, he would decimate. Talking about his enemies. The David says, Yatzliach. Wherever David would turn, ultimately again would be successful. Both are the shoulders of success. But David HaMelech has an elevated form of success over Shaul. Incredible. We know the Doeg. How do you know that it was Doeg who said these things? So it says, Ksiv HaKavayan Echamei Ha'arim Yichach Shemin Ha'arim Ksiv HaSam Sheshin Ish Me'ab Shaul B'yom Ha'un Nezat Me'Hashem Yishmo Doeg HaAdoni Sakin HaLa'or Me'Asher Shaul. Look, next he was Mashiach. Next. So therefore I will say, the point over here is Rus's descendants. Remember, Boaz gives Rus six crores of barley to highlight. We're going to have 6 descendants, where each bench themselves with 6 brothers. Now we just saw David, not one of those descendants, and the 6 brothers are David. Mashiach.
Yo, what up?
So it says, what's the bracha of Mashiach? Beautiful. Incredible. The I love Ruach Hashem. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chokmah. Ruach Chachma Ubina, Ruach Itza Ukivura, Ruach Das Biras Hashem. So these are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I want to say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Uksiv, Beri Biras Hashem. Ultimately, again, the inspired in Yasser Alexandri, Rolani Sheino Mitzvos V'Yisurim Kerechayim. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I want to say, is someone. Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvos and yisurim and suffering. And we always say, what do you mean what? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. When we saw yesterday about ultimately, again, if you learn Torah at night, your house is conspired. At the end of the that we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our Kadosh Baruch Hu, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs and spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rava says, the Morach Ba'adoi, Mashiach. This is very interesting. All right, so you know what? We're going to stop over here for today. Right. Everyone say, I'm son of a guy. I want to write. Good, I got it. We didn't finish the doc. We didn't finish all the right. But let's say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time we look a little abnormal. Therefore, we're much more in range. Describe for like tremendous.
I have tons of cassette tapes. See, I went to New York also. Once I went to New York, then Joey told me to go to New York. Once I went to New York, then I didn't look back on Seattle. I look back fondly on Seattle as I get older now. Or some even though I just do. I've always had fondness for it, but I also have fondness for that New York comes. I can really spread my wings there. You're staying up to 4 or 5 in the morning, doing the tour guide stuff. I had to go to New York and prove to myself, can I be funny on the East Coast? Can I be funny in some of the toughest crowds?
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual Torah sponsor, the Tosin Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shem shows this year as a host for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Alim Tova, Terry and Steve Zinn. In loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv, Levin, and Berman families, in memory of William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther, Bas Elazar, Choni Bracha. And our day of learning sponsors, Reuven Rakovsky, in memory of Ira Kasavsky and Lillian Waxton, Choni Bracha. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Salam, the families in the Chama, all of those who need recovery to the Kol Chalitz, Kadosh Baruch Hu Shem Yekashim, bring home all of our hostages and all these soldiers should be successful. So with that, let's go. Today's daf is Sadik Gimel 93. We are starting on Sadik Beis Amud Aleph 92a, 14 lines up from the bottom, but we got this. Rabbi Lazar Omer, Lazar says as follows: anyone who does not, literally again, allow Talmidei Chachamim to benefit from his possessions will not see bracha forever. Meaning, which is another way of saying that a person is supposed to share his possessions with Talmidei Chachamim, meaning support Torah. And if a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, he'll never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. In other words, what's the logic over here? We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Talmidei Chachamim, to help Torah. thinking that by not giving them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says it doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, ultimately, you'll just have less for yourself. Shneimar, Ein Sri Achla Akino Yachal Tuvon. The Ein Sri Elatami Hamil Shnar Sridim Asher Hashem Korei V'Amr Abelazar. Abelazar says as follows. Interesting halacha. Kol Shem Mishayir Pasha Shulchana In Arasim Rach Yoman. If at the end of the meal you don't leave over bread on the table, you will not see blessing. Which means, in other words, make sure to always leave over some bread on your table. Okay? And the Gemara says, on the other hand, the Gemara says, Shneimar In Sri Achla. Akil Yachal Tivah. I, the Gemara says, Amar Abelazar, Kol Mishayir Pesisim Al Shulchano. I, but Rabbi Lazar said that whoever leaves over bread, literally pieces of bread on his table, ultimately it's as if he worships idolatry. So it sounds like obviously leaving over bread is not a good thing. So the Gemara says, Shneimar Ochem Legad Shulchan. Lamani Masak Lokashia, Hadi Kishneim Bahadei. So apparently, the way of Avodah Zarah, God, was the way he worshipped it was little pieces of bread together with a whole loaf. So if you leave little pieces with a whole loaf, that's what it looks like Avodah Zarah. But just go ahead and leave pieces, that's what there's Siman Bracha. I will say. So what's the pshat? Leaving over bread represents the Siman Bracha in one's house. So first of all, this could be a little bit more of like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. The idea is that there's extra. Then we overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. So leaving over extra bread indicates that there's surplus at home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha l'maisa, if there's leftover bread, that means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's Kedusha? What's Kedushin to you? The Ramban says, Kadesh is atzmicha b'mashem mutarach. Is moderation. Is even not just drawing line between mutter and asur, but even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the shot as well. That if I have a meal and I actually things, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately, again, that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's Kedusha. Okay. Interesting halacha. Now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, word could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. Interesting halacha. So literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, and we'll discuss what this means in just a moment. Kashto min eres. His bow is empty. What does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Kashto min eres over here. So the Gemara says, Koach kishui aver shalo ninar she'ena moni. So Rashi seems to be saying over here. Now again, we'll discuss what erva means. But if a person looks at erva, which means some types of something illicit, kashto min eres. Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. Right? So Koshi Iber Shalo, so getting over Shed Nirashi in a moment, Shneimar, Area Mayor, Kashtacha, Area Sha'atim, Mushtaba, Mamish Bebasa, Kitar Kashtacha, Dara Akar, Amistakel, Amahashi, Ba'arayos, the Ish, Kashta York. So, first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So, right, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or a second approach in Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. Could be even when he's with his own wife, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton in eres. Bowl is empty. Now, so Rashi understands it being almost like literally like a restaurant. He's just not going to be able to father children. Perhaps on a deeper level, what it's saying is like this: that the thing about arayos, the thing about immorality, it's all consuming. A person has a lust, a person has died for arayos. It takes over the individual, and literally it can sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? In other words, you can only go so long without sleep. Right? You feel that this hour in the morning, right? Because I can only put it, in other words, as much as I want to say my potential is limitless, which is true, my cost is not. In other words, it does come a certain point in time where there's no more gas in the tank. I think what Chazal are telling us is, be careful what you use your energy for. Because there are certain things that are all consuming the realm of energy. And the truth is, arayos, immorality, is one of those things. It'll empty your bow, right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go ahead and sap you of all your vitality. And therefore, not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. Profound Gemara. Let's go. Person should always be humble. Rashi says over here, be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. Fascinating. Interesting. What's right? This is there's a concept of nige batin, which means a home could have tzaras. But interestingly enough, the only way for a home to have tzaras is if you can get natural light in the house. If ultimately a home does not have windows, we don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's tzaras on the home. So the idea is the home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get tzaras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. Amr Tavi, Amr Yoshia, what's the meaning of the passage that says Sha'ol va'otzerechem eretz lo saveh mayim? So the Hima Inyan Sha'ol Eitz Rechem. What's the connection between Sha'ol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? This is fascinating. Ma Rechem Machnis Umotzi. Right? Just like the Rechem, just like takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen and ultimately again emits the baby. Av Sha'ol Machnis Umotzi. So to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, but Motzi Tchias HaMesim. Ta'alot from Kavachomer, Umar Rechem Shemaknisim B'Chashayim, Motzi also the Kolos, so the womb which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits with great cries, birth of the baby. So Sha'ol Shemaknisim B'Kolos, Einon Shemotzim Mena B'Kole Kolos. So the grave, which again someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. Right? There's crying. So too when it emits, i.e. Tchias HaMesim, there's going to be even greater cries of joy. Ultimately, then the Gemara says this is a conclusive proof that there's Tchias HaMesim. So I'll say once again, you see, we're fixated on proving this notion of Tchias HaMesim. So the Gemara says this is a good raya. Tzadikim shazrach Baruch Hu lachzach in closing the afram. So I'll say this is fascinating halacha. Tzadikim who Hakadosh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back to life Tchias HaMesim during Yemos Mashiach Messianic era will not die. It's fascinating, right? All these questions come up when it comes to Messianic era. It's going to be the resurrection of the dead. Okay, which is going to be incredible. So, do people die again afterwards? The Gemara says tzaddikim don't die. Once tzaddikim are resurrected, they remain alive. Shneimar Baya Nishar B'Tzion Banos Yerushalayim Kadosh Yomer Lo Chalakos L'Chayim Yerushalayim Mak Kadosh L'Olam Kayim Afin L'Olam Kayim. So the pasuk compares tzaddikim to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so too when the tzaddikim come back to life, there'll be an element of eternality as well. Amud days. Then Gomar Osam Shanu Shasra HaKadosh Baruch Hu Bahen as Sha'as Elsa Sha'as Baruch Hu L'Chadesh Banas Olamo Shneimar V'Niska V'Hashem Levado B'Yomahu. I shall say, so this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea in greater depth, that there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Right? We have this, we're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens? It stops. Take 2 or 3, whatever number we're up to. Right? This problem is going to recreate another world from you, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and this problem will start again. What happens to tzaddikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? So the Gemara says, so we must mind all of a sudden can I find to Sharim Shatan Apnei Amayim. Wow. Moshe makes for the tzaddikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. In other words, we'll say, what's the water? So the Pashtus said the world is going to be recreated. What's the original state of creation? Right? So the world will go back to water, but the tzaddikim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water. Which I will say, by the way, such a Shnei Amar, Akilo, Mira, Bahamir, Eres, Mot, Harim, Believe, Yamin, Shema, Tamar, Yishlam, Tsar. Maybe you'll say they have Tsar, maybe they'll have pain and difficulty during this time. Talmud Omar, the Kolbe Hashem, Yachalifu Koach, Ya'aver, Erer, Kin, Sharim. The tzaddikim will be given wings like eagles, Yarutsu, Velo Yigo, Yilchu, Velo Yafu. Ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk and they will not be right. They will not be tired. The other thing is, so ultimately, first of all, beautifully, so the tzaddikim will be given wings. Truth is, that's what tzaddikim have. Tzaddikim have wings. The great avod of becoming a tzaddik, or the great benefit of becoming a tzaddik, is sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life throws. Regardless of tzaddikim, is the wings they have to be able to literally transcend all of the difficulties and challenges. So the Nesim Shechi Echeskel. So the Gemara says as follows. So what about we're going to talk about this just a little bit. We've referenced this already. What about the dead that Yecheskel brought back to life? Right? Yecheskel did Chesed. Now after Yecheskel brought those people back to life, they died again. So right, they died again. So shouldn't that be a raya that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, Amar, the MS Mashal Haya. This is interesting. He actually holds the opinion that Becheskel, right? He had someone say Veshos, the valley of dry bones, that was a mashal. Mashal didn't actually happen, but Frederick in his parable, the Sanya. So this in of itself is a dramatic mashal, it's the Sanya. But those are Amars, Mesim Shechsko, Abduragayim, Abdu Shirosu. The people that Cheskel brought back to life, they stood on their feet, they sang Shira, and then they died again. Mashira, what did they sing? Mashira, Hashem, Nenes, B'Tzedek, and Mechayim, B'Rachim. Yeshua Omer, Shira Zu Amru, Hashem, Nenes, Mechayim, Morid, Sha'al, Bayal. Yehuda Omer, Yehuda says, MS, Mashal Haya. Yehuda says, now we'll say, Lashon is very interesting. MS means truth. Mashal Haya, it was a parable. So the Mercy doesn't make sense. All over the Kandya. In MS, Lama Mashal, in Mashal, Lama MS. Which one is it? In other words, if you tell me it's MS means that it really happened. So it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a mashal, so then it's a mashal. What's going on up here? So the Gemara says, Ella, the MS mashal haya. Rather, again, what he means is, in reality, the whole thing was a mashal. Right? So we'll say, by the way, a fascinating machlokas about whether or not the episode of Yecheskel with Yatzal Sedatios did happen or not. Did it happen, or was it simply a mashal? Fundamental machlokas. Mesim Sheheke Cheskel Allah Alu La'aris Eretz Yisrael V'Nasu Nashim V'Alidu Banu Mubaras. It's incredible. So others say, no, it really happened. And by the way, they didn't die immediately after singing Shira. Right? What happened? Cheskel brought them back to life. They sang Shira. They went to Eretz Yisrael. They married. They had kids. So the Gemara says, Amar B'Yehuda B'Mesira Arangel V'Amar Ani Mipnei B'Neihem V'Alalu Tefillin She'aniach Li Avi Abba Mehem. So B'Yehuda B'Mesira stands up and says, I'm a descendant of them. I'm a descendant of one of those people who brought back to life from Yecheskel, and ultimately again these are the tefillin that I received from my great grandfather. So beautiful. The Gemara says, Umani B'Mesim Shechi Yecheskel. By the way, who were these people? Who were these people who died in this valley? Right? Who were these individuals who Yecheskel brought back that was in the spirit world? Amarav Ilubnei Ephraim Shemanu Lekis V'Tov. This is incredible. I will say there is a not so well-known story that there were a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim, and so also Ephraim's numbers are lower than relatively lower than other tribes. There was a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt were killed. They were killed. So what happened with them? They made a mistake. They were good people. They just made a mistake. Shnei Amar, V'nei Shusela, Bara Beno, V'Sachas Beno, Uzvada Beno, Be'ezer V'Elazar, V'Hargum Anshe Gat, V'Eladabar. They were killed by the people of Gat. Uksiv, V'Isal Ephraim Avien Yomim Rachav V'Nachamo. And ultimately, again, so it gave more. Father Ephraim warned, what's saying, what happened over here? The mistake. They made a mistake about the creation. Remember, by the time of Hashem says, Adam Avinu, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual bris ben Habasarim. So in year 430 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong, and they were killed. Those are the Atzama shows that Yechezkel brought back to life. Incredible. Shmuel says, so again, Shmuel says, these were people who denied Chesamesim. Interesting. They denied Chesamesim, and ironically enough, they brought back to life by Yechezkel. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even they had no mitzvahs. Not the lashon bachluch is like the moisture of a mitzvah. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated with them. Shneimar hatzamos hayveshos shilu dvar Hashem. Yitzchak Nafcha says, "Elu bnei Adam shechipu asehechal kulam shkatzim b'ramasim." These were people who unfortunately denigrated and degraded the Beis Hamikdash. Shneimar va'aval ve'erev v'hinei kol tav nisrael v'hem b'shekes kol lulu Beis Yisrael v'chukal akir sabit v'ksiv hasam v'yiran alim sabit sabit. Rabbi Yochanan says, "Elu nesim shebika dura." These are the people ultimately again who died in bikas dura. Now, what's bikas dura? Now we're going to get into a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar, right? So remember again, so and the Cheskel brought them back like what happened in Bikas Dura. Rabbi Yochanan, Minar Esha ad Rabas, Bikas Dura. Shebishar Nebuchadnezzar Hashem Sisol. So a wide line, and the bottom of the base 92b was flying. So this is when Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael. So what happened? So the Moshe Hayu Bahen Bachrim Sheim Nagnin at Shahayu Ganin Esacham Biyofyon. There were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally, this is so beautiful, they put the sun to shame with their beauty, right? The sun is considered to be like that, like quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome that ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Castian women would see them, and literally, again, they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. I was saying, again, there's this concept in halacha called dam chimut, which means that sometimes, at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and leave. So these Castian women saw these Jewish boys, and they had experienced this flow. Amar Baalei, so ultimately they told their husbands, Baalei Lamelech, and their husbands told the king, Tziva Melech Mahargum. So the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want. Right, they didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So the Gemara says these are the bones that Yechezkel brought back to life, and all of this happened in Bikas Dura. It happened in the Dura Valley. The Gemara transitions to some incredible stories regarding Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, remember context. Nebuchadnezzar's primary advisor, and actually we're going to see that actually Nebuchadnezzar deified him, was Daniel. Like contemporaries of Daniel were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into furnace. So the Gemara says, so Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yechezkel. I'm sorry. So Mishash he called Nebuchadnezzar as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah give Shema Eish. Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yechezkel. Lech ve'efkem misa bikas dura. So again, at the time that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah thrown into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells Yechezkel, right? Yechezkel's contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah. Oh, that's incredible. By the way, can you imagine that generation? All of these great men. Says that as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah being thrown into the Kishon, Hashem tells Yechezkel, go and bring back the dead in the Dura Valley. Even Shek Yalson, what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were in the valley. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, as crazy as this sounds, Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones are brought back to life, he's drinking his wine. One of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. Slaps him in the face. So the Amar, so the Gemara says, Amar Mati Sha'ilu. So Nebuchadnezzar says, what's up? What's going on here? So Amrulo, so he said, the friend of these guys being Mishal and Azariah, is bringing back the dead in the Dura Valley. Pasach Amar Asoli Kaman Ravrivin, Vitasmoi Kama Taifin Makusa Malkus Olam, Shaltani in Darvadar. We'll say in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he says, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever, and his dominion is from generation to generation. So literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Why? This is incredible. Had the Malach not come and struck him on the face, Nebuchadnezzar would have sang more beautiful songs than David HaMelech, right? He would have described. So once it sets the title, as beautiful as everything that David HaMelech did in Tehillim, Nebuchadnezzar's Shira could have been even more beautiful. Now, once you say to yourself, how could a Nebuchadnezzar make greater Shira than David HaMelech? So it's a simple cheshbon. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the power for good. Every person has possible. Nebuchadnezzar, who was so evil that he could destroy the Beis Hamikdash and exile Klal Yisrael and subject our people to all of these terrible things, if he were to harness that power, and channel it towards good, there was no telling what he could accomplish. Incredible. 6 miracles happened that day. They're talking about the day that Hanai, Mishal, and Azariah were thrown into the Kivshan. What were they? Number one, Hila and Safa Kivshan. That was normally the cauldron was actually beneath, was underground. It rose above ground so that everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. Next, Nifras HaKivshan, part of the wall of the Kivshan cracked open so that people could see into the Kivshan what was happening. Chomak Sogo, the foundation cracked. Nepach Tzelam Al, the big idol of Akash Nebuchadnezzar fell on its face. The Nisrafu Arba Malchus, ultimately 4 other kings who were Nebuchadnezzar, were incinerated. The Hechia Cheskal Asabisem Bekasdura and Dura Valley. The Kula Gemara. Ultimately, again, all of these are tradition. All these miracles we have are tradition. But Arba Malchus Kruxit. We know about the death of the 4 kings from the Pasuk. What does the Pasuk say? When Nebuchadnezzar Malka Shalach Michnash, Ulach Shtafarno, Sakina Pachusa Adar, Gizina Midvar, Nikari, Gad Varia, Ditavaria, Tafasio, the whole Shaltuni Medina. So, Sid, Isi, Kuven, Yudon, Sid, Miskanchin, Akshtafarno, Sagania Pachusa, Badiri Malka, Cousin Gabriela. So, what's interesting is in the first Pasuk, there's 4 sounds like a sesame, right? So again, so in the first passage, there's 4 more names. In the second passage, there's less names, which indicates to us that at the time, ultimately, again, some of his allies were killed. Incredible. Tana debate of Elazar. And Yaakov, Afilu B'Shas and Sakara was incredible Gemara. So Tana debate of Elazar, Ben Yaakov, Afilu B'Shas and Sakara, so Yishana Agnes Atzma Mina Abanas Shalom. So it's incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. Shneimar Ba'adin Gavra Elach Kafsu B'Savaleon Pashtem Kablason. Chanayim Mishal and Azariah, even though they're thrown to the Kivshan Aish, they wore their distinguished clothing. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. We'll say that's Rashi and Daf. Aishar Nunabas Shalom Shahari Chanayim Mishal and Azariah Halibushin Bigay Tifarton Kishushku Kivshan. So when Chanayim Mishal and Azariah came into the Kivshan, they were still wearing their royal clothing. So the Gemara says, It's incredible Gemara. What is Elazar saying? Elazar saying, a person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes, when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately, again, we become understandably all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. The Gemara says the power of Yid is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah, what did they do before they went to the Kishon Aish? They fixed the Bekashas, right, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. I will say, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to maintain a dignity and a refinement. Because deep down, I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed, I can not use my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be open. I will say, all right. Right, 93a. So if you don't Tzadikim, this is beautiful Gemara. Tzadikim are even greater than Malach. Shneimar, Chazak Gvar, Bar Shayim, Mahalkim, Bekomu, Chavalo, Iti, Behon, Right, Gomer the Bar. So the Tzaddik is mentioned in the Chazak before the Malach. I will say, the truth is that it's not a Kiddush. Of course, Tzadikim are greater than Malach. It's not even a Shaila. Right? Why? Because Malach don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's never pot that, of course, tzaddikim are greater than malachim. Incredible. Amr Tan Chumbach Hanivai. Bishash Yatzai Mikishon Aish. Bal Kumas Ha'olam V'Taf Kumas Yisrael Apneim. Incredible. When Hanani Mishal Aliyah came out of when they came out of the furnace, so what happened? The Tav Kumas Yisrael Apneim. And literally again, they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave him a patch. The Gemara says, "Yesh lachem elokash hazeh da'atem mishtachlim mitzvah." So I say, this was a Musar to Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Chanei, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world said to the Jews, "What is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods." Incredible, right? I would say sometimes the greatest Moshe that we receive is the Moshe from the nations of the world. Miyad Pascha Amru L'Chashem Atzaka V'Landu Boshes Panim Tiyamaz. Amru B'Shalom Mani Amru B'Shalom. I might see what's meaning of Pascha. Amarti, this is beautiful. Moshe. Amarti Ela B'Kamar Of Zeb B'Sansana. So say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says in Shir Shir? Literally, again, I said, I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti Ela b'tamar Eli Yisrael. So again, the tamar, the palm tree, represents Klal. So Baruch Hu essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree in totality. Right? What I want more than anything is to be able to hold on to the palm tree. And unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael has rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Where are my branches? Ultimately, again, Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah. But by the way, I just want to tell you, Gemaras like this are very affirming. Because sometimes in life, we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through feelings. And it's important to understand, such as the nature of relationships, that's kind of the way it works. There's Baruch Hu set expectations, ultimately, again, of holding the entire palm. But he didn't get the whole palm. Even if Baruch didn't get the whole palm, what does he get? He gets a couple of branches. It's called branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes, again, not getting exactly what you want, what you had anticipated relationships. It's par for the course. The Mar goes weiter. So what's the meaning of this story? Right? This is Nevuah. Obviously, this is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. So what does that mean? What does that mean? I saw it. Baruch was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into night, to destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem ish milchama, Hashem shemo. Asus Adam. What does it mean on a red horse? First white line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. And as soon as he saw Chaim, Mishal, and Azariah, ultimately again he calmed down. Shneimar, stood amongst the myrtle branches in the swamp. What's the myrtle branches? The myrtle branches, those are tzaddikim. Shneimar, es hadasa. Esther. Mesula elababa. What's the swamp? The swamp is Baba. Shneimar, Homer Mesula, Cherbi ben Arasecha, Ovish Miyad Milem, Roges Nasi, Shrokim Badum. So now, sorry, Badum Nasa the bottom. Arababa, Shmamina, Susya, Kivra, Mal Elchalma. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction. The white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. Let's say just a tremendous hospital from here. Shivoshan was ready to go into Israel. Destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was Chanai, Mishan, and Isaiah. Three people changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about the entire world. So say sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. Come on, it's one person. How much do I really matter? Let's say we matter more than we could ever imagine. Three men, Chanai, Mishan, and Isaiah. By the way, I want to point out, excuse me for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation, right? There was Daniel, there was Yechezkel, there were other people, but yet again, they saved the world. I would say there is no telling what our actions could do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. Let's go right there. So for Rabbanon, this is great. After Chanai, Mishan, and Azariah came out of the Kivshan, where did they go? Right? What do you do after that? So we're going to Disneyland. Where do you just say that? What the Gemara is really asking is something fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? So the Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Hara Mesu. They died. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. From Ayin Hara, what does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of so much attention that level of attention is not healthy. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, Shmuel says, Berok Tavu. They drowned in spit, in saliva. Now what does that mean? So we'll say there is an incredible marshal here. So the marshal says this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The fire should derech mashal. The idea that Kita Shelo Avik Kochav Yisrael by your Mevaishal. So we'll say listen to this. Outside very, very, very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said before that the Chaim, Mishal, and Azariah came out. So the nations of the world literally like verbally beat up on the Jewish people and said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Marshal says, what does it mean that Chaim, Mishal, and Azariah drowned in the saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Ummos of the Goyim. So like sometimes when people talk, they spit a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Ummos of Olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chaim, Mishal, and Azariah died in the spit and the saliva? It means that even though Chaim, Mishal, and Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic, what they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? It was all them spitting at Klal Yisrael. Not spitting, but talking, giving them muster. That embarrassment caused them to die. So let's see here what's happening over here. Chaim, Mishal, and Azariah, what did they do? All they did was a willingness to give their lives to Kiddush Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and wholly, totally unintended. Let's see, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's lives. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even again unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, all the Yisrael and us Nashim Lidu Banu Banos. Let's say such dramatically different narratives over here, right? So first opinion said they died. Second opinion said, no, what are you talking about? They went there to Israel, right? They retired there to Israel and they had children. Banos, Ketanadi, my focus tonight, Rabbi Elazar says, the Ayin is Haramesu, Rabbi Yeshua, Rabbi Rabshah, Allah is so, and us Nashim Lidu Banu Banos, Ne'mar, Shimona Yoshua, Kodado, Ata, Very Acha Yoshua, Hashem, Ki anshe mofes hema. So says the Gemara talks about this Yoshua Kohen Gadol, who lived at the time again of Hanayim Shalom Azar. I'll talk about him in just a moment. And the pasuk relates that Yoshua Kohen Gadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? So what do you see from here? That Hanayim Shalom Azar, after the story with the Kivshan, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel also, by the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel in all of this? Right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Hanayim, Mishael, and Azariah were being thrown into the Kivshan Aish? So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, right, a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a civil engineering project. But he was there to begin to work out an import contract, right, for aspasta. Aspasta is like a type of animal food. To bring in aspasta to Babel. He was there to bring chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, right, of Egypt, had the best chazirim, had the best pigs, and you had to negotiate a contract to bring those animals into Babel. Is that true? Tanya, the Todas Arofe, Amra in part of the chazir yotzim Alexandria Shalom she'in chol tchina inshallah b'shosh lateli. No, I want to say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want people to. They did not want their animals to reproduce outside of Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So they would sterilize the animal before they started taking the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, a good thing to check up. So the Gemara says, what did he do? So the Gemara says, Zutri I see below that higher. He brought very young ones, so no one had a havamina that he was mating them and trying to use them. Okay, point is, he wasn't in Bava when all of this occurred. There were three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not prince when the story of Hanayim, Mishael, and Azariah happened. We'll see why in just a moment. Who were they? Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saying people would have attributed the salvation to the merit of Daniel and not to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. And this Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, this was their moment to shine. And therefore again Daniel couldn't be there. Next, so the Gemara says, but Daniel Daniel also said, you know what, I got to get out of here. Because he also apparently had a premonition that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's theological downfall to come through him. He also wanted it to come through Hanayim, Mishael, and Azariah. When Nebuchadnezzar Amar Yezel Daniel Mehacha to the Lenro Kalye Lekabenura. So it's interestingly enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the Kivshan Aish. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And he did not want to throw his own God into the furnace. Now, how do we know the Gemara says? How do we know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a god? Fine, he bowed to Daniel. So now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Hanayim, Mishael, and Azariah. So obviously, again, so there were other people who also wanted to be of prophetic stature. So these two guys, Achav ben Kuya and Sidkiah ben Maasiyah. And they also posed as prophets, although they were in a Via Shekel. ולוקח מהם לכל קולוס יהודה, אשר רב לאמור, ישמחה צדקיהו כאחאב אשר כל חמלך בבל באיש אשר שפם. So אשר שפם. לא נאמר, אשר שפם לא נאמר, אלא אשר. So as we're going to see in just a moment, these two false prophets, Achav and Sidkiah, were also thrown into the furnace. Interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So the Gemara says, what happened over here? They were made like roasted grain. Roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but singed, burnt. So Gemara says, so what did they do? What did they do that was so bad? They caused them to be thrown into the furnace. Listen to this. Azla Gabi Barta the Nebuchadnezzar. They went to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. Achav Amarla, Kamar Hashem Hashmiel Tzidkiah. Tzidkiah Amar, Kamar Hashem Hashmiel Achav. Interesting. So these two guys posing as prophets go up to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. So Achav says, listen, daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you that when Tzidkiah propositions you, you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Tzidkiah goes over to her. I come to you with the word of God. When Achav petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Azla va'amra la lavua. So by the way, I just want to point out something amazing, which is interesting, that you see the regard in which they held the Jewish prophets, right? She doesn't say, like, get out of here. Right? Rather again, she says, okay, she takes this to her father. Takes to her father. So Amrullah, Elohim shal ehu, elu sonim zimu. So Nebuchadnezzar says something doesn't sound right over here, because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he will instruct you, like, to give yourself over to these men, doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? So Nebuchadnezzar says, here's what, do me a favor. Next time they come your way, send them to me. Send them to me. So sure enough, again, when they come back, so the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar sends them to Nebuchadnezzar. So Nebuchadnezzar says, then tell me, who gave you this message? So Nebuchadnezzar says, listen guys, I did a little fact checking. I asked Nebuchadnezzar, I asked Hanan Mishlan Azariah about your supposed prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? This is great. So Sidkia and Acham say, well, 1 second. Why are Hanan Mishlan Azariah's words any more important than ours? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all chavirin. So again, just because Hanan Mishlan Azariah say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. So Nebuchadnezzar says, you know what? I have a good idea. Where I checked out Hanani Mishan Azariah's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, great. Of course, then your word is gold. So Achav and Sidki say, hold up there. It's not fair. They were saved because there were 3 of them. Hanani Mishan Azariah. There's only 2 of us, Achav and Sidki. So Nebuchadnezzar says, no problem. Phone a friend, right? Phone a friend. Like, no worries. You know, like, you get your guy. You can choose anyone you want, whatever you want for your furnace mizunas. Go ahead. You know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go with you to the fiery furnace. So this is crazy what I'm saying. So they said, you know what? We choose Yoshua Kohen. Sabi Lacey Yoshua, Nafesh Sayu, Umagna Alon. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yoshua Kohen. Remember again, we just heard Yoshua Kohen Gadol was the Kohen Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Mishal Azariah. So Tzidki and Achav say, okay, we choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So the Gemara says, Achsinu Shadinu Inu Iklu Yoshua Gadol Ichrichu Mane. So what happened? So they flew into the furnace. Achav and Tzidki were burned. And Yoshua remained unscathed, except his clothing became singed. Okay, Shneimar Vayiranius Yoshua Kohen Gadol Omi Lefnei Malach Hashem Uksiv V'Omer Hashem Al Satan Yigar Hashem B'Chol V'Omer Yedanet Tzidkiah At Alamai Time Ahayim B'Chol Porta Nura. So again, so now Nebuchadnezzar seeks is Yoshua. This is Yoshua. Obviously, I know. And sorry. Yochanan says, I understand why Achav and Sidkiah were burned, because obviously, again, you're false prophets. But my question is, my time, Yoshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little bit singed? Whereas in Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you were righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived with that, but your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, you know, I just want to tell you, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, their clothing wasn't even singed. You know, I was like, can you imagine like that moment, like, stop talking about Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, right? I got it. They're great. They're tzaddikim, they're fine. Right? So, Nebuchadnezzar compares everyone to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Their clothing wasn't singed at all. So, Yoshua Kohen Gadol, obviously you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but your clothing was singed. What happened over here? So Yoshua says pretty simple. They had three. They had to combine marriage with three people. I'm only one guy. But Avram was only one. So Nebuchadnezzar knew his Torah. Right? He says, but Avram was also thrown into a fire furnace. There was only one of him, and yet he emerged totally unscathed. So ultimately, again, so Tush Yoshua Kohen says, here's the difference. That ultimately Adam was thrown to the furnace by himself. Therefore, the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown to the furnace with Rishayim. The fire had rishus to have an impact on them. Fire was given some level of shlitta, some level of control. It impacted his me as well. That's what people say. The famous adage that if you have two dry sticks and one wet one, the dry ones could ignite the wet one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but put enough fire around it, and ultimately, again, the wet stick ignites it. A person who is very righteous, Moses, the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick can be very right around the wet stick by enough rishayim. Unfortunately, again, the rishayim have an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible impact to our surroundings. So the verse says, by the way, my time Yanish. What's the real reason? So the feels that that's not the real reason, right? If Yoshua Kohen Gadol was really a big tzaddik, at the end of the day, the fire should not have impacted him at all. Why did the fire into him? Incredible, because his sons behaved inappropriately, and Yoshua the father said nothing. Failure to exercise paternal prerogative, failure to enter parental control, ultimately is profound flourish. Yoshua was wearing soiled clothing. So we'll say Megillas Rus. Rus goes to the field of Boaz, and literally again the pasuk says that Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So it says, "My sheish hasorim." What does it mean? 6 barleys. If it literally he gave her 6 barley kernels. So the Gemara says, would Boaz just give a poor person 6 barley kernels? That doesn't make any sense. So it's like Tzadik Gimel Amud Beis 93b. Ella sheish sin. Rather, he gave her 6 sa'ah. Now that's a lot of barley. So it says, is a woman going to be able to carry back 6 sa'ah? That's a lot of barley. Ella Ramazla. So we'll say, so in fact, interesting that the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remez, it was a metaphor, an allusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 brachas. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Who are the 6 sons? This is incredible. Who are Russ's 6 descendants? Who again, each of them blessed with 6 brothers. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. That was incredible. By the way, this is Russ's pedigree. And I will say about trace it all too. That pivotal moment when Naomi was going back, right? And Naomi said, "Don't come with me." And Arpa goes back to Moab, and you're supposed to come. Sometimes in life we stand at a crossroads. And the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're aware we're at a crossroads. Sometimes we're unaware that we're at a crossroads. But this is the importance of living like an incredible mindfulness, that when you stand at a crossroads, you go to a moment of a critical decision and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through this. Here we go. David, it said, "Vayan echad me'anarim, vayomer hinei ra'isi ben Yishai beis halachni." I saw this son of Yishai, Yodeh Nagin, V'gibar Chayil, V'ish Milchama, V'navon, right? V'navon Davar, V'ishtar. So it's about Shem Imo. So 6 brachas. Again, we'll define what each of these are. 6 brachas. I'll say now this was said from Doig, who was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul. I will say now Doig meant it. This was somebody compliments someone. It's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. It meant to really not even disparaging, but meant to treat animosity. Here we go. Yodea now. He always knows how to play music. Shiodea l'shol. He knows how to ask good questions in Torah. Gibar Shiodea l'hashi. He knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ish milchama. Shiodea l'isavlitim milchamta shel Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Ish Tar Shemara Panabalacha. He's a beautiful appearance that he knows how to assert himself in halacha. The navon, davar, the navon, davar, shemim, davar, davar. He's a navon that he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem, God is with him. Shalacha kamosa b'chol makom. Ultimately, whenever David says halacha, the halacha always follows him. In all of these areas, Shaul said, this is beautiful. And my son Yonasan has these same attributes. But ultimately, again, when Doeg said that Hashem Imo, that Hashem is at the meaning that the halacha always follows David. That David always has like an impeccable sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither was son. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that, of course, sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. Shaul said, by Shaul it says wherever he would set his eyes on, he would decimate. Talking about his enemies. But David said, wherever David would turn, ultimately again it would be successful. So again, both are the shoulders of success. But David HaMelech has a success over Shaul. Incredible. We know the Doeg. How do you know that it was Doeg who said these things? So it says, good. Next. So therefore, I will say, the point over here is, Rus's descendants, remember, Boaz gives Rus six kernels of barley. Highlight, going to have 6 descendants, who are each benched themselves with 6 brothers. Now, this one of those descendants, and the 6 brothers are David. Mashiach, the Sid. So it says, what's the bracha of Mashiach? So beautiful. Incredible. I love Ruach Hashem. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chachma, Vina, Ruach Chachma, Udina, Ruach Itza, Ura, Ruach Das, Iras Hashem. So these are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I want to say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Uksiv, ultimately, again, will be inspiring us. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I want to say, is someone. Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvos and yisurim and suffering. And they say, in other words, what do you mean what? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. Yesterday, about ultimately again, if you learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, right, the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our Baruch Hu, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rava says, T'morach v'adoy. Mashiach is very interesting. Right, going to stop over here for today. Right. I just want to point out, right? We didn't finish with that. We didn't finish all the way. But I will say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time you look a little abnormal. That was we're much more in range. Strive for tremendous. These towers on the brakes are front back. All right, have a great day, everyone. Yeah. And it all looks so I was, long story short, I was in Detroit for the grand opening. And I went to the Detroit Lions game on Sunday. I sat where the players jump into the stands. Like, I sat there. It was so dope. Detroit was cool. Had a grand old time.
It's hard to get me to leave, but I'm glad I left. I met some awesome people.
Alright, Phil says, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Comic Con sponsor, those who highlights yourself for dedicating all the films market this year, as is close to the third co-host for Amisrael. Our Comic Con sponsors for the month of August, Harry and Steve Zinn, and Rabbi Tai's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zivoni Rafa, Sirosh Ben Yosef Hakori, and Ziv Levin and Benu Tamis in memory of William Ziv Shmuel Ben Israel, the Holy Rabbi and the Rashbar Kamatora. All we're doing shows have the families in the country, we'll bring all of our hostages home and our police soldiers festival, the whole Naaseh evening. But see, that's what else we have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzaddik Days 92. We are picking up on Tzaddik Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. Amalei Antonius Lerevi. Again, but incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. Additionally, we got during the cycle, like 8 years, or give it like an extra 6 months to kind of work through Gemaras like this, but alright.
It's cool,
man.
So
just like Sophia, the bottom, Tzaddik Aleph, Gemara 91a. Amalei Rabbi Antoninus Lerevi. And let's say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rabbi and Antoninus. Remember that Antoninus was a Roman official. A little bit of historical debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinatingly enough, he developed a relationship with Rabbi Yudan Rabbi. And so the Gemara records multiple conversations between the two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. Antoninus says to the following: this is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? The body can say it's clearly Neshama's fault that I sinned. How so? It's very recent discussion. Shirim Shekinei, Harry Mutokai, and Dolly McKever. From the speak that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. The moment that the Neshama left, one of my DMs is laying there on the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. When the Neshama left, the Neshama could say, "Good cut up." No, it's the body that's the good. Shirim Shekinei. Harini Podcast Ba'avir Kitziko. Because the Neshama said, look at me. From the day that I left that fashioned in the body, look what happened. I'm flying in the heavens like a bird. Like a bird. The body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So it's this. So Antoninus is asking, what's the question there? Antoninus is questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? How does it hold the person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility, who has responsibility over the failure of man. So it's beautiful. I'm going to show you how much a lot of that. So let me give you a muscle.
There's a lot of us. We shoot a special, especially for Netflix. So feel for whatever reason.
It's a little muscle. This is great. The Mela had a beautiful orchard. The Hayabah before us knows, and in the field, the king had very nice dates. Before us knows. Very nice dates. Now the king puts there 2 watches to watch over the field. One of them was crippled and one of them was blind. So I'm going to say, okay, so I guess he got a discount. You know, a little nice thing. So these were the watchmen over the field. So he mentioned, I don't know if he went sumo. So the crippled one said to the sumo, to the blind one, the fellow knows I see that there's some really nice things in this field. But so the crippled watchman says to blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs, my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the faith. So the idea that sure enough again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the figs. Another Baal Pardes, sometime later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, oh, look, I'm close now, stay singing, we're the figs. So apparently they did a pretty good job consuming the figs, and eat a lot of figs in a relatively small amount of time, or whatever, for a long amount of time. So the owner comes back and says, where are my figs? So I will assume, who usually named was Masa, sorry, I will figure, who usually like right behind the fine, I will assume, who usually named leaders. So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How did they liability? So the blind guy said, how will you offer me? I don't have sight. He couldn't have been me. The crippled guy says, well, you offer me? I don't have legs. Clearly couldn't be me. So what does the Bala Sada do? Here, I got the slow, but done also Kappa. So the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. So you're right, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Maybe the Shema is work up a book, they done on some cases, it's not the issue, right? You're right. The body by itself and the soul by itself, so both places deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the neshama and literally throws it into the done osam kafir. And all the ends, he goes and he judges them as well. Shneimar Yikra al Shammai Me'al ve'al haaretz motin amo. Yikra al Shammai Me'al. He calls to the heavens above, Zun Shama ve'al haaretz motin amo, and he causes the earth for judgment together with it. Zehadlo. So what's the really fascinating? I'll tell you something amazing. It's really amazing. But here it's like a big issue. So you're looking at it. The guy that says, it's not fair. Why should the Neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? And it's at the end of the day, it's not the Neshama that sins. It's the good that sins. So why would the Neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? This is what the Rebbe says. Drastically, Yitzchak. The Rebbe says, because the Neshama didn't try hard enough to stop the body. It's because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, the Neshama is like, I'm out. That's not a direct quote from the Neshama. The Neshama says, like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I'm not. I just like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the Neshama sense itself. The lady says to the Neshama, how dare you? How dare you? You present yourself when the body is struggling. Dafka, when the goof is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Dafka, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. A chutzpah that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That says the Rebbe is why the Shema is held accountable in the body as well. We should have tried harder to stop, and Dafka, when the struggle is most acute, that's Dafka when you don't walk away. Okay, and it's such a profound soul. Such a profound soul. Human nature is I'm willing to be present. Whatever present is, I have a relationship with other people, relationship with others. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay, as long as it's manageable. But how often in life you walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously, are there times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances? Of course. But more often than not, so that's when it gets hardest, is that's the time you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The Neshama is held culpable because when the body is struggling most, that's when the Neshama really needed to be there. But instead the Neshama accepted itself. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. I'm going to do this forever. I'm doing this already. It may not come. It's like, yeah, it's impossible. This is unlit. Seriously, for me, this is like, it's like, it's if they not come to listen to this. And also, by the way, you see from the questions. We're not going to say that sometimes when the Gemara records questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often gains, poke holes in our theology. If you notice by that's not the nature of these questions. Antoninus has actually like a real theological curiosity, and just like a real curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rebbe takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not Antoninus being difficult to try to keep us. This is Antoninus being curious. So Antoninus actually the following question is this: why does the sun rise in the west, set in the west? So if you're ever here in the the sun is glaring through those windows. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. And we don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. So man, if you sit over here and a little while, you'll see the sun coming up over here. And my flag, you'll see it's anywhere. Anyways, Zacharias asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? Oh, like, so this is interesting. So Rebbe says, what's your question? And if it was the reverse, I'm ready to have a thought. So in other words, and if the reverse, and if it was the reverse, you're asking the reverse. Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? In other words, Rebbe was asking, what's your question? What's your question? I'm like, I'll be coming with no, here's my question. If they mash kas the nara, no, I'm just asking, why does it have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun need to traverse to the other direction? Amalei, this is so beautiful. Shalom Mikona. In order that the sun should give shalom Arishon, should give shalom to the Ribbon Shalom. Now, what is that? Look at Rashi, but Rashi is on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of Neshama finishing with that, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides, so Rashi needs both sides of the page in the extent that this case is a little bit longer as well. So look at Rashi, Rashi on the right hand side, Kedei Shalom Mikona, Black and Shparchu, Shashvina B'Layla. But keep it Shemagan. We're saying the Shekhinah is in the west. Remember again, so remember the Kodesh Hadash and the Holy of Holies are situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's what it means when it says that the Shekhinah is in the west. So therefore, the sun comes and bows down before us in the west, and it sets because when it sets, it goes down, representing bowing. So the Shekhinah itself bounds to our Kodesh at the end of every day. So beautiful. The Sisi Alpalga, the Sisi Alpalga Lakia, the teeth and shun of the tail. So understand. So ask Antoninus. So once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky? So rise in the east, come to mid-sky, bow there, so not bow there. In other words, bow there, and then just set. In other words, I'm just asking why does it all the way from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, bow down to our Baruch Hu, set right there. Good question, which the Gemara says, we should call them Ba'ovei Drach, because of workers and travelers. Now we'll say, what does that mean? If you look at action, we should call them, you can't call your makshif home. שכשחמה באמצע הרקיע מאירה ביושר, וסיר שעדיין יושהות ביום, ויפולן שלום במלאכתו, עד שכשך בעובי דרכים, נם דהרי יודעים, מסע ישתוך ולקיש. Here's the problem. If the sun is set in the sky, so let's say let's go backwards. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually.
Alvaro.
People know, right? The workers
Alvaro, you can go fuck yourself. No one gives a shit about that. Worst person ever.
If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, I comes for in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually. So the sun setting in the west really serves a twofold purpose. Number one, it doubts Baruch, and number two, it allows the maximum of the travelers and the workers. So let's say what tremendous musafah skill. What does Hakadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What does that maximize the time for? Working and traveling. But Hakadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything from us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, it could have caused the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. To give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if Baruch Hu maximizes time because what he wants more than anything from us is to work. He wants us operating in all cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. I'll tell you about your career, like to be your material career and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey. He doesn't want us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. It's a profound question. I think it says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? This, by the way, interestingly enough, indicates to us that Antoninus believed in the neshama. He believed in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Isira. So I'll say, so Pekida means literally again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out it was earlier again the beautiful Gemara Sefas Nida. If the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the Malach picks the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, I don't know, what do you call it? The beginning of pregnancy, what is it? Embryo. A blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the Malach takes the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, Tipas is not What is this? That's called Pikita. Pikita. Pikita means, remember, that's the Malach is saying to Hashem, what is this baby going to be? So Antoninus asks ready, when does the baby get his neshama? Is it at that moment, like when it's the blast, or maybe no, when it kicks on? Yisira means literally again is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks, or the fetus looks like a baby. So you know, it says, oh, so Rabbi says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so anyway, so Antoninus says it doesn't make any sense. Extra katifa shabasa omed shlosh yemen below melach. So again, he says it can't be. For example, a piece of meat, right? You can't eat a piece of meat out for 3 days and it won't go bad. You know, it needs salt, it needs a preservative in order to keep it. So Antoninus was saying was, everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, so how does the blast, right? How does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be Ella Mishas Pekida. So Antoninus says to Rebbe, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time of the sabbath, so from the moment of inception. So Antoninus, what does it say? So what does it matter? Rabbi said, Antoninus, right? He's right, saying good. Right? And furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up Antoninus. What's the pasuk? So the Gemara says, so literally again, so they got you from Shas Pekida, from the moment of Pekida, from the moment that the Malach brings the tipa, the drop before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamra Ruchi, my Ruach preserves me, my Ruach keeps me, which I will say seems to indicate that the neshama is given to the fetus, to the entity in its initial blast form. Incredible. Okay, so now that we talked about neshama, so when does a person get the Yitzhara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzira? So interestingly enough, so here the question is from the time maybe that the embryo, that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, or that there's sinews, there's flesh, or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm sorry, says, I'm sorry, I'm going to Mishas Yitzira. So he says, from the time that the fetus is formed in utero, ultimately, again, that's when it's Yitzhara. So Antoninus says, doesn't make sense. I'm going to make 18 points from my email Beyonce. If that's the case, the fetus would kick its way out of its mother. Which I will say, so we hear this. So if the baby had a Yitzhara, the fetus had a Yitzhara, it was kicking its way out of its mother. Which tells you something amazing. What does the Yitzhara do? What does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara causes us to kill. It causes us to kill. The entire essence of the Yitzhara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Yitzhara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's not the Yitzhara. But here's the interesting idea. The Sahara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Sahara and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a coffee inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which by the way, can be the most incredible engine of growth. Like everything is like how you harness that power. So again, Antonina says it can't be the baby has the Yitzhak because literally it will kick its way out of the womb. It must be that it receives the Yitzhak when it comes into this world. Ellen Zatzia, Rebbe says, covers on Dani Antonius. So Rebbe once again agrees with Antonius. He's right. He's absolutely right. Right? It must be that the baby receives it when exiting. Umikra Messiah, and ultimately again, there is a pasuk that supports this as well. Shneimar, the Pesach, Chagas Yovetz. The pasuk says that literally sin awaits you at the entrance. Now, of course, again, this is talking about Cain. This pasuk is by Cain, but it's a metaphor. The Pesach is at the opening, at the entry to the world. Sin crouches, the Sahara is there. And I will say this seems to be the adapted approach as well, very interesting, as the Sahara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. I will say that this is so that the first of all, it's interesting to see, and we know this we also our own lives, that what does the Sahara do? The Sahara gets to kick down boundaries. But again, if I can harness that, if I can channel that, then it will be a profound engine for personalistic growth. Sigmar says, Rishlak is trying to sit. So Rishlak is contrasted to Psukim. And one thing that says it was like, so Bom, Iber, Upisea, Halav Yovadas, Yachta, Uksiv, as Yigali Ta'ayel, Pisea, Vitro, Mashal, Ilen, Kinitku, Mitbar Nai, Vinachalim, Ba'arava. So as I said, interestingly enough, two different Psukim are first and the Ankara. So the Gemara wrote to Trias. One passage seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other passage seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which I must say is one of the questions that we have. We saw it right in yesterday's dot. Like, how do people come back to Trias and Mason? Clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're right, talk to yourself. In reality, we come back again with our movement, and we are healed by our Kadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. And we'll say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries, right? I come back with all of my broken kite. I come back with all of it. And then in Tiyas and Nisma Kadosh Baruch Hu goes down and heals me. That's tremendous. Let's go back to Ula Ramixid. Ula brings down to Psu. Let's say second white line. And Tzadik Aleph on the is Ula Ramixid. Bila Hamavas Netzach Umak Hashem Dereal Kalpani. So literally again, death will be swallowed up forever. And Hashem will erase every tear from every face. Uksiv. So I'll say, there's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not death? One pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it will be like the death of a young person. Which sounds like we'll live much longer, but there will still be death. Look, Hashem, can be talking about the years when non-Jews. Apparently, again, that means there won't be death. By non-Jews, there won't be death. What are non-Jews doing in Muslim Mashiach? Or what is interesting, like, is it cancellation for non-Jews? Like, what is that? So the Gemara says, my Baal Hassan, Hanaf Tiksibu, Ra'andu Zarim, because again, apparently there will be non-Jews. First of all, there's a whole discussion of righteous Gentiles, what they have, both in law and in Moshe Mashiach. This connects to the idea that Moshe Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience, in which we will have others to tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Am Yisrael, will be fully focused ultimately again on spiritual growth. And what's interestingly enough, this isn't in a whole submatter, which is what is Messianic death, right? What is it? Is it like this supernatural, or is it pretty much all of like a regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothed, all of these things are really embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messiah look like. Once whenever the Gemara has these machloks, and the Gemara always quote the same passage, which is "Ayin lo rasa kindle agacha," and I never saw it except for you, Hashem. In other words, we have these machloks, and these questions are fascinating. But at the end of the day, what's the answer? We'll know when we know. We'll know when we know. Okay. The kids are mixing. So kids are also contrast the psukim. The chafar lebara ubo shachamo kima kashem tzivakos. See, the hayar halavana korachamo borachamo you shivasayim kor shivasayim. So what's this interestingly enough? There's two different psukim. First person says indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually be darkened in the Messianic era. The second person seems to indicate that they'll shine even brighter. Even the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? The Gemara says as follows: Lokasha, Kanimos Moshiach, Kanimos Habo. I should say this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again Yemos Moshiach. So let's say, so what does this mean? So apparently, most of us in Olam Haba, there's the light of Hashem. Where there is only the light of Hashem, the light of the luminaries is in most of Mashiach. That's when all the luminaries will shine even brighter. In the Shmuel, Yamar being Olam Hazeli, most of Mashiach, other sheep, but according to Shmuel, he says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shiva Golos. It was Shiva Golos literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation, but more than that, it means everyone leaves us the head alone. Right? Everyone leaves us alone, which, by the way, would be the greatest miracle of all time. Like, we don't need your help, we don't need your love, we don't need this, just leave us alone. That's Shiva Malchus. Plus, of course, is a recognition, ultimately, again, of the oneness of HaKadosh. So, how do you understand this whole thing about the luminaries? Lokasha, Kama Macha Tzadikim, Kama Macha Shechina. This is beautiful. So to speak, in the world to come, so you don't need the luminaries because the Rebbe shines bright. In the fact tzaddikim, that's when the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Another contrast with speaking on this Machatzki Ba'ani Erfa. So that's interesting. The Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought you down and I will bring back to life. Machatzki, I broke and I will heal. So the words are very powerful. Mashri means Ani Mechayev, but other Mashri Machatzki Ani Erfa. The Pasuk says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This goes back to what I said before. That how does Kiyas and Nisim work? Where Kiyas and Nisim works is first, the dead are brought back to life. But they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes in and heals them. Almost like amplify the miracle of Kiyas and Nisim. That again, we come back how we were, and then ultimately again during the process. Of course, also the one part that the Gemara doesn't discuss over here, which is interesting. The $5 million question is, how old are you? Like, when do we come back? Like, what is it? I'd rather come back a little bit younger. You know, you guys. So that, again, so I was like I said, remember, as many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? You know, let's say, like a show was asked, like, a person was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with, right? They get a little awkward, you know, like the nice, how does that work? Like, so there's like a lot of stuff. Or you know, like you weren't happy the first time around, you know, like again, like there's a second chance, you know, to do things a little differently, you know. So there's a lot of discussions with this. So like I said, the Gemara is attempting to give us insight and give us a window, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be the picture's always going to be the incomplete. So the Gemara goes like, it's not about it. And the Amisach, yeah. So ultimately, Hashem says, I caused death and I bring back to life. But maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. You see today, therefore, the end of the pasuk comes along. It says, Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. None of these two, both the effort, just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. So to again, like that is also in the same person. I will say this serves as a proof to incredible. I'm going to be there. How do we know about resurrection of the dead from the Torah? I will say this is fascinating because here, the Gemara is now quoting a pasuk from the Torah. Right, up until now, most of the except for Most of the psukim, as you can see, are from Navi. How do we know that they're from Navi? How do we know? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's Mefur Shiraya. Mefur Shiraya, and it's from Navi. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a pasuk from the Torah. Az Yashir Moshe Yisrael Shira Azos. So then, right? Then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Sharlo Ne'emar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Yisrael. Moshe and Yisrael sung the song. Rather, Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Mikan L'Tchias HaNisim in Torah. This is a proof to Tchias HaNisim. Proof to Tchias HaNisim. Right? Future tense that there will be a time in the future that Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Yotze B'Davar, singing again, Ata Omer, as Yivne Yoshua Mizbeach LaHashem. Yoshua will build a Mizbeach for Hashem. Barlo Ne'emar doesn't say he built it, rather ever Yivne. Mikan L'Tchias HaNisim in Torah. So listen what this represents. Will be sometime in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future where Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. Moshe Rabbeinu is dead. So how Moshe Rabbeinu going to sing? Elamai Kesamesim. Yeshua will build. Yeshua is dead. Happy Yeshua build Kesamesim. Elamiata. As Yidin Shlomo Bana L'Shosh Shakos Moab. So it's interesting enough that the pasuk says, this is actually a crazy pasuk. Shama built a Mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah? Ella, Ma'ala Ala Kasser Kili Butter. That's a different pasuk. Shlomo never actually built a Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. So why does it say that he did? Shlomo Melech did not curb the Avodah Zarah appetites of his wives. As a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his own behavior in his home, he's held accountable as if he did it himself. Incredible. Other than Shlomo Levi, in that Chesed in the Torah, from where do we know about Chesed in the Torah? It says in the Shema, Ashrei Yoshrei Veisecha Odi Halalu Fasela. It's a beautiful telling. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home. Odi Halalu Fasela, right? They will go ahead and praise you. So it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? Future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. So let's say, so what is this future praising? Future praising is the name of the beautiful. Says the Mabari Shalabi, beautiful. Whoever says Shira, whoever sings to in this world will be privileged ultimately again. To sing Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar, Ashrin, Yoshe, Veisecha, Odi Halalu Fasela. So there's so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you sing Shira in this world? You sing praise God in this world. Ultimately, again, you will sing the Tchias HaNisim on the most basic and all the Haba. I mean, this is what it means to say. The Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. They'll say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is keeping Yoshvim v'ataraseyim v'rashem v'nezid hashchina. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, right? They sit around the Kadosh Baruch Hu, the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefit from the Shechina. That's Olam Haba. I will say, sometimes a person will be saying, is there like a TV? Is there like a Shreki coming? Is it phone? Is that it? Is that it? And also, a lot of times you see, that sounds really good. You're right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Hazeh. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But it always much more all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. But if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a big letdown, a tremendous letdown. So I say, so it's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Haba, my Olam Hazeh has to look a certain way. And perhaps that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, right, if your world, if this life is about connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But if not, if Olam Haba really is just about the material or just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. אומר לי באבא, אומר לי יוחנן, מנהל תחייס הניסים מן התורה, שנאמר, ולכניס מן התורה, שנאמר, כל ספק הנוסו כל יחד ירעננו, רינו לא נאמר אל ירעננו, מכאן לתחייס הניסים מן התורה. So once again, the voices of Sofek, of those of your Nevi'im, of those who see you, right, they will go ahead and call out, they will praise you, future tense. Once again, future tense, not present. So we hear Abba, Amr, Machanon, Asidim, Kol Nevi'im, Kulan, Omen, Shira B'Kolecha. This is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Was the Shnei Emar, Kol Tzofech HaNasu Kol Yaktav Yarninu. So how beautiful is that? All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice. Right? All of the leaders of Klal Yisrael speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most Mashiach. Again, as you saw, remember, every Nevi was different. You saw this already before. But nevertheless, speaking in one unified voice. I'm going to read goes on so it's profound. If a person is capable of teaching Torah but withholds their Torah from their Talmud, withholds Torah from the Talmud, I will say, this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So one second. So again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone. I don't convey it. It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shneimar Torah tzivon Moshe Morosha Kehilas Yaakov. Morosha he l'chol yisrael mishesh shnei bereshis. So once you hear the pasuk refers to Torah, it's a Morosha. Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time, from Sheshes Bereshis. Rashi points out there what is in Mishesh Bereshis. So the Rashi knows that the sake Bereshis Barak is Shirator Smith Bereshis. Remember, Rashi points out in Torah. Bereshis Barak, what is the Bereshis? In the answer created, Bereshis is a contraction. Shvil Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. The world was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, if I withhold the Torah from someone, who I can give it to, this is I'm taking their inheritance. I'm not familiar about this. No, I'm going to see that. Kalmanei halacha v'talmid. If a Rebbe withholds halacha from a Talmud, in other words, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't do so. Such a Rebbe is even by fetuses in utero. Intense. Shneimar Monei Bar Talis. Monei Bar. Yavor La'om. Ve'ein La'om Elo. Open La'om Yishubim fetuses. Shneimar U'La'om La'om Yamatz. Ve'ein Kavo Ela Klova Kavo means person. Shneimar Ma'akol Lo Kavo Kel Badilom. The Bar Elator, Bar Insertion, Emar, Nush Gubat and Yana. Someone's like, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't hurt, doesn't say that like someone who's Mechal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. What does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah. And therefore what? And therefore he's cursed even by the organ, even by the fetuses. What's the shock with that? Was that sometimes the worst thing that a person could do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. We make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable in the other. When you do something for someone else, so what is it we're talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. A Rebbe has an opportunity to give over halacha to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that. That's an abdication of the highest level of personalistic responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda in life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So the Gemara goes right there. If you don't, right, if you withhold Torah from the student, then literally again, so it means they pierce you like a seed. Okay, I want to say that. What Rashi points out, it means pierce like a seed. It means you get your learning. Just like if you put something into a seed, the contents filter through. A Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? That shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours. Nothing is in life. Nothing is mine. Like nothing belongs to us. Everything is important. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the whole of the life, and therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. I lose it. Ulubai Sho'ar and after those, the Sid Alpha, because it's on Vayiko for the Dalton. The Amar Abaye, the Okra, see you. Literally felt like a longer days. Alright? In one dose, and what happens if you kill a Torah? Also, so at least over you with whole Torah. What happened, Rebbe? But Torah is not Rishon, teaches his family in Torah. That's his reward. I'm not sure says, Zoka, Lebechas, Yosef. Rachos, Yosef. Incredible. So, something Rebbe, I was like, when you say Rebbe, Torah put it down. Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a rebbe, right? A rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah. So you take your Torah and you share the most. I think they hold important. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with something. And especially sometimes when you know there are different types of chavrusas. Sometimes there's a chavrusa and both of you are on the same level. There's a chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning. You become a Rebbe. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe Chavrusa. It's a Rebbe Chavrusa partnership. And I will say the most profound thing you think whenever we see these Gemara, you like automatically shit. Oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? Zoka leberachas ki Yosef. You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef. Shene Emar, Uban Rosh Mashpir. Ve'im Mashpir Elo Yosef. Yosef Shene Emar, Yosef was showing ala aretz. Who are Mashpir l'chol am aretz. Yosef, by the way, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat? If someone shares their Torah, they get brachos like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? What was the entire about of Yosef? Yosef took his brachos. What did Yosef do with his brachos? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he had been through and every right to say, forget about the rest of you. I'm not going to take revenge. I'm not helping you. I'm not doing anything. Instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef outside. Kalamalavi is beautiful. Kalamalavi Torah Olam Hazeh, Zocha Umalam Devi Olam Haba. Wow. Let's say whoever teaches Torah in this world, he's Zocha to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Once again, remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does the Gemara mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Like I will say, that if you teach Torah in this world, it is recommended to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. Which I will say, hopefully means also that the people you learn Torah with, and you have to show you the Zohar to learn in this world the next one. Once again, if you have a Chabura, if you have a Shem in Olam Haba, I feel like you can always move faster, right? I don't know if it's faster. And you have to show us how incredible is that, please? But there's no time in Olam Haba. At least in the afterlife from that, right? That'll be better. So once again, you see this fixation, by the way, with Kesemes, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to do so many riots for a test. This is now already 3 block. Feels like 7 block, but it's actually 1.5 block. Right, so 1.5 block is, right, that again, Minai. So first of all, because again, the notion of Kesemes is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as we can. So Kesemes is not told, Shneimai, Yichi Ruben, Va'al Yavos, Ruben will not die. Parshas Vayechi. Yichi Ruben Ba'ol Mazeh.
You just want to train, right?
No, not Parshas Vayechi. Sorry. So it's not bracha. It's not the bracha of Yaakov. It's the bracha of Moshe Rabbeinu. Yichi Ruben Va'al Yavos. Yichi Ruben Ba'ol Mazeh. Ruben will live in this world. Va'al Yavos Olam Haba. He will not die in the world. You know, Amar Alpha. He has a severe. Ve'ladam Yishir Hagmas Apam Yakitsu. He'enu L'chai Olav. He'enu L'chai also will be wrong. So it's incredibly enough. A number of these psukim from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some for the world to come and some for degradation. Rav Ashi says from here, the art of life locates the Tanakh, the Kamod of Allah, and Kitzam. And now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest, but stand by literally again, return to Allah, return to your destiny at the end of the day. So it's actually interesting because one of these psukim, we actually say the Kula. This is actually the pasuk that we say after the Kula is completed. Before the Avelim leaves the kever and walk back through the shul, walk back through the line, we actually explore it. It's not a halacha, but it's a minhag. Many of the minhag to actually recite this pasuk, addressing it to the neshama. Rabbi Gaza, any leader who is flock, who leads his tzibor, the nachas. Now, what is nachas mean? Nachas means with a gentle kite. The gentle kite is not yelling, it's not screaming, it's not firing brimstone, not demeaning them, not the nachas. So such a person like this is zocher to lead that tzibor olam haba as well. And we'll say these gemaras indicate that olam haba is a reference to Messianic or post-Kriyas HaMishlim era. Shene'emar, Kimrachim Yimad Ma'imina. Remember, Lazar? Gidolodea, this is incredible. Gidolodea, Shenit Ben Shteosios. Dea, wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is in a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between, it literally means between two letters. What it actually means is between two names of Hashem. Shene'emar, Kel Deos Hashem. So once they see that, Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between two names of the Rebbe Shalom. Otherwise, there's Gadol Mikdash. And they say Mikdash is great. Shemitah and Ben Shteos because it is given over between two names of Hashem. Shneimar, Alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's like Mikdash is sandwiched between two names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maski Pe'avada. Oh, you're going to use that model. Then the come of vengeance. Vengeance is also great because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. The Sid, Kel, Nekamos, Hashem. Right? The pasuk says, right? Kel, Nekamos, Hashem. Kel, Nekamos, Sophia. Vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? How far I do like a revelation? So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That's just as Sophia once. But it says Nekama twice. Almost like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says Achas Lamida Toba, Achas Lamida Paros. So one ultimately I get a worship to be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good could be like when a Hashgacha week is good, like to take the vengeance for it, or close to sometimes like we said before. Sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance, Chas Shalom, could be punitive in nature. So I'm going to call Adam Sheish Bodea, of course is beautiful Gemara. Call any person who has Dea, who has understanding, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in his base. Shezeh is the Gemara's wife. Shezeh anything made Shteosios. Shezeh anything made Shteosios. Because ultimately, again, as we said before, Dea is the two names of Hashem, and Mikdash is the two names of Hashem. Now, what that means? What does that mean? Any person who has Dea, has wisdom, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt. We're going to come back to that Gemara. So you can underline it. We're going to come back to it after we get a working definition of really what Dea means. Fine. Okay, yeah, to give it a few minutes. I'm going to go actually, I'm going to go so Adam Sheish Bodea, the self misashim. Any person who has Dea will become wealthy. Shene'emar, Ubikas Chalidim Yimavu Kolhon, Yekarvim Amar Lazar, Kol Adam She'in Bodea, Aslu Lachim Avas. Any person who doesn't have Dea, ultimately again, you can't have Rachmanas on him. Shene'emar, Kilo Am Binasu, Hakim Lo Yirachamenu Aseo B'yotzorei Chayim. Amar Lazar, Kol Chanosim Pito Mishum Bodea, Yisum Baralav. Whoever gives bread to someone who doesn't have Dea, ultimately again, bad things will happen. So we'll say it's very interesting. So you see this Gemara, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have Dea. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have Dea. Then we'll say, what's the pshat with this? What's the pshat with this? We'll say, let me tell you this now. What's Dea? What's this? We translate it as wisdom. So we'll say, but what if you think about it, it's just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of like what is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember in Chazal, right? Remember Sachas Brachas. It's like Havdalah Shmona Esrei. Chazal, so where did Chazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonim la'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to be mapped, the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. Das and its most basic. Before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Tar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a chacham, right? Remember again, there's chachma, there's bina, there's that. Okay, so chachma, bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have das, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so, is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal saying, if somebody doesn't have De'ah, don't have Rachmanas on them. Don't have Rachmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have De'ah, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an errant lifestyle. I will say a person has to have a moral compass. Know what's right, what's wrong. And if they don't have, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's why the Gemara says over here, as it says, any person who has De'ah, he will live your base and right? Ultimately, again, because listen, to the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. De'ah. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tameh, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's chol, what's mutter, what's aser, what's tov, what's ra. And as long as I have that, I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. But as long as I have De'ah, I will be successful. But conversely, if I don't have De'ah, number one, if I don't have De'ah, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have De'ah, it's my fault. And failure to acquire it is the highest level of personalistic culpability. To the point, you can't even help out a person like that. Such an overwhelmingly incredible Gemara. And that's why the Gemara says, all right, this is like the Gemara. I'm going to realize that. Let's say people are saying about De'ah, it's similar to love. That's why, again, if you give your bread to someone who doesn't have De'ah, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. שנאמר, רק שמך ישימו מזור תחתיך, ויתפון במזור על ייסורים שנאמר, ויערף על זכויות וידש מזור, ואמר לו זה. כל אדם שאין בו דעה, סוף הגולה. Person doesn't have De'ah, ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? Because if I don't have De'ah, build a solid life. I'll be able to build ships because if you don't know what's right, you can't build a relationship. It's as simple as almost like there are people who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. They'll make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not. Can't build relationships, can't build a home, can't build a life. As soon as the self-goal, we don't want שנאמר, לוקחים זולה מקליטה, שם לא, זה חבל אין בו דברי תורה, לשמוע בבלה, אין שם בוס, כמו say nothing can do us. That's De'ah. I said, this is a ridiculous Gemara. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard in at night, or any home in which it is not Torah in at night, a fire will consume it. שנאמר, כל חושך תמר וצפונה, תוך האש, לא יפתח יאללה, סריד באוהלו. ואין סריד על תמתחם, וזמתחם שנאמר, ובסרידים אשר השם קורא, fine. Any home in which Torah is not learning at night, fire will consume it. That's a pretty strong verse. First of all, it tells us very important to read, in addition to coming to shul for night sleep and the beautiful inspiration, which is again, everybody has an obligation on night sleep, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night sleep. It's not like how double is. What do you come with us, right? So you have to have night sleep. But really, it's after not joking around. Like a yid has to come to this medrash to learn a little bit at night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. I start very much on this medrash. Wake up. In addition to that, a person also has to learn at home. A person has to have Torah in their house, right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So Pshat in the Gemara says over here, in any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it. Perhaps it means like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. That's like light is always a metaphor for difficult times. Especially when it's like this. Both bias. Shane, Divrei Torah, Nishma, and Bo Balai, right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night, whether it's any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops, right? And as soon as it becomes Lila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Eish of Rasa. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances, or wrong circumstances, will consume that hope. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life, rooted in its connection to witness. So even during the lighter periods of life, there is Torah in my home. There is Torah in my life, and I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of our circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then Eshav Rasa. Then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. So I have to stop over here. I have to stop over here. Shkoya. By the way, we did more than a block already. Fantastic. Right, wrong block, but that's the detail. Let's say, well, I think tomorrow's going to be a catch-up day because the Mirza Hashem much shorter Gemara. The Mirza Hashem, Shkoya, everyone, whatever. Such a Shkoya, everyone. Just finish that night, so it's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. Oh, was it on you also? All right.
Good for you.
So I called Mike.
Fuck you. You're cool. I'm out. Forever. Oh, that's from Half Baked. Fuck you. You're cool. I'm out.
All right, Jabal, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Zelsa Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shumer and Rosh this year as a zechus for Besaros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor the month of Adar, Tari and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Birmingham families in memory of William Ziv Shmuel Ben Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamos Havin Aliyah, the families in the Chama, Baruch will bring all of our hostages home, and our holy soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Yedayim. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzaddik Days 92. We are picking up on Tzaddik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. Amarle Antoninas L'Rebbe. Again, but incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. They should have made the daf only cycle like 8 years. But they've given like an extra 6 months to kind of work through Gemaras like this. But all right. Good. So let's say 3 lines up from the bottom. Tzaddik Aleph from Aleph 91a. Amarle Antoninus L'Rebbe. I will say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rebbe and Antoninus. Remember again, Antoninus was a Roman official. There's a little bit of historical debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinatingly enough, he developed a relationship with Rabbi Yudanos and Rebbe. And so the Gemara records multiple conversations between men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rebbe on a number of different occasions. So Antoninus says the following. This is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, is another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? Guf Omer, Neshama Chatasa, Neshama Chatas. The body can say it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? It's very listen to this question. Shem Shapir Shemeni, how are you moved to Kevin? Go in return. Because the body can say, look, I find that the Neshama left me. I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Neshama left, what am I doing? I'm just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. When the Neshama could say, Guf Chata. No, it's the body that sinned. What's the proof? Shiyum Shepirashti Mimenu, Harini Porachas Ba'avir Ketsipa. Because the Neshama said, look at me. From the day that I left, that's Fashkunk in the body. Look what happened. I'm flying in the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird. Right? So the body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So listen to this. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question? Antoninus was questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? So how does the Baruch hold the person accountable when essentially a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility ultimately for the failure of man. So this is beautiful. So I'm going to give you a mashal. Let me give you a mashal. Good. I'll give you a little mashal. Listen to this. This is great. The Melech Basar Dam Shayla Pardisma. The king had a beautiful orchard. Vahayaba on the base. You can have one already. Vahayaba Bachoros nose. And in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. Bachoros nose. Very nice dates. Right? Or very nice figs. Now the king put there two watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled and one of them was blind. Some of those. Okay, so you got a discount. You know, nice again. So these were the watchmen over the field. So the crippled one said to the sumo, to the blind one, the Choros knows I see that there's some really nice things in this field. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's look me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the figs. So sure enough, again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the figs. So sometime later, the owner of the field comes along and he says, where are my figs? So apparently they did a pretty good job consuming the figs and ate a lot of figs in a relatively small amount of time or whatever, prolonged amount of time. So the owner comes back and says, by the way, where are my figs? So I'm sorry. So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How deny liability? So the blind guy said, what do you want from me? I don't have sight. It couldn't have been me. The crippled guy says, what do you want from me? I don't have legs. Clearly couldn't be me. So what does the Baal HaSaga do? So the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. So you're right, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Making Shama, the Zarka Baguf, the done Osam Ka'achad. So Rabbi essentially says not that this, right? The body by itself and the soul by itself, the both essentially. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shama and literally throws it into the guf, the done Osam Ka'achad. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead as one entity. Yikra al Shamayim Me'al, the Ala Aris Imadin Amo. Yikra al Shamayim Me'al, who calls to the heaven, Zum Shama, Ala Aris Ladin Imo, and he calls to the earth for judgment together with it, Zahagov. So what's really fascinating. So I'll tell you something amazing. But maybe it's like a British who's so young, it never says. But still, it's not fair. Why should the Neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? At the end of the day, let's be honest, it's not the Neshama that sins, it's the guf that sins. So why wouldn't the Neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? Listen to what the Rebbe says. This is classic Rabbi Yitzchak. The Rebbe says, because the neshama didn't try hard enough to stop the body. Because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, the neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a direct quote from the neshama, but you understand, right? In other words, like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I'm not. I just like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the neshama absents itself. Maybe he says, neshama, how dare you? How dare you? A chutzpah. You absent yourself when the body is struggling. Dafka, when the goof is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Dafka, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. A chutzpah, that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That's a Zireba, is why the neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. You should have tried harder to stop and dafka. When the struggle is most acute, that's dafka when you don't walk away. And it's such a profound thing. Such a profound human nature. Human nature is I'm willing to be present. Whatever present is in a relationship with people, relationship with Baruch. I'm working on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay. As long as it's manageable. But how often do you walk away from things because it's too difficult? Now again, obviously at the times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances, of course. But more often than not, says the Rebbe, dafka when it gets hardest is dafka the time you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The neshama is held culpable because when the body was struggling most, that's when the neshama really needed to be there. But instead, the neshama absented itself. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. I'm going to have to do this Rebbe. I'm doing this at Rebbe. It's crazy. What's these? Come on, it's like, yeah, it's impossible. This is seriously for me. This is like with me. It's like switching to Amid Yomi into the end of Sanhedrin. Then I'm here at Sashen. We'll pick up with the rest of the Kali. So this is Antoninus Rebbe. So listen to this. Antoninus asks Rebbe. I will say, by the way, you see from the questions, these are not. I'm saying, sometimes when the Gemara reports questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews, the questions are often baiting questions meant to somehow, poke holes in our theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. Antoninus has actually like a real theological curiosity, and just like a world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rebbe takes the time to answer so many of these questions, because he recognizes this is not Antoninus being difficult or trying to disprove us. This is Antoninus legitimately curious. So Antoninus asks Rebbe the following question. Listen to this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? I'll say that I have to have a real appreciation for this. The last couple of days I was down in the flat. So every year in this show by 5 minutes time, the sun is glaring through those windows. I know it's the most beautiful thing in the world. It's something we don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. Mamish, if you sit on the for a little while, you'll see the sun coming up over your Mamish, by plot, you'll see it setting over. Anyway, so Antoninus asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? Anyway, so this is interesting. So Rebbe says, what's your question? And if it was the reverse, I'm going to let you have a kickball, and you have So in other words, and if the reverse, and if it was the reverse, you're asking the reverse. Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? In other words, Rebbe was asking, what's your question? What's your question? I'm going to help you come here. No, here's my question. No, just asking. Why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun need to traverse to the other direction? This is so beautiful. In order that the sun should give shalom aleichem, should give shalom to the Ribono Shalom. What is that? If you look at Rashi, I must say Rashi is on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of the Chachamim finishing the daf, because even she couldn't get it together on one side of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides. Rashi needs both sides of the page in the sense that this takes us a little longer as well. So look at Rashi on the right hand side. Retain Shalom Lakona, Lak Hadosh Baruch Hu, Shashkina B'Marav. The Kibbutz Shemakas Adonai Chomesh B'Mishnach Hadosh Baruch Hu. Listen, it wasn't the Shekhinah is in the west. So So remember, using the Beis Hamikdash model, so remember, the Kodesh HaKadosh, the Holy of Holies, was situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's what it means when it says that the Shekhinah is in the west. So therefore, the sun Kiviyachol comes and bows down before HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the west, and it sets, because when it sets, it goes down, representing bowing. So the Shekhinah itself, so the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So beautiful. Shneimar utzva shem l'chamish tachlim. Arolei sisi apalga, sisi apalga rakia, v'titei shem of the tail. So I understand. So ask Antoninus once again. Why not allow the sun to come like midnight, so rise in the east, come to mid sky, bow there, right? So not bow there. In other words, bow there and then just set. In other words, I think it's asking is why does it not make its way all the way from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid sky, so to speak, bow down to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and set right there. Good question, which the Gemara says, we should call them the overage dropping because of workers and travelers. I will say, what does that mean? Look at actually. We should call them. You can't call your matchik piton. Shekishachama ve'emsa rakia me'ira biyosel. Usur shadayin yishahos bayom. Vayipolin shalom alachim. Ashekashek of overage dropping. You might know how you yodin. Masai yakshav. Mulakish. Here's the problem. If the sun was set in the sky, so let's go backwards. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the work is there is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would tell the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu would allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west serves a twofold purpose. Number one, it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for the travelers and the workers. So let's say, what a tremendous Musar has skill. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What is that maximizing time for? Working and traveling. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything to us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, he could have caused the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. To give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And I can try to maximize the time because what he wants more than anything else is to work. Listen, he wants us operating on all cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. I'm talking about your career, right? It could be your material career and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey, but he wants us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. It's a profound question. So Angelina says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, interestingly enough, indicates to us that Antoninus believes in the neshama. So he believes in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Yisira? So let's say, so Pekida means literally again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out, remember again, the beautiful Gemara in Sefer Nida, the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, I don't know, what do you call it? The beginning of pregnancy, what is it? Fetus, embryo, a blast. Okay, good, fantastic. So the malach takes the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, Tipazu Mate'alel. What is this? That's called Pekida. Because Pekida means to remember. That's so the malach is saying to Hashem, what is this baby going to be? So Antoninus asks Rebbe, when does the baby or maybe no, when it takes some serum means literally again, there's more of like a form of a human being. Right? The baby looks, or the fetus looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Bishas Yisira. So Rabbi says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay? So Amalei, so Antoninus says it doesn't make any sense. So again he says it can't be is, for example, a piece of meat, right? You can't leave a piece of meat out for 3 days and it won't go bad. In other words, it needs salt, it needs a preservative in order to keep it. So Antoninus was saying was, everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, so how does the blast, right? How does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be instead, it must be Elo Mishas Pekiba. So Antoninus says to Rebbe, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time that it's a basra, from the moment of inception. So Amar Rebbe said, Davar Zelam Dani Antoninus. Look at this, so what's this incredible? Rebbe said, Antoninus, you're right. Right, saying good. Right, and furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up Antoninus. What's the pasuk? So the Gemara says, so literally again, so they're darshaning from Pshas Pekida, from the moment of Pekida, from the moment that the Malach brings the keep of the drop before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamra Ruchi. My Ruach preserves me. My Ruach keeps me. Which also seems to indicate that the neshama is given to the fetus, to the entity in its initial blast form. It's incredible. Ramana Antoninus Levi. There was a Yitzhar about that. Okay, so now that we spoke about neshama, I spoke about neshama. So when does a person get the Yitzhara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzira? So interestingly enough, so here the question is it from the time maybe that the embryo, that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, or is that there's sinews, there's flesh, or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm sorry, Gemara says, I'm sorry, Amar Mishas Yitzira, so says, I responded, the time that the fetus is formed in utero, ultimately again, that's when there's Yitzhara. So I think this doesn't make sense. I'm going to include boy from my email videos. If that's the case, the fetus would kick its way out of its mother. Which will say, so you hear this? If the baby had a Yitzhara, the fetus had a Yitzhara, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something amazing. What does the Yitzhara do? What does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara causes us to kick. Causes us to kick. The entire essence of the Yitzhara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Yitzhara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's all half the Yitzhara. But here's an interesting idea. The Yitzhara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhara and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have a clock inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, can be the most incredible engine of growth. Right? Everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonina says it can't be the day as the Yitzhara, because literally it would kick its way out of the womb. It must be that receives the Yitzhara when it comes into this world. Amar Rebbe says, so Rebbe once again agrees. He says, you're right. He says, you're absolutely right. Right, it must be that the baby receives it when exiting. Umikra Messiah, and ultimately again there is a pasuk that supports this as well. Shneimar, the Pesach Chatos Roveitz. The pasuk says that literally again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Of course, again, this is talking about Cain. This pasuk is by Cain, but the Pesach Chatos is at the opening, at the entry to the world. Sin crouches. The Yitzhara is there, and I will say this seems to be the adaptive approach as well. Very interesting that the Yitzhara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. And I will say that this is so that first of all, it's interesting to us in our own lives. That was the Yitzhara. The Yitzhara gets me to kick down boundaries. But again, if I can harness that, if I can channel that, then what a profound engine for personalistic growth. Allah says, Rish Lakish Ramik Sif. Rish Lakish contrasted to Psukim. One says it was like, so Bom, Iver, Upisea, Harav, Yovadas, Yachta, Uksiv, Az Yidali, Ayo, Pisea, Ritual Vashon, Kinifku, Midbar, Mayin, Benaka, Ralava. So interestingly enough, two different psukim that refer to Messianic era. The pasuk seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed, which I will say is one of the questions that we have. We saw it right in yesterday's daf. Like, how do people come back to Tzchias Mason? Clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? To which the Gemara says, you're right, Haki, it's not in reality, we come back again with our mumin, but then we are healed by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. I will say now, why not just come back healed? because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries, right? I come back with all of my broken kites. I come back with all of it, and then in Tchias Amisim HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes there and heals me. That's tremendous. That's what I do. Ula Ramixes. Ula brings down to Tzir. Once I see white line and Tzadik Aleph on the days. Ula Ramixes. Bila Hamavas Netzach Umar Hashem Dinali Alkal Panim. So literally again, death will be swallowed up forever, and Hashem will erase every tear from every face. Kianar ben Mea Shana Lamos. Lo Yem Shum Od Gabu. So I'll say, here's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not death? One pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person, which sounds like we'll live much longer, but there will still be death. So which one is it? Okashio, can be saw, can be coming. One is about Jews, one is not Jews. So kind of again by Jews, there won't be death. By non-Jews, there won't be death. I have what are non-Jews doing in most of Mashiach? This is interesting. Like, is there Tchias Amisim for non-Jews? Like, what is that? So the Gemara says, my Bauhasam, Hanach Tiksibu, Va'amdu Zarim, Ru'utsan Achem, Ubenecha Ikar Mekolim. We're saying apparently there will be non-Jews. First of all, there's a whole discussion in terms of like righteous Gentiles, what they have, both in Olam Haba and in Moshe Mashiach. But interestingly enough, this Gemara seems to reflect the idea that the Moshe Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Am Yisrael. Will be fully focused ultimately again on the spiritual growth. Now, what's interestingly enough, this is embedded in the whole sub-machlokes, which is what is the Messianic era? Like, what is it? Is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much Olam, like a regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothed, all of these things are really embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like? Because whenever the Gemara has these machlokes, the Gemara always quotes the same passage, which is "Ayin lo rasa kindol adecha," and I never saw it except through Hashem. In other words, we have these machlokes, these questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know. We'll know when we know. Okay. Rav Chisra Mitzir, Rav Chisra Barak also contrasts it to the Chafar Labara, Ubo Shah Hama, Kimara Hashem Tzivachos. Siv, Kahaya Or Halabana, Kora Hama, Barak Hama, Yi Shivasai, or Shivasayam. So this is interestingly enough. There's two different secrets. First passage seems to indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually be darkened in the Messianic era. And second passage seems to indicate that it will shine even brighter. Even the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? The Gemara says as follows. Lakasha, Kalimos Mashiach, Kal Olam Haba. I just want to say this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again Yemos Mashiach. So what does this mean? So apparently Yemos Mashiach in Olam Haba, there's the light of Hashem. Where there is only the light of Hashem, the light to the luminaries is dim. In Yemos Mashiach, that's when all the luminaries will shine even brighter. In Shmuel, but according to Shmuel, who says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shibud Golos. It must say Shibud Golos literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation, but more than that, it means everyone leaves us the heck alone. Right? Everyone leaves us alone, which, by the way, would be the greatest miracle of all. Right? We don't need your help, we don't need your love, we don't need this. Leave us alone. That's Shibud Golos. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the oneness of our. So how do you understand this whole thing about the luminaries? This is beautiful. So to speak, in the world to come, in the camp of the Shekhinah, so you don't even really know. The both of them shines bright. In the camp of Tzadikim, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Rava Rami Ksiv. So Rava contracted with Psukim, Ani Amista'ach Yau Ksiv, Machatzti Ba'ani Erba. So this is interesting. So the pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machasti, I broke and I will heal. So the words are Mashi Nemis Ani Machayeh. The other Mashi Machasti Ani Erba. The Shmuel says, that which I took life from, I will give life to. and that which I broke, I will heal. This goes back to what the Gemara said before. But how does Tchias Anisim work? The way Tchias Anisim works is first, the dead are brought back to life. But they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes there and heals them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias Anisim. That again, we come back how we were, and ultimately again the healing process. Of course, as I said, the one part that the Gemara doesn't discuss over here, which is interesting, is the $5 million question is, how old are we? Like when we come back? Like why is I'd rather come back a little younger? It would be nice. It'd be nice. So that again, so I was like I said, remember, as many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? Let's say like Hashem is asked like a person who's married more than once, right? Who do they come back with? Right? Get a little awkward, like the nice how does that work? So there's a lot of stuff, or what if you weren't happy the first time around? The second chance, they do things a little bit differently. So there's a lot of discussions with this. So like I said, the Gemara is attempting to give us insight and give us a window. But at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be, the picture is always going to be incomplete. So the Gemara goes like, it's not about it. And I'm Misak, yes? So ultimately, Hashem says, I cause death and I bring back to life. Sorry, I thought maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. So the end of the passage comes along, it says, Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. Just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. So too again, life and death is also in the same person. And I will say this serves as a proof to Tchias Anisim. Incredible. Tanya Amar Meir, how do we know about resurrection of the dead from the Torah? I will say this is fascinating because here the Gemara is now quoting a passage from the Torah. Right, up until now, most of the psukim, except for most of the psukim, as you can see, are for nothing. How do we know the different Navi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's a Mefurish Raya that it's from nothing. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a passage from the Torah. Az Yashir Moshe B'nei Yisrael Sashira Hazos. So then, right? Then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Shar lo ne'amar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe B'nei Yisrael. Moshe and B'nei Yisrael sung the song. Rather, Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Mikan l'Tchias Anisim in Torah. This is a proof that Tchias Anisim. Right? Future tense that there will be a time in the future that Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Yosef the Davar, similarly again at Omer, as Yifne Yoshua Mizbeach LaHashem. Yoshua will build a Mizbeach for Hashem. Banalon Emar doesn't say he built, rather every Yifne. So we'll say what this represents is there'll be something in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future where Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. Moshe Rabbeinu was dead. So how's Moshe Rabbeinu going to sing? Adonai Chesanis. Yoshua will build. Yoshua is dead. How could Yoshua build? Tchias Anisim. Elamiata, as Yibn Shlomo Bana L'Kmosh, Shakin Tzloach. So as I say, interestingly enough, what the pasuk says that Shlomo Melech is actually a crazy pasuk. Shlomo Melech built a Mizbeach who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah? Ella Ma'ala Ala Kosov Kilu Baruch. That's a different passage. Shlomo never has to build a Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. I said, why does it say that he did? Shlomo Melech did not curb the Avodah Zarah appetites of his wives, and as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his errant behavior in his home, he's held accountable as if he did it himself. Incredible. From where do we know about Tchias Anisim in Torah? So the Shnema Ashrei Yoshvei Risecha Od Yahalav Yitzasela. It's a beautiful telling. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home. Od Yahalav Yitzasela, right? They will go ahead and praise you. So the Gemara says, it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? Future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. So what is this future praising? Future praising is remembrance to Tchesanisim. Beautiful. Says the Mabaru Show lady, beautiful whoever says Shira, whoever sings to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to sing Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar Ashrei Yoshei Esecha Odi Alukasa. So let's say so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you say Shira in this world? You sing praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world. Ultimately, again, you will sing it together on the most basic, on the most basic level. What it means to say, the Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece to this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvim Va'ataraseim Barashem V'nanim Miziv Ashchina. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, right? They sit around the HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefit from the Shechina. That's Olam Haba. I will say, sometimes the person is there and they're like, is there like a tea room? Is there like a Shreki coming? Is it full of micro? Is that it? Is that it? And also a lot of times you see, yeah, that sounds really good. You're right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But if Olam Hazeh really is much more about all about the material, all about the enjoyment, all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important, but if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a big letdown, a tremendous letdown. So let's say, so it's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Haba, my Olam Hazeh has to look a certain way. And perhaps that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, right? In other words, if this life is about connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But if not, if Olam Hazeh really is just about the material or just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. I'm going to be open. Minayel Tchias Anisim Min HaTorah. Shneimar. We're going to finish this with HaTorah. Shneimar. Kol Tzofach Al Nosu Kol Yachtav Yiranenu. Rinilu Lo Ne'emar El Yiranenu. Becomes the Tchias Anisim Min HaTorah. So once again, the voices of Tzofach, of those of your Nevi'im, of those who see you, right? They will go ahead and call out Yiranenu. They will praise you. Future tense. Once again, future tense, not present. So we hear about Abba Amar Yochanan. Asidim Kol Nevi'im Kuban Omrim Shira B'Kolecha. This is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Shnei Amar, Kol Tzofach HaNasu Kol Yachtav Yiranenu. Let's say how beautiful is that? All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All the leaders of Klal Yisrael speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most Mashiach. Now, again, as we saw, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw this already before. But nevertheless, speaking in one unified voice. Amar of Yehud, Amar Rav. Kol Moreh Halacha L'Pitamid, Ki'ilu goes lo minach v'asavosav. So let's say this is profound. If a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud, withholds Torah from the Talmud, and let's say, this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Whereas I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So let's say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it. It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shne'emar Torah tzivalanu Moshe Morosha Kihilas Yaakov. Morosha Ki Nechol Yisrael Mishesh Shnei Bereshis. So listen, you hear how you got the pasuk refers to Torah. It's a Morosha. Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. From Sheshes Yimei Bereshis. Rashi points out the words in Mishesh Shnei Bereshis. So again, Rashi points out the Sid Bereshis Bara B'Shir Torah Shnei Bereshis. Remember Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Bereshis bara, what does it mean Bereshis? In the beginning, Hashem created Bereshis contraction, B'shvil Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. The world was created for Torah. Torah was Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, if I withhold Torah from someone, who I can give it to, it's as if I'm taking their inheritance. Amar Rav Huna bar Bizna, Amar Rav Shimon Chasida. if a Rebbe withholds halacha from a Talmud. In other words, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't so. Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Depends. Shneimar monea bar type of tzaddik days. Monea bar yikavol lo ve'im lo om el ubrin lo om fetuses shneimar ulo om lo om yamatz ve'im kavo el klala kavod person shneimar ma'akov lo kavo kel by John. Ve'im bar el Torah bar misor shneimar nosh gubar hen yamatz. So we'll say, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't say that like someone who's mechal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. What does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore he's cooking by the Ubrin, even by the fetuses. What's the pshat with that? Well, says sometimes the worst thing that a person could do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. You'll say we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do ourselves, and that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable in the other. When you do something for someone else, so what is it we're talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. A Rebbe has an opportunity to give over halacha to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And if I don't do that, that's an abdication of the highest level of personalistic responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda in life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So the Gemara goes right there. Ula bar Yishmael Omer, v'naktin osa kikavra. If you don't, right, if you withhold Torah from a student, literally again, so it means they pierce you like a seed. Okay, but let's say now, what Rashi goes out, what does it pierce like a seed? It means you forget your learning. Just like right, if you put something into a seed, the contents filter through. A Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours. Nothing is nothing is mine. Like nothing belongs to us. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the whole level of life. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. Bikavul on Ksiv Hasam, Vayikov for Vidalto. Ba'amar Abaye, Ki Ochla Dikitsiri. Literally perforated like a launderer, all right? In Lumdo, and what happens if you teach someone Torah? This is all the punishment if you withhold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his Talmidim Torah? What's his reward? Amar says, Zocha lebirchas Yosef, Rachos ki Yosef. Incredible. So such a Rebbe, and when we say a Rebbe, I'm trying to point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a Rebbe, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you share the Torah. I can't tell you how important this is. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes, again, there are different types of chavrusas. Sometimes there was some chavrusa and both of you are on the same level. When you have chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in your learning, you become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa, it's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I will say that is the most profound thing. We think whenever we see these Gemaras, we like automatically shift, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, all of us can convey it. And if you can get Torah, what happens? You are privileged to have brachos Yosef. Shneimar ubracha l'rosh mashpir. Ve'im mashpir elo Yosef. Shneimar Yosef was shalit ala aretz. Who mashpir l'chol am haaretz. So we'll say, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat if someone says this, shares their Torah, they get brachos like Yosef? Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? What was the entire abode of Yosef? Yosef took his brachos, and what did Yosef do with his brachos? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he had been through, had every right to say, forget about the rest of you. I'm not going to take revenge, I'm not helping you, I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef Atzadik. I'm going to have Sheshes. Kalamalami is beautiful. Kalamalami Torah Ba'olam Hazeh, Zocha Umalam Deli Olam Haba. Wow. Let's say whoever teaches Torah in this world is Zocha to teach it in the world world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does the Gemara mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? I will say that if you teach Torah in this world, you can talk about some teach Torah Olam Haba as well. Which I will say, hopefully means also that the people you learn Torah with, and you'll be so to learn in this world the next one. Can you imagine if we have our Chabura, if we have our share in Olam Haba? I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I feel like we'll be able to move faster. But I'm going to say how incredible would that be? So the Gemara goes like the Shnei Amar. Pasuk says there's no time in Olam Haba. At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. So the Gemara says Shnei Amar Umar ve'gam hu yora. So once you have this fixation, by the way, I don't know if there's any other Gemara. It tries to bring so many rayas for a concept, right? This is now already 3 blot up. Feels like 7 blot, but it's actually 1.5 blot. Right? So 1.5 blot in, right? That again, united. So first of all, because again, the notion of Tchias HaMisim is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as we can. Yechi Ruvain va'al Yamos. Ruvain will live and he will not die. Parshas Vayechi. Yechi Ruvain ba'olam hazeh. No, not Parshas Vayechi. Sorry. So bracha. This bracha. It's not the bracha. It's Yaakov. It's the bracha of Moshe Rabbeinu. Yechi Ruvain va'al Yamos. Yechi Ruvain ba'olam hazeh. Ruvain will live in this world. Va'al Yamos the olam haba, and he will not die in the world to come. Rabbeinu Amar Alfa Rabbeinu says here, the Rabbi Mishine Admas Afar Yakitzu. Elu l'chai olam ve'elu l'chai also l'diron. So say incredibly enough, a number of these psukim from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for degradation. Rav Ashi Rav Rashi says from here, and now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest, but stand right, literally again, return the Garlach and return destiny at the end of days. Well, it's actually interesting because a number of these things we actually say the Kavura. This is actually the pasuk that we say after the Kavura is completed. Before the Avelim leave the Kever and walk back to the Shur, walk back to the line, we actually, it's not a halacha, but it's a minhag. Many have the minhag to actually recite this pasuk, addressing it to the neshama. I'll remember Lazar. Any leader who leads his flock, who leads his tzibur, benachas. Now, what does benachas mean? Benachas means with a gentle kite. The gentle kite is not yelling, he's not screaming, he's not fire and brimstone, not demeaning them, not benachas. So such a person like this is zocha to lead that tzibur olam haba as well. I will say these gemaras really seem to indicate that olam haba here is a reference to Messianic era. Right? Post Tchias HaMisim era. Shene'emar Kimerachim Minhagim Va'amui Ma'imina. Remember Lazar? Idoladea Shenita Ben Shteosios. Dea, wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is in a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between. It literally means between 2 letters. What it actually means is between 2 names of Hashem. Shene'emar Kel Deos Hashem. So you see that? Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between 2 names of the Ribono Shel Olam. Allah says Gadol Mikdash. The Semitish is great Shemitah and Ben Shnei because it is given over between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Mar Ha'alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's the Mikdash is sandwiched between 2 names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Masif Ravada. Oh, you're going to use that model. Then the come of vengeance. Vengeance is also great because vengeance is given between 2 names of Hashem. Sid, Kel, Mikamos, Hashem. Right? The pasuk says, right? Kel, Mikamos, Hashem. Kel, Mikamos, Sophia. Amalei, the Milse, Hakinan. Right? Vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful, appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? So far, right means like a revelation. So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That just says Sophia once, but it says Nekama twice. Almost like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says Achas Lamida Toba, the Achas Lamida Parvis. So one ultimately identical could be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So a vengeance for good could be like a you pays good, right? To take your misbehave. Or it could also mean that sometimes, like we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance, Hashem, could be punitive in nature. So I'm Rabbi Lazar, call Adam Sheish Bodea, this is a beautiful Gemara. Call any person who has Dea, who has understanding, Kilinivna based on Mikdash Biyama. It's as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in his days. Shezet is the Gemara's why. Shezet nitim ben shtei osios. Shezet nitim ben shtei osios. Because ultimately, again, as we just said before, Dea is between two names of Hashem, and Mikdash is between Hashem. Now, what that means? What exactly that means? Any person who has Dea, has wisdom, is as if Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt. We're going to come back to that Gemara. So you can underline it. We're going to come back to it after we get a working definition of really what Dea means. Fine. Okay, yeah, let's give it a few more minutes. I'm Rabbi Lazar, actually right now. I'm Rabbi Lazar. Call Adam Dea, the Sof Misasha. Any person who has Dea will become wealthy. Shnei Amar, will be das Karidim Yimozu Kovos, Karvin Nam. I'm Rabbi Lazar. Call Adam She'in Bo Dea, Asilu Rachim Alav. Any person who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, you can't have Rachmanas on him. Shnei Amar, Kilo Am Binasu, Hakim Bo Yirachamenu Al Seir V'Yotzer Lo Yicherenu. Rabbi Lazar, Kol Hanosim Pita L'Mishein Bo Dea, Yisrum Bar Alav. Whoever gives bread to someone who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, bad things will happen. So we'll say, it's very interesting. He says, this Gemara, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have Dea. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have Dea. And we'll say, now, what's the pshat in this? What's the pshat in this? So we'll say, let me say this now. What's Dea? What's this? We translate it as wisdom. But we'll say, but what if you think about this just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom? Right? What is like the most basic part aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Chazal, right? Remember Sachas Brachas. It speaks about Havdalah and Shmona Esrei. Chazal. So where did Chazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonin la'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to be mapped, the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chayv. Das in its most big, but before you get into all of the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Tar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a Chacham, right? Because remember again, there's Chachma, there's Bina, there's that. Okay, so Chachma, Bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access. But to have Das, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say, if somebody doesn't have Dea, don't have Rachmanas on them. Don't have Rachmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. Someone doesn't have Dea, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an errant lifestyle. I will say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's why the Gemara says over here, as I always says, any person who has Dea, right? Ultimately, again, because what's at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Dea. I have to know what's kosher, what's treif, what's tameh, what's tar, what's kodesh, what's chol, what's mutter, what's asr, what's tov, what's ra. And as long as I have that, I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. And as long as I have Dea, I will be successful. And verse 3, if I don't have Dea, number one, if I don't have Dea, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have Dea, it's my fault. failure to acquire it is the highest level of personalistic culpability. The point, you can't even help out a person like that. Such an overwhelming and incredible Gemara. And that's why the Gemara says, all right, this is like, right. I'm not allowed to. Let's say people in Yishem Bodea, you still aren't allowed. That's why, again, if you give your bread to someone who doesn't have Deah, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. Shne'emar, lach mechayu asimu mazor tachtecha, bein tfuna bein mazor al yisrun shne'emar, bayar farmis chayav, yividas mazor, b'amar v'lazar. Kol adam she'in bo deah, sofa gola. Person who doesn't have deah will ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? People will say, if I don't have deah, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build relationships, right? Because if you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. It was like there are people who who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. They'll make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not, can't build relationships, can't build a home, can't build a life. Assuming it's self-gola will be a one of the Shneimar. Looking gola amin mishvidas. Some of those are kabay she'im b'gor l'shman b'balayla. Ishach was. We'll say another incredible Gemara. That's Deah. We'll say this is a ridiculous Gemara. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard in at night. So in other words, any home in which there's not Torah learning at night, Ish ochros, a fire will consume it. Shneimar. Kol choshech tamol tzfunav tofleo eish lo nofeach yara surid ba'ohalo. Bein surid al tam chacham shezam chacham shneimar ubisudim asher Hashem korei. But fine, listen, so what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learned in at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty strong thing. Especially it tells us, very important, we need, in addition to coming to shul for night seder, and the beautiful inspiration, which again, everybody has an obligation on night seder, right? even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night seder. It's not a shed, it's not like, oh, dabble this. It's you guys, Yahar Gal Yavar, one of the Chamuros, right? So you have to have night seder. But really, I'm not joking around. Like a yid has to come to his medrash to learn a little bit at night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Start my morning with Torah based medrash. But in addition to that, person also has to learn at home. Person has to have Torah in their house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the pshat when the Gemara says over here that any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it? Perhaps it means like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Right? That's like Laila is always a metaphor for difficult times. The rest of the Gemara means like this. Cold bias. Right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night, whether it's any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. Right? In other words, as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Ish of fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances, around the circumstances, will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life, is rooted in its connection to witness. So if even during the Laila periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be saved from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. So we'll have to stop over incredible Gemara. We'll have to stop over here. Shkoyach. By the way, we did more than a block today. Fantastic. Right, wrong block, but that's the detail. Let's say, the Gemara start. I think tomorrow's going to be a catch-up day because Mir Hashem much shorter Gemara. Mir Hashem. Shkoyach, everyone. Such a shkoyach, everyone. It's not a bad idea. Oh, was it on the envelope? All right. Yeah.
The fans did not demand a rematch. There was no controversy in the first match. Pierre didn't even ask for the rematch. Uncle Liam beats Piera, and then Uncle Liam calls out Piera. It was a very unusual thing, and I had just wondered, because Alex did not say, I want my belt back, I can fix it, I was hurt, he never came out with an excuse, he never came out with a story. That, how bad does he want to do this? But I'm starting to get the answer to that question, and he wants to do this real bad.
All
And
right,
he does not like
good
Uncle
morning,
Liam. And when you start finding these little
we'd
things
like to
that are
thank all
truly
of our
nothing,
sponsors for this
but
wage
in
trip
your
to thank our
mind, you
home
make them
sponsors
into
for
something. It's just because you're trying to get into the right headspace to go
the
to
Texans
war.
Welcome Rights Offer
And I
dedicated
didn't
all the show
know
instructions
that
this year
Piera
as his first
cared
for the Soul
this
Trouble
much.
Spanish.
I
From the first
appreciate
sponsors
that he
for the
told
money
this
that
story.
Hagar
As much as I do believe
had
that there's
bargained with
nothing
Joe
on
Teddy
it,
and
I
Steve Zero
appreciate
running
that
with
he's
Teddy's
creative.
father,
I watched
Dr.
John
Harry
Jones
Kern,
work
Steve
himself
Virgin,
up as
Barry
well, just
Joseph
because that's the
Hakori, and the Zero
position.
and the Jim and William Daniels memory of the William Zero received that Ben Shmuel used 12 seconds of work in American Basketball Tournament. All the finish on the side of the Danny Zero from all those things, Bush Evans, and the Cold from Israel. So Trinus, I should have all of our hostages to allow our soldiers to be successful and call a massive. But with that, let us begin. Today's document started out at 91. We have a little steep climb here. Yes, I should but we're going to make it. We are taking off on Saturday comes days 90B. I got to count down from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. The very small tunnel. So again, you should understand the God following. Let's just remember again, we're in the sugya of trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to Tchias. Quite familiar that there's business in the Torah. So what we ended up with yesterday is the pasuk that says, "Mimenu es Trumas Hashem Aaron HaKohen." You shall give truma to Aaron. Now, Aaron was it's very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. One thing he never ever received was truma. Why? Because truma is more effective in going to Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what can this mean? But ultimately, again, you give truma to Aaron. So again, it must be at the possibility that it's going to be. So the Gemara says, "Where goes back? Where you shall tell Aaron, Aaron." So what does it mean? You have to give truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Ma Aaron Chaver Akon of Chaver. Just like Aaron is a Chaver, just like Aaron is a Talmid Chacham, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with truma in the appropriate way. So in general, you have to give Talmid Chaver. Only the Shorah money, only the other side. Now Shane knows that you want to coin our Aretz. How do you know that you can't give truma to a Kohen who is ignorant? Shene'emar, Li'am Yoshe Yushalayim, that says, because again, the way the passage phrases it is, you give them the Kohanim Truma, that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shalom. Whoever is holding the little ear in the Torah of the Ribono Shalom, has a portion in Truma, the She'enu Makseh B'Toras Hashem, and whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, does not have the portion. And you know, say, this, as you're going to see, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important because Truma has a lot of details, Truma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Truma can bring about tax. That penalty along the way. I'm going to so let's into the Pharaoh, alright? So that is Truma. So it's only as an animal. Let's give him no story from the Ari. Because if he gives it to a liar, Ma'ari suffered Doris Volko, suffered Universe, you know, you put food in front of a lion. There's a suffix. You know, you don't tear it apart and eat it or not. After I'm on suffix, like a title, suffix, like Truma. So it's like when you give something, you give Truma to a coin, I'm on a suffix. Whether you eat it in a state of ritual purity, whether you eat it in a state of ritual impurity. And yet, it says, according to Misa, according to Truma to a coin, I'm on is causing the death of that coin. How is that? So Shneimar, Mesu Kol Ki Chalulu. Because it also is mentioned before that misuse of that penalty, you do it to a coin who doesn't have to treat it with the appropriate sentence, which is what is causing death to that particular coin. You know, they are the ones that are Yaakov Kana. Afmasil ala Ashma. You even cause the coin to violate the Ravina Shneimar. They see also of an Ashma Akamas Kachem. So it's going to be fascinating about all of this is, which is a very interesting motif, how, again, in this case, you would think that giving Truma to the coin, of course, is an objective chesed. So giving Truma to the coin is only a chesed, is only something that the coin knows what to do.
He had never done
He doesn't know how to handle
I
the
never
gift.
saw him even do
And not
anything
only
he
is
would
it
use,
not
but I
present,
believe him.
but
I
in
played
fact,
it for
it's a life
years,
really
and I'm not really sure why. Like,
tremendously
there's
sold in
something
life as
about
well,
having to keep
about
yourself
when
in
he's
that frame
giving
of
out,
mind
because
because
he
you got
sort
to
of
want to start
about
running.
giving children things. It's a beautiful
sure.
bracha for a parent to give children something as long as what the child knows how to handle it. Give a child something, it's a big source of technology. Big source in many areas. Give a child something that might be objectively nice, but they don't know what to do with it. It's not the parental gift, but instead it's creating tremendous liability. It's one goes like this. Tanya, the Sarah Shmuel says, you know, this is going to where can you find, again, a biblical illusion to express amazing. Shmuel 9, the guy that Kimosi as precedes very interesting. Itan Moses Lohem as Kinai. The Pasuk says, and I will establish, I will uphold my bris, my covenant with them, to give to them, Lohem, to them, right? Just Lachem Lohem, Ela Lohem. This is very interesting. The Pasuk doesn't say it. The Pasuk doesn't say, no, I'm upholding my covenant to give you, to give Lachem. Rather, it says Lachem, to them. Here is the thing. If you look at Rashi, it's actually on the right side, about halfway down, Ela actually a little more than halfway down. Ela Lohem, the Mashal Shefiach HaKadosh La'avo Sivri. Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, Sheyitin Lahem Eretz. So, if you Lahem Mikvah, Hallel was Miriam Mikvah. So the passage makes it sound like it's extremely through the Pasuk. That again, if that comes from the talking to Am Yisrael, we will live at the time, and we use Lashon of what? Of Lachem, to you. Lachem means to get. Who's the them? You know, understand, it's referring to Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov. Even Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, they were dead. They were long dead by the time they came to Egypt. They came to his king of Israel. And rather, what do you see? And ultimately, I guess Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov will receive Eretz Yisrael. What does that show you? Yes, amazing. Yes, amazing.
What about you? What about you?
Should be nice, guys. Fine. We can't transmission at all. Beautiful. Show me this. This is serious. I'm going to say, happy colors. Someone doesn't believe now. We're going to see, we use the terms many happy colors very interchangeably. But the way to see is, in fact, they really refer to different levels of heritage. I should say, people who don't believe in certain things. So see distinctions. Shalom meaning something on the up. So the meaning of something on the up. You know, shepherd is not from the Chinese. From where do you have your running back to dead? In the Torah, in the Biyah, in the next suit. What Gamil says, I'm going to bring you a proof from Torah Biyah and Suit. Don't keep it on that. All of the Gamil's proofs, they rejected. We'll see what happens. In the Torah. So number one, what's the guy in the Torah? It said, I never show him Moshe. Hilcha shoked imav v'secha v'kam. Pretty explicit. As Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to literally again die. You're going to leave your forefathers become, and you are going to arise. Wow, pretty explicit. Yes, amazing. So how did they disprove it? No. They said, Gamil, you're putting the comma in the wrong place. The Dillah, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. The Pasuk is as follows: Moshe, you're going to die, and after you die, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. The people are going to rebel. When you die, the people also idolatry. The Kam is not going on Moshe, but rather the Kam is going on other people. Incredible. So the Moshe is okay, so they rejected that first proof. Next, Nineveh. What's the proof from Navi? It said, you, Mesecha, Yivasi, Yikomus, Hakitsu, Vayu, Shofir, Afar, Kipal, Oros, Kalecha, the Eretz, Refine, Kusa. So what's the say? This puzzle, what do you see in this phrase? The phrase you see, Hakitsu, Vayu, Shofir, Afar. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Hakitsu, Vayu, and the sleep place to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Gemara makes instruction in Tesla. The BSF one is saying that the Tesla going back to life. Who's the Tesla going back to life? That's the acceleration, right? That's the driver, the driver. So that's the specific episode it's referring to. Next, if you check out the INTO, homemade food don't even insure it. Dovere Sifsei Machine. So what was it? The Pasuk. Here, the Pasuk is repetition actually. Look again, that phrase, Dovere Sifsei Machine. The lips of those who sleep will move. Sleep of reference to death. Lips they will move, doing a reference that the once again will speak. Yes, and listen, if they want to push your actions for say the alma, so the meaning said, so the meaning said to the meaning for said, the meaning is referring to the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? So the verse says, it's so beautiful. Come شنم هوا شما بابا so some words together. So beautiful. Whenever a person dies, if someone says over halacha, now by the way, what person says halacha, what that means is when a person dies and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased lips move in the grave. So the words, right? Shemai, I'm sorry. Come look. كم شيء ما جوبر سيف This is a really beautiful idea. When a person needs over Torah, the person needs over message for their families, the person needs over the souls that are set over even after they are no longer alive at that mission. It gives them a continued in this world. So a person dies, someone says over the Torah, someone says over the saying, someone says over the himself, the lips moving again. Incredible. I show how it does that. So for me, when you not believe anything everybody else said, until they will give them over the following idea, over the following idea. So Hashem Lavasechem, Masis Lohem. So your reference says, go again, that Hashem has sworn to give over to you. Now, to actually say to them, Lochem or Lord, right? It doesn't say Hashem is giving it over to you. Rather, what does it say? Elo Lohem, to them. Become a Chesanisim in the Torah. So from here you see ultimately again a reference to Chesanisim min HaTorah. Incredible, because once again, we're giving over to them. Who's the them? The assumption is this is Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov. So from here you see it's explicitly moving into this idea that Hashem declared that again the dead will come back to life. Now, what we show me on the class that I will probably say, but I'm going to come into the passage, it's so beautiful. The Atem had taken Hashem Others say that from this passage, now literally translated, what does it mean? And meaning to cling to Hashem, your God, right? So it seems to translate this, you will live fully today, or you are fully alive today. It says that you might Pshita, the kind of Kulchem Hayom, that's obvious. Most of them is talking to them. So of course they're alive today. Ella, even beyond Shekol HaOlam, Kulam Mesim, even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that we must be in this passage is ultimately, again, you will think like a Torah, Chaim Kulchem Hayom. Hayom means you will come back to life. And even on a day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful and incredible Yisod. So we want to like show you there's much to say about that passage as well, but if you have time, I'll come back to it later. Shavu, Robin as Rabbi Yoshalem Kananya. So ultimately, the Romans, after Yoshalem Kananya, what should we ask him?
Yo, how are you? What up, baby?
Two prime questions. Number one, how do we know the resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do we know
Big Dog, how are you? Take a name. How did you find out about me? Your girlfriend?
So again, Moshe, you're gonna die.
Hi, dog. How did you find out about me?
So from here you see a remez to Trias Hamesim.
How did your girlfriend find out about me?
Okay, Moshe, that's not how to read the pasuk. When you read the pasuk, is that ultimately Moshe is going to die. The Vakam doesn't go Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does Vakam go on?
Yeah, dude. Oh, okay. She was the chick who was admiring my dick. That's tight.
So, Rabbi Shimon said, fine, even if you say that, at least in the Kutum, so again,
yo, how did your girlfriend find out about me?
You could at least use it for what? As a remez, as a scriptural proof that
Okay,
Hashem knows
wait,
what's
she
going to happen.
saw me on what social media?
Again, here Hashem is saying to Moshe, you're going to die. And when you die, Klal Yisrael is going to rebel. Okay, incredible. So the Gemara says, "It's my land. You can show me, okay, okay."
Dog.
The next Shmuel, Mechai Mason, Yodema Shas Elios. So it says, "Rabbi Yochanan asked, how do I know Shmuel was going to bring back the dead? And how do I know that Hashem knows what's going to happen?" Shneimar, Incha Shochei B'Imam Mosecha, the Kar. Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, "You are going to die, but you will come back." Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to Tanya, Amar Eliezer, Rabbi Yossi, the Davar Siyafti Sifrei. So Rabbi Eliezer says like this doesn't matter. The books of the heretics have really been,
I talk about it all in the about section. Talking about Rabbi Rothschild.
Remember again, because these books of heresy said there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. I said to them, Siyaftem Toraschem, Velo Ha'elisem Biyadchem Klum. So number one, you forged the Torah.
All right. In this Discord, there's a portion that
claim
read that.
there is no Tchesa Mason, and yet it says, "Are you Omer? Tikaris Hanet Shahi Avonaba." So there is a double lashon of Tikaris. Why the double lashon? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Tikaris Avonaba. Tikaris Ba'olam Hazeh. Avonaba le'ema. So we'll say what Tikaris means that the sin will be cut off from this world. Avonaba, its sin will remain with it. Le'ema. So what is that? Lavi Olam Haba does not refer to the world to come. So from there you see ultimately again Raya for Tchesa Mason. So the Gemara says Tikaris good. Let me start that. Amali Rabba Abaye. So I understand why can't you learn both that from the Tikaris? Tikaris in Olam Hazeh, Tikaris the Olam Haba. To which the Gemara says Amri Le Dibra Torah Kalashon B'nei Adam. Because if I would have said that, then the meaning would have said no. That's just a colloquial expression. Okay, Kitenai. So I said it's Machlok Kitenai. Tikaris Olam Hazeh, Tikaris Olam Haba. Dibra Rabbi Akiva. So the Akiva understands the double lashon. Tikaris, cut off in this world. Tikaris in the world to come. The Rabbi Akiva, Amar Yishmael, Balok Kvar Ne'amar, Es Hashem Hu Migadei Finit V'Sal. The pasuk says he's blaspheming Hashem will be cut off. The Hishlosha Olam Yish are there three worlds. In other words, that means that there's three expressions of being cut off. So what's going on over here? So when it says Vinit, rather Elo Vinit V'Sal Olam Hazeh, will be cut off in this world. He carries the Olam Haba. Right? He carries be cut off in the world to come, and he carries Dibra Torah Kalashon B'nei Adam. This refers to when the Torah speaks. Okay. Bein Rabbi Shmuel ben Rabbi Akiva, Avona Ba Mai Abdi. But both Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel, what do you do with the phrase of Avona Ba? Look at this saying. This is beautiful. The Yachal Akiva Asa Tshuva. You might have thought that this will be cut off even if he did Tshuva. So the Gemara says, Tamuroma Avona Ba. When is the sinner cut off? Only when it's Avona Ba. When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Lo Amarti Ella B'Zman Shavonah Ba. The only time the sinner is cut off is when the sin remains with him. But if the sinner does Shuvah, then ultimately again he is not cut off. Incredible. So really fascinating. So again, with the point that you begin to see is, as we mentioned yesterday, the pasuk that says there's Tchesa Mason. What we have is a series of biblical, I should say Tanakh allusions, right? Biblical allusions, Torah, Ksubim, different allusions, different hints, different ideas.
Okay.
Beautiful. Let's go back. Not finished yet. Shalom, Cleopatra, Malchus, Shavimeir. Wow. Cleopatra. Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi Meir.
You're the one who needs one. You're the one who needs one. Maybe I can, John.
Cleopatra means what's power is the king. So this is not like a, this is, you start with it, but Cleopatra is a particular person. But this was more on the usages in Shas. This is more on the title than anything else. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, Amra, Yedana de Chayi Shefli. So listen to this. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry. I know that the living die. I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, I it's interesting, right? It's Cleopatra, I believe in Tchesa Mason. I know that the dead will come back to life. She calls the pasuk v'yatzitzu meir ke'esav haaretz, because again the pasuk says that literally they are sprout forth from the city. It's reference to Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. So once again, it's interesting. This pasuk was actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this pasuk from Tehillim. Right? So I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the shaila? Ella kishen omdin arumin obimabushe and omdin. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So Amrullah. So in Kavachomer Mechita, make a Kavachomer from a grain of wheat. How so? So the Gemara says, Umachita Shenikura Aruma. So the Chita, right? The grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, when you plant seed, it's just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet Yotza becomes a lavushin. Yet it comes out many layers of clothing. It can mean many layers of clothing, but it means the kernel itself is it has many layers. That is a husk, and every things on top of it. You see from here again, just like the seed into the earth unclothed. Ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, "Tzadikim shenik barim b'bilavushein," but ultimately, again, with their clothing, Allah v'kama. Now, tzaddik again is buried in ladaf clothing, dachrichim, but trowns. So the tzaddik who is buried with clothing, all the more so, he will come out clothed as well. So it's such a see. First of all, you could just say stam. It's just like a fascination question. But then again, I believe in the resurrection of the dead. And how exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. So I'll say what's interesting is it could very well be clothing. We see this before. Is often a metaphor also for accomplishments. Like the begadim, right? The choleis yubigadecha levanim. The Shlomo says in Mishlei. At all times, let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. So clothing represents accomplishment. So it could very well be that what Cleopatra was really asking was the following. When there is Tchias HaMesim, how do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like tabla rasa, right, naked, unclothed, like new life, new person, mamish, like a new baby being born, kekatan shenola dami? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, do you come back? And again, I have my Meisim clothing. I have my mitzvah. So again, it's a fascinating question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? To which Rabbi Meir responds, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. Which I will say is so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me in what we'll call Olam Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. So the Caesar said to the Caesar de Gamliel, Amrisu Dishakti Chaye. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So as opposed to Cleopatra, who believed in Tchias HaMesim, but just had some detailed questions about it. So you see over here that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't. So Caesar says, I don't understand. You guys say, Amrisu, you guys say Dishakti Chaye. Then we'll come back to life. I don't understand how that works. Havu Afra, Va'afra Mikachaye. The dead ultimately again become dust, right? And dust can't come back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of Tzadik Alf 91a, Amruhu Barte, Shavke Da'anim Mahadra. So this, again, these changes are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Rabbi Gamliel, I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, Sabani Mahadra, Shnei second line, Tzadik Alpha, 91a, second line in. Shnei Yotzim Yishbiri. There are two people, two fashioners, creators of stuff, right? Pottery people. Yishbiri, right? Rashi says over here, Shnei Yotzim Birinu, Akazot Shekilim Minaman. They create utensils. Two people create utensils into this. One creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So who's better? To which the Caesar responds is, of course, of course, again, it's a much greater feat to create utensils from water than it is to create from clay. So the word says, she said to him, so Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? It's a reference to Zerah, to the drop of semen, which creates a baby. So if Kishbogu creates human life from literally minor, from water, then Allah has kama v'kama, he can create it from dirt. In other words, right, it's a greater feat to create utensils from water than it is from clay. But everyone agrees you can create utensils from clay. HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, can certainly go ahead and create life from clay, from dirt as well. The name of Yishmael Tanakh, Kavachomer Miklis Chuchis, is beautiful. Then you can read the Kavachomer from the creation of glass. The creation of glass, the Tchias Anisim. Maklis Chuchis, Sha'amalon, Beruach, Basar Dam. By Hasmi, you blow glass. You blow glass. So glass is made through the breath of man. And Nishbaru Yishlan Takana. And even if glass breaks, you could melt it down to refashion it. Man who is made with the breath of Hashem. Right? Hashem being life into us. Allah has kama v'kama. All the more so that if it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together. Such a profound Gemara. Amaliyahu. So also just there's so much to say on each of these Gemaras because each of these statements are tremendous metaphors for different aspects of our lives. But again, I underline this, so we'll come back to it at some point. So there was a particular unbeliever, Amin, who said to Rabbi Amisu, you say the Shakti Chaye, you guys say that the dead come back to life. So the word says, but the dead turn to dust. And how can dust possibly come back to life? Let me give you a marshal. I'll give you a marshal. I'll give you a marshal. There was once a king, and the human king said to his servants, go and build for me a palace. There's only one problem. There's no water, there's no dirt in the place where I need you to build the palace. I need you to figure it out. And Baruch Hashem, the subjects were able to figure it out. They built the king a beautiful palace. The Yamim Nafo. Sometime later, the palace fell down. So the king says to the subjects, also the Makom Shiyish Afaromai. I want you to rebuild the palace, but this time I want you to build it in a place where there is water and there is dirt. Amulo, ain on your calling. And the subject said, we can't do it. We can't do it. We're unable to do it. So Kala Salayim. The king got very angry at them. The Makom Shemaim Ba'afar Benisem Akshav Sheshmaim Ba'afar Allah has Kama Lakama. So the king said, I don't understand. You were able to build a palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you dirt, you can't pull it off. So we'll say, what's the Nimshal? Kadosh Baruch Hu creates man from nothing. Kadosh Baruch Hu created the world from nothing. So if Kadosh Baruch Hu is able to create from nothing, then even when man turns back into dirt, dirt is still something. So if you can create from nothing, you certainly can create from something. That was the answer about Tchias Anisim. And if you don't believe about this idea of something turning into something else, say Levika, go out into the valley, see this particular type of rodent. Someone said there's a lot of discussion exactly about what they're talking about, what Chazal are talking about over here, this rodent, that apparently is half flesh and half earth. The next day, ultimately, again, it comes completely flesh. So you see both your things, you transform from earth into flesh. Shema Tomer, maybe you'll say it takes a lot of time for this rodent to have this transformation. Allah go up into the mountain, first white line. And it's in a particular mountain that on this day there's only one chilazon. Let's remember again, chilazon is that creature from which the tcheles is created. So you go up on the mountain is one kilazon. Lamacha yardu gishamim, the next day it'll rain, and the smali kulo chilzonos. Ultimately, and the mountain will be filled with chilazons. So again, the idea over here is number one, that earth could turn to flesh, right? Something could turn to nothing. And from the earth, again, things could sprout as evidenced by the chilazons. Incredible. And I think that there is a tremendous profundity in that mashal as well about the king. I remember the mashal on the king, what happened? The king said to the subjects, build me a house. And he said, build a house where there is nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. There's no dirt, there's no water. And the subjects do it. Palace falls down sometime later, and then the king says again, build me a palace. Build me a palace in a place where there is dirt and water. And the subjects say, we can't do it in palace. The king said, what are you talking about? He built the palace with nothing. Allah has come to build the palace with dirt and water. I think the metaphor is as follows. They'll say, all of us have times in life where we are pushed to accomplish things that we thought that we could accomplish. Right? Our back was up against the wall. We're in extenuating circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we pulled the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. I did it. Baruch Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, maybe even potentially what look like impossible circumstances, and I came through. I did it. And yet then there are times day to day where my circumstances are not impossible, and I don't pull through. And I tell myself, I can't do it. I can't do it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you remember that time that you came through in impossible circumstances? Do you remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where, again, it wasn't clear if you would succeed or not, and you did, and you came through? If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build the personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, then Allah has come of a common day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. And I've also, we all have situations like this. We're really difficult situations. If you don't have situations like this, is a piece of. I think almost all of us have situations like this, really difficult circumstances where I said to myself, I don't know if I'll be able to get through this. And I got through it. And I got through it. And only then I get through it, but I succeeded and I grew. And if I could do that in the extenuating circumstance in life, then I certainly could perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no dirt, there was no water, the more so I could build a personalistic palace where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredibly useful for life. You want those back there. I'll say this is a great series of stories. This particular man who said to Kavia ben Pesisa, that name, Kavia ben Pesisa, Rashi points out over here, Kach Shmo B'Haisam Akmus B'Gabo. Interesting enough, so this guy Kavia ben Pesisa, and he was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story in just a little bit. Rashi points out over here, he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a man who came over to him, and this man said to him, "Vai lechon chaydes, yamiso nesi chayim, the chayim nisi, the nisi chayim." So then one this Apikoris comes over to Kavim with and he says, "What's the matter with you guys?" Speaking about the Jews, right? He called the Jews Rishon. You're Rishon. Why you Rishon? Because you espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. Can you possibly say that which is dead comes back to life? Amalei. So Gavir ben Pesisa responds, "Va'ilachon chayde. You're the Rishon. De'amrison meisilo chayim. Delo havi chaya. Delo the havi chaya lo kol shekin." So let's say, so Gavir ben Pesisa said back to the man. He says, "You're the Rasha. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth. How does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition, just simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we have a paradigm for this. What are you talking about? You're the Rasha. Because probably every single life starts with no life and then goes to life. So what's crazy to think that the dead could go back to life? So Gavir ben Pesisa, he called this Apikoris a Rasha. Amalei, Apikoris says to Gavir ben Pesisa, "You're calling me a Rasha? If I would be over there, you're lucky someone's holding me back, right? If I would come over to you, but if not, I would kick you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback, right? That's what I was. This is incredible, right? People are people. Nothing changes over time, right? You're lucky my friend is holding you back. I would kick you kick you straight, right? I would kick you, that you would kick out your hunchback. So it's great. So Gavir ben Pesisa Amalei, and Ata Osikin, Rofe Uman Tikra, Uschar harbe tito. Do it, man. Right? Do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shkoyach. Not only would I give you a shkoyach, but I would pay you a handsome amount of money, handsome copay. Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, they don't have on. They're going to say, now, that's our introduction to Gavia Ben Pesisa. The next number of stories, we're going to be dealing with Gavia Ben Pesisa as well. And I will say, we're going to see something fascinating just about his personality. That's about Baba Nisan. On the 24th of Nisan, it's Natilu Dimusunoi Yehuda Yerushalayim. So again, those are oppressors. Our oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. Now again, what oppressors? What are you talking about? So watch this. Kishabo b'nei Africa, Lavun Israel. When the people of Africa came to the Romans with a legal claim against the Jewish people. What was their claim? Let's say Alexandros Moscow. So again, actually, before Alexander the Great, Alexander the Macedonian, right? So they're really not Rome, right? But they came before Alexander the Macedonian for a din Torah with Klavi. So Amrlo, Eretz Canaan Shal. I'm not saying that. By the way, Jews like Alexander. Right? How do we know that Jews liked Alexander? Because also there are Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean an English name. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander, right? Which is very strange because considering it is not exactly a Yiddish name, right? It's not a Hebrew name. But again, this was outside Karas. I told that Jews had to. I told Alexander the Great. The name stuck. So the people of Africa come with a din Torah against the Jews. Amlo, Eretz Canaan Shalan. What's their claim? The land of Canaan belongs to us. So I just want to point out, there is nothing new under the sun. Ein chadash tachas hashemesh. Right? So before there was a Hague, right? Before there was any of these other mechanisms, the nations of the world were always bringing their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Eretz Yisrael, not so big. Right? You wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What they need? They need another desert, right? But again, I was saying, this is the derech of humanity. The derech of humanity is they cannot leave Klal Israel alone. They cannot bear, the world can't bear that Jews have some, again, it hurts us to say because we'd like to think that the world has changed and we all love each other and there's no anti-Semitism and everybody loves us, and clearly again that illusion has been blown to smithereens, right? We see that that's no longer the case. And again, it's actually very affirming. It's the same thing. The world can't, for some reason, can't be so well that Jews have something. All the more so that Jews can defend themselves, that Jews can stand up for themselves. Right, so again, so they come before Alexander the Great. Canaan is ours. Now, what's the claim? The Chsid, and again, they bring it right from the Torah. These are from Africans. The Chsid, Eretz Canaan Ligvulasah. It says that the land of Canaan is included in all of the boundaries. Now, what are the boundaries? Well, Canaan. So therefore, they looked at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. In other words, they had Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Well, Canaan, Avu and Gehano, Inshiyar. Canaan is our father. Right? Remember, again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush, of Ham. So the Africans say, this is our father. So because, again, it's our father, we own this land. So as I saw again, so this was this was a claim brought before Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now defend their claim to Eretz Canaan, Eretz Yisrael. So Gavir ben Basisa comes along. He says, let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this. So if I lose, the good thing is there's really no harm because they could just say, now apparently we'll say, what you see from these stories is Gavir ben Basisa was not recognized as one of the ranking sages. That wasn't his identity. Therefore, he says, if I lose the case, it's not a big deal, because whatever, you could just say, he wasn't really representing us, right? Just and the Africans, they defeated just a regular guy. And if I win the case, Amru Lahem, say, Torah's motion exacted. The victory will not be attributed to me, rather what will the victory be attributed to Torah. Which will say, by the way, you begin to see the beauty and the power of the personality of Gavir ben Basisa. that all of this was literally about Torah. This was about HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Kavita Besisa saw himself as an ambassador of the Ribono Shalom. So if I lose, the loss is mine. But if I win, the win is the Ribono Shalom. Incredibly selfless. Okay, so that's the just for Allah. Okay, so he gets permission from the Rabbanim. He represents Klai funded Alexander the Great. So he says to the Africans, where are you bringing the proof from? Allah min Torah. In the Torah, we just said it. I'll also bring it right from the Torah. What's the pasuk? Shneimar, Vayomer, Arur Kinan, Evet Avodim Yelachov. Kinan is cursed, and Kinan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case, Evet. So again, Chevra, who's here, is the children of Kinan. Kinan was cursed. Kinan are Avodim. Evet Shekana Avodim Nechasim. Evet Lemi Nechasim Lemi. If an Eved acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Eved himself belong to? For law owed, not only that, so furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? Because we're the slaves to Klal Yisrael, and what? You have not been working for years. So not only do you not own land, right, but we own you, and you owe us back wages, back payment for all of your delinquent service. Okay, so what happened? Alexandra Malka, so Alexander says the Africans do. What say you? You know what? Right? What's your response? So they said to Alexander, give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back with an answer. Nasal gave them the time, but so ultimately they searched, but they could not find an answer. So the Africans ran away. And what happened? The Kameh Kishen the Tuos. They left behind. Listen, now here's what's interesting. So apparently, again, they were living in Canaan. Right now, they were living there. But again, had no claim. They recognized they had no claim, so they left. They ran away, and they left behind laden fields and laden vineyards. And the Gemara says, "Va'osa shana shviyasesa." What was the Shemitah year? What was the Shemitah year? So not only did Klal Yisrael succeed, but ultimately, Klal Yisrael went ahead and Baruch Hashem had from where to sustain themselves even during the Shemitah year. So let's say, so again, what's to be sold with this? It's a fascinating story. What's the takeaway message? Throws these 2 messages. Number one, that Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world, but the little bit that we have is ours. And we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it, nor should we be apologetic about the fact that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave it to us and did not give it to others. When Jews are apologetic, so ultimately, again, that weakness is exploited and pounced upon. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when things come together. Number 2, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's when things work. Yevia ben Pesis, I will say, I want to point something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to note, it's not like Yevia ben Pesis came with like a whole shekel over here, right? Well, welcome to my big Torah. I'd like to thank my parents for this. It says in the Rambam, it says in the Eben Hazanah, he doesn't know, because a passing. He quotes a pasuk like it's not a complicated drasha. Why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is, but on a very simple level, Yevia ben Pesis made a very simple idea. This is not about me. This is about the Ribono Shalom. When you do things for the right purposes, specifically for the cover of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and number 2, do things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next, another in Torah. It's fascinating. So once again, now the Egyptians court case. I say this is literally again. We think it's new things that like nations of the world bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. The Africans did it. And it was again, right? Who led the claims of genocide? Just fascinating. Just see how the world is so circular, right? Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel? South Africa. Just pointing out. Just you see Certain things, they just are the way that they are. And while it's nice to think that the world changes, it really does. The only thing that changes is us. The world very much stays the same, especially in its hatred for Klal Yisrael. It's overwhelming. Next court case. Who else now comes before Alexander the Great? Egypt. Egypt. Amulom, Harinu Omer, Sari Omer, Bashem Nasanaschina Ama Bene Shilum. Tinu Lanu Kezav is Ashnet Altaminenut. So the Egyptians come, everyone's like, this actually is a pretty good claim, right? So the Pasuk says, when we left Mitzrayim, the Pasuk says, in your Yoma, coming up to Pesach, the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of Klal Yisrael in the eyes of the Egyptians, Vayashilum. Now, Vayashilum literally means they borrowed. They borrowed. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they asked, right? Others say it means borrowed. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with the idea that it means borrow, which means Klal Yisrael a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians, which the Egyptians say, so happy to have lent it to you, right? We'd like our stuff back. We'd like our stuff back. Okay. So the Gemara says, Amr Gvir ben Pesisa. So Gvir ben Pesisa says, look, Alexander. So Gvir ben Pesisa says, do me a favor. Says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me it. Ending that swing once again. Amru lahem had yo chevachem nitzachtem. I'm successful. I'm sorry. If they are victorious, if they win the case over me, so the next again, it's not a big because people will just say, this guy can do Sisa, he's a head yoke. He's just a regular guy. Right? But if I am successful, Amru lahem, Toras Moshe Rabbeinu nitzachtem. Then ultimately again, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Naslo Roshos, Halach L'Dalemai. Okay, so Gvir ben Pesisa shows up to Beit Din and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amrlan, Mehechamat Mevi Raya, Egyptians, what's your raya? What's your proof? Amrlan, that's Torah. Amrlan, I saw again the Egyptians and we told you by Ashilun, you borrowed stuff from us. So okay, Shkai, I'm happy to have lent it to you. Now you want to stuff back? So Gvir ben Pesisa says, Amrlan, Afani lo abi lachem raya el min Torah. I'll also bring you a proof from the Torah. Shneimar, Umoshe b'nei Yisrael, asher yashav b'Mitzrayim, shloshim shana ba'arba me'os shana. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. Now 430 years, remember again, that's the clock from Akedas Yitzchak. So they're there for 430 years. Tinu lanu schar avoda, shel shishim rivo, sheshibaratem b'Mitzrayim, shloshim v'arba me'os shana. So Gvir says, cover, no problem. If you want to make an accounting, happy to make an accounting. You say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed, okay? You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's just, let's do some forensic accounting over here, right? Let's go, let's settle up. Let's settle up back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? Some of them, Alexander Moto, Exila Chuba. So Alexander here says to the Egyptians, okay, so what do you have to say? So give us 3 days, we'll come back. So that's so ultimately again they searched for 3 days, they couldn't find an answer. They left behind the fields, right? The laden fields, laden vineyards, and it was a Shemitah year. Incredible. The Jews had the benefit of this. I just want to point out something very interesting. Why is it that both the Africans and the Egyptians run away? Right? Why, come back, be a man, right? And say, you know what, we don't have an answer. I will say, because here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you can come back and you can say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors, and only an attempt to rob people of what is rightfully theirs, you don't even have the backbone to show back up in court. And that's what they want to teach us over here. These weren't real claims, right? Because if you're real claim, again, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, when you can't even show your face again, when you can't even follow back up, that shows the emptiness of your claims to begin with. So profound. They want to like Shupam, Achas, Bobene Yishmael. That is incredible. Okay, so I'll say this is great. So everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? Sons of Yishmael, B'nai Keturah. Lodun im Yisrael, they have Tadrus Moto. So what's Yishmael's claim? What's that claim? Amalot, Eretz Kinaan Shalom. Okay, yeah, let's do this, right? Let's do this, right? So B'nai Yishmael, Eretz Kinaan is ours. So what happened? Here's what's interesting. Yishmael comes with a different claim. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu Lachem, right? So Yishmael in this context says we're not saying it's solely ours. We're saying it's also ours. Now this is very different, right? Africans claimed all ours, right? Canaan claimed, right? Mitzrayim wanted back wages, right? They wanted money, right? At the end of the day, so it's interesting. Yishmael, and we're going to see why Yishmael's claiming this. So Yishmael says we're not claiming it's all ours. We're just claiming we're partners in it. We're partners in it. Why? So the Gemara says, Yishmael told us Yishmael ben Avram. Yishmael told us Yitzchak ben Avram. So again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not a bad claim, right? What's Yishmael's claim? We're also children of Avram. We're also children of Avram. The land was given to Avram. We too are the children of Avram. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I'm going to give you this is a come. So once again, you beat the Sisa. Let me do this. I'll judge it. I'll adjudicate it. Not adjudicate. I'll argue it. Any Natsuni, I'm going to head out Shavacham Nisaktem. ואם אני אנצח אותם, אמר להם תורת משה רבינו ניצחתם. Right? So ultimately, again, so then it says, if I lose, they defeated a commoner. If I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happened? So he says to Bnei Yishmael, what's your ayah? What's your proof? So again, we just quoted it. We are also the children of Avram Avinu. Let's bring up Avram gave everything he owned to Yitzchak. And Avram gave the children of the concubines, B'nai Keturah, he gave them matanos. And then it's Vayishalachem me'al Yitzchak b'no. He sent them away. So the Gemara says, Nasan Avram, so the Gemara says, Nasan Avram matanos. Av shenasan agatem lebanav b'chayu. V'shiger zeh me'al zeh. Klum yish lazeh al zeh klum. If a father gives gifts to a son and then sends that son away, does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. It's essentially what the Biblia was saying is, what are you guys talking about? If Abraham gave Ishmael and the other sons of the concubines gifts, and then what did he do? He sent them away. And what does that mean? He said, Hebron, this is yours. I love you. I do love you. Right? After what we saw before in the Gemara with Yaakov. Amrina says, I have two sons. I love them both. Ishmael, I love you. And that's I'm giving you stuff, but now I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than Yitzchak. So the Gemara says as follows. My matanos, by the way, one of the matanos, Shem Tuma. Right? Ultimately, again, he gave them sorcery. So the Gemara says, so therefore, again, and interestingly enough, what I want to point out, what's fascinating about that story is if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, Yishmael says, we need 3 days in order to come back. Gibiyah ben Basisa's raya was so compelling. It was like a mic drop. That was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Avram Avinu. And Avram loved your father as well. But Avram gave your father gifts. He gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, and Avram did not want Yitzchak and Yishmael. Actually, remember, Avram did want Yitzchak and Yishmael to grow up together. Sarah didn't. Yishmael intervened, and Hashem said to Avram, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, Givir Pepesisa says, you have no chelik in Eretz Yishmael. You have Yishmael. You have no chelik in Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. And if you notice, by this version of the story, Yishmael accepts it. There's no, let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. So now we'll have to, right, this might be a new record. Okay, we're fine. I'm going to stop over here for today. Again, let me ask you, could we possibly go any faster? We can't go any faster. There's too much we can start earlier. I'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, we'll pick up in Mir Tashem on the bottom of Tzadik Aleph tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming Gemara. Shkoyach, everyone. even when you don't have something substantive to respond, what else do you have? You have your fist. Yeah. All right, so good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for Tavshin Tehei, the Tilson Mishpach of Eretz for dedicating all the Shuman Joshua's this year as his host for Besoros Tovos Ram Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Hadar, Abanim Latova Tari and Steve Zim, loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv Levin Berman family's memory of Mr. William Ziv Ben Shmuel Yisrael Zichron Rabbi and merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Neshama Slav Naviyah, the families in the Chama, all those who are Fush Shabbat, the Kol Yisrael, Hashem Shlemer, Hashem bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. Kachol Maaseh Dehem. But with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzadik Aleph 91. We have a steep climb today, yes, Hashem, but we're going to make it. We are picking up on Tzadik on days 90b. I got a countdown from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. The Be'er Mishmal Tana. So again, the Yeshiva Bishol, they taught the following. Let's just remember again, we're in the sugya of trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to Tchias HaMesim. Right? From where do we look at Tchias HaMesim in the Torah? So what we ended off with yesterday is a pasuk that says, Unisatan mimenu es trumas Hashem ni Aaron HaKohen. You shall give truma to Aaron. Now remember, I'll say, it's very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. The one thing he never ever received was truma. Why? Because truma only goes into effect when you go into Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what can this mean? That ultimately, again, you give truma to Aaron. So remember, again, it must be that the pasuk means that Tchias HaMesim. So the Gemara says, the Gemara goes right. Aaron. So what does it mean? We have to give truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Ma Aaron chaver afban of chavir. Just like Aaron is a chaver, right? Just like Aaron again is a Talmud, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with truma in the appropriate way. So too again, in general, you have to give to al chavirim. How do you know that you can't give truma to a kohen who is ignorant? The Am Yoshe Yishalayim law says Manas L'Konim Levim L'Man Yachzuku B'Toras Hashem. Because again, the way the phrases it is, you give the Kohanim truma that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shel Olam. Whoever is holding literally again the Torah of the Ribono Shel Olam, Yesh Lo Minas has a portion in truma. V'She'ino Machzik B'Toras Hashem. And whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in Lo Minas, does not have a portion. And I will say this, as we're going to see, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important, because truma has a lot of details, truma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of truma can bring the attention. That penalty along with it. Whoever gives truma, who is an Amaretz, it's as if he gives it to a lion. Ma'ari safik doris v'olcha, safik in a doris v'olcha. You put food in front of a lion. There's a safik. Will it tear it apart and eat it or not? Af koin amaretz safik ochla b'tarav, safik ochla b'tuva. So too again, when you give something, you give truma to a koin amaretz, a safik. Will he eat it in a state of ritual purity? Will he eat it in a state of ritual impurity? Rabbi Yochanan says, af korin lo misaf. One gives truma to a kohen amaretz, death of that kohen. How is that? So Shnei Amar Umesu Bo Kiyechalu. Because also as mentioned before, misuse of truma results in death penalty. You give truma to a kohen who doesn't know how to treat it with the appropriate sanctity. It is if the whole one is causing death to that particular kohen. So Gemara says, "Be'er Elazar ben Yaakov Tana, Af Masion Ava Ashma." You even cause the coin to violate Navein Shnei Marvi. See also of an Asher Ba'achalas Kacher. So what's really fascinating about all of this is, and just a generally interesting motif, how Again, in these cases, you would think that giving truma to the Kohen, of course, is an objective chesed. So giving truma to the Kohen is only a chesed, is only something good if the Kohen knows what to do with it. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not a chesed, but in fact it's a liability for him. Tremendously so in life as well, about when you give, it could be sort of parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to give children something, as long as what? The child knows how to handle it. To give a child something that is a big yisod in technology, big yisod in many areas. To give a child something that I can objectively nice, but they don't know what to do with it. It's not the parental gift, but instead it's creating tremendous liability. Okay, Gemara goes like this. Tanya, Rabbi Shimon says, where do we find, again, a biblical allusion to Tchias HaMesim? Shneimar, the Gam Hakimosi as precedes, very interesting. Itam Laseis Lohem es Eretz Kinan. The pasuk says, and I will uphold my bris, my covenant with them, to give to them, Lahem, to them, right? Does Lachem Lo Ne'emar Ela Lahem. This is very interesting. The pasuk doesn't say it. The Baruch Hu doesn't say, no, I'm upholding my covenant to give you Lachem. Rather, it says Lahem, to them. Who is the them? If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi on the right side, about halfway down, actually a little more than halfway down. Ela Lahem, the Mashra Shetiach HaKadosh Baruch Hu La'avosinu, Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, She'yitin Lahem Eretz Yisrael. So the pasuk makes it sound like such an interesting way to read the pasuk that again, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu was talking to Am Yisrael who was alive at the time, and would he use lashon of what? Of lachem, to you. Lahem means to them. Who's the them? The Gemara understands it's referring to Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. To give them to Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, they were dead. They were long dead by the time Israel came into Egypt. God came into Eretz Yisrael. Rather, what do you see? But ultimately, again, Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov will receive Eretz Yisrael. What does that show you? Tchias HaMesim. Tchias HaMesim. So the Gemara says, you get fine. Beautiful. Listen to this. The meaning now, please mean. I mean, it's like an apicot, someone doesn't believe now. We're going to see, we use the terms, colleagues, but we're going to see if even refer to different levels of heritage. Say, people who don't believe in certain things, so we'll see the distinctions. Shalom means for the Gamliel. So the meaning of the Gamliel. You know, Shekels from where do you know the Lashon brings back the dead? Amalahem, Minat Torah, Minat Adiyim, Minat Ksufim. The Gamliel says, I'm going to bring you a proof from Torah, Adiyim, and Ksufim. Now, all of the Gamliel's proofs, they rejected. We'll see what happens. Minat Torah. So number one, what's the Raya Minat Torah? The Ksiv, and Eresh Shalom Moshe, Incha, Shochet, Imavusecha, they come. This is pretty explicit. Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to literally again die, lay with your forefathers become, and you are going to arise. Wow, pretty explicit. So how did they disprove it? No. They said, Gamil, you are putting the comma in the wrong place. Arulo, the Dilma, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. No, the passage is as follows. Moshe, you're going to die, and after you die, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. The people are going to rebel. So when you die, the people worship idolatry. The Vakam is not going on Moshe, but rather the Vakam is going on who? On the people. Incredible. The Minanabiyim, okay, so rejected at first. Next, Minanabiyim, what's the proof from Nabi? The Sev, Yiyu, Yesecha, Nivashi, Tumut, Akitu Vanu, Shoch, Me Afars, Kital Oros, Talaka, Be'eretz, with 5 people. So what's this? In this puzzle, what do you see in this phrase? You see, those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. The running and will sing praise to them. That's a pretty clear statement. Vilma, maybe that's referring to the dead that Yecheskel brought back to life. Who did Yecheskel bring back to life? That's the Yadeshu, right? That's the value of dry bones. So maybe that's a specific episode it's referring to. Next, Minaksubim from Chiv. Holy with Dodi and Yisharim, Dovave Sifsei Yishim. The pasuk is referencing Shir Hashirim. Literally, again, that phrase, Dovave Sifsei Yisharim. the lips of those who sleep will move. Sleep, a reference to death. Lips, they will move, meaning a reference to the idea that once again they'll speak. So the meaning said to Yochanan, the meaning said to the meaning is Gamliel. Maybe that's referring to the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? So the Gemara says, "Rabbi Yochanan, well, Rabbi Yochanan is so beautiful. We should show me your tzaddik. So beautiful. Whenever, also when a person dies, if someone says over a halacha. Now, by the way, halacha doesn't just have to mean a halacha. What that means is when a person dies and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, lips, the deceased lips move in the grave. So the Gemara says, Shene Amar, I'm sorry. So really, really beautiful idea. First of all, this idea that when a person needs over Torah, a person needs over lessons for their families, a person needs over these circles that are said over even after they are no longer alive, by definition, it gives them a continued kiyum, a continued life, a continued eternality in this world. So a person dies, someone says over their Torah, someone says over their saying, someone says over their so the lips move in the grave. Incredible. So the meaning, do not believe anything that Rabbi Gamliel said until Rabbi Gamliel gave them over the following idea. What was the following idea? Hashem lavosechem, laseis lahem. So the reference is strong again, that Hashem has sworn to give over to you. Now to actually say to them, it doesn't say Hashem is giving it over to you, rather what does it say? Ella lahem, to them. So from here you see ultimately again a reference to Tchias HaMesim min HaTorah. Incredible, because once again, you're giving over to them. Who's the them? The assumption is this is Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. So from here you see an explicit allusion to this idea that Hashem, that again the dead will come back to life. Incredible. Others say, because in different parts of the it's so beautiful. The Atem Hadvekim B'Hashem Elokechem Chaim Kulchem Hayom. Others say, in this passage, now literally translated, what does it mean? And you who cling to Hashem, your God, like Chaim Kulchem Hayom. So it seems to me, translate this, you will live fully today, or you are fully alive today. So it says, Pshita, the Chaim Kulchem Hayom, that's obvious. Moshe Rabbeinu is talking to them. So of course they're alive today. Ela afilu b'yom shechol ha'olam kulam leisim atem chayim. Even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea, the way the Gemara is reading this passage is, ultimately, again, you who cling to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Chaim Kulchem Hayom. Hayom means you will come back to life. That even on a day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful and incredible episode. So the Gemara is right. Shalom, I mean, there's much to say about that passage as well, but if we have time, I'll come back to it later. Shalom. Roman as Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya. So ultimately, again, the Romans asked Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya, what did they ask him? So they asked Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya a two-pronged question. Number one, how do we know that there's resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-pronged question. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya says, I can answer both of those questions from one pasuk. So again, Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya read the pasuk. Moshe, you're going to die. Become, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you see, as to Tchias HaMesim. The Gemara says they said back to him, V'dilma, V'kama Amazeh V'zana. Okay, Moshe, that's not how to read the pasuk. The way you read the pasuk is that ultimately Moshe, you're going to die. The V'kam doesn't go on Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does V'kam go on? V'kam goes on ultimately, again, the Klais are going to rebel. So Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya said, fine, even if you say that, at least in the Klutim, so again, even if you're not going to use this concept as a letter for Tchias HaMesim, you could at least use it for what? as they memorize as a scriptural proof that Hashem knows what's going to happen, right? Because again, here Hashem is saying to Moshe, Moshe, you're going to die, and when you die, Klal Yisrael is going to rebel. Okay, incredible. So, it's my land, you're going to show me that thing. Right? The Nash Baruch you'll get Mash Asavios, so it's Yochanan asked Moshe, how do I know? Baruch was going to bring back the dead. And how do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen? Shneimar, Incha Shochet Imavosecha V'kam. Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to Tanya, Amra Eliezer, Rabbi Yossi, who covers that, Ziyafti Sifrei. So Rabbi Eliezer says like this, in this matter, the books of the heretics have really been, they have forgeries. How so? Shehayu Omen, ain't Kisanisim in Torah. Remember again, because these books of heresy said there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. I said to them, Siyaftem Torastam, Velo Ha'elisem Biyadchem King. So number one, you forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on over here? Sha'atem Omen ain't Kisanisim in Torah, for you claim there is no Kisanisim. And yet it says, for you, Omer, Tikaris, and Nefesh Avonaba. So we'll say there is a double lashon of Tikaris. Why the double lashon? Because it says, I'm sorry. Tikaris ba'olam hazeh, Avonaba le'ema. So we'll say what Tikaris means that the sin will be cut off from this world. Avonaba, its sin will remain with it. Le'imas. When is that? La bi'olam does not refer to the world to come. So from here you see ultimately again Raya for Tchesimation. So the Gemara says Tikaris and good. Understand that? I'm not going to pop that high. But let me look at the Tarvayu. May Tarvayu may Karis Tikaris. To understand why can't you both that out from Tikaris? Tikaris in Olam Hazeh, Karis in Olam Haba. To which the Gemara says Haba Amrilay Dibra Torah Kulashom and Adam. Because if I would have said that, then the union would have said no. That's just a colloquial expression. Okay? Kitchen on. Shabbos says he's not going to get on. Tikaris, Balamazet, Tikaris, Balamazet, the Rebbe. So the Kiva understands the double lashon. Tikaris, be cut off in this world. Tikaris in the world to come. The Rebbe Kiva, Melo Yishmo. Velo Kvar Ne'emar, Es Hashem, Hu Migadei Finikrasa. The Pasuk says that he's blaspheming Hashem, he'll be cut off. The Chishlosha Olam Yish. Are there three worlds? Or is then that means that there's three expressions of being cut off. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, rather, Elo v'nichras olam hazeh, he'll be cut off in this world. He carries the olam haba, right? He carries be cut off in the world to come, and he carries dibra Torah kalashon b'nei adam. This refers to the Torah speaks. Okay. Bein Rabbi Shmuel ben Rabbi Akiva, avona ba my atidei. They're both according to Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel. What do you do with the phrase of avona ba? Look at this angle. This is beautiful. You might have thought that the sin would be cut off even if he did tshuva. So the Gemara says, when is the sinner cut off? Only when it's avona ba, when the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, the only time the sinner is cut off is when the sinner remains with him. But if the sinner does tshuva, then ultimately again he is not cut off. Incredible. So really fascinating. So again, the point that you begin to see is, like we mentioned yesterday, there's no one pasuk that says there's Tchesimation. What we have is a series of biblical, I should say Tanakh allusions. Is that right? Biblical allusions. Torah, different allusions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go. Shala Cleopatra Malchus Escabinea. Wow, Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi Meir. Amra said, by the way, just so you should know, Marsha points this out. Cleopatra is the queens, what Paro is the kings. So this is not like I think start with Cleopatra is a particular person, but this is more of a monarchical. Right now, says we see it from different shots. This is more of a monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, it's pretty cool. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, Amra, Yedgana Dechayu Shifri. Listen to this. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. Sorry, I know that the living died. That's it. I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, it's interesting, right? It's Cleopatra, I believe in Tchias Mason. It's incredible. I know that the dead will come back to life. Because again, the Pasuk says that literally they are sprouted forth from the city, it's reference to Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. Once again, it's interesting. This Pasuk was actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this Pasuk. From Tehillim. Right? So I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the Shaila? Ella kishein omdin alumin obemavushein omdin. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed or do they come back in their clothing? It's incredible. So Amallah. So Rainier says back to Cleopatra. Kavachomer mechita, make a kavachomer from a grain of wheat. How so? So the Gemara says, Umachita shmikpara aguma. So the chita, right? The grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, when you plant the seed, it's just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, yotza become a lavushin. Yet it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? What it means is, again, the kernel itself it has many layers. Right? It's a husk. It has different things on top of it. So you see from here again, just like the seed goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately again it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Tzadikim shenikbarim b'levushein, but Tzadikim ultimately again who are buried with their clothing, Allah has kama v'kama. Now Tzadik ultimately again is buried now, not just clothing, but tachrichim, but shrouds. So the Tzadik who is buried with clothing, all the more so he will come out clothed as well. So it's such a see. First of all, you just say stam, it's just like a fascination question. Like that, I believe in the resurrection of the dead, but how exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. So what's interesting also is it could very well be clothing. We've seen this before, is often a metaphor also for accomplishments. Like your begotten, right? The Cholei Shibir Gadecha Levani, the Shlomo says in Mishlei. At all times, let your clothing be white. So clothing represents accomplishment. So it could very well be that what Cleopatra was really asking was the following. When there is Tchias Mason, how do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like tabla rasa, right? Naked, unclothed, like new life, new person, like a new baby being born, or is your elected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, do you come back? And again, I have my nice clothing. I have my mitzvahs. So again, it's a fascinating question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? Which here responds, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. Which I will say is so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me what we'll call Olam Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. I'm going to case order going to be up. So the Caesar says it's going to be up. Caesar's going to be up. Amrisu Yishaki Chaye. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So as opposed to Cleopatra, who believed in Tchias Mason, but just had some detailed questions about it. So you see already that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't say. Caesar says, I don't understand. You guys say, you guys say, the Shach B'chayim, then will come back to life. I don't understand how that works. Havu Afra, Afra Mishachayim. The dead ultimately again become dust. And dust can't come back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of Tzadik Alf 91a. Amru who Barthay, Shafke Ba'ana Mahadra. So again, these things are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Gamliel, I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, so Ba'ana Mahadra, we'll say second line, Tzadik Alpha, raise 91a, second line. Shnei Yotzim each period. There are two people, to fashioners, creators of stuff, right? Pottery people. Yesh be'irenu, right? Rashi says over here, Shnei yotzim be'irenu, achazot zekilim min hamayim. They create utensils. So people create utensils. Listen to this. Echad yotzim min hamayim, v'echad yotzim min hatit. One creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So Isa mehen, who's better? With the Caesar's mind, of course, on the right, Mesher to the right. Of course, again, it's a much greater to create utensils from water than it is to create from clay. So the Gemara says, she said to him, so Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? It's a reference to Zerah, to the drop of semen, which creates a baby. So Kishbaruch creates human life from literally minor, from water. Then Allah has kama v'kama, he can create it from dirt. In other words, right, it's a greater feat to create utensils from water than it is from clay. Then everybody agrees you can create utensils from clay. HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, certainly go ahead and create life from clay, from dirt as well. The name of the Yishmael Tana, Kavachomer Meklis Kutis, is beautiful. You can make a Kavachomer from the creation of glass. The creation of glass, it's gas and mason. Maklis Kutis, Sha'amalon, Beruach, Basar V'dam. How is glass made? You blow glass. So glass is made through the breath of man. And Nishbaru Yeshlan Takana. And even if glass breaks, you could melt it down and you could refashion it. Man who is made with the breath of Hashem. Right? Hashem blew life into us. Alas Kama Bakama. All the more so that if it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together. Such a profound Gemara. Amar Yahu. So I'll say, also just there's so much to say on each of these Gemaras because each of these statements are tremendous metaphors for different aspects of our lives. But again, I underline this, so we'll come back to it at some point. So there was a particular unbeliever, Amin, who said to Rabbi Amisu, you say the Shachvi Chayi, you guys say we come back to life. So the Gemara says, but the dead turn to dust, and how can dust possibly come back to life? Let me give you a mashal. The Melech Basar Adam, I'll give you a mashal. There was once a human king, and the human king said to his servants, go and build from your palace. There's only one problem. There's no water, there's no dirt in the place where I need you to build the palace. I need you to figure it out. Hopefully, also. The Baruch Hashem, the subjects were able to figure it out. They built the king a beautiful palace. The Yamin Nafal, sometime later, the palace fell down. So the king says to his subjects, also the Makom Shiyish Afalomai. I want you to rebuild the palace, but this time I want you to build in the place where there is water and there is dirt. Amrulo, Ain Ani Yucholim. And the subject said, we can't do it, we're unable to do it. So Kanasalayim, the king got very angry at them. The Makom Shemaim Ba'afar Ben Benisem, Aksha Shishmaim Ba'afar Alachas Kamalakama. So the king said, I don't understand. You were able to build a palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So we'll say, what's the Rimshal? Because Baruch creates man from nothing. Yeshmek, Baruch the world from nothing. So if Baruch was created from nothing, then even when man comes back into dirt is still something. So if you can create from nothing, you certainly can create from something. That was the answer back to yesterday. And if you don't believe without this idea of something turning into something else, say a bit, go out into the valley, or see this particular type of rodent. So most of this is not a discussion exactly about what they're talking about. What Chazal are talking about over here is rodent. That apparently is half flesh and half earth. The machar gishmitz, the naaseh kula basar. The next day, ultimately, again, it comes completely flesh. So you see the ability of things to transform from earth into flesh. Shema Tamar Lizman, but maybe you'll say it takes a lot of time for this rodent to have this transformation. Allah Har, go up onto the mountain. First 5 lines. Urei Shayom in Bo Chilazon. Ela Chilazon Echad. I see this particular mountain that on this stage is only one Chilazon. Remember again, Chilazon is that future from which the Tchelas is created. So you go up on the mountain, there's one Chilazon. The next day the rain, then the smelly Kulo Chilzonos. Ultimately, and the mountain will be filled with chilazons. So again, the idea over here is number one, that earth could turn to flesh, right? Something could turn to nothing. And from the earth, again, things could sprout as evidenced by the chilazons. Incredible. I will say, I think that there is a tremendous profundity in that mashal as well about the king. I remember the mashal on the king, what happened? The king said to his subjects, build me a palace. And he said, build a palace where there is nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. There's no dirt, there's no water. And the subjects do it. Palace falls down sometime later, and then the king says again, build me a palace. Build me a palace in a place where there is dirt and water. And the subjects say we can't do it, impossible. The king said, what are you talking about? You built the palace with nothing, Allah is trying to build the palace with dirt and water. I think the metaphor is as follows. We'll say, all of us have times in life where we are pushed to accomplish things that we do not think we could accomplish. Our back is up against the wall, we're in extenuating circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we pulled the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. I did it. Baruch Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, maybe even potentially what look like impossible circumstances, and I came through, I did it. And yet then, there are times day to day where my circumstances are not impossible, and I don't pull through. And I tell myself, I can't do it. What are you talking about? Do you remember that time that you came through in impossible circumstances? Do you remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where, again, it wasn't clear if you would succeed or not, and you did, and you came through? If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build the personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, then Allah has come day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. And I must say, we all have situations like this. We're really difficult situations. If you don't have situations like this, is a chisa. I think almost all of us have situations like this, really difficult circumstances where I said to myself, I don't know if I'll be able to get through this. And I got through it. Not only did I get through it, but I succeeded and I grew. And if I could do that in the extenuating circumstances in life, then I certainly could perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no dirt, there was no water, the more so I could build a personalistic palace where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredibly useful for life. You want those weiter. Normally, I wouldn't know the Gevir Ben Pesisa. This is a great series of stories. Here's taking a name. He said to Gevir Ben Pesisa, that's his name. Gevir Ben Pesisa. Rashi points out over here. Kach Shmo B'Haisa Lo Akmumius B'Gabot. Interestingly enough, so this guy Gevir Ben Pesisa, who himself was a Shtickleton problem, and he was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story in just a little bit. Rashi points out over here, he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a min who came over to him. And this min said to him, Vai lechon chayve, Damrison Mesi Chayim. The Chayim Mesi, the Mesi Chayim. So there was this Apikar, he comes over to Kavim with the Jews, and he says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking about the Jews, right? He calls the Jews Rishon. Rishon, why are you Rishon? Because you espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. Can you possibly say that which is dead comes back to life? Amalei. So Gevir Ben Pesisa responds, Vai lechon chayve. You're the Rishon. Da'amrison Mesi Lo Chayim. Telo Havi Chaya. Telo the Havi Chaya Lo Kol Shekin. So let's say, so Gevir Ben Pesisa says back to that man, he says, you're the Rasha. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth. How does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition, just simple propagation of the species. There's no life, so we have a paradigm for this. What are you talking about? You're the Rasha. There's part where every single life starts with no life and goes to life. So what's crazy to think that the dead comes back to life? So, Gevir Ben Pesisa, he called this Apikores a Rasha. Amalei, Chaydi Karisli. So the Apikores says to Gevir Ben Pesisa, you're calling me a Rasha? If I would be over there, you're lucky someone's holding me back, right? If I would come over to you, I would kick you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. Right? That's in other words, I would just listen. This is incredible, right? People are people. Nothing changes over time, right? You're lucky. My father told me that. If I would kick you sort of, I would kick you straight, right? I would kick you, but you would kick out your hunchback. So it's great. So Amalei, and I told the king, Rofe Uman, Iskar Harbe Tito. Do it, man. Right? Do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shkoyach. Not only would I give you a shkoyach, but I would pay you handsome amount of money, handsome copay for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Now, that's our introduction to Gavia Ben Pesisa. The next number of stories we're going to be dealing with Gavia Ben Pesisa as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about his personality. That's in on the 24th of this. So again, those are oppressors. Our oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. Now again, what oppressors? What are we talking about? So watch this. Africa, when the people of Africa came to the Romans, with a legal claim against the Jewish people. What was their claim? Let's say Alexandros Moscow. So again, actually, before Alexander the Great, Alexander the Macedonian, right? So they're really not Rome, right? But they came before Alexander the Macedonian for a din Torah with province. So Amrlo, Eretz Canaan, Jews like Alexander. Right? How do we know that Jews like Alexander? Because also there are Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean an English name. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander, right? Which is very strange, considering it's not exactly a Yiddish name, right? It's not a Hebrew name. But again, it's like Alexander, but Jews had Alexander the Great. The name stuck. So the people of Africa come with a din Torah against the Jews. Amrlo, Eretz Canaan Shalom. What's their claim? The land of Canaan, as we'll say, I just want to point out. New under the sun. Right? So before there was a hay, right? Before there was any of these other mechanisms, the nations of the world were always bringing their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Eretz Yisrael, not so big. Right? You wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What they need another desert? Right? But again, I say, this is the derech of humanity. The derech of humanity is they cannot leave Klal Israel alone. They cannot bear the world church bear that Jews have some. Again, it hurts us to say because we like to think the world has changed. And we all love each other, and there's no anti-Semitism, and everybody loves us. And clearly, again, that illusion has been blown to smithereens. Right? We see that that's no longer the case. And again, it's actually very informative. It's in there. The world can't, for some reason, can't be so well that Jews have something. All the more so that Jews can defend themselves, that Jews can stand up for themselves. Right? So again, they come before Alexander the Great. Canaan is ours. Now, what's the claim? The Sid, and again, if you're right from the Torah, these are from that. The Sid, Eretz Canaan Ligvulosa. It says that the land of Canaan including all of the boundaries. Well, Canaan. So therefore, they looked at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. They had Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan Avun Dahano Inshia. Canaan is our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush, of Ham. So the Africans say this is our father. So because again it's our father, we own this land. So again, so this is this was a claim brought before Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now defend their claim to Eretz Canaan, Eretz Yisrael. I'm going to give him Sisa. So he says, let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this. So if I lose, the good thing is there's really no harm because they could just say, now apparently we'll say, but you see from these stories, Esau was not recognized as one of the ranking sages. That wasn't his identity. Therefore, he says, if I lose the case, it's not a big deal. because whatever, you could just say, I wasn't really representing us, right? Just and the Africans, they should feed it just a regular guy. And if I win the case, Amru Bahem, say Torah's motion itself. The victory will not be attributed to me, rather what will the victory be attributed to Torah. Which I want to say, by the way, just you begin to see the beauty and the power of the personality of Gavia ben Pesisa, that all of this was literally about Torah. This is about HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Gavia ben Pesisa saw himself as an ambassador of the Ribbon Shalom. So if I lose, the loss is mine. But if I win, the win is the Ribbon Shalom. That's incredibly selfless. Okay, so he gets permission from the Rabbanim. He represents Christ, our funded Alexander the Great. Come ahead. So he says to the Africans, where are you bringing the peace from? Give them the Torah. We just said it. I'll also bring it right from the Torah. What's the pasuk? Shneimar. Vayomer Arur Kinan Eved Avodim Yelachav. Kinan is cursed, and Kinan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case, Eved. So again, Hebra was here. You said you're the children of Kinan. Kinan was cursed. Kinan are Avodim. Eved Shekana Avodim Nechasim. Eved Luni Nechasim Luni. If an Eved acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Eved himself belong to? Not only that, so furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? Because we're the slaves to Klal Yisrael, and what? You have not been working for years. So not only do you not own land, right, but we own you, and you owe us back wages, back payment for all of your delinquent service. Okay, so what happened? Alexander Malka, so Alexander says to the Africans, well, what say you? You know what? What's your response? So they said to Alexander, give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back with an answer. No, so let's man. He gave them the time, but so ultimately again they searched, but they could not find an answer. Miyad Barkut, so the Africans, man, what happened? They Carmen Kishen to us. Let's find out what's in that. Here's what's interesting. So apparently, again, they were in Canaan. Right in Eretz Yisrael, they were living there. But they had no claim. They recognized they had no claim. They left. They ran away. And they left behind laden fields and laden vineyards. And the Gemara says, Shana Shrias Haisa. It was a Shemitah year. Yeah. So not only did Klal succeed, but ultimately Klal Yisrael went ahead and Baruch Hashem had somewhere to sustain themselves even during the Shemitah year. So I must say, so again, what's the result with this? It's a fascinating story. What's the takeaway message? So there's 2 messages. Number one, that Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world, but the little bit that we have is ours, and we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it, nor should we be apologetic about the fact that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave it to us and did not give it to others. When Jews are apologetic, so ultimately, again, that weakness is exploited and pounced upon. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when things come together. Number 2, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's when things work. Gavia ben Pesisa, I must say, I want to point something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to note, it's not like Gavia ben Pesisa came with like a whole shekel over here, right? Welcome tonight in Torah. I'd like to take my class. So this, it says in the Rambam, it says in Brisker, it says in the Even Hazanah, he doesn't know, he goes a pasuk. He quotes a pasuk, like it's not a complicated drasha. Why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is, but on a very simple level, Gavia ben Pesisa made a very simple idea. This is not about me. This is not about me. This is about the Ribbon Shalom. When you do things for the right purposes, specifically for the cover of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and number 2, do things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next, Shuf Bamachas, another Din Torah. It's fascinating. In Israel, Alexander Mochton. So once again, now the Egyptians, brought a court case. Let's say this is literally again. We think it's new things that like nations of the world bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. The Africans did it. And I will say again, like who led the claims of genocide? Just fascinating. Just to see how the world was so certain, right? Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel? South Africa. I was just pointing out, just to see certain things. They just are the way that they are. And while it's nice to think that the world changes, it really doesn't. The only thing that changes is us. The world very much stays the same, especially in its hatred for God. So it's overwhelming. Next court case. Who else now comes before Alexander the Great? Egypt. Egypt. Amulom, Harihu Omer, Sari Omer, Bashem Nasana Skina Amabene, Vashilum. Tinulanu Kazel is Alshnet Alfunulenu. So the Egyptians come, by the way, this actually is a pretty good claim. Right? So the Pasuk says, when we left Mitzrayim, the Pasuk says, in Yom Yoma, coming up to Pesach, the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of Klal Yisrael in the eyes of the Egyptians, Vayashilum. Now, Vayashilum literally means they borrowed. They borrowed. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they asked, right? Others say it means borrowed. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with the idea that it means borrow, which means Klal Yisrael borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. Which the Egyptians say, so happy to have lent it to you, right? We'd like our stuff back. We'd like our stuff back. Okay. So the Gemara says, so the Gvir ben Pesisa says, the Alexander. So the Gvir ben Pesisa says, do me a favor. It says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me Rishos, I'll deal with it. Amy Natsuni once again, Amru Lahem, Hegyo Chelachem Nitzachtem. Say if I'm successful. I'm sorry, if they are victorious. If they win the case over me, so then I say again, it's not a big deal because people will just say, this guy did Sisa, he's a Hegyo. He's just a regular guy. Right? But if I am successful, Amru Lahem, Torah's Moshe Rabbeinu Nitzachtem. Then ultimately again, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to Kodesh Baruch Hu. Okay, so Sisa shows up to Basin and he treats the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amrulahem, Mehechem Atamavi and Raya. Egyptians, what's your Raya? What's your proof? Amrulahem, Torah. Amrulahem. So again, the Egyptians, we told you, Vayashi, you borrowed stuff from us. So okay, Shkai happy to have lent it to you. Now you want stuff back. So which the Egyptians says, Amrulahem, Afani lo avi lechem Raya elam min Torah. I'll also bring you a proof from the Torah. Shneimar, Umoshe b'nei Yisrael, Asher yashuv b'Mitzrayim, Shloshim shana v'arba me'os shana. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. And 430 years, remember again, that's the clock from Akedas Yitzchak. So we're there for 430 years. Tinu lanu schar avoda, shoshishim vivav, sheshivaretim b'Mitzrayim, Shloshim v'arba me'os shana. So, Givim says, no problem. If you want to make an accounting, happy to make an accounting. You say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed, okay? You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's do some forensic accounting over here, right? Let's go. Let's settle up. Let's settle up back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? Some of them Alexander Mokdo, so Alexander says to the Egyptians, okay, so what do you have to say? So give us 3 days, we'll come back. So Nasan Shlosha, so Nasan Lahem Zman, so ultimately again they searched for 3 days, they couldn't find an answer. Miyad, Henichu Sadoseyan, Kishin Zuros, Karmei, Kishin Naturos, Ubarfu. They left behind their fields, right? The laden fields, laden vineyards, but also Shona Shvi, and it was a Shemitah year. Incredible. The Jews had benefits of this. I just want to point out something really interesting. Why is it that both the Africans and the Egyptians went away? Right? Come back, be a man. Be a man. Right? And say, you know what? We don't have an answer. I will say, because here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you can come back and you can say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors and only an attempt to rob people of what is rightfully theirs, you don't even have the backbone to show back up in courts. And that's what we're teaching us over here. These weren't real claims, right? Because if you have real claim, again, listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, when you can't even show your face again, when you can't even follow back up, that shows the emptiness of your claims to begin with. So profound. The Gemara is like, Shumpam, Achas, Bol B'nai Yishmael. That is incredible. Okay, so I'll say this is great. So everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? Sons of Yishmael, B'nai Keturah. Lodun im Yisrael, if they outside just smoke. So what's Yishmael's claim? What's that claim? Amalo, Eretz Kinaan Shalom. Okay, yeah, let's do this. Right, let's do this. Right, so Bnei Yishmael say Eretz Kinaan is ours. So what happened? Yeah, here's what's interesting. Yishmael comes with a different claim. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu B'Shalachem. Right, so it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says we're not saying it's solely ours. We're saying it's also ours. Now this is very different, right? Africans claim all ours, right? Canaan claimed, right? Mitzrayim wanted back wages, right? They wanted money, right? At the end of the day, so it's interesting. Yishmael, we're going to see why Yishmael's claiming. So Yishmael says we're not claiming it's all ours. We're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it. Why? So the Gemara says. Told us Yishmael ben Avram. Told us Yitzchak ben Avram. So again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not a bad claim, right? What's Yishmael's claim? We're also children of Avram. The land was given to Avram. We too are the children of Avram. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I'm going to give him this is not from Tanuli Rishos ve'elach le'adinimah. If Alexander's mocked, so once again, you give him Sisa. Chevra, let me do this. I'll judge that. I'll adjudicate it. I'll argue it. Emi natzchuni amru hadot shavachem nisachtem v'im ani anatzech osam amru lahem Toras Moshe sachtem. Right? So ultimately, again, so Jim says, if I lose, they defeated the Cameron. If I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happened? So he says to the Shmuel, what's your ayah? What's your proof? So again, we just quoted it. We are also the children of Avram Avinu. Avram gave everything he owned to Yitzchak. And Avram gave, like the children of the concubines, B'nai Keturah, he gave them matanos. And then it says, Vayishalachem me'al Yitzchak b'no. He sent them away. So the Gemara says, Nasar Avram, so the Gemara says, Nasar Avram matanos. Av shenasar agatem b'banav b'chayim. V'shigaz me'al zeh. Klum yish lazeh al zeh klum. If a father gives gifts to a son and then sends that son away, does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. Essentially what the Pieces were saying is, what are you guys talking about? If Avram gave Yishmael and the other sons of the concubines gifts, and then what did he do? He sent them away. And what does that mean? He said, Chevra, this is yours. I love you. I do love you. Right? After all we saw before in the Gemara with Yaakov. Amr says, I have two sons. I love them both. Yishmael, I love you. And that's why I'm giving you stuff, but I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than Yitzchak. So the Gemara says as follows. My matanos, by the way, one of the matanos that he gave them, right? Ultimately, again, he gave them sorcery. So the Gemara says, so therefore, again, and interestingly enough, what I want to point out, what's fascinating about that story is if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, Yishmael says, we need 3 days in order to come back. The Gevia ben Basisa's raya was so compelling. It was like a mic drop. That was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Avram Avinu. And Avram loved your father as well. But Avram gave your father gifts. He gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, or Avram did not want Yitzchak and Yishmael. Actually, remember, Avram did want Yitzchak and Yishmael to grow up together. Sarah didn't. Baruch Hu intervened, and Hashem said to Avram, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, to be able to see, it says, you have no chelik in Yishmael. You have Yishmael. You have no chelik in Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you notice by this version of the story, Yishmael accepts it. There's no let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. All right, boss, you know what? We'll have to. This might be a new record. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Right, we're gonna stop over here for today. Okay, listen. Let me ask. Could we possibly go any faster? We can't go any faster. There's too much we can start over here. Listen, we'll stop over here for today. Goyach will pick us from the bottom of time tomorrow. More incredible, overwhelming Gemara. Right. I want to say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Coming From sponsors. For Top Shoot Day, the Tilton Sprachavan to start with dedicated overshooting instructions this year, and it's supposed to be so almost all of our Israel. Coming From sponsors for the month of April. Linear Clovis, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Perry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, and Sue Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakohen, the Ziv that we living and burning memories in memory of Mr. Wade, Zed, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Zechon, the Rabbi of the American Bible Torah, all of the Yisrael Tabernacle, the families in the world, all those who need a Ruach should have one delivered cold, holy Yisrael, and 12 Shemini, for some being our hostages home, and I hope Yisrael should be successful with all of Mass Abraham. Once with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful day ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sadik 90. We are picking up on K-Test on the days 89b, 14 lines up from the bottom. Smack in the middle of the story of the Akedah. So remember again, which probably says to Abnavinu as Mincha, fights your son, which Abnavinu responds to me. The biggest part of you, she has two sons. I have two sons. Ezekimcha, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again have very unique singularity. Asher Ahavta, the one who you love. Tarvayu Rechonu, I love them both. Very incredible, Gemara right there. Adam Green says, you think I don't love you small? You think I don't love you small? The father loves his son. You have the son do exactly what the father wants. As Yitzchak. So finally, who says to him, okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, the Kachlama, so why don't you just say from the beginning of Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Just say from the beginning, go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. In order for Avnavinu not to be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, the Prophet recognized the idea that Halacha L'Maisa, this would have been an overwhelming test. Obviously, it wasn't an overwhelming test for Avnavinu. So the Prophet, in order to allow Avnavinu to, so to speak, ease into this and intellectually ingest this, emotionally ingest this, lays it out slowly, which is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blurting it out. It's not just about saying, but again, sometimes a person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Kid yourself on that. So this is not what happens. I'm looking on his way to the appearance. It also shows, by the way, how even I'm not going to see this a little bit more. Again, getting Avnavinu to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akiva was also a process. So it's a process. As good as Avnavinu was, it's not like you flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the Akiva. It took time to be able to ease into it. You know, goes back to keep something like that. So the Satan tried to sabotage Avnavinu on the way to the Akiva. I don't know. Elisa Davar Lepa Tila in Sarta Lagan, the Adam Rappos Hefsa Kosher Kuman, Mola, Ata Kawa and Lepa Tele. So there was the part of the at the end of the project is every part of the structure here about the Elisa Davar Lepa Tla. So what the Satan says to Avnavinu is, Avram, does this make sense to you that a God who loved you would ask you to do this? So the Satan was trying to theologically sabotage Avnavinu. And essentially, they don't want to keep sacrifice for this, but this wasn't the Ratzon Hashem. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how can it be that a God who loves you asks you to go ahead and offer up something so precious? Look at that, God. Shem Yisad Davar Elech Law. How you know about that? So it's the Davar Sheets Law and Star Machia Zayachal. Could it be that if God loved you so much, He would test you with something, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Torah who would test you in this way? Oh, I need to meet him. This is such a beautiful, beautiful Gemara. To which I'm in response, I walk in my simplicity. Right? Like coming Tiana Shema Yaakov. Simplicity, completeness. What I'm going to do essentially says, you know what Amuna is? What Amuna represents is the ability to give oneself over in totality to the Ribono Shel Olam. His backness. I'm about myself to Hashem. I'm about myself to Hashem. So therefore, again, when he says this something, it's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need between Amos and walk with completion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Whatever the Ribono Shel Olam tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. Hello, you lost stuff. So the suffers in that already know. But maybe your Yira, maybe your Shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yira ultimately again is blinding you. Amalo, Zohar na, Mihu na Yahar. Is there anyone who has put their faith in HaKadosh Baruch Hu and has been lost? What Rabbi says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain Amina. You just can't explain Amina. But there's one interesting thing about Amina, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might look strange, might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it, is anyone who put their Amina at the spot, have they ever been lost? Has there ever been a person who's been put at a disadvantage? Like this conversation is probably the essence that every person with Amuna goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is whether the sucker is speaking to Amuna or whether Amuna is going through this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, could it be that a guy who loves you would do this to you? And what's the answer to that? The answer to that is I don't understand the reason, God. And therefore, again, I just give myself over to the Ribono Shel Olam. This that's what it means. I give myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, hold a second, maybe you're misunderstanding, what God means now, what God wants you, to which again, I'm not even response. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in the embrace of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, those who give themselves over to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Kivan b'chaza, lo kashani alei. So once the Satan saw that Amavini was not listening to him, Amalei, ve'ilai davar yibunov, kat shamati me'achari apargod, haseli olah, ve'iyitzchak li'olah. So interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, Father Avram, don't worry too much, because I heard from behind the curtain. At the end of the day, God's not even going to ask you to sacrifice. Good news. At the end of the day, you're going to end up with a sheep. And which was interesting enough is okay, the end of the story. That is indeed what ended up happening. But yet, Amalo, Amadu says to the Sultan, this is the punishment of a liar. Shachidu Omer Emes is showing up. That was again, somebody lies enough, even when they tell the truth, no one listens. No one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last piece? The whole plan, the Sultan is trying to convince trying to convince Amadu not to do this. Right? And then the last pitch effort is, don't worry about it. You have to sacrifice this, but it's going to be fine. What's the shot? The shot was, he was trying to take away the scar from Ahmed. And he was trying to say, I'm going to die. It's not such a good test. He's not going to have to do it anyway. So he couldn't stop him. So at least he could take away the reward for doing it. He could take away the amina component. Because everybody says, essentially, Satan, I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to me. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar. He's working on his trustworthy. Incredible. So he goes like this. I'm going to Yishmael Yitzchak. So ultimately, again, but as the act discussion is, as the Satan is having a conversation with Avram, So Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak, and Yishmael says, Yitzchak, you think you're so great? You think you're so great? I'm going to bring you, after all, again, Gadol Nimkar Mitzvahs. Sha'at Malta Neshwar Yomim. Dari Ben Shmoshes Rishana. So when Yishmael says to Yitzchak, you got a bris. I got a bris when I was 13 years old. You got a bris when you were a baby. You have no consent. You have no memory of it. Me, I had to do it when I was possible like an adult. 13 years old. I don't know. So Yitzchak says, if the ever effort after the Garabi, you're starting up with me with one body part. In only the effort is called Rizobeh, because Atzim of Kalafanai, and Rizobeh, right? And Rizobeh. If the Oriana I used to was telling me to give my entire body to him, I would do that. And then after that conversation, Yad, the king makes us out. Immediately after that, the Akita comes. Listen, what's the chat with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, but you know the phrase, Shem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the card for that may actually be this tomorrow. Because what happens over there, there's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And it says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, Brother Kim Nisas Ara, Hashem says to Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment, when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, that's when the Baruch tested it. Only after again it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such a Nisayon, that the Baruch would give him that Nisayon. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. But what it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that also, whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, I can make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you. The Satans don't start up with you. The Ishmaels don't start up with you because no one really cares what it is what you're doing. When you want to do something holy and you want to do something of meaning, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? The Akedah is starting, the Satan starting up with Avram, the Ishmael starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you're on the cusp of Kedusha. It's reminiscent of one of my favorite parts of all time. Actually, it's by the Akedah. What's at the end of the Akedah? Hashem says to Amnavinu, Atish Lacher Kalanar, don't do anything to the boy, don't check Yitzchak. And then what happens? Once it says, Ayol Bayar, Ayol Nechaz B'Skach B'Kanda. Amnavinu goes over and he sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thorns. And then he goes over and he offers it up as a carbon. Asks the Katzker, how do you know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon? After all, Hashem just said he didn't want carbon. They didn't want carbon at all. Right? How do you know to offer the carbon? That's just something amazing. He says, because Adamavinu saw that was stuck in the thorns. So the Katzker says like this. If the Adam would have run up to Adamavinu's feet and lay down in the seat, Adam wouldn't have offered it. He says something that easy, that's from the Satan. But when he saw that it was stuck in the door, he said, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not possible. It's not right. Somebody told me this out of the corner. Right. So again, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? No, but you can imagine, right? There's the thorn, the struggle. What happens when you try to get a ram out of a thicket? You get cut, you bleed. There's a struggle. I don't know when you saw where there is struggle, there is Kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no Kedusha. Where there's struggle, if you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is Kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no Kedusha. Where there's struggle, is absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Satan starting off with Avnavinu, Yitzchak, Yishmael starting off with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors and then they get difficult. But we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. It's not there. That's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice, but not that that it's holy. Incredible. So back to Navi Shekha for a little bit. Navi Shivya. So Navi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. The skila, the Shema says you get kind of strangulation. So the Gemara says, Madiche and Dachas. Now remember again, so when you see the skila, Navi Shivya, then he's like a Navi who tries to go and get either an individual or a group. Next, Madiche and Dachas is, remember, those who try, or he or those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So let's start off. But the skila, the Yeshiva Mechanek, the Yeshiva says Kanak, Navi Shediach the skila, my time of Rabbanon. So Navi who tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah to get skila. Why is that? What's the logic of the Rabbanon? So he must say, Asya Hadocha Mimesis. So if we the Xer Shava from Mesis, Malahavan the skila, Akan the skila. Okay, Rabbi Shimon, Misa Ksiva. Rabbi Shimon says, no. By the Navi it says Misa. And what's the halacha? The Chamisa Muna B'Torah, Stam Inu Erechanek. In general, any Misa that is mentioned in the Torah is Chenek. Madicha Ir Nidachas B'Skila, my time of Rabbanon. So why is it that Madicha Ir Nidachas? They get skila, what's the logical to Rabbanon? Kami Hadacha, only Mesis, only Navi Shivya. So again, we can say a Shabbat of Hadacha, either from Mesis or from the Navi Shivya. Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadacha min Navi. Rabbi Shimon is that Hadacha from Navi, never Kanek. From Igmar, Mesis. Why doesn't Rabbi Shimon not consider Shabbat from Mesis? So the Gemara says, so we want to done in Mesis Rabin, Mesis Rabin. They ain't done in Mesis Rabin, Mesis Yochid. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and lay out the zero shuttle from Mesis Rabin to Mesis Rabin. Remember, in this context, in this discussion, there's two types of inciters. Right? There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the zero shuttle to a like type of inciter. I'd rather teach the opposite. I'd rather learn out again what we call the common insider from a common insider, and not the common insider from the Navi who incites. So the Shema will say, Kevin Shevia, ain't look I had trouble with that. The Shema will say, no, even though it's a Navi, you may be doing the incite hearing, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a Hagyot. He's no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a Hagyot. I'm going to Chista. The Chista says, what's that top of Tzaddik, 98. Machlokes, now this is very interesting, we'll say. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet, right? So now the Shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now obviously, or a Mesis. Now, obviously, if he's inciting people to worship Avodah Zarah, fine, but let's listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker haguf ta'avodas kochavim, v'kiyum mitzas u'pitom mitzas ta'avodas kochavim. I want to say everything interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but in then other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. I think we'll get actually just a moment. First, actually, it's Adi Kodalov. Machlokes, Rabban Rabbi Shimon. And let's say now, obviously, Rabban Rabbi Shimon, the Halacha L'Maisa, obviously, Rabbi Sheker is going to be Chayiv Misa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Misa. Is it Skima? Is it Chanek? That's the Machlokes. But look what it actually says over here. He says, Machlokes, Rabban Rabbi Shimon, Navi Ba'oker Chol HaGuf Ba'avodas Kochavim, Amar, Mitzvah, Visi Virach HaKol, Zehi Avura, Meis Navos Lachor, Kol, Mitzvah Avodas Kochavim in Torah. So this is obviously the classic case of this Navi Sheker. He prophesies as he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to abrogate, right, to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. There's no such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or all the tiny mitzvahs, the Rebecca mitzvahs, that highly becoming Rabban Skila, we shouldn't so much say, the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, a good example of this would be, well, we'll see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what there's in Machlokes. So again, obviously both Rabbanon and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that he's put to death. Machlokes is about the type of death. Watch this. The Rahmana of the Torah says that the Nabi will try to bring you from the derech, min haderech. Min haderech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. About okay, haguf b'shar mitzvahs. This is interesting. So let's say someone goes like, Nabi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. So Nabi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. Avodah Zarah, he just uprooted another mitzvah. Uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees, to put to death, because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he's put to death by Chenek. The key mitzvahs, the bigger mitzvahs, the Shem is to do that potter. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and, let's say, uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs, everyone agrees, potter. Well, the example of that, he says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. It's not something like that. In other words, so it's Shabbos, so there's 3 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he uproots part of it, that's the Machlokes for the Shimon and the Rabbanon. Schai Bisa, is it skila, is it charek? That's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah in its entirety. Saying another mitzvah or another idea doesn't apply. Everyone agrees, charek. Category 3, interesting, category 3 is another mitzvah. He uproots part of it, maintains part of it. Interesting, what's that up over there? Pater. Pater doesn't mean that it's fine, right? Pater just means that David is not putting him to death. So the Mark said, Master Rav is 1 second. Lalakas, now, the passage that the Mark is quoting is the passage. You must keep Sarah Allah Shalokek and Halotia since it's talking about the Nabi Shepherd, the false prophet, now the merge dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Lalakas, right? Because again, remember, he's going ahead, right? He's viewing you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Lalakas, Zum Mitzvah Saseh. This refers to a positive commandment. Ba, Zum Mitzvah, Lo Saseh. Prohibition. So I said, what does it sound like? It sounds like that even if the Nabi messes with other parts of the Torah, he should still be put to death. So what's going on over here? Please have like Kabbalah Kochavim I say, Kabbalah Kochavim Eitim Mishkachasla. And anything one thing is talking about idolatry. And they'll say, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? Which the verse is up. Funny you should ask. There is. So Gemara Krista, then he packs them. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment they'll say? Is you're supposed to break apart the mizbeachos, the altars of Avodah Zarah. Rav Hamnuna Amar. So we said Rav Hamnuna therefore has another version of this. Rav Hamnuna says like this. I will say first of all, tremendous mazel tov from our learner on the new coffee machine. So mazel tov feels like a grandchild almost, like mazel tov, mazel tov. Shed much continued nachas and mitzvah Hashem to follow the ways of that Masada Kadisha. But as I say, really, it's an opportunity. This is now Avi's second machine on the job of Rabbi. Thank you very much for everything that you do for us, morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start the shoot at 5:41 this morning. There wasn't a Zoom period this morning, which is strange. But then you saw about Hashem the promotion, dedication. So thank you really for all the late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I will say. I never get a round of applause. It's like, wow, okay, I'll start making the coffee. Funny, you know, it's all. Ramina says as follows. Ramina says like this. Our Machlokes, Ba'okeh Haguf, being Babel is coming every Shabbos. So it's like Rav Hamnuna comes along, and Rav Hamnuna, he has a different approach. He says like this. Anytime a Nabi, a false prophet, comes along and uproots something in totality, something from the Torah. Whether that is avodah zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, the Navi Shek is coming along and he's saying this mitzvah or this avera, whatever it is, no longer applies. And he's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, no God open about the mitzvahs, ubito mitzvahs davon skochavim, dachmona amar min haderach mitzvahs haderach. So let's say so again. So there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories. It's like this: uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, prohibited. Punishable like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and you uproot part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable like that. About here mitzvahs, ubito mitzvahs, sham mitzvahs, to be potter. So when are you potter? If you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs, right? Like you said before, you can wear shatnez on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of the week. So that would be an example of uprooting part and confirming part. In that context, you potter. You potter. Let's analyze. So listen to this. The Navi emphasizes in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I will say once you're in the right, so over here is not distinguishing between the Zara or anything else. If a Navi comes along and says a particular mitzvah or a particular avera no longer applies, okay, or I feel I'm sorry. Fine. The kind of mitzvahs for the battle mitzvahs. Let's say again, he emphasizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. And Shimon points out, and Shimon says that Shepater. By avodah zarah, even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. Another example of that is, let's say he says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship avodah zarah, the rest of the week you can't. There's still liability for that. Abaye is so much of Christo, so therefore, so now we have essentially three different versions about how this machlokas ultimately unfold. So Abai holds like Rav Chisda, so let's just go through. So Abai holds like Rav Chisda, Umatar is like Rav Chisda, and he therefore interprets this entire discussion like Rav Chisda. How so? Rava holds Rava is like Rav Amuna, Umatar is like Rav Amuna, Rava holds like Rav Amuna, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets it like Rav Amuna. Here we go. Abai is like Rav Chisda, Umatar is like Rav Chisda, so Abai holds like Rav Chisda, and interprets this entire discussion like Rav Chisda. Hamasnabi, here we go. Hamasnabi, Lachad Davin Torah, Divya called the Kanek. Again, if the Navi comes along and uproots the mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what's the definition of uprooting? In totality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, particular avera doesn't apply. Whether you're talking about avodah zarah or shar mitzvahs. The halacha is, Divya called the Kanek. Everyone agrees, punishable like by Kanek. The kayin mitzvahs from the vakel mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by mitzvah and says, we uphold part of it, we give part of it. Maybe Shimon calls there, maybe Shimon says that's your pattern. That's by Shar Mitzvahs. By Shar Mitzvahs. And so to the Rabbanon hold this. When it comes to idolatry, I feel that Amar Hayom Ibdua, in the Makar Ibdua, Chayiv. But I recognize when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees there is liability, right? When you mess with avodah zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there's going to be a chiyuv misa. What's the chiyuv misa? Marki didn't say marki. That's not focus. That's not focus. Chenek versus skila. First, that's Abaye. Rava saw like Rav Amuna, Amudasik Rav Amuna. Rava like Rav Amuna, and in Turkey it's the vice like Rav Amuna. And this is lack or government Torah. Avodah zarah bein mishamis. So chayiv. Marki this way. If a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's avodah zarah or something else, chayiv nisa. What's the nisa? Again, according to this approach, machlokas, chenek versus skila. Fine. The kayin mitzvahs from the vakel mitzvahs, the shan mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by other mitzvahs, not by avodah zarah, and you uphold part of the mitzvah and against part of the mitzvah? What's that? Shimon says that you're potter. But do that, so do that. When it comes to idolatry, idolatry is a partial negation, is still going to be liability. What's the liability? Umartigis. That's not work, yes. Okay, so let's say, so what's interesting to note here is, so really what it comes down to is, the machlokes is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If a Navi comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going on uprooting idolatry as a whole, saying he's no about the zara, or he's partial negation, partial upholding, chayiv. 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 What is he chayiv? Okay, so that's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. A Navi comes along and tries to uproot the truth is any mitzvah in totality. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Next case, another Navi comes along and tries to uproot, tries to partially uproot and partially negates another mitzvah in the Torah. What's halacha? What's halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproot and partially confirm about the Zara. Everyone agrees. So in these cases is what's the death penalty. But again, the Ikar Halachas everyone's agreeing with. Fascinating. Good. I'm not going to go Bakol, in Yom HaLacham Navi, Avor Al Torah, Shema, Lo, let's never let's go for it. So also, this is fascinating halacha. So the other in general, if a Navi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. With one exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide Navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Shafidu Maniglo. Even if the Navi literally can perform a tremendous miracle, causes the sun to stop and over the sky, like the sun doesn't set, and he says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah. We don't listen to him. I will say, this is a very important halacha. Now, what is this? What is this? So remember, we have biblical precedent for this. Is yesterday's daf. Ilya Navi, like in Harakarmel, Ilya Navi expected tribes to do something that is biblically prohibited, i.e., to worship, to offer kabbalas outside of Mishkan, outside of his mikdash. But yet he did. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power, and a Navi has certain license, even to instruct the crowd to trust. Right? Harasha, we see this concept. You see this concept. The exception, or the line that we don't by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows, and the Gemara backs up to say, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle, so you say, what's it? If he's performing a miracle, obviously, what's like, who does the character to perform miracles come from? Obviously, if Hashem is allowing you to do it, let's say Hashem wants us to. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tanya, but you also need Omer, he gave on himself that for Shavuot is now listen, this is an interesting lesson over here. The Torah understands literally again the logic of Avodas Kochav. And Leficha, Mitn Torah Memshalava, Shafilu Maidu Lacha Chama Be'emtza Rakia Al Tishmalo. So interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, Nisna Torah Memshalava, Kirama Afilu Kira Oso Navi, Moshava also Kirzona Bexed, Benase Elecha Os Umofes. So as I say, interestingly enough, what the Rebbe really is saying like this creates an interesting theological conundrum. Right? Why? Because if the power to do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? I'm just a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here the Prophet is obviously vesting this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Yosef really says that Hakadosh Baruch Hu sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain beings to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of Hakadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. So every king says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defying? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability to give power to a Navi Sheker? It doesn't make any sense. אלא כגון חנניה בן עזור שמתחילת נביא אמס ולבסוף נביא שקר. And the keeper says, no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? Well, so where does it arise? Well, unfortunately, good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happened? It happens. It happens, right? Sometimes good Navis go bad. Otherwise, that reminds you of someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happened? Unfortunately, he loses his way. You know, say even there's a Mishnah Alpha says, "I'll come in the Atzmachad Yom Moscha." Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. So the Kiva says that's the case of a Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even if that guy comes along and tells you, Chavra, the Lord spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, let's worship idolatry. Don't listen to him. And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, you still don't listen to him. You don't listen to him. So Rabbi Akiva says there's no way a false prophet will ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part is only last story. Remember last story. Remember again. But the Bas Cohen, what's your punishment? Right? Bas Cohen who commits adultery, what's your punishment? Straight up. So Mishnah said they get interesting enough if even someone who testify about her, they don't get no protected straight. But rather, what do they get? They get chenek. So does her adulterer, right? Remember who she committed adultery. So what's behind you? We're reading this from. Amr Acha Beidar Ika, Isang Rav Yossi, or Yossi says, Mat Halomar, Basisen Lo Kasher Zomam, Lasos the Ochi. The Pasuk says, by Ibn Zomam, you have to do to the Indian what they can aspire to do to their brother. So the Gemara says, why? If you should call so in general, the way Edom Zoman works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The words Bas Kohen, keep it straight, obey So what happens? So now we know a Bas Kohen who commits adultery, she is put to death with Shrefa. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, she doesn't get straight, all right? Because again, the Torah hands down that you punishment to her. Zolomim, in Yodea, in Mohokshu, or that they do Zolomim. So what says now, here's what's interesting. You have two people committing the same crime, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Bas Kohen is going to get straight, the guy is going to get chenek, right? So, what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, Kishu Omer, Lasos La'ochiv, the Lo La'achot. So, if you're bringing up the Pasuk is phrase is that the Indian are giving a reciprocal punishment, whatever they wanted to do La'ochiv to their brother. So, what do you see from here? We give them the reciprocal punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boel and not the Isha. And if Allah and they get chenek as well. Hajar Allah, Elohim Hanesh. Let's say Mazel Tov. Let's say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, what we are about to engage in now, let's say, the next couple of days, it's Olam Haba. Every morning, Olam Haba and Olam Hazar. But these Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, Kol Yisrael, Yesh Chelek Olam Haba. Okay, every year has the Chelek Olam Haba. Shnei Amar. Va'ame Kulam Vayidim Mi'olam Yoshu Aras Meitzer Nata'ai Ma'aseh Adar Inspire. Also, the Margaret quotes the Pasuk. Goes on from Yeshaya. That little yet in your nation are all tzaddikim. They will forever inherit the land. Meitzer Nata'ai, really again like my seven creations of my plantings. And they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the puzzle that you might be focusing on over here is, by the way, Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, right, what is this happening? Our context of our discussion here, right? We were like knee deep in death penalties. Right, and now, so that's exactly what look what Rashi says. Most of the Rashi's on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, we're talking about death penalties, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, this is not what Rashi's saying. What Rashi's saying in just a moment. We'll get to the next line. But I think just even before we go on, what it's saying is, no one is beyond salvation. Right? And even those who are killed by Misa's Bezdin, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, Kol Yisrael change their doors. You might have thought that you're being executed by Bezdin. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First, to be about tshuva, literally are until their last breath. So then you just finish about Chenek. Okay, we're subject to Chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Kol Yisrael Yishmin Chenek Olam Haba. Every year has a portion in the world to come, and therefore even you, Jews being executed by Chenek, by Skila, by Shketa, by Harab, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion in the world to come if you die as a Baltshuva. Incredible. But let's say, it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, if you look at the past that the Mishnah quoted, Ba'amik Kulam Tzadikim. Remember, Ba'amik could also be vocalized in a different way, which is how? Imcha. The Imcha Kulam Tzadikim. With HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every year is a big tzad. Right? Every year is a big tzad. Right? So in other words, what does that mean? See, the Rebbe Shalom sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where you are, he sees where you've been. And he also sees who you can become. So because the Rebbe Shalom is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential, in the eyes of every single person is a tzaddik. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every youth has such incredible potential, and therefore, Kulam Tzadikim. That's the first line. And then the Mishnah says, and these are the people who don't have a personal wealth to come. So obviously, there's an inherent contradiction right here. So what's the pshat? Everyone has, every Dresser, every Jew has a portion of to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of to come. So I say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the distinction also between the first line and the second line? Kol Yisrael. If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of, in other words, if you embed yourself within the cloud, you have a portion in the world to come. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say Ve'elu shall Yisrael Shem. It says Ve'elu. So you can either be Yisrael or you can be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds of access and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you're unfortunate what to come. But if you're an Elu, you're Balachlokas, you're creating dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with Achdus, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you could lose your Olam Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So you lose your portion of what to come. Somebody says there is no resurrection of the dead. And someone says Torah is not divine. Apikoris. Again, this Rashi says on the first minute, see what Apikoris is. But the Kiva says, Apikoris is Sfarna Hitzoni. This is very interesting. So I want to say, even one who reads Sfarna Hitzoni, so what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what? So again, you have to define exactly what that means. Va'alochish alamaka va'omer kalamaka, shasam mitzayim, lo asim alaka, and someone who whispers some type of incantation over wounds. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishal says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with his letters, like that's the Yud Kei name, someone who actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shoshim from the 3 kings, Yeravam, Achav, and Menashe. So we're saying, Achav, we were just learning on yesterday's daf. Yeravam, actually both Yeravam and Achav, we were mentioning yesterday's daf, right? Both evil kings and Menashe. We'll talk about Menashe with the Gemara. We're going to say, so there's something ridiculous, I don't know if I mentioned, ridiculous Gemaras ahead of us, right? Each of these Gemaras is just overwhelming. But you know what he says? Menashe Shechavaha. Right? He says, no. King Menashe, by the way, is the longest serving monarch, 55 years of rule. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar Ba'ispalo Elor, Bayishmat Chinasol, Bayishivu Yushanim Akusal. Because most of the stuff of this, Menashe got himself in trouble, some really significant trouble. He died into Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So what do you see then, yeah? Menashe died, and his tefillos were answered. You see, we get that Menashe became about Tshuva. And the Lord, they said to him, no. The Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his fortune in the world to come. Arba had Yotos, who were the four regular guys who lost their fortune in the world to come. Bilam, Doeg, we're discussing, he was an advisor to King Shaul. Achitofel, one of the advisors to David and Melech, who then switched sides to Avshalom, and Gehazi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu Hanavi. Again, we'll talk about all of those. Two things it says, the Kol Kach Lama. We're jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection, like someone denies Chesanesim, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, I will say, by the way, just as an aside, and again we'll get into this a little bit more, there's the machlokes about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although I'm just telling you right now, we're going to switch, we're going to flip-flop on this depending on the context. But the nice for right now, we'll just go with the idea that Olam Haba, I think, is how we classically use it. Your portion of what comes where you go after you die. That's where you go after you die, right? Eternal, what we'll call it. Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? I have no idea. Right. That's my nice idea. We'll see some allusions to this in there. That's all you say. Mark says, I understand. Because a guy denies resurrection, he loses his Olam Haba. To which the Mark says, yeah, Mark says, who comes with Chesanesim? See, he rejects the notion of Chesanesim. Well, you have no faith like Chesanesim. I must say, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's usage, Gemara makes it sound like Olam Haba in this context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, this is like a Mida. This guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaMesim, and therefore, again, he gets no Tchias HaMesim, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. See, you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. You want to say the way that devotion works is with reciprocity. You get tick for tat, reciprocity. You're not drawing up money, I'm not your son. And no, that the past reciprocity. Listen to this. It's interesting where the mother is at, even though there are other passages in the Torah which seem to indicate this, but the Gemara chooses this story. It's actually quite fascinating. But I'm going to be Shimu Dvar Hashem, Ka'is Macha, Sa'ar Solas B'Shakel, U'Sasayim Sa'ar B'Shakel, B'Shar Shomron. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has been sieged to Yerushalayim. Now what happened is famine. Obviously it's famine. So there's no food available at all. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, Chevra, do not worry. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, you overabundance of food. So what happens? So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, could such a thing occur? In other words, what the officer was saying is, there's no food here. It's not even going to go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to this officer, here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. Okay, as well. So and what happens? So it's interesting. Okay, by the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left for some unexplainable reason, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happens? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer. He writes, I have Dilma kill us Elisha Gamalai. And maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused his death. Kill us, again, the curse of a Kalkam is very powerful. Even if it's just uttered, any utterance causes it to come true. So he says, if that's the case, it should just say the trouble when we die. My Bishar, why does it say by the gate? It's Bishar, because this conversation that happened between him and Elisha by the gate. Says, you see from your need and Shpar who operates again with the person. Therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in yes, listen, then Shpar is fine. Don't believe it. That's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. Nida Kinegger, Nida Divinas Pagos, and Bashan Bakadosh says, this is one of the most important episodes in Kalatara Kula. The Rebbe actually bases it on the Pasuk in Purim, Hashem Simcha. Hashem Simcha. So often we translate Hashem Simcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, it's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. So means that what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way as far as we work now is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manners for him, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then he'll even say for me. Again, listen, it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain it, but just no, I don't want to fight me. So, right? So therefore, I'm going to do what I want to get by. Just expect that same type of react the same way. So if I am embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, so then expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it works. It's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want Nisim in the clothes, then I have to become supernatural in my own behaviors. Then I have to push myself. Then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. Divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. Incredible. It says in Amar Yochanan, so it's fascinating. From where do you see a scriptural allusion to Tchias HaNisim? By the way, this begs the general question of like all of this stuff, Tchias HaNisim, Mashiach, Olam Haba, why is it not mentioned? It's supposed to be in the Torah. Right? The Ramban includes it as Yud Gimel Karim, right? Mashiach includes as one of the 30 principles of faith. Tchias HaNisim, one of the principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody agrees with the Ramban, but it's the Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that is so core, that is so not mentioned. The Sham Shofar explains so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on, right? The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our folk to be. Torah doesn't, it's incredible by the way, Torah doesn't even speak about Mashiach. Why? I'm saying that's not where focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Now, it's not mutually exclusive. Right? But Lamaisa, that's how Shemshon Hirsch makes an observation. If Hirsch says, by the way, if you notice, or say, if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you'll see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never had cemeteries. The only places often you'll find shuls with cemeteries is like in Europe. And that was because of land ownership. Like that was just often because Jewish community was given like a plot of land, and you had to do like you have to live and die on that same plot of land, right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you know, it's like no one ever. It's not like we could have had like a nice court over here, the courtyard over here, right? So it would have generated much needed funds, right? But nice, right? Come right, go to Jewish clubs, and like your parents, it would be beautiful, right? All together. Right? So the nice, so like, why is it that should for a cemetery? It's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my Monday? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why, again, you'll find out says, the Gemara asks, by the way, can you at least give me a hint? This is so beautiful. Pasuk says, you'll give the truma to Aaron. You must what? What does that mean? I'm supposed to give my truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So he doesn't give my truma to Aaron. Here's the bigger problem. Not only is Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came into Eretz Yisrael. Aaron, according to God, you had the vote. He never came into Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean I'm giving him a truma and allowing us to be Yisrael not to know truma? So I say, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and there's Hashem Christ will be Zohar to give him your truma. You can't. You have to in the Torah. And there's a Lamed Two Chiesa. So how beautiful is that? Which means that once the days going to come, the Chiesa and the third days going to be rebuilt. Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our truma to Aaron Cohen. The fact that the Pasuk phrases is that way, that is a scriptural reason. Translation. We'll stop and wait for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. But great. That's a tremendous, incredible week ahead of us. Shkayach, everyone. Stop. If you have to ask for it, it doesn't count. It doesn't count.
That's when you said New York, and I went to New York, and I went down to the Lower East Side, and I did Surf Reality, where they didn't want jokes, they wanted you, they wanted craziness, they wanted drumming, and I broke through it, I did that, really found my voice, didn't look back on Seattle, and then the tour guide stuff.
All right, let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tavshin Pei, the Tosim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shemit Rushes this year. And it's also the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar. Haba Lino Tovos, Terry and Steve Zinn. In loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Steve Herschel, Sifa Cohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, Ben, Yisrael, Zikron, Rabbi Yokel, and merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Mishal Savin Aliyah, his family singing for all those who need Refuah should have one together with Kodesh for these fellows of 12 to the Americans should bring our hostages home, and our holy soldiers should be successful for mass and Once with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Saturday 90. We are picking up on Pay Test on the base, 89b, 14 lines up from the bottom. Smack in the middle of the story of the Akedah. So remember again, Hishpah says to Avram Avinu, as Bilcha, sacrifice your son. Which Avram Avinu responds, based on English, I have two sons. Esichitcha, your own son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children, again, have very unique singularity. Asher Ahavta, the one who you love. Tarvayu Rechinolu. I love them both. But the incredible Gemara, right there. Avram Avinu says, you think I don't love you, Shema? You think I don't love you, Shema? The father loves his son, even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants. As Yitzchak. So finally, the Baruch Hu says to him, okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, the Kol Kakrama, so why don't you just say from the beginning as Yitzchak? In other words, why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning, go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak? In order that Avram Avinu not be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, the Baruch Hu recognized the idea that halacha l'maisa, this would have been an overwhelming test. Obviously, it wasn't an overwhelming test for Avram Avinu. The Baruch Hu, in order to allow Avram Avinu to sort of ease into this and intellectually ingest this, emotionally ingest this, lays it out slowly. Which is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blurting it out. It's not just about it, but again, sometimes a person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Kid knows Satan Dara. So now what happens? Some of you was on his way to the Akedah. It also shows, by the way, how Avram Avinu, we'll see this a little bit more. Again, getting Avram Avinu to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akedah, also a process. It's also a process, as cute as Avinu was. It's not like he flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the Akedah. It took time to be able to ease into it. The mother was like, the kid was something like that. So the Satan tried to sabotage Avinu on the way to the Akedah. Amrlo, Hanisa Davar Lecha Tila, you start to rabbi. The Adaim Rav was Texas Kosher Kuin, Bolek, Ata Tawa Lecha, right? So again, we'll say the ikar part of the at the end of the pasuk is the ikar part of the instructions at the end of the pasuk. Hanisa Davar Lecha Tila. So what the Satan says to Avinu is, Avram, does this make sense to you that a God who loved you would ask you to do this? So the Satan is trying to theologically sabotage Avinu, and essentially get Avinu to give second thoughts to this. Maybe this wasn't the Ratzon Hashem. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how could it be that a God who loves you asks you to go ahead and offer up something so precious? Look at that, Rashi. And you said, could it be that if God loved you so much, He would test you with something, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Baruch Hu would test you in this way? Amrlo, I need to make it. Because this is such a beautiful, beautiful Gemara. Which Avinu responds, I walk in my simplicity. Right? Like simplicity, completeness. What Avinu essentially says is, you know what Amuna is? Amuna represents the ability to give oneself over in totality to the Rishon. His back was, I'm about to myself to Hashem. I'm about to myself to Hashem. So therefore, Amuna says, it's not about it. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to walk with completion. Whatever the Rebbe tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. Hello, So the Satan says back to Avinu, well, maybe your yira, maybe your shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your yira ultimately again is blinding you. Is there anyone who has put their faith in HaKadosh Baruch Hu and has been lost? What Avinu says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain Amuna. You just can't explain Amuna. Because one interesting thing about Amuna, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Right? Might look strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it, is anyone who put their Amuna in the spot have they ever been lost? Has there ever been a person who's put at a disadvantage? Like this conversation is probably the essence that every person with Amuna goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is now whether the Satan is feeding Avinu, or whether Avinu is going through this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, could it be that a God who loves you would do this to you? And what's the answer to that? I don't understand this God, and therefore again I just give myself over to the that's what I'm doing. I give myself over to Hashem. But then the back and says, hold on a second. Maybe a misunderstanding the will of God, maybe not what God wants you, to which again, Avinu responds, at the end of the day, those who put themselves in the embrace of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, those who give themselves over in their Emunah to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Kiban b'chaza to lo kashami alei. So once the Satan saw that Avinu was not listening to him, Amalei, ve'ilai davar yikinov, kach shamatni achari apardon, haseli ola ve'in yitzchak v'ola. So it's interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, by the way, Avram, don't worry too much, because I heard from behind the curtain, at the end of the day, God's not even going to ask you to sacrifice Yitzchak. Good news. Right? At the end of the day, you're going to end up offering up a sheep and not Yitzchak, which was the interesting thing up here. We know the end of the story. That is indeed what ended up happening. But yet, Amalo, Aminu says to Satan, this is the punishment of a liar. Shafidu Omer Emes, in Shomino. That was again, somebody lies enough, even when they tell the truth, no one listens. No one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last piece? The whole time, Satan was trying to convince, bless you, trying to convince Amavinu not to do this, right? And then the last, like his last ditch effort is, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're not gonna have to sacrifice this stuff. It's gonna be fine. What's the pshat? The pshat was he was trying to take away the schar from Amavinu, but he was trying to say, don't worry about it. It's not such a big test. He's not gonna have to do it anyway. So he was trying to stop him. So at least if you take away the reward for doing it, you can take away the anula component. Which Rabbeinu says essentially, Satan, I don't listen to you. I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to me. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar. His words are never trustworthy. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to it. Amaloi Yishmael Yitzchak. So ultimately, again, it's fascinating. As the Satan is having a conversation with Avinu, so Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak. Ani gadol mincha. Yishmael says, Yitzchak, you think you're so great? You think you're so great? I'm greater than you. After all, again, gadol mincha mitzvahs. Sha'ata malta neshmar yomis. V'ani ben shloshes rishana. So again, Yishmael says to Yitzchak, you got a bris. I got a bris when I was 13 years old. You got a bris when you were 8 days old. You're a baby. You had no consent. You have no memory of it. Me, I had to do it when I was possibly like an adult, 13 years old. Amelo. So Yitzchak says, you're starting up with me with one body part. In honor of right? Ultimately, again, Yitzchak says, will tell me to give my entire body to him. I would do that. Immediately after that conversation, immediately after that, the Akiva comes. What's the pshat with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, but the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the makar for that may actually be this Gemara. But what happens over here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, it's almost as if after that moment when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, that's when HaKadosh Baruch Hu tested it. Only after the God that Yitzchak was ready for such an Nisayon, did HaKadosh Baruch Hu give him that Nisayon. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that I'll say, whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, one can make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you. The Satans don't start up with you. The Shmuels don't start up with you because no one really cares what it is what you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something of meaning, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? Yaakov is starting, the Satan starting up with Abram, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of Kedusha, which I'm listening to one of my favorite Bartok of all time. Actually, it's by the Akiva. What's at the end of the Akiva? Hashem says to Avinu, don't do anything to the boy. Go check Yitzchak. And then what happens? Plus it says, Avinu goes over and he sees that there, he doesn't know, he sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thicket, in the thorns. And Avinu goes over and he offers it up as a carbon. I asks the Kutzker, how did Avinu know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon? After all, Hashem just said he didn't want a carbon. Maybe he didn't want a carbon at all. Right? How did Avinu know to offer the carbon? Because it's just amazing. He says, because Adam Avinu saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So the Kutzker says like this: if the idol would have run up to Adam Avinu's feet and laid down in his seat, Adam wouldn't have offered. He says something that easy from the Satan. And when he saw that it was stuck in his, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not passion. It's not right. Somebody told me this out of time before. Right. But the nice right. So again, you ever try to get a rat out of a thicket? No, but you can imagine, right? There's the thorns, the animal's struggling. What happens when you try to get a rat out of a thicket? You get cut, you bleed. There's struggle. I don't know if you saw with struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to batter, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Satan starting up with Adam Avinu, Yitzchak, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. And we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. It's not here. In fact, it's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice, but lav dafka that is holy. Incredible. So as I said, back to Navi Sheker for a little bit. Navi Shivya. So Navi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. This Rabbi Shimon says he got strangulation. So the Gemara says, Madicha Erni Dachas. Remember again. So when you see the singular Navi Shivya, then it's like the Navi who tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, Madicha Erni Dachas is, remember, those or he or those who tried to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So what's that? But the skila, Rabbi Shimon says, Navi shliach the skila, my time of Rabbanon. So a Navi who tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah, he gets skila. Why is that? What's the logic of the Rabbanon? So the Gemara says, Asya hadacha mimesis. So ultimately, the Xer Shava from Mesis. Avon the skila, Afkan the skila. Okay, Rabbi Shimon. Nisa ksila. Rabbi Shimon says, no. By the Navi it says Nisa. And what's the halacha? The Chamisa Mura Torah, Stam Inger Elacheret. In general, any Nisa that is mentioned in the Torah is Madicha Eri Dachas B'Skila, my time in Rabbanon. So why is it that Madicha Eri, they get Skila, what's the Rabbanon to Rabbanon? Kami Hadacha, Omi Nesis, Omi Navi Shivya. So again, make Xer Shava of Hadacha, either from Nesis, or from the Navi Shivya. Rabbi Shimon, Kamar Hadacha min Navi. Rabbi Shimon is that Hadacha from Navi. Never kind of the Ligmar Mimesis. Why doesn't Rabbi Shimon not Xer Shava from Mesis? So the Gemara says, Ligmar Mesis, done in Mesis, Rabin Mimesis, Rabin. They ain't done in Mesis, Rabin Mimesis, Yachid. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn after Xer Shava from a Mesis, Rabin to Mesis, Rabin. Remember, I was saying in this context, in this discussion, there's two types of inciters, right? There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Xer Shava to a like type of inciter. I'd rather learn out again what we call a common inciter from a common inciter, and not the common inciter from a Navi who incites. Rabbi Shimon will say, Kevin Shivia, Ein Lacha Hediot Kadol. Yeshua said, no, even though it's a Navi who may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a headshot. He's no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a headshot. The word of Chizah. If Chizah says, what's that top of the Tzaddik? 98. Machlokes, so in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet, right? So now the Shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, if he's inciting people to worship Zara, fine, but let's listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker haguf kadim, v'kiyum mixas b'tom mixas ta'avolas b'chavim. I want to say interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. And take a look at Rashi for just a moment. First Rashi side of Aleph. Machlokes Rabban Rabbi Shimon. I must say now, obviously, both Rabban Rabbi Shimon hold that halacha l'maisa, obviously Navi Sheker is going to be chayv misa. What's the machlokes? Type of misa. Is it skila? Is it chana? That's the machlokes. But look what Rashi says over here. He says, "Machlokes Rabbi Rabban Rabbi Shimon, Navi Ba'oker Kol Haguf Ba'avodas Kochavim V'Amar Mitzvadisi Gurach Hakodesh V'Yad Vura Leis Navos La'akor Kol Mitzvahs Avodas Kochavim Min HaTorah." So this is obviously the classic case of this Navi Sheker would be where he prophesizes and he says, "I have received the word from God. I've been commanded by God to abrogate, right, to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. There's no such thing as Avodah Zarah." Okay, or the Kayin Mitzvahs, Ulabako Mitzvahs, Behind what you come here, Rabbanan Skila, you shouldn't serve us. Or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, a good example of this, examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's where there's machlokes. So again, obviously both Rabbanan and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that he's put to death. Machlokes is about the type of death. Watch this. Because the Torah says that the Navi will try to do you from the derech, min haderech. Min haderech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. Aval oker haguf t'shar mitzvos. This is interesting. But let's say someone goes ahead, Navi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shatnez no longer applies. Nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees, chenek. He's put to death because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he's put to death by chenek. The kiyum mitzvahs, ubidul mitzvahs, but by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs, everyone agrees, pater. Will be an example of that. I don't know. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so it's shar mitzvahs. So again, I will say, so there's 3 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, uproots part of it, that's the machlokes Rabbi Shimon and the Rabbanan. Schai Bisa, is it skila or is it chanek? That's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah in its entirety. Saying another mitzvah or another adher doesn't apply. Everyone agrees, chanek. Category 3, interesting. Category 3 is in another mitzvah, he uproots part of it, maintains part of it. Interesting, of course, over there, pater. Pater doesn't mean that it's fine. Right? Pater just means that Bezin is not putting him to death. So the Gemara says, "Maser Rav Hamnuna." So Hamnuna says, 1 second. Lalachas. Now the pasuk that the Gemara is quoting is the pasuk. Va'navi ha'u ol cholim ha'chalamahu. You must keep Sarah Allah Shamalokechem Hawatzias Samayim Abotcha. So this is talking about the Navi Sheker, the false prophet. Now the Gemara is dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Malachas, right? Because you can remember, he's going ahead, right? He's veering you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Malachas, Zum Mitzvah Saseh. This refers to a positive commandment. Ba Zum Mitzvahs Lo Saseh. Prohibition. So what does this sound like? It sounds like that even if the Navi messes with other parts of the Torah, he should still be put to death. So what's going on over here? And if you want to think he's talking about idolatry, it must say, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? To which the Gemara says, you should ask. There is. So Gemara Chista, then he touched them. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? Right? That you're supposed to break apart the altars of Avodah Zarah. That Hamnuna Amar, supposed to Rav Hamnuna therefore has another version of this. Hamnuna says like this. I will say, first of all, tremendous Mazel Tov to our learner on the new coffee machine. So Mazel Tov feels like a grandchild almost, like Mazel Tov, Shem much continued nachas in Meretz Hashem, to follow in the ways of Yaakov Saba Kadisha. But I will say, really, it's an opportunity. This is now Avi's second machine on the job. Very thank you very much for everything that you do for us, morning in and morning out. tremendous. I could not start the shir at 5:49 this morning. There wasn't a Zoom during this message, right? Which is strange. But then you saw Baruch Hashem, the commotion and occasions. So thank you really for all the late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I never get a round of applause. Wow. Okay, I'll start making the coffee. Fine. The verse says follows. Rav Hamnuna says as follows. Rav Hamnuna says like this. Our machlokes ba'okeh haguf. Being Babylon's coming, Rav Hamnuna comes along. Rav Hamnuna, he has a different approach. It's like this. Anytime another false prophet comes along and uproots in totality something from the Torah, whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, when Rabbi Shek is coming along and he's saying, this mitzvah or this aver, whatever it is, no longer applies. And he's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, so again, there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories. It's like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, prohibited. Partial death. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and you uproot part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable by death. So when you pater, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs, right? Like we said before, you can wear shatnez on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of it. So that would be an example of uprooting part and confirming part. In that context, you pater. Let's analyze. So listen to this. If the Navi prophesizes in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah, and again, I want to say once again, the Bryce over here is not distinguishing between Avodah Zarah or anything else. If the Navi comes along and says a particular mitzvah or a particular avera no longer applies, okay, or afilu otul batal. I'm sorry. I'm studying la'akar davar min Torah. Fine. The kayin mitzvahs ulabatal mitzvahs. Let's say again, he prophesizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. Rabbi Shimon says that you're pater. By Avodah Zarah, even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. His example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't. There's still liability for that. Abaye is Sarah Krefkista, Mutar Krefkista. So therefore, I will say now we have essentially three different versions about how this machlokes ultimately unfolds. So Abaye holds like Rav Chisda. Let's just go through. So Abaye holds like Rav Chisda, or Mutar is like Rav Chisda, and he therefore interprets this entire discussion like Rav Chisda. How so? Rava, what was he saying? Rava is Sarah Rav Hamnuna, or Mutar is like Rav Hamnuna. So Rava holds like Rav Hamnuna, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets it like Rav Hamnuna. Here we go. Abaye is like Rav Chisda, Mutar is like Rav Chisda. So Abaye holds like Rav Chisda, and interprets this entire discussion like Rav Chisda. Here we go. Again, if the Navi comes along and uproots the mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what's the definition of uprooting? In totality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, a particular aver doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. Now, everyone agrees, punishable by chenek. The kanye mitzvahs or the bakri mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by a mitzvah and says, he upholds part of it, negates part of it. Rabbi Shimon poter. Rabbi Shimon says that you're poter. That's by shar mitzvahs. By shar mitzvahs, v'ad din l'Rabbanon. And so do the Rabbanon hold this. When it comes to idolatry, afilu amar hayom ibdua u'lemacha b'dua chayiv. But when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees there is liability, right? But when you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there's going to be a chiyuv misa. What's the chiyuv misa? Market this, market this. That's my focus. That's my focus. Versus Skivo. Good. That's Abaye. Rava Sarah like Rav Hamnuna, Mutas like Rav Hamnuna, Rava like Rav Hamnuna, and interprets the price like Rav Hamnuna. Hanesnavi lakvar government Torah. They If a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's Avodah Zarah or something else, Chayiv Misa. What's the Misa? What's the Misa? Again, according to this approach, Machlokes. Chenek versus Skila. Fine. The Kayim Mitzvahs, or the Bible Mitzvahs, B'Shar Mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by other mitzvahs, not by Avodah Zarah, and he holds part of the mitzvah and he gives part of the mitzvah? What's the halacha? B'Shimon Poter. B'Shimon says that you're Poter. But in the Rabbanan, so do the Rabbanan. Or by others, when it comes to idolatry, Afilu Omer Hayom Kibalamachar Betiluha Chayiv. Idolatry, either partial negation, is still going to be liability. What's the liability? Markidi Islay, Markidi Islay. That's the method. Yes. Okay. So we'll say. So what's interesting to note is this. So really, what it comes down to is the machlokes is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If an Navi comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going in and uprooting idolatry as a whole, saying there's no Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial upholding, chayiv. 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 What is he chayiv? Okay, so that's machlokes. That's machlokes. Next case. A Navi comes along and tries to uproot. The truth is, any mitzvah in totality, what's the halacha? Chayiv. Next case, another Navi comes along and tries to uproot, partially uproots and partially negates another mitzvah in the Torah. What? Not Avodah Zarah. What's halacha? What's halacha? Potter. Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproot and partially confirm Avodah Zarah. Everyone agrees. Chayiv. The machlokes in these cases is what's the death penalty. But again, the ikar halachos everyone's agreeing with. Fascinating. Good. I'm ready to Rabbi Yochanan. B'chol bakol in yom v'chol navi over al divrei Torah shma lo chutz mi'avodas kol chavod. So I'll say this is fascinating halacha. So Rabbi Yochanan, in general, if a navi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. With one exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Even if the Navi literally again performs a tremendous miracle and he causes the sun to stop and all this guy, right? The sun doesn't set and he says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah. We don't listen to him. I will say, this is a very important halacha. Now, what is this? What is this? So remember, we have biblical precedent for this. This is yesterday's daf. Eliyahu Navi, right, in Harakarmel. Eliyahu Navi instructed Klal to do something that is biblically prohibited, i.e. to worship, to offer karbanos outside of Mishkan, outside of his mikdash. But yeah, we did it. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power and a Navi has certain license even to instruct the Klal to transgress. Right? Horasha, we see this concept. We see this concept. The exception or the line that we draw is by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry. I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up to say, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle. See, so we'll say, if he's performing a miracle, obviously we'll say, who does the power to perform miracles come from? From HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, if Hashem is allowing you to do it, must say Hashem wants us to listen to him. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the story of the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is, do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tanya, Rabbi Yosef Lili Omer, he gave to us of the Shavuos Kochavim. Now, this is an interesting lashon over here. The Torah understands literally again the logic of Avodas Kochavim. Lefichav nitna Torah memshalaba shafilu ma'amid lecha chama be'emtza rakia al tishmalo. So interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, nitna Torah memshalaba kilomar afilu tira oso navi moshel va'oso kirtzon d'ksev v'nasan elecha os umofes. So what's this? Interestingly enough, what the Yosef is really saying like this. This creates an interesting theological conundrum. Right? Why? Because if the power to do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? Like what? So like what? I'm just a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here Hakadosh Baruch Hu is obviously vesting this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Rabbi Yosef really says, that Baruch Hu sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain beings to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of Hakadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. Rabbi Akiva, so Rabbi Akiva says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defying him? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability, is going to give power to a Navi Sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Ella, Kigon Chananya ben Azor, Shemon Navi, MS, or the Basof Navi Sheker. Rabbi Akiva says, no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? So where does it arise? Well, unfortunately, good Navi who went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happened? It happens, right? Sometimes good Navis go bad. Otherwise, that Lamaisa, you have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. The Lord says, even he's like the Mishnah Alva says, do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You could be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. So the Kiva says that's the case of a Navi Sheker. So Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even if that guy comes along and tells you, Chavra, the devotional spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, let's worship idolatry, don't listen to him. And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, still don't listen to him. But Rabbi Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part, last coin. Let's remember again, last coin. Remember again. Last coin. What's your point? Right? Last coin who commits adultery. What's your punishment? Straight up. Mishnah said that yet interestingly enough, if you can testify about her, they don't get straight from. Rather, what do they get? They get chenek. So does her adulterer, right? With whom she committed adultery. Behind me, reading this one. Amrav Acha Beit Rabika, the sign Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi says, Mat Alomar, Basisin Lo Kasher Zamam Lasos Li Ochid. The pasuk says for Edom Zolin, you have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother. So the Gemara says, why? The Fishakol Hamizominim Shebetorah Zomein Ubalin Kiyotzibain. So in general, the way Edom Zomis is, what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The Gemara says, Kiyotzibain. Bas Kohen, keep it straight. So what happens? So now we know a Bas Kohen who commits adultery, she is put to death with Shrefa. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, doesn't get Shrefa, right? Because again, the Torah hands down that you need punishment to her. Zolmin, in Yodea, in Molokshu. What about the Edom Zolmin? Are they supposed to say, now here's what's interesting. You have two people committed the same crime, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Bas Kohen is going to get straight on. The guy is going to get chenek, right? So which Edom Zolmin, what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, Kishu Omer, Lasos la'ochiv v'lo la'achso. So interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is that the Edom are given a typical punishment, whatever they wanted to do la'ochiv to their brother. So what do you see from here? We give them the typical punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boel and not the Isha. And therefore Allah said they get chenek as well. Hadran Allah Elohein hanechnakim. We'll say Mazel Tov. We'll say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, what we are about to engage in now. We'll say the next couple of days, it's Olam Haba. Every morning is Olam Haba and Olam Hazah. But these Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, Kol Yisrael, Yesh Lem Chelik Lo. Okay, every yid has a chelik in Olam Haba. Shneimar, va'amech kulam tzadikim v'olam yershu aretz neitzer mata'ay ma'aseh adalei. So it says the Gemara quotes the pasuk. Quotes from Yeshaya that literally again your nation are all tzadikim They will forever inherit the land. Neitzer Matai, literally again, like the creations of my plantings. Maaseh Yodai Lehispire. And they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the passage that you might be focusing on over here is, listen, by the way, Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, right, what does this have to do with our context of our discussion here, right? We were like knee deep in death penalties, right? And now, so that's exactly what. Look what Rashi says. Most of the Rashi's on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, we're talking about death penalties, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. Olam Haba. So the truth is, I think this is not what Rashi's saying. What Rashi's saying in just a moment, when we get to the next line. But I think just even before we go on, what he's saying is, no one is beyond salvation, right? And even those who are killed by Misa's Beis Din, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, you might have thought that if you're being executed by Beis Din, that is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First, it can be about tshuva literally again until their last breath. So here we just finish about chenek. Okay, you're subject to chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Every yid has a portion in the world to come, and therefore even you, just being executed by chenek, by skila, by streifa, by harag, whatever it is, you could still earn your portion in the world to come if you die as a Baal Tshuva. Incredible. But also, it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, if you look at the passage that the Mishnah quoted, Va'amech kulam tzadikim. Remember, Va'amech could also be vocalized in a different way, which is how? Imcha. Ve'imcha kulam tzadikim. With HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every yid is a big tzaddik. Right? Every yid is a big tzaddik. Right? So in other words, what does that mean? See, the Rebbe Shalom sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. So because the Rebbe Shalom is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential, the Imcha Kulam Tzadikim, in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every single person is a tzaddik. Because once again, it doesn't just look at us through the prism of what you are right now, he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every yid has such incredible potential, and therefore, that's the first line. And then the mission says, okay. And these are the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So obviously, there's an inherent contradiction right here. In other words, so what's the pshat? Everyone has, every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of the world to come. So I'll say, how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the distinction between the first line and the second line? Kol Yisrael. If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of Klal Yisrael, in other words, if you embed yourself within the Klal, you have a portion in the world to come. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say V'elu shall Yisrael Shem Lechem. It says V'elu. So you can either be Yisrael or you could be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building upon the gospel, embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you have a portion of the world to come. But if you're an Elu, if you're Bamach, if you're in dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with actress, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you could lose your Olam Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion of the world to come? Someone who says there is no resurrection of the dead. And someone who says Torah is not divine. Vapikoris. Again, we'll see. Rashi says earlier in the first, we don't do the Apikoris. Rabbi Kiva says, Afakori bisfar nachitzoni. This is very interesting. So I will say, even one who reads strong consensus, what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books. What? So again, we'll have to define exactly what that means. As someone who whispers some type of incantations over wounds. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishal says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with his letters, like that's the Yud-Kei name. Someone who actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shosh and from the 3 kings, Yeravam, Achav, and Menashe. We're saying Achav, we were just saying around yesterday's stuff. Yeravam, actually both Yeravam and Achav. We may mention yesterday's stuff. Right? They're both evil kings and Menashe. Talk about Menashe in the Gemara. I'm going to say, so tell you something. I don't know if I mentioned it. Ridiculous Gemaras ahead of us. Right? Each of these Gemaras is just overwhelming. Like Rabbi Yehuda says, Menashe is Shechal Rabbi Yehuda says, no. King Menashe, by the way, is the longest serving monarch. 55 years. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar by Yispalel Elozo. So, there's one talk about this. Menashe got himself into trouble, some really significant trouble. He dived into Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So, what he sees in here, Menashe diving, and his tefillos were answered, which seems to indicate that Menashe became about Shuvah. They said to him, no. The Machusa Yeshivu, V'lo L'chai Olam Haba Yeshivu. So Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of the world to come. Arba had Yodos, who were the 4 regular guys who lost their portion of the world to come. Bilam, Doeg, we'll discuss him, he was an advisor to King Shaul. Achitophel, one of the advisors to David HaMelech, who then switched sides to Avshalom, and Gehazi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu HaNavi. Again, we'll talk about all of those. First Gemara says, the Kol Kach Lama. Gemara's jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection, like someone denies the Chesed, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, now both say, by the way, just as an aside, and again, we'll get into this a little bit more, there's machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although we're going to switch, we're going to flip-flop on this depending on the context. But for myself, for right now, we'll just go with the idea that Olam Haba, I think, is how we classically use it. Your portion of what comes after you die. So after you die, right? Eternal, what we'll call it. Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? See some illusion for this in Eretz Hashem, but that's all you see. I understand, because a guy resurrection, he loses his own Haba, to which the Gemara says, the Kol Haf Lama, who covered the Tches Mason? See, he rejects the notion of Chelek, the Tches Mason. I must say that here you see, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's you see, the Gemara says it's not like Olam Haba in this context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like he's like Mida. This guy, he rejected the notion Mason, and therefore again, he gets no Tches Mason. Which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. Because we'll say the way that devotion works, it's a capacity. How do you know that I work with reciprocity? Listen to this. It's interesting. There are other psukim in the Torah which seem to indicate this, but the Gemara chooses this. It's actually very fascinating. For Elisha, Shimu Dvar Hashem Ka'is Machar Sa'af Sodas B'Shakel U'Sasayim Sorim B'Shakel B'Shar Shomron. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Happened this famine. Obviously, this famine. So there's no food available. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, Chevra, food for you. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food. In other words, there'll be overabundance of food. So what happens? Vayaran hashalish ashar melech nishar yado es Israel. Gomer, hine Hashem oser ruba mayim hayiyah hadar hazeh. So one of the commanding officer of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, could such a thing occur? In other words, what the officer was saying is, there's no food here. There's no food here. In other words, it doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to the officer, here's what happened. You're going to see the abundance, but you're not going to get to eat. And what happens? Vayim is interesting. Okay, by the way, the end of the story, that night, the army packed up and just left. They just left for some explainable reason, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happens? There was a stampede out of the to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer. This officer, the Gemara says, "I have Dilma killed us." Elisha gone alive, and maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused his death. Again, the curse of the Chacham, even if again if it's just uttered, any utterance causes it to come true. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, they should just have traveled when he died. My bishar, why does it say by the gate? Because this conversation that happened between him and Elisha by the gate. Therefore, you see from here, because the Baruch Hu operates against the principle. Therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in Tchias HaMeisim, then this is fine. But don't believe it. That's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. Mida Kineged, Mida Divine Response. Says this is one of the most important Yisodos in Kol HaTorah. The Rebbe actually bases it on the pasuk in Tehillim, Hashem Tzilcha. Hashem Tzilcha. So often we train the Hashem Tzilcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, that's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. What does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are. Right? What you invest is what you get. The way HaKadosh Baruch Hu works in relations with him is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, I act in supernatural manner for him. Correct. Supernaturally for me. I myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then he'll do the same for me. Again, what's important? If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain no, I don't really fight so therefore I'm going to do what I have to in order to get just expect that same type of because one's going to react the same way. So again, if I am in a framework of mediocre Judaism, so then expect divine response. That's the way it works. It's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want Nisim and it flows, then I have to become supernatural in my own behavior, push myself, then I have to grow. Expect more from God to invest in a relationship. Divine reciprocity. Hashem is incredible. So fascinating. And where do we see a scriptural allusion to Tchias HaMeisim? This begs the general question of all of this stuff, Tchias HaMeisim, Mashiach, Olam Haba. Why is it not explicitly in Torah? The Rambam makes it as Yud Gimel Ikar. Right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Gimel Ikar in 30 principles of faith. Tchias HaMeisim, 30 principles of faith. Okay, so now he agrees with the Rambam, but it's the Rambam. Something that is so central yet not mentioned. Explains so beautifully. Very simple. Judaism is a life-centric. Judaism does this, right? The Torah doesn't have the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. The Torah doesn't, this is incredible by the way. The Torah doesn't even speak about Mashiach. Why? And it's fascinating. That's not where our focus to be. Where does our focus be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Now, it's not mutually exclusive. Right? But Lamai said, that's our Church of Hirsch. It's an amazing observation. If Hirsch says, by the way, if you notice, I would say, if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you'll see in virtually church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches, cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never had cemeteries. The only places often you'll find shuls with cemeteries is like in Europe. And that was because of landowners. That was just often because this community was given a plot of land, and you had to live and die on that same plot of land, right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, right, no one ever. It's not like could have had like a nice hall over here in the courtyard over here on the right. So they would have generated much needed funds, right? But nice, right? Right, for the Kiddush club. You know, it could have really been beautiful, right? All together. So the nice, so like, why is it? Why is it that children are cemeteries? So it's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my money? To make today something spectacularly amazing. It's not about after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why, again, you'll find those lessons. By the way, can you at least give me a hint? This is so beautiful. Pasuk says, you will give the truma to Aaron. You must, what? What does that mean? I'm supposed to give my truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So you're supposed to give my truma to Aaron. Here's a bigger problem. Not only is Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came into Eretz Yisrael. Aaron HaKohen died behind the vote. He never came into Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean that I'm giving him my truma? So we'll say, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron HaKohen is going to come back to life, and then Eretz Hashem Klal Yisrael will be zocheh to give him their truma. You can. And here is a remez to Tchias. So we'll say, how beautiful is that? Which means that we'll say that the day is going to come. Mashiach is going to come. This mission will be rebuilt. Aaron HaKohen is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our truma to Aaron HaKohen. The fact that the pasuk phrases is that way, that is a scriptural allusion to Tchias. So we'll stop over here for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. We're great. Let's say tremendous to start this incredible week ahead of us. Shkaya everyone.
That's been kind of one of those things is we talk about this Dolphins football team, Tyreek Hill, J.D. Waddle, Tua throwing the football. They put multiple tight ends on the field.
All right, Joel, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a good rock. As a football Hashem, to begin the week. Journey up to Pesach Hashem. Abba Alina Latova with the Nidat Net Hashem. Beautiful that really. Haji, I want you to come in the attractions. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good it should be good. That's how good this is. I was going to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should you fit our annual Talmud sponsorship for touching saying, hey, the Mishpacha about to start for getting all the trim and gut coats as a zchus for the servants to Am Yisrael. Talmud for the month of Adar, and Steve Zinn in loving memory of Teddy, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levi, and Berman families of memory of Mr. Williams, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael Zechron, the Drachot, the Ote and Merit of our Talmud Torah, all of them shall stop now, the families in the Kama, all of those who need the food, Shabbat, the colleagues, Hashem brings home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. Once we do that, let us begin. Today's daf is test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on pay test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. Homework last night at the end of Shir. If I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, and plus, if you look ahead, incredible I got it ahead of us this week, but some very good doctor ahead of us as well. So, got to give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on paper, 89a, so what's this again? We are still on the incredible sugya on Zakat Mamre. So even these so number reason should be happening. So remember again, when the halach is concerned, when a zakin mamre is put in, what type of machlokim really making it no zakin. Now it comes to the actual execution. So the Mishnah says, not executing in the Bezdin in his city, nor to be executed in the Bezdin in Yavne. Now by the way, what's the Bezdin in Yavne? So we look at Rashi is about 4 days of Yavne. נשאלו לבית דין של לשכת הגזס. ואמרו להם, וחזרו לעירו בשעה ימים עד שגלסה סנהדרין גדולה ליבנה, ועדיין הבייס קיים, ואחר כן הולכו בתפילה, in Restream of Yavnes. Now, again, interestingly enough, Yavne was one of the locations that the Beis Hamikdash was exiled to. So what the Mishnah saying is like this. In order to go ahead and execute the Zakin Mamre, the Sanhedrin HaGadol has to be situated in the Lishkas HaGozis in the chamber of his stone in the Beis Hamikdash compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Beis Hamikdash is still standing, you can't execute the Zakin Mamre. Ella, Mali also a Beis HaGadol to Yerushalayim, Zakin Mamre up to the Beis HaGadol to the High Court in Yerushalayim, or Yishamrit also Ad HaRayel, also the regal. So what we do is we incarcerate him. It's a holding cell. It's next upcoming yom. The next upcoming yom. One of the regalim, based actually was Sukkis. Let's also point out how incredible is this? Remember again, this is the first chapter, the first post-quarter that doesn't make reference to the regalim. Regardless, like everyone's on a journey. Everyone is like we're always journeying to something else. We think that's the beauty of the youth, right? The youth never stationary. It's like, okay, let's sit back. We're always traveling towards the next thing. Time is now behind us. It's again, we have the privilege to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, for the rest of the probably time's a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something new in front of us. So we keep, again, according to the first thing the Mishnah will see, they keep the Zakin Mamre in a holding cell up until the next regal, up until the next Yom Tov. And the reason that's regal, we execute him on Yom Tov, which is really, which is fascinating. Now, why? Why? Shnei Amar, Yishmu'u Ro, V'lo Yizidin of the Rebbe Akiva. Because the Pasuk says literally, the entire nation will hear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. These are Rabbi Kiva. So Rabbi Kiva says is like this: you gotta make a spectacle. Whereas people have to see this, people have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing. You see this by Soko, so people see certain things. So the Kiva says you can't go extreme for the government to become public spectacle. And Rabbi Yehuda says no. So Rabbi Yehuda says no. We do not delay judgment like that. In other words, there's absolutely no need to do that. Also, so what we do is we execute them. It comes in the shulchan, shulchan the cholos. And what do? So here's the issue. Everyone agrees that means all right. So you need some element of publicity with this. So according to Akiva, the publicity component is established by holding you in front of the government and executing again on the regal. But he says no, we don't do that. When I say Ima Anya Sakin means we do not corrupt judges. If somebody's liable to death penalty, we execute him. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters. To all the community, say each point is highly celebrated. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity, write about it, and we will send it out. We'll say, yes, about how we go ahead, or I should say, when we go ahead and execute the Zakin Mamre. Let's analyze. Any reason also, motivation should be as well as a miracle to Braisa, which pretty much echoes the result. The Braisa says as follows. In the reason also, motivation should be so we don't execute the Zakin Mamre in his local based in, but motivation should be Yavner, not even in the Yavner. Once again, based in Yavner, where the Sanhedrin was exiled to. Ella, Marvin also they Shalayim. Rather, again, we have to bring this up, remember, up to the court in Shalayim. Shamit also Adharaga. And we wait, we hold him, like holding the holding cell up until Yom Tov. And we see also the Rega. And we execute him on Yom Tov. Shema, the Chala, and Yishmuhu, Yizrael, Diver Yad Yakiva. Because the Pasuk says, everyone will hear, and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the Chol Ha'am. When are you going to have a time when everybody can hear about this? But probably it's also said that you shall only put it right. I'm going to be Yehuda. Does the Pasuk say that they should fear and we should see? That Eugene is making this about that people should see the Zakim Mamre executed. And Yehuda says, does the Pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. So essentially again, the Yehuda says, as long as people hear about it, they don't need to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? Lama does that. But I want to say that it's interesting that Yehuda mistake is to be like an evil doing is a corruption of the day. It's interesting something like, life is, I was like a little bit of an uncanny joke, call it a joke. Every child stuff that their parents always say over and over and over. So my parents are doing a joke, like the mom stuff. Like I always try to tell my kids, is whatever is going on in life, you need to just lean into it. Like you spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just lean into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking on those kind of circumstances. Just lean into it and just go. You're going to be great. You're going to be fine. You're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm waiting for it. I know it's going to happen. It's like, sometimes in life you don't know how something's going to turn out. That's one level of anxiety. But then I know what is going to happen. So it's always going to be this. Why did you do this to this person? God got it. He's in the execution. He's up in my name. So you got to execute it. You definitely have to execute him. But why did you delay it? What's the point? It's also we've seen this motif that even when you have to execute someone, you execute with Rachmanis. Now, to the world, that might sound like a little contradiction, but if you understand that, sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rachmanis as well. So he's like, okay, he brought a ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay? Just let get it over with, and that's it. So I mean, he's listening. As the cousin is shot in the Makom, this morning is Chinese subordination. And again, how do we perform facilities? Like letters, send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So and so is executed as the second member. So one says, this is the first Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how we execute the second member. Okay, we gotta go. Turn about it. So let's go back to turn about it. Now, it's interesting also because clearly what you see with the second member is it's not just that we execute it, but there is this thing of this publicity to it that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. By the way, there are four situations where in general it's just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Not Mesis. Mesis is the one who goes out and incites to worship Avodah Zarah. Solar in Molar, Zakim Mamre, and Usolomim. All of these four need Hafraza, the lead announcements. Rashi says over at Raza, floating links for written out Sha'avra Beresim, to the Lirgos as Hakir. So literally, these will announce so and so is executed because it's committed to the Avera, and all of this is done in order to create the public example that people shouldn't follow suit. It says, Kulik Sibu, B'chol Ha'am, B'chol Yisrael. So ultimately, again, B'chol Ha'am. So like all of these situations, it says B'chol Ha'am, the entire nation will see. Interestingly enough, B'chol Yisrael, they do zoning KsivAmisharim, the no Kulik Dasa, this is Sahadusa, sorry. This is interestingly enough, that even zoning, the Russian is the Hamish Harim. Those who are left over, like those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive Russian ultimately again as Torah the Holy Israel? What reason? Because like Agos, not everyone is strict for Agos. Agos is always more limited for why? Because there was some limitations because they can't go ahead and do it. First, the commission idea that can't see that there was 10 ages. So because English itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay. The Bible says, Mishnah, from the whole Mishnah, whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker, Navi Sheker. We'll say next guy is hiding something. Navi Sheker, false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Shemo Shama, Uma Shemo Ne'emar Lo. So we'll say, so what's the Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That wasn't interesting enough, or she wasn't very nice to him. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nevuah at Kiddush. By the way, never again. So again, so what happens to Ruben? Ruben gets now it happens to be in the Nevuah. Like case number one is I prophesied something that was probably did not say the law. I heard however that happens. Like I grew up and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That all falls under the category under the Shekel. These cases, necessity to these individuals like the is executed by court. About Kovic is Nevuah. So I don't say this is fascinating. Kovic will also someone who receives Nevuah or refuses to share it. Like Kovic means like the count of something. So receive Nevuah and refuse to share it. I'll be laid up. Or one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of the Rabbi, or another who receives the law, but violates the only received. So all of these cases, most of us are not necessity to Shemayim. Individuals again get married. Death at the hand of it. Because Shemayimar, Anochi at Rosh Yisrael. And the study of all those stuff, we're going to get into all these pieces a little bit. And the study of all those stuff, if somebody prophesies in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and what and again, the person says literally again, this is what the Avodah Zarah says. Even if what he's saying is factually correct. So let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, he says, even though he's not saying wrong, and what he's saying is actually with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. A person commits adultery, so again, if a man has a relationship with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she and not Nisuin, or they just got married and Nisuin, but again, they do not yet live together. What it is, you go out, the adulterer is punishable. There's someone named Baskoin. So ultimately, again, I wasn't seen this before. Remember, a Baskoin commits adultery. What's her din? Straight off. But remember, again, that's unique din for her. Apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to Ibn Solomon, by committing witnesses who then falsely about her. Shekol Amuzin, Makimim Osim, so Ibn Solomon, that's Kohen Ubal. So in general, again, they want to engage with Ibn Solomon is what? They get reciprocal punishment. The exception to this is Ibn Solomon by a Bas Kohen, because she gets Sreifa, but that's Chanek. Okay, so what's the next one? So there are three more categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately again are killed by a court, and three of them recently Shemayim. Okay, so what are they? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emar Lo. So once they say ultimately again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, or I should say, they espouse a prophecy that was not said. No, it's essentially they're inventing prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy in the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? So a person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but not to them. Or I'm not even sure of all this kohabim, right? Right, it's not even sure of all this kohabim. Or a person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of our Zara, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the halacha is all three of these individuals are executed by a human culture, as living also, and not even a season of war, but does not share it. And the back of the Navi, if somebody disregards the words of the Navi, the Navi Shava al Asma, or Navi who disregards his own prophecy, Misasa Nidishamai. Again, their death is at the hands of, say, it's interesting to say here, Misnachano Shama. I understand why, if somebody emphasizes, this person who says, I received the word from Hashem and the give information that they did not receive, I understand what it is that he is right? It makes sense. You're going to be perhaps, but if I go ahead and I do a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it that you give me something? Like, we're not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now, again, we'll see the possible, we'll see why it is. But once again, shkatically, what's wrong with it? You know, it's like the worst idea a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the avodah life is never to be someone else. The avodah is to become the best version of you. So when a person gives over prophecy that is given to someone else, that prophecy is given to Reuben. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become Reuben. But the avodah trying to become someone else in life. That's not your purpose. That's not your purpose. You know, it's such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who kind of represent us like a level of success, and then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Yeah, again, there's something to be learned from every individual. It's easy to come along when you come up. I'm like, I can learn from everything. But my avodah is never to become self. So this notion of taking the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic abdication. That again, my avodah is to be me and to be the best version of me. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. It's what are you doing? That's not a life. Because if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become, like, because there's always someone better, someone more successful, there's always someone don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather, spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back. This says Mark. Right, you're not really. So where do you know all this from? I'm going to do the number truck. The Pasuk says, "Hanodia shayosib ledaber So it says, ultimately, again, Navi, who will intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? That's first to Navi who invented a prophecy. He's giving over something that was not Jerusalem. Okay, next. Vasher lo tzivisi. I did not command it. All the Kaveil tzivisi, but that is that I did command it to another. So what is that referring to? Zam isnavim man shamono. That refers ultimately to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. And he will go ahead and say something over the name of another god. Zam isnavim shamono is kachavim. If somebody prophesizes, we look out. Again, what's the point of that? The concept that is even if informationally what I'm saying is correct, the fact that it's being given over the name of Allah is up to that. We said in all of these cases, what does the Pasuk say? The race and Nabi Haku is probably that. And once again, Stam, whenever the Torah says it that way, it doesn't identify which definitely the default is kind of good. So that's our first three. Next, HaKodesh has never also found the third Navi. The Navi Sha'abra Abdullah Asmon Misasmi Shamayim. Also, what about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy. Doesn't share. The doctor disregards the words of the Navi. Or number three, a Navi who violates his own which you got put to death to be shed. Where do we know this from? By each Asher Lo Yisha. So once the Pasuk says will not the Navi will not listen. Every day, I Lo Yashmiya. So we learn that not only Lo Yishma, but what Lo Yashmiya, he will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The Kari Day, Lo Yashmiya, the Kari Lo Yishma. El Divrei Sid Anoki Adosh Mi'imo Idishim. So again, in the pasuk is someone who hears it, disregards it. Sorry, someone who hears a prophecy, disregards it, and somebody else who hears the word, disregards it, and then ultimately again who is Kovish as Nebu also does not share his name. And it's not in that Shalosh Shama. So now we do have some examples. One like, also, okay, fine. We'll tell that a little bit later. Understanding that Shama. So a person prophesies something he did not hear. So for example, let's keep going. So Ben Kinano. Who's the Tzidkia Ben Kinano? Carnates by itself. So this is interesting as well. There was an alliance. Remember again, there's this program of Malchus Yisrael, and Malchus Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat is right. This Achab, unfortunately, was righteously challenged in an alliance in order to so Yoshaphat and Abu, but I need some prophecy. Because it's like a shtickle on holy alliance. Sometimes you need holy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So because someone's like, I just, so Aka's got no shortage. You get enough money using hundreds of projects, and still your somebody is not exactly convinced. So there was other guy, Sidkia Kinano, who this is so what is Sidkia Kinano? He fashions, he makes iron horns. The fact around, you're going to be successful. Okay, so we might follow. So my habit. So again, so now what's what Sidkia really received prophecy. He really received prophecy. But ultimately, again, the one of this was the shtickle false prophecy, because again, what ends up happening in this battle is after this battle, all of this hoping was a part of his way to lure up into battle so that after the battle. The Gemara says, "My having what should Sidkia have done?" This is a wild story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Nabos. Let's say that name sounds familiar. Had a beautiful vineyard that Achab very much wanted. So that Achab and Nabos wouldn't know. So Achab has a wife by the name of Izel. Izel convinced husband Achab to essentially bring Nabos up on force and have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achab takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Sidkia, making it look like it was HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to get out to go out to battle so that Achab was fallen battle. Okay, the Gemara says, that's it. New Yifantes Achab, Bayab Yapa Moskilad, Moskilad. So Baruch Hu had a call to the Shamas, who was willing to go down and for Achab to go into war. So spirit came before him and said, I will go and entice Achab to go to war. So Yomer Tifta The young people say, or Yudah might say, what is the meaning of which Baruch Hu said to the spirit of Logos? Go, say Mikisasi. We have to leave. So it's like this is actually incredible. If the Baruch Hu is the same to the Neshamas, whichever one of the Neshamas will go, but after you go, you come back here. Why not? Because the job of prophecy, the Ribbon Shalom is all honest. All I cannot reside in the confines of the Ribbon Shalom celestial sphere. My Ruach, what's the Ruach? And the Ruach Shalom is Israeli. But again, it was the spirit of Noah Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading half of the battle. That was the spirit that appeared to seek I haven't laid up. I but so Cynthia should have been a little bit more vigilant. Signaled effort over the community. The ancient Indian was starting the signal effort. So it's interesting enough. You can have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them different. So it's actually really fascinating that prophecy, you can have multiple prophets receiving the same, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, in the same way. You know, there's like Obadja, Zodon, Libachaka. Yirmiyah Amar, Tiflatzascha Hesio, Zodon Libachaka. So again, just examples of the conveying this general concept, each of them receiving it and conveying it in a slightly different way. It's actually a very beautiful idea. Because we think about it, what's the wrong? Presents almost like the highest level of relationship with our Kodesh Baruch Hu. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received, and the way that message is from the person's profound son, which of course is not just true by the but it's true by every element of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. No two Jews have the same relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The same kind of mitzvahs, the same ideas, the same children. But at the end of the day, the way we relate to God, the way we interact with God, the relationship we have with HaKadosh Baruch Hu varies, even maybe, but nevertheless, there's a balance between one Jew and the next. And so the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, good. Bahani, Ami Kulu Kadabi, Mami no Klum Kami. So Sitkia should have realized. Now, what should Sitkia have realized? We're saying the same thing. We have hundreds of people saying the same thing. That's sort of that's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's like you should have realized there's something wrong over here. The Gemara says, so what's that mean? Maybe it's simply a no. The prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe we just use halacha. The Gemara says, Yoshabat Alahasam, the Kanahu. It's Yoshabat, Ha'ain, Po, Navi. Yoshabat was there. And Yoshabat knew this. That's why Yoshabat, even after produced hundreds of Nevi'im, Yoshabat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong here. Because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So it's like, I try to point out how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, interact and relate and have a different relationship with Hashem. I was thinking something about this. Sometimes we think that like, what's the token view of Klal Yisrael? Can you imagine hundreds of Jews saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening over here. First one says, that's terrible. hundreds of Jews saying different things together and being madly in love with him. That's actus. That's actus. And you have this very skewed view of actus. That actus means like doing it. Everyone's on the same. How you have it? Oh yeah. Never happened. Never happened. I'm saying. I see that we were Isha. Remember that part. People with one heart. It never says Isha husband. It doesn't say one people with one heart. It's one people with one heart. One people with one heart. So it's just so. Somebody was making a whole of this and he's telling me to I remember my family was a little bit more right. So he was he started to go on about and there's a shame we should be in the world in which she the students are in traffic. And literally everyone, my wife looked at me. Don't say something. You know, one of those looks. Okay, so I held it together for about 10 seconds, but the rest of the people I see that did not. And they jumped on this particular member of my family. And it was like, and then what was beautiful, so beautiful, is that right afterwards, Hashem act like this went off her back. It felt like about 3 hours, but it was pulling time, so it might have been like 30 seconds, you know, whatever, and like everything was slower, but also, you know, what it was, at the end, like, the way it ended is, I don't know how, I know all the events, but somehow it started like that, and then about seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of grown men holding each other, sobbing. As I said, I don't know see what happened, right? But when I said, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that it's about the ability to hug, even if you vehemently disagree? It's about the ability to love people. Unequivocally wrong and at this single step of the way that you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world. But I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing about us, you know, we like ourselves, but people who say the same things, it's so boring. It's so boring. People live like in an echo chamber. A lot of them are uninformed or incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. Feel free to see this in positions in life and have you, right? And I was like, but when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's not something's off. You're in a room with a bunch of people and they're all stuck. That's close. And actus is that we can embrace. Even Cyprus argument. All right, can I see one of those like this? I'm going to go honey. So what happened? So Yoshapa says, I need someone to be in. So Achlan says, why do you want to be in? Look at all these hundreds of guys here. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Kafamikulis, Abi Abba, another signal apple in the common of the end. The ancient name of the end is the signal echad. So what I learned is this. You could have all espousing the same message, but they're not talking about nothing about it. Right? But none of them then give it over in the same way. Right? They all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Shaphat is sitting there and these hundreds of prophets who I just want to point out, these were not, the prophets were actually received. But remember, the whole skewed because of the Achab to go out to work with them in battle. So Shaphat, what? You guys are all saying the the same exact thing that doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, you'll shafak the community. Okay, I'm not going right there. So Masha, good. I'm not what's the example of a Nabi who gives over something that was not said over? It's in Kidon, Tananya Ben Arzu. So he's like Tananya Ben Azor. What happened to Tananya Ben Azor? The Kayan, you shit that Arno, you know, in the upper marketplace for God, Kormar, and suppose, Hinini Shover as Keshes, Elon. So Yirmiyah is giving a prophecy, right? And Yirmiyah says, Hashbar, who's going to go ahead and break the bow of Elon. Elon was another nation. I'm going to break the bar and defeat Elon. Okay, so what happens? Nothing in Kabakor Biatzmo. And so Hananiah hears this prophecy and he makes this Kabakor. What's the Kabakor, man? Come on, Elon Shema. I'm going to have to bar. Who do you show us Kashas Elon? So Elon, they came to Baba. And who's going to say that he's going to break the bar and he's going to defeat them. And what who is coming to is breaking the primary fault of Klal Yisrael. Is going to break the secondary faults of Klal Yisrael. Who is going to call Klal Yisrael? Hold on. So can I even come a homer? And Kosh Baruch is going to go out and defeat Elon. He's certainly going to go out and defeat Bagal. So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies. He will shook attack. And Amar, Karmas, old Melech Bagal. It's fascinating. So Hananiah gives a prophecy of Yirmiyah, have a comment from that prophecy. And it was a new prophecy. Only one issue. Who didn't say it? Only a problem about Abaye. Look, what are you talking about? This is not an example of someone given to his friend and gives it. Hananiah made this up. Which the Imam says, Ya'ed, Kavakom, and the Medjid, Siman, the Itmar, Dummy. So again, because it's interesting. Because he's the Kavakom, and because the Kavakom is one of the exegetical principles, so it's sweet, it's like a case of over a prophecy that was not given over. Okay, beautiful. Time Shem of Others Kofavim. Once in a while, prophesizes in the name of the Muslim last one. If you go to Vibao, so what says this is easy one. So it's Baal wasn't about Mizara. He had him, had its own Nabi. And then obviously he prophesied in the name of Baal, things that were not true. So what's incredible? What's an example of withholding your own seed? Kigon, Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy. What does he do? He runs away. So let's say, just so you cover this as well. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that we go from all the this person right now, what does he say? You could be great. You're accomplish great things. Just like again, the Gemara says, every day basks and says, Shuvu Banim, every day a basketball comes out and says, Shuva. And I hear this prophecy, and I hear this basketball, and I do with it. What do I do with it? Suppress it, and I ignore it. That's coverage never also. Every day prophecy comes to us. Every day comes to us. Every day opportunity comes for us. The Sabbath tries to become great. And if you suppress it, or you don't utilize it, or you don't actualize it, that's called Kodesh Es. Yonah ben Amitai. Who's the one? What's an example of going and disregarding the words of another? What's it? How many days? So the Gemara says, Chadre, now who are the friends? And the Quran actually says, Chadre, the Yikah, again, this is also one of the factors that was prophesizing that day about Yaakov. They said, the Ish Adonai, Omer Ore Hashem Yitzchak, no. He's loving me, don't go over to a guy and say, hit me. So this is part of the prophecy. He's trying to ultimately, again, that Klal Yisrael was going to be successful ultimately over Arab, that Acha was going to fall in. So the man refused to hear Michael. And what happens? The Nabi Shamata, the Nabi Shafai. No, Yana Shamata is listened by a lion. so Navi tells you, right, and because again, this Navi was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story, but a different time. The Navi Sha'ar al-Dibre Atzmo was an example of Navi who violated his own words. Navi violated words. He go Ido Navi. He didn't have Ido, what happened with Ido? They said, King Siva Osi, and King Siva Osi, listen to this. So Ido was ultimately again was commanded to go out. As Yonah ben was the first king over the split Malchus. Remember, Yonah ben interestingly enough, Yonah ben started out as a good man. He was appointed by the powerful. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening? Power has led correcting good. Yonah ben understood that if he was going to take his leadership over Malchus, he had to prevent Jews from going to this. And again, even once the monarchy split, the great unifier is going to be this English. Everybody had to be over Rego. If that's the case, your Rabban said people are going to be subservient and not to me because he has the base English. So what did he do again? What did he do? Actually, he made a deal. He built two Engels. He built two. Yeah, in the beginning, all these are. Just I'm saving you a trip, you don't have to all the way to the base. And just to serve Hashem, serve here. Ultimately, again, so Ego confronts him when he's bringing his kavanas by the sins of the and you out his arm. Like the accusers went away. The prophet commanded Ego, when you go, so go do your prophecy, stop. Don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. Laser focused on mission. Okay? So it doesn't stop to eat. Once on the way back, so ultimately, again, what happens on the way back, Ego's passing. Okay, mission accomplished, decides to meet to eat. Ego says, I'm sorry. The guy says, you're not going to leave. You're a prophet, I'm a prophet. Hey, come in. We can eat together. Ego goes ahead and makes a mistake, goes into this guy's house and eats. By Aisha eats it, by Yerachim see what happens when Ego, after his meal, is consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again, for violating his own word, violating his own word. It's also such the story is such a profound metaphor. Most of it tells Ego, if to accomplish something, then what do you have to do? Get refocused. Get refocused. If you do our colleagues back to the Shah's Jesus, he says, what's Jesus? He says, why do you need Jesus? Jesus is necessary. You don't always appreciate this because more often than not, the reason you'll accomplish in life is why? I'll tell you why. Because we get distracted. Right? I'm on task, I get distracted. It's happening all the time. You just get distracted. And suddenly I'm up to the whole use of Jesus. When you start something, get it done. Just get it done. Distracted because when you get distracted, usually when you're going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what the Navi's saying over here, the story is, it's an actual story, metaphorical, it's a natural story. But the metaphor also is so bad. As far as you have a mission, go to eat. Don't get distracted. Don't do anything. Just stay free. Ego gets distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by lion. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. You lose your mind. By the way, you know this. Get distracted. Even if you're back on task, what happens? It's not the same. You never said, for example, even by learning. Right? By learning, there's the cephus. But you go to the cephus for a certain amount of time, distracted. Right? Even 5 minutes of learning the resource is better than 25 minutes of distracted learning. We know this just in our own lives. Because what happens, right? I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm here. It's very nice. And at the end of the day, what did you get? 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. Sometimes that's not all this Hashem. It's not all this Hashem. The first one of us is be in it. Be in it. In 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted, is the moment you get consumed by a lion. Such an incredible story. It's just never awesome. So listen to this. Person goes ahead and withholds his party, he gets Malchus. Because this is a Talmudic expression, which literally means one who eats dates out of the basket should get Malchus. Now, what's wrong with eating it? The answer is nothing. So it's an expression that's not very out there. Right? But in other words, it's an expression that's used like, what did he do wrong? In other words, they're listening here. He's not asking over here about what a person did wrong if they withhold. What he might really asking is, how is anyone going to know? The Amy fulfilled his prophecy. Oh, okay. How exactly will I know that he would help his prophecy? You must say, Man Masruke. You must well. I'm not going to be. Sorry, I'm going to buy a so I'm going to buy the sick kilo. Who's going to know his fellow prophecy? This is what we said before. And this is interesting that the way prophecy works is it's often given from more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person can do it differently, but it's given more than one. So because if you have another who withheld prophecy, apparently other people know about it, particularly another did not share it. If you're not Hajj, so that's interesting. Well, maybe a part will retract it, or maybe if one of changed his mind, he changed his mind. He said, the 100 day will do a other multi the two in the view. Sometimes changes the voice. He would do that, then what? He would inform the people of the deen as well. I, the heart, Yonah. Hajj day below you. So Yonah, after the storm changed his mind, and he did tell Yonah. He didn't like Yonah, remember again, Yonah finds out that everybody else is what is not training day. Because what if we did not go ahead and give him any advance warning? He just gave us his notice. Yonah made Kara, so it's very important. The rest of Yonah said, the old Akbar Yom, the Nin, excuse me, the Nin Be'akas. Now, what is Be'akas? What is the turned over? This meant in 40 days from now, something could dramatically change in the change could be, they could all become ridiculous Balachilla, but the change could be the same going to be destroyed. So in Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Again, it was an open nevuah. Again, I'm not saying it's incredible. And by the way, I wrote it down. Part of the reason, ultimately, why do we read Satan and Yom Kippur is the nice story, metaphor that our life is like this horrible possibility. As I was saying, that, I brought in 1 billion in their pockets. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As much as the Israeli knows what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, from us. Lives are respected and you should only venture type of months. In another 40, is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, you're going to be the person who you become, it's up to you. On the last one, so let's say, so ultimately, one ignores the words of another. So let's say, so here's what's interesting. But the Nabi says, and I don't know, right? So someone says, say in the name of God, right? Oh, right? So how do I know that he's a Nabi? And I have to answer, that happens to him. You know, everybody else gives a sign. This sign, obviously, once again, you gotta prove like your Navi credentials, right? So in other words, you can't just roll with it. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, Micha, the Lord Yahweh, but Micha didn't know this. He didn't give a sign. And if people are punished that here, for now, 2 years, when they're eating his Nevuah, no, it's different. As I say, a Navi doesn't have to give an oath every time he says a Nevuah. Rather, I will say why. Once you have a Navi who's Muqsak, what does Muqsak mean? They know he's a Navi. They know he's a Navi. Okay, so once we know he's a Navi, obviously I'm going to listen to his words. We'll say, get ready for this. You don't take off because if you don't say this, Avram Bahara Moriah, Hecha Shama Yitzchak. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his right? So again, when Avram Avinu said, I'm going to shock you. Yitzchak should have said, Yitzchak have said, that's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was a prophet. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak never says, hey, that's a little bit, maybe you want to go over the conversation with God, right? I've seen this room something, a nuance, maybe he's speaking in a foreign term, but if you notice something, there's no give and take, right? Dialogue. Avram says, and Yitzchak listens, right? Because Avram was Yitzchak. Avram was a Navi, Yitzchak as a Navi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. Elio Ba'arakarno, his son Kelly, the Abdi Shchotz. What's that? Elio, right down. Between Elio and the Nevi Abba. Remember the story? Right? They build, everybody builds an altar. Elio builds an altar. The Nevi Abba builds an altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings fire from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So again, the Navi says, Nevi Al, they're crying out. All kinds of crazy stuff. What is Elio? And I'm going to say some riches. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? His altar, and with all of that, what does he do? Quick tefillah, fire comes down from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful, except there's one problem. It is a key to offer up karbanos out of the Mishkan. That's in English. That's not a Mishkan. So what's happening over here? So the Jews are able to do shmutz again. Shmuel told him, now come on. Like, don't you need to give an oath? And then they'll say, what do you see from there? The Gemara says, no. Once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, no longer has to give an oath of his own. Listen, by the way, you know what the postscript to that story is, right? About Eliyahu Nevi Abal. What happened in the next paragraph? Cloudly social thing, Baal. Again, Eliyahu Nevi gives this famous statement, Adrim Ashkenazi. You know, you wanted this offense for. But also gives rise to a very important episode, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create a meaning. Miracles don't create a meaning. They don't. This passes Parsha also. Parsha was saying about Har Sinai. They go to the calf. Miracles don't work. It was like, how many, you think, how many missiles were fired from Iran, and not one. So you think again, possible to undergo massive shuvah, every miracles don't work. Miracles like fireworks. Like, what happens when you go to watch fireworks? What happens? Ooh, you ever hear someone who comes back from 4th of July 5 says, you know what? That was life altering. That was life altering. You know? I am just what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, and you get so many missiles from Iran, it's unhappened. What happened? People just go, let's say, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from effort. Change comes ultimately again from putting in the effort, getting in the out. Miracles are beautiful, and they can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect cathartic comprehensive change. That only comes from the inglorious work in and the out. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Somebody's in the past. We should push the second meeting to the movie, but all right, it's fine. This is I was going to tell you, this week, just ridiculous. You want us to watch this? But now that we made Avinu, that Avram did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was Moksa. So he goes like the Akid, Avram. After what? It says these things, and then Hashem tells him this is the Akedah. So afterwards, I'm going to be opening from Yosef ben Zimra, after the words of the Satan, what did the Satan say? They said, Yigdal Hayelet Vayidamal. The Pasuk said, Yitzchak, after the birth of Yitzchak, the boy got up and he grew up and he was weaned. And he was at least make like a big suit for weaning. Amar Satan Yevashbahu. The Satan said to Hashem, something the first time we so disparaging, like this old man. So so he gave him a child at the age of 100 years old. He told him, so the second says, he old man so much. And we soon as he made, he even offered you up a little cut, even like a pigeon. Nothing. A little bird, nothing. Come on. Everything Avram did, he did for his son. Many overloads of earth has been thought. If I were to tell Avram to sacrifice his son, he would do it. If I asked Avram to give his own son, he would do it. And then afterwards, Hashem tested Avram. So let's say this is interesting. So we use Baruch Hu and the Hashem says to Avram, please. So he's fucking over and off. Now, Noah is a request. It's a request. So listen to this. Gemara says, so what can this committee do? This can be given to a king who was the first of the intermediate wide lines. This king, he had like the guy, like the one warrior, who was like really responsible for all of his victories. The king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. Amalov, he says to his most valiant soldier, please, stand, be victorious in this battle. Because if you fail in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take away from all the stand from this it's not only a victory here, but the previous victories as well. Fail here and erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. I thought that was one of the Avraham. So to actually tell the Avraham, one of the seals, had given many tests over the years. The Kuman, you've been successful in them. Accept no legal sellers, and now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. Show you that people say that there is no merit to the previous tests. So let's say, so this is fascinating. What first of all, there's a tremendous human nature. Human is all about what have you done lately. If you fail, generally the human nature is what you remember the failure of right. It erases all of the things before, which is just interesting. If the warrior fails in this battle, all of the years in the past are responsible. So there's a beautiful idea in this house. Besides something that quote he says, amazing. He says, "I be as such, and it's not Sam Lavinu. Mispash ish the Yisrael, miskava al." What he did is another color in the DNA of Klal Yisrael. He was our father, and every task that he succeeded, every sin that he overcame, he endowed us with a certain strength. What did Akidas Yitzchak represent? He says Akidas Yitzchak represent at the end of the day, Korah, Meruba, Shamsi. Just nefesh. What Akidas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to give everything for God. I'm not going to already demonstrate to give himself. This is even more. It represented the willingness to give anything and everything for the devotion of it. HaKadosh Baruch Hu pleads with Avraham and says, you need to pass this. Do you know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this core, the spiritual DNA of Klal Yisrael. If you go to Hallelujah and you take your son, willing to offer him as a carbon, to embed within Klal Yisrael the core and the ability to give anything, everything for Shbaruch. And that's what Shbaruch says, you do this, we have that. But if you fail, then this you leave the people to think. And I will say, isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, Avraham passes this test as we know, and he knows his customer says, listen, 22 times like this. We're looking at Messias Nefesh. Not a day goes by that we hear stories of dramatic spiritual heroism. Right? So did you see one of the most striking pictures that I saw so important? These little girls who were dressed up as Agam. Dressed up as Agam burger. Roughly should finish with every single Rosh Hashanah. I guess I'm showing Thomas. What does she represent? She represents this incredible car. This is car from Yiddishkeit. Where does that come from? Where does that go? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get that car? Comes from Avraham. He was willing to go out and seek everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He embedded in our spiritual the ability and this to do the same. And if HaKadosh Baruch Hu's path for peace best. It's not just about you. Strength. You're going to summon up, you're going to muster for this new set. It's going to become part of the spiritual of your children, and it's going to access through the ages. Because he was successful in him. He gave us the key successful in our tremendous. All right, again, coming much again. I want to say a lot of these Gemaras this week, a lot of that this week. I'm sorry? Because now it's somewhere in the 7 p.m., 8 p.m., whatever. Flight leaves definitely like 10 or 11. All right, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a good tavach. Baruch Hashem. To begin the week, journey up to Pesach from Eretz Hashem. Abba Aleinu Latova with a new daf from Eretz Hashem. Beautiful daf, really. Actually, I want to hear your coming attractions this week. Ridiculous. ridiculous. It's too good. So good it should be elite. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tin Pei Hey, the Tilson Mishpacha Beretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shemashos as a zuchos for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch Ben Yosef Hakos, and the Ziv Levin Berman families of memory of Miss William Ziv, Zeb Shmuel Zechron Livracha, we hope that Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Aviyah, the families in the Tamo, all of those who need a refuah Shabbat to the Kol Chol Yisrael, the Meretz Hashem bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedayim. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Pei Tes 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Pei. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. The rector assigned some work last night at the end of Shir. If I don't start on the right daf on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. And plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible Agadata ahead of us this week, but some very long daf ahead of us as well. So, got to give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on Pei Tes 89. Remember again, we are still on the incredible sugya of Zakim Mamre. Same Amisim also. So remember again, when we've learned already the halachas concerning when a Zakim Mamre is put to death, what type of machloks really make him into a Zakim Mamre. Now when it comes to the actual execution of the Zakim Mamre, so the Mishnah says, we do not execute him in the Beis Din in his city, nor do we execute him in the Beis Din in Yavne. Now, by the way, Beis Din in Yavne, so if you look at Rashi is about 3 lines down from the Beis Din Yavne. In Nishalu the Beis Din Shamalishkas Hagozis. V'amru lahem v'chazru le'iro v'shay yamin ad shegalsa sanhedrin gidolo liyavne v'ad bayis kayum v'yachar ehorek v'tchilo in Nishalu Yavne. So interestingly enough, Yavne was one of the locations that the Beis Hamikdash was exiled to. So what the Mishnah is saying is like this: in order to go ahead and execute the Zakim Mamre, the Sanhedrin HaGadol has to be situated in the Lishkas HaGozis, in the chamber of hewn stone, in the Beis Hamikdash compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Beis Hamikdash is still standing, you can't execute the Zakim Mamre. Ella, Malid also the Beis Yerushalayim. We take the Zakim Mamre up to the Beis HaGadol, to the high court in Yerushalayim. Umishamin also ad haregel, umemisin also beregel. So what we do is we incarcerate him, put him in a holding cell until the next coming regel, the coming Yom Tiv, one of the regalim, Pesach, Shavuos, Sukkot. Let's say, trying to point out how incredible this is. Remember again, this is the first daf, really the first post-Purim daf, and what does it make reference to? The regalim. The regalim, right? Everyone's on a journey. Everyone non-Mish is like, we're always journeying to something else. That's the beauty of the Yid, right? The Yid is never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards the next thing. So Purim is now behind us. Again, we're not yet privileged to be residents of Yerushalayim. So for the rest of the Purim's a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something new right in front of us. Pesach is that. So again, according to the first page in the Mishnah, we'll see we keep the Zakim Mamre in a holding cell up until the next regel, up until the next Yom Tiv. And when we say regel, we execute him on Yom Tiv, which is fascinating. Now, why? Why Shne'emar v'chola'am yishmu v'iro v'lo yizidun al divrei Rabbi Akiva? Because the pasuk says literally, the entire nation will hear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. These words Rabbi Akiva. So what essentially Rabbi Akiva says is like this: you gotta make spectacle out of this. In other words, people have to see this. People have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing. You see this by Solka also. People see certain things. It has erosion. So the Kiva says, we don't execute until the Regalim, so it should become a public spectacle. The Yehuda says no. So Rabbi Yehuda says no. We do not delay judgment. In other words, there's absolutely no need to do that. So what we do is we execute because shulchin shluchin the chomos. And what do? So here's the issue. Everyone agrees that Migdal Raisa needs some element of publicity in this. So according to Rabbi Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding him until the regal and then executing him again on the regal. Rabbi Yehuda says no, we don't do that. We'll say Ima Agnes means we do not corrupt judgment. If somebody's liable to death penalty, you execute him. In other words, you're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters to all the communities saying Sky Misa Bezdin. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. We'll say fundamental machlokas about how we go ahead, or I should say when we go ahead and execute the Zakin numbers. But let's analyze. Also, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Brisa says as follows: also, Loba Bezdin should be Eero, so we don't execute the Zakin number in his local Bezdin. But Loba Bezdin should be Yavne, not even in the Bezdin Yavne. Once again, you Bezdin in Yavne. Yavne is where the Sanhedrin itself was exiled to. Ella, Malin also the Bezdin of the Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what do? We bring the Zakin Mamre up to the high court in Yerushalayim. Mishamin also ad harega, and we hold him in the holding cell up until Yom Tiv. And we misi also berega, and we execute him on the Yom Tiv. Shneimar b'chala am yishmu v'iro divrei Rabbi Akiva, because the pasuk says everyone will hear and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is dashing the v'chol ha'am. When are you going to have a time where you can hear about this? When Klal Yisrael is assembled in Yerushalayim for the regal, Rabbi Yehuda, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? In other words, Rabbi Akiva is making this about that people should see the Zakin Mamre executed. Rabbi Yehuda says, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. Gemara says, so essentially, again, Rabbi Yehuda says, as long as people hear about it, they don't have to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? I want to say, it's interesting that Rabbi Yehuda understands this to be like an Inouye din. Inouye din literally means like corrupt the din. It's an interesting something like we know life is, I have like a little bit of an ongoing, it's not a joke, okay, I'll call it a joke. Like every child has stuff that their parents will always say over and over and over. So in that kind of like a little bit of a joke, like mantra, guys always try to tell my kids is whatever is going on in life, lean into it. Just lean into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just lean into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstance is, just lean into it and just go with it. You're going to be great, you're going to be fine, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm waiting for the. I know it's gonna happen. It's not. Sometimes you don't know how something's gonna turn out. That's one level of anxiety. But then I know what is going to happen. So it's almost like he says, why don't you do this to this person? I gotta give you Zakin Man, right? You gotta execute him. Definitely have to execute him. But why would you? What's the point of this? We've seen this motif before, that you have to execute someone. You have to execute with rachmas. Now, to the world, it might sound like a little bit of a contradiction, but the Jew understands that sometimes you have to do it with rachmanis as well. So it's like Imam, okay, what is it? That's it. He's going to be executed. Like delay. Just let get it over, and that's it. So Rabbi, again, so how do we fulfill the publicity piece? Write letters and send letters to all the different Jewish communities. So and so is executed as Zakin Mamre. So we'll say, so this is the fundamental focus. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how we execute the Zakin Mamre. Okay, incredible. So let's go back to Tanrabanon. Now it's interesting. clearly, what you see with the second Mamre is, it's not just that we execute it, but there is this thing of this publicity to it. That people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. By the way, there are four situations where but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Ramesis. Mesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Ben Sorer Umora, Zaken Mamre, and Edom Zolomim. Interesting. All of these four need hachraza. They need announcements. Rashi says over hachraza, Kloni Mes Bebezin Al Sha'avra Berazu, Kedei Lirdos Es Hachirim. So literally, Bez will announce so and so is executed because of a particular avera, and all of this is done in order to create a public example that people shouldn't follow suit. The Gemara says, "Kuluk simu b'chola'am." So ultimately, again, I'm sorry, b'chola'am. So like all of these situations, this is b'chola'am. The entire nation will see. In b'chol Yisrael, b'edim zomim, b'chol Yisrael, b'edim zomim ksiv anisharim, v'lo kuli ama chazul esudasa. L'sahadusa. Sorry. This is interesting enough by edim zomim. The lesson is v'hanisharim. Those who are left, right? Those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive lashon ultimately again? What's the reason? The reason is because by Eidos, not everyone is fit for Eidos. Eidos is always more limited pool. Why? Because the Gemara said there are certain limitations. A person gambles, they can't go ahead and do Eidos, right? A person commits an Avera, or certain Averas can't do Eidos. So because Eidos itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, okay, we'll say beautiful Gemara Mishnah. It's only 8:12 on a Sunday. We've already done a whole Mishnah, a whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Navi Ashak. We'll say next guy is Chaim Misam. Navi Ashak, a false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emar Lo. So we'll say, so what's the Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesied something that he did not hear, okay, or something that was not said to him. That was interesting enough. We'll see what does he say. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets the Kiddush. By the way, many people think you get the Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly, again, you're prophesizing for God's promise, right? So what happens? I'm standing next to Reuven. Reuven gets a nevuah. Now, it happens to be, it's a legit case number one. Case number one is, I prophesied something that Mr. Baruch did not say. Case number two, Tzibon gave my friend nevuah. I heard, however that happens, right? I heard the nevuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. Gemara says in these cases, Misasa b'di Adam. So these individuals, right, the Navi Sheker is executed by court. Aval kovesh is nevuah. So I'll say this is fascinating. Kovesh is nevuah. So is someone who receives nevuah or refuses to share it. Like kovesh means like to conquer something. So receive nevuah and refuse to share it. Or one who goes ahead and simply ignores the word of a Navi, or a Navi who receives Navi but violates the only word that he received. So all of these cases, first one line, all these individuals again get death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shneimar, Anochi Edrosh Mi'imo. I'm starting to share all those kochavim. Again, we're going to get into these keys just a little bit. I'm starting to share all those kochavim. If somebody prophesies of an avodah zarah, and I have zomer kaf, I'm going to have all this kochavim. And again, the person says literally again, this is what the avodah kochavim says. Afilu kivin es halachot hamei es atar. Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along, I hereby say in the name of Avodah that one is supposed to avoid kindling a fire on Shabbos. Okay? Right? So in other words, Krishna says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, he's saying he's actually in alignment with what we believe as well. The fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. adultery. So again, if a man has relations with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she had irusin and not nisuin, or they just got married, they had nisuin, but again, they did not yet live together. The halacha is the boel, the adulterer, is punished by chenek. This is someone made bas kohen of ba'alah. So ultimately, again, I've also seen this before. Remember, a bas kohen who commits adultery, what's your din? Sreifa. But remember again, that's a unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to Eidim Zonin, right? Meaning witnesses who testified false. Shekol HaMuzmin, bas kohen ubal. Because in general, again, the way it works with Eidim Zonin is what? They get reciprocal punishment. The exception to this is Aiden is someone by a bas kohen, because she gets sreifa, but they, as well as the adulterer, will get chenek. Okay, incredible. Says supposed to let's analyze. Says the Gemara. So there are three. These are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately, again, are killed by a court, and three. Okay, so what are they? Suppose a person goes ahead and prophesies something, or I should say, he espouses a prophecy that was not said. In other words, essentially, they're inventing prophecy. Now, again, this is prophecy in the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So a person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but not to them. Or or a person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of Avodah. As we said before, even if we're actually correct, the halacha is Misasam Bidei Adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. HaKovish has Nevuah, a Nabi who receives the Nevuah but does not share it. And the back of Divrei Nabi, or somebody disregards the words of the Nabi, the Nabi Shavra Divrei Atzmo, or a Nabi who disregards his own prophecy, Misasa Midishalayim. Ultimately, again, death is at the hands of heaven. And I will say, it's interesting to note this idea. Misnava Mashalo Shama. I understand why, if somebody prophesizes, a person who says, I received the Nevuah from Hashem, and they give over information that they do not receive, I understand what is a Chi of Misa. Right? It makes sense. It makes sense in prophecy. And I will say, if I go ahead and I get a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a Chi of Misa? Like, what? I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now, again, we'll see the puzzle. We'll see why it is. But we'll see, like, shkafically, what's wrong with it. And we'll say, the worst avera a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the avodah in life is never to be someone else. The avodah is to become the best version of you. So when a person gives over prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy was given to nothing. It's not mine. It's not mine. When a prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become living. But the avodah of trying to become someone else, that's not your tachlis. That's not your tachlis. You know, it's such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who kind of represent us all of success, and then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic abdication. That again, my avodah is to be me and to be the best version of you. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because once you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Right? Because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone who's. Don't see life trying to be like other people. So rather spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back. It says the Gemara. Good. So where do we know all this from? The pasuk says, So I'll say, so ultimately, again, the Navi, who will intentionally try to say something over in my name. Who's that? Zem Stam Mashlo Shama. That refers to a Navi who invented a prophecy and is giving over something that was not given to him. Okay, Chaim Nisan. Next, Vasher Tzivisiv, I did not command it to him. Chaveru Tzivisiv, but that refers that I did command it to another Navi. So what is that referring to? Zam Snavi Mashalo Ne'amar. That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. And he will go ahead and say something over the God. That first prophesizes in the name of idolatry. Again, remember, what's the clues of that? So that is, even if what? Informationally, what you are saying is in the name of Avodah Zarah makes it able to death. And all of these cases, what does the pasuk say? This Samura Torah stam in elechene. I will say again, stam. Whenever the Torah says a death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty. The default is chenek. Good. So we'll say that's our first law. So the Navi sha'avra al divrei atzmo misas v'yishamayim. We'll see. What about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes, but again holds back his prophecy, doesn't share it. Levater disregards the words of the Navi, or number three, a Navi. So all these people are put to death with Yishamayim. Where do we know this from? The pasuk says the person will not, the Navi will not karibei lo yashmiya. So we can learn as not only lo yishma lo yashmiya, he will not make it, which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The karibei lo yashmiya. The karibei lo yishma. El divrei, right? El divrei. Ksiv anoki adrosh imo b'dei shemayim. Okay, so what's in that one pasuk is someone who did it, disregards it. Right? Someone who hears his own prophecy, and somebody else who hears the words of the Navi, disregards it. Ultimately, again, who is kovish es who also does not share his Navi. And misnavi mashalo shama. So now the Gemara gives some examples. Also, okay, fine. We'll go down a little bit later. And misnavi mashalo shama. The person prophesizes something he did not hear. So the Gemara gives an example of this. Gon Sidkia ben Nano. Like Sidkia ben Kenano. Who's Sidkia ben Kenano? Tichsev Bayas, not Sidkia ben Kenano. Karne Barzel. So it's interesting, by the way. So this is the story of where Aram was attacking Israel. And there was an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's a split king of Malchus Israel and Malchus Israel is a man by the name of Achab, and the king over Malchus is a man by the name of Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat is very righteous. Achab unfortunately was right challenged, and they realized that they have to form an alliance. Yoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up, because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. But sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So but Yoshua was like, I just need a Navi. So Achab produces. Achab's got no shortage. You pay enough money, you can find plenty of prophets, right? So in other words, so Achab's producing hundreds of prophets, and still Yoshua is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Kia ben Kenana, who did something interesting. So what does Kia ben Kenana do? He makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Klal Yisrael was going to gore Aram. We were going to be successful. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So now I just want to point out, Sidkia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see was a shtickle false prophecy, because again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achab is killed in this battle. All of this whole thing was a Kadosh Baruch Hu's way to lure Achab into battle so that Achab would die in battle. So the Gemara says, "My Habil what should Sidkia have done?" Ruach Nabos Atises. This is a wild story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Nabos. If that name sounds familiar, remember Nabos had a beautiful vineyard that Achab very much wanted. But Nabos wouldn't sell. So Achab has a wife by the name of Izel. Izel convinced her husband Achab to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges and have him executed. Navos was executed, and ultimately Achav takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Navos came and kind of appeared to Tzia, make it look like it was HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to get Achav to go out to battles that Achav would fall in battle. Okay, the Gemara says, Dechsev, Ve'yomer Hashem, mi yifates Achav, v'yal v'yabba v'yibabur moskilad, gra moskilad. Baruch Hu put out a call, like to the Neshamas. Who is willing to go down and fool Achav into going to war? So a spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achav to go to war. Vayomer tiftat, they cannot say, but Asaki, or you might say, what does it mean when HaKadosh Baruch Hu said to the spirit, it turns out of Navos, go, saying, we have to leave you. So this is actually incredible. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was saying to the Neshamas, whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go, but after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. The Ribono Shel Olam is all MS. All MS. And something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the Ribono Shel Olam celestial sphere. My Ruach, what's the Ruach? Amar Yochanan, Ruach Shel Navos Yisraeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Navos Yisraeli there to avenge his death by misleading Achav going out into battle. So that's the spirit that appeared to Sidkia ben Kinana. So 1 second. So Sidkia should have been a little bit more vigilant. Signal Echad Ola Lekaminavim. Vein Shnei Neviim is the signal Echad. So that's interestingly enough. You could have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. So it's actually really fascinating that prophecy, you can have multiple prophets receive this, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the same way. So the word goes like to Ovadia Amar, Zodon Libecha Hisyacha, Yirmiyah Amar, Tiflatzascha Hisyacha, Zodon Libecha. So again, just examples of Nevi'im conveying the same general concept, but each of them receiving it in a slightly different way. Those things, it's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's Nevuah? Nevuah represents almost like the highest level of relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message. But the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. A really profound yesod, which of course is not just true by Nevuah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. No two Jews have the same relationship with the same Taryag mitzvos, the same halachos, the same shulchan aruch, and at the end of the day, the way we relate to God, the way we interact with God, the relationship we have with HaKadosh Baruch Hu varies, and maybe slightly there's a variance between one Jew and the next. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, good. So ultimately, again, so Tzidkiah should have realized. Now, what should Tzidkiah have realized? So Achav had hundreds of prophets that were saying the same thing. When you have hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a pathetic red flag. It's Tzidkiah should have realized something going on over here. The Gemara says, so 1 second. Maybe Tzidkiah did the same with the Yitzchak. Maybe Tzidkiah, or prophets can't sing prophecy. Maybe he just didn't. To which the Gemara says, Yoshafat Havahasam, the Kamar Lahu, the Siva Yomer Yoshafat, Ha'ain Ho Navi. Yoshafat was there. And Yoshafat knew this. That's why Yoshafat, even Achav produced hundreds of Nevi'im. There's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So I just want to point out how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that all of us interact and relate and have a different relationship with Hashem. Let's say, sometimes we think that like, what's the utopian view of Klal Yisrael? Can you imagine hundreds of Jews sitting together and saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening over here. So someone says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all sitting in the same room together and being madly in love. That's Achdus. We have very, very skewed view of Achdus. That Achdus means like unanimity. Everyone's on the same page. So yeah, never happened. I've said it a million times. Right? What does Rashi say by Har Sinai? Har Sinai, we were Ish Echad, Lev Echad, one people with one heart. And I've always said, it never says Ish Echad B'dei Achas. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. It's one people with one heart. One people with one heart. So I say, so you have to somebody was making a l'chaim. I didn't look up too much. And he's telling me, this is my family skews a little bit more right. It was he started going on about the students aren't drafted. And he went on and literally. And so I held it together for about 10 seconds, but the rest of the people did not. And they jumped on this particular member of my family. And it was like, and then what was so beautiful, is that right afterwards, like this went on for about, it felt like about 3 hours, but important time. So it might have been like 30 seconds, but whatever, like everything was, but also, was that at the end, like, it ended. I don't know. I don't remember all the. Somehow it started like that, and then there was just a circle of grown men holding each other, sobbing. Like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But Lamaisa isn't what it's about. Isn't what it's about? It's about the ability to hug people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people. You think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. You think that what they are saying is the most important, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing, say, no, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same things to us. It's so boring. People live like in an echo chamber. Like an echo chamber, that's not light, and it's certainly not quality smell. The beauty of Klal Yisrael says there's a lot of Jews with one opinions, and yes, a lot of them are uninformed, correct, and a lot of them are just wrong. Feel free to see me after this year for all the correct opinions, right? Shitas and positions in life, and it's going to be free, right? And I was like, but the Maisa. So what happens? Then you see hundreds of people and they're all saying the same thing. That's not it. Something's off there. You're in a room with people and they're all saying different stuff. That's Klal. And Achdus is that moment when you can embrace. Even after there's vociferous argument. All right, good night, man. So the Gemara goes weiter. So what happens? So Yoshaphat says, I need some more Nevi'im. So Achaz says, more Nevi'im. Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, I learned this from my father. Signon Echad Oler Lekam Nevi'im. The ancient name is not the Signon Echad. So ultimately, yes, what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same, but they'll be bad lines up from the bottom, right? But none of them give it over in the same way, right? They all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Yoshaphat is sitting there, and these hundreds of prophets who I just want to point out, these were not full orders. The prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because the Baruch Hu wanted Achav to go to war to fall in battle. So Yoshaphat's like, what? You guys are all saying the same exact thing. It doesn't make any sense. So again, Yoshaphat needs unity. Okay? So the Gemara goes like, so good. What's the example of a Navi who gives over something that was not settled? Hananiah ben Azra, Dikayu. So this is like Hananiah ben Azra. What happened to Hananiah ben Azra? Dikayu, Yirmiyahu was standing in the upper market. So Yirmiyahu is giving up, right? And Yirmiyahu says that Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and break the bow of Elam. Elam was another nation. Elam. I'm going to break the bow. In order, I'm going to defeat Elam. Okay, so what happens? Hananya so Hananya hears this and he makes Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? My Elam Shalom Lazar as Bavel. Hakadosh Baruch Hu Nishover as Kesh Elam. So Elam, they came to help Bavel. Hakadosh Baruch Hu is going to say they're going to break the bow of him. He's going to defeat them. Then Alachas Kama Vakama Kastim Atzman Alachas Kama Vakama. And Hakadosh Baruch Hu is coming to is breaking the primary foe of Klal Yisrael. Soon he's going to break the secondary foes of Klal Yisrael. What's the secondary foe of Klal Yisrael? Bavel. So Hananiah made a Kavachomer. If Hakadosh Baruch Hu is going to defeat Elam, he's soon going to go and defeat Bavel. So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies. Osihu b'shukatakton Amar Kamar Hashem Shavarti as old Melech Bavel. This is fascinating. So Hananiah hears a prophecy of Yirmiyahu. He makes a Kavachomer from that prophecy, and then he espouses a new prophecy. Only one issue. Hakadosh Baruch Hu didn't say it. Only a problem. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone who heard a prophecy given and gives it over. Hanan made this up. To which the Gemara says, "Kevan this Yair Kavam Medrash command the Itmami." So ultimately, again, command the Itmar Dami Udni Lo Nemar Lo. So I'll say ultimately, because he's made from Kavachomer, it's interesting because he's the Kavachomer, and because Kavachomer is one of the exegetical principles. So the Gemara treats this like a case of saying over a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. What's an example who prophesizes in the name of prophecy? Last line, if you go Nevi Habal. So what says Nevi Habal? So again, Baal was level like he had his own Nevi'im, and again, obviously, he prophesied in the name of Baal things that were not true. Next, Takovish is Nevuasa, but it's incredible. What's an example of withholding your own proceeding? Kigon, Yonah ben Amit. Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy, and what does he do? He runs away. They were saying, just you understand what the was. So many of us are over that every single day. Every day that a Bono whispers in my ear, what does he say? You could be great. You can accomplish great things. And right, just like again, the Gemara says, every day Bas Kol Yogis and says, Shuvu Banim Shovavim. Every day Bas Kol comes out and says, do tshuva. And I hear this prophecy, and I hear this Bas Kol, and what do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's called Bishnevu Aso. Every day prophecy comes to us. Every day Hakadosh Baruch Hu whispers to us. Every day opportunity comes for us to self-actualize and become great. And if we suppress it, and we don't utilize it, or we don't actualize it, that's called Kovesh Aso. Yonah ben Amitai. Who's the one example of going and disregarding the words of another? They'll say, on the base, so the Gemara says, these are the friends of Micha. Now, who are the friends of Micha? Rashi says, so again, this was also one of the prophets who was prophesied today that Achov. It said, so this Navi Micha went over to a guy and said, in the name of God, hit me. So this is part of the prophecy. He's trying to show ultimately again that Klal Yisrael was going to be successful ultimately over that Achab was going to fall in battle. The man refused to hit Michael, and what happens? Fine. No, the guy was consumed by a lion. Okay, so if the Navi tells you to hit him, right? And if because again, hit the Navi and he was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more to that story, but at a different time. The Navi Sha'ab al Divrei Atzmo was an example of the Navi who violated his own words. He violated his own words. He go Ido Hanavi. His Navi Ido. So that was Ido. They said he came Siva Osi. He came Siva Osi. So let's listen to this. So Ido was ultimately, again, was commanded to go ahead. This was the story of Yeravam ben Nevat. Right? Yeravam ben Nevat was the first king over the split Malchus. Remembering Yeravam ben Nevat. Interestingly enough, Yeravam ben Nevat started out as a good man. He was appointed by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to good people? Power has good people. Yeravam ben Nevat Jews from going to the Beis Hamikdash. Because remember, again, split. The great unifier was going to the Beis Hamikdash. Everybody had to be over red belt. If that's the case, Rambam said people are going to be subservient to the Davidic king and not to me because he has the Beis Hamikdash. So what did he do? I'm going to get Wagels. He built 2 golden calves. Now, in the beginning, he said, it's not a Zara. Just I'm saving you a trip. You don't have to go ahead and go all the way to the Beis Hamikdash to serve Hashem. Serve here. What happens? Ultimately, again, it evolves into Avodah Zarah. So Edo confronts Yeravam when he's karbonos by this in his back, and Yeravam, like in an accusatory way, and his arm shriveled up. So Edo was that Navi, but the Baruch Hu commanded Edo, when you go, so go do your prophecy, stop. Don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You got to be laser focused on your mission. Okay, so Edo got to eat. What happens on the back? Again, what happens on the way back? Edo's passing by, getting mission accomplished. Somebody invites him in to eat. Edo says, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm a prophet. I'm down on a mission. The guy says, you're not going to believe. You're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Right? Come in. Right? We can eat together. So Edo goes ahead and makes him to this guy's house and eats. What happened? Edo left after his meal. He was consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion. Again, for violating his own law, violating his own words. By the way, it's also the story is such a profound metaphor. The most Hashbach telling Edo, if you want to accomplish something in your life, then what do you have to do? You have to be focused. You have to be focused on the Jesus. He says, what's Jesus? He means Jesus. Jesus is, we don't always appreciate this. More often than not, the reason in life is why. Oh, everyone here and never. Okay, but I'll tell you why. It's because we get distracted. Right? I'm on task, and I get distracted. I have this, everything in life. Just get distracted. And suddenly, again, I'm off. So the highlights of the whole use of this resource is when you start something, get it done. Just get it done. Don't get distracted because when you're not going to go ahead and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So here, this story is, this story is not a metaphor, but the metaphor for us is so bad. No, you have a mission, don't go to eat. So just stay focused on your task. When Ego gets distracted, the moment you get distracted, you get consumed by the lion. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it, you lose your momentum. You know this. Once you get distracted, you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. You lost the momentum. You see, I was saying, for example, even by learning. Right? By learning, there's this soul of learning sifos. Right? We're not being plural of sifos. To learn for a certain amount of time, undistracted. Right? Even 5 minutes of learning the sifos is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. From our own lives. Here, I'm learning and then I'm this. Okay, it's very nice. And at the end, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there. And it's some total of that's not Avodas Hashem. It's not Avodas Hashem. What he wants of us is be in it. Be in it. Even if it's 5 minutes, be in it. The moment you get distracted is the moment you get consumed by the lion. Such an incredible. So try to come with his stuff. So local. So listen to this. Person goes ahead and withholds his prophecy. He gets Malchus. Amalei, man be'achal tamei ba'arbala lucky. I will say that this is a Talmudic expression. One who eats dates out of a basket should get. What's wrong with eating dates out of a basket? The answer is nothing. So it's an expression. It's much better there, right? But it's an expression that seems like be too wrong. In other words, he was not asking about what a person did wrong if they withhold their prophecy. What he was really asking is, how is anyone going to know? Right? In other words, so you have Navi A, right? The Navi A prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that it's prophecy? So the Gemara asks me, who's giving him? I'm sorry. So who's going to know his prophecy? So this is what we said before. That in general, this is interesting. That apparently craft the way it works is often given to more than one thing. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person conveys it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have a Navi who withheld prophecy, apparently other people about it, and they'll know if a particular page, the Dilma Hadribe, so that's interesting. Well, maybe after the Baruch will retract it, or maybe he gave him the one that he changed his mind, so to speak, changed his mind. And he said, Hadribe, Uduye Hadamodi Rishul Navi. It's possible as Baruch sometimes changes the bliss, and if he wouldn't get in was, he wouldn't form, he wouldn't. The group of Nevi'im as well. V'ha'yona Tahaji Be'V'Lod. 1 second. Jonas, V'ha'yona, HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. He didn't tell Yonah. Right? Yonah, remember again, Yonah finds out with everybody else Kadosh Baruch Hu is not destroying him. Kadosh Baruch Hu did not go ahead and give him any advance warning, to which the Gemara says, no. Yonah Mehara, Ninbei Ne'apach. So it's very important. The Lashon of Yonah excuse me. What does it mean? Turned over. Turned over just meant 40 days from now, some automatically changing the day. They can all become ridiculous about it. Change the season. So in Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Again, it was an open-ended nevuah. Again, and it was incredible. And by the way, I should point out, part of the reason ultimately why do we read Sefer Yonah and Yom Kippur? It is the paradigmatic story of Tshuva. It's also the paradigmatic story, the metaphor that our life is like this open-ended possibility. As well today, what does it mean? What does it mean? It means that. It means what you make. As much as the Baruch knows what we're going to do, how we're going to get for us, our lives are this own adventure type of massive. Another 40 days, the city is going to be overturned. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, it's up to you. Incredible. So I will say, so ultimately, again, one ignores the words of a Navi. So we'll say, so here's what's interesting. If a Navi says something, how do I know he's a Navi? So someone says, I'm saying the name of God, right? Right? How do I know that he's a Navi, that I have to answer him, that I have to listen to him? Do you have like oaths? He gives a sign. He's a sign. I have to say, again, you got to prove your Navi credentials, right? So you can't just roll in and say that you're a Navi. You got to prove it in some way. So the Gemara says, Micha, the law Yoav Os Vionish. But Micha didn't give an oath. He didn't give a sign. And yet people here for not adhering to his is Nebuah. Eva the Muchzak Shem. No, it's different. I was going to say, a Navi doesn't give an oath every single thing he says in Nebuah. Why? Once you have a Navi who's a Muchzak, what does Muchzak mean? They know he's a Navi. Okay, so once we know he's a Navi, as it's in to listen to his words, we'll say, get ready for this. If you don't say this, if you don't say this, I'm from Bahar Moriah. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right? And again, when I have Yitzchak, I'm in the Shechtu. Yitzchak should have said, the old man's lost it, right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak? Right? So he says, and Yitzchak, that's a little bit, maybe you want to go over the conversation with God. Perhaps you missed a little something. Once maybe God was speaking in metaphorical terms. Okay, like there's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak says why? Because Avram Muchzak. Avram was Muchzak as a Navi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. Eliyahu Bahar Carmel. And he's some incredible Eliyahu Bahar Carmel. This was the ultimate showdown between Eliyahu and the Nevi Habal. Remember the story? Remember the story? Right? They build it. Everybody builds an altar. Eliyahu builds an altar. The Nevi Habal builds an altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings fire down from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So remember again, the Navi says Navi about them. Okay, stuff. What is Eliyahu? The Navi does? He submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? And with all of that, what to do? Quick tefillah comes down from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful, except there's only one problem. It is a chiyuv misa to offer up karbanos outside of the Mishkan. Outside the Mishkan. Like, what's happening over here? So how is he able to do shvutei chutz? Shmuel told him, now I, but yo, come on. Right? Don't you need to go? And they both say, what do you see from this? One prophet has established his prophetic credentials. He no longer has to give an oath every single. Listen, by the way, you know what the postscript to that story? What happens in the next paragraph? Klal Yisrael is worshiping Baal again. This is where Eliyahu begins the postscript of Shtei. How long are you going to straddle the fence for? I will say, and this also gives rise to a very important decision, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create emunah. Miracles don't create emunah. They don't. Again, listen, just passing Spanish also. Pharaoh was standing by her seat, and what happens? Days later, they built the golden calf. Miracles don't work. I will say, how many? All right, you would think, how many missiles were fired from Iran? Like, how many missiles were fired from Iran, and not one hit? So you would think again, Pharaoh would have understood Tshuva movement, just everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles are great. Miracles like fireworks. Like what happens when you go? What happens? You ever hear someone who goes back from 4th of July 5? You know what? That was my fault. That was my fault. You know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever the fireworks, you watch it, it's entertaining, and you go, right? You see all the videos from the missiles from Iran. What happened? People just go like, let's say, change comes from our phone. Change comes ultimately again from being in the effort day in and day out. Miracles are beautiful, and they can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect target comprehensive change. That only comes from the inglorious work day in and day out. Incredible. All right, let's go by. Sunday's the best. We should push the second meeting to 9:30. But all right, it's fine. Versus Vayecha. So now, they mentioned Avraham Gary. What's like? I just want to say this week. Vayecha. But now that we mentioned Avraham, we did not need to give. Avram did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was Mufsa. So he worked out the says, Avram, Acher Mai, after what? It says it was after these things. This is the Akedah. So afterward, I'm going to show you after the words of the Satan, what did the Satan say? It said, The pasuk says by Yitzchak, after the birth of Yitzchak, the boy got up and he was weaned. He grew up and he was weaned. Like a big suga for weaning. Amar Satan Nevash Baruch. The Satan said to Hashem, the Satan the first time was so disparaging, right? This old man. So Chananta Lemeshana Pribaten, so he gave him a child at the age of 100 years old. Because of the Satan says, he gave this old man. We saw this today. He never even offered you up a little carton, never even like a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. A little bird, nothing. No, from Satan. Come on. Everything Adam did, he did for his son. Satan is saying, ask Avram to give me his own son, he would do it. Miyad, Elohim Nisas Avram. Immediately afterwards, Hashem did Avram. So what's interesting? So the Gemara seems to understand the Akedah. The genesis of the Akedah was this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Satan. Now we're not finished. Vayomer, Kach Nos Imcha. Hashem says to Avram, please take your son. And this fucking offer him up. Ella Russian Bakasha is a request. It's a request. So listen to this. Gemara says, Marshal Indulom Nochoros Harden. So what could this be compared to? This could be compared to a human king, many words. We'll say first the white lines. Gibor Echad. And this king, one like the guy, like the one valiant warrior, who was like really responsible for all of his victories. The young man under Al Hazaka. The king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. So he says to his most valiant soldier, please, stand strong, be victorious in this battle. Because if you fail in this important battle, what will it do? It's all the previous victories. But if you stand from this most intense of battles, not previous victories as well, fail here and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything that you came before. So Hashem said to Avram, come in the Sionos. I've been tests over the years. But Amarata Kuman. And you've been successful in all of them. Now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle. That people should know that there is no merit to these tests. I will say this is a fascinating. What does this mean? So first, there's a tremendous assertion in human nature. That people, right? If you fail someone, generally human nature is you remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before, which is just interesting. If the value fails in this battle, all of the success of the past are erased. What does this mean? What is this about? So there's a beautiful idea about the Sasanas. The Sasanas, I'm going to quote to you, he says something. He says, "Aide asarnis shenisnas arman nispashtu kol kolchos sheyesh l'Yisrael lehiskabra telam l'Yisrael." Every single one of Avram's sonos, what he did is he embedded another color in the DNA of Klal Yisrael. Avram was our father, and with every test that he succeeded in, every sign that he overcame, he found us with a certain level of strength. What did Akedas Yitzchak represent? He says, Akedas Yitzchak represent, at the end of the day, Kolach Meruba Shamasiras Nefesh. What Akedas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to give everything. Avram already demonstrated himself. This was even more. A willingness to even give his child. It represented the ability to give anything and everything for the Ribono Shalom. HaKadosh Baruch Hu pleads with Avram and says, do you know why you need to pass? It's not for you. That's not for you. It's that you embed this koach within. If you go to Haram Moriah, from the carbon, what you within Klal Yisrael is the ability to give and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Baruch Hu says, if you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then the truth will say, isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, Avram Avinu passed this test, as we know, And that's within us. It's confidence. We're living in times like this. We're living in times of incredible nefesh. Now the thing is that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual heroism. Right? Also, did you see one of the most key pictures that I saw coming out of our talk? That's that down burger. That's that down burger. Every single breath of the Shemayim I made represent. What does she represent? She represents this incredible koach of emunah. Like this koach, where does that come from? Where did it come from? Where does a girl? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get that? Everything for our Kaddish Baruch is embedded in our spiritual, the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if our Kaddish Baruch is, this is not just about you. If you're going to summon up the strength, you're going to muster for this Nisayon, and the strength that you're going to throughout the ages. Because Avram Avinu was successful in his Nisayon, successful in our Nisayon. I will say, tremendous. All right, again, much again. I want to say a lot. You know, this week, a lot of I got to switch out of us.
Watch everything that's coming out. You know, I was reading about this summer. Business this summer. Like if it wasn't for Wonder.
All right, I will say good morning.
What do you think? Friday.
Shabbos. Just watching all about responses for this morning straight to think. Our Talmud sponsor dedicated all the shul instructions here as his first levels for all of our Israel. The first was for other Italians to begin for his father, Dr. Harry Tzvi Hirsch, then Yosef Akoli, the Zip memory of William C. Shmuel, and close to the Rafa. And then we can join his sponsors to follow the Haya, then the Haya, and the American Commodore, even the Shom Sabina. Discovered for the cold foliage of the Turkish and North Hashem, including all of us, these are soldiers to be successful. Hamas, which is just resort from America, shows the missing and flows. There are lots of detail about Hashem and less time, maximize. Today's not this page 87. We're not picking up on days 86. And let's just pick up again with Amr Adayim. So if you see where toast is, you just move your finger to the left, 4 lines up from there. We actually read this yesterday, but let's just read. Come on, Ben Sora Mora, Ben Sora Mora. Ben Sora Mora. Okay, advice like this. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora, the Kurdish Ben Sora Mora Chayes, because we use the Kurdish Ben Sora Mora Bato. And everyone agrees with this. So what's the case? Hakol Ben Sora Mora, David Harishon, Shane Nerag, and Bakshir, Holy Mora, the Hakos of it. Everyone agrees that regarding the first set of witnesses, testified about Ben Sora Mora, if they are native Hebrews only, that they cannot be executed. They cannot be executed. Why? Because they can always claim that their entire intention was only to go ahead and visit Malchus upon the kid. בעידים אחרונים שנהרגים כך שעידים הראשונים יכולים על הכוסף בהני כלום דפקה The reason comes the second set of witnesses which testified about Ben Sora Mora that if they are made into Eidim Zorim, that they can be killed. Why? Because essentially the entire death sentence of the Ben Sora Mora hinges on their testimony. Because the first set of witnesses could simply say, we only came in order to make a kind of madness, and therefore the second set of who the ones who are responsible for the death penalty. The Machlokes Ben Sora Mora. What is the Machlokes Ben Sora Mora? Is actually quite interesting. Shnayim Omrim B'Faneganav, U'Shnayim Omrim B'Fanenu Achal. Interestingly, so you have 2 witnesses who testified. We saw the kid, right? We saw the Ben Sora Mora steal the money his father. And 2 more say, we saw him go ahead and eat the meat and wine. So whereas normally again you're having 1 set of witnesses testify about the both events, now you have 2 separate witnesses testifying about 2 separate events. What's the nature of that combined testimony? That's enough focus. However, you remember that issue is weird. Ain't that right? Yes, it's kidnapping. Right? We've been kidnapped. We don't kidnap Shimon. So now what happens? We're going to say he saw you being kidnapped and sell Shimon. So what happens? Now those very same witnesses are made into Eidim Zorim. The Lord says they are not, the Eidim Zorim are not told why not in their argument. Because she Holy Romar, Abdi Makarti, the Judy could always turn around and say, yeah, I sold Shimon. You know why I sold Shimon? He's not Evan. He's not Shimon. Because he has the right, I'm allowed to sell him. So because all of you are getting the defendant, technically exempt himself. Therefore, I'm not going to start. Has been shown in the message of the executed over this. I'm not going to say, the man has Hashmite is not asking. His opinion is that look at the Akiva. Why? Or double below Katsu double. The Akiva is when he says that Allah in order to be liable, Allah you have to be testifying without an entire thing. Remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday's that whole double and not Katsu double. Only Avaya is the Ikir Abanon. You have again according to the Abanon apparently again, this is good to kill all exactly. About what we just said, Hamitoch Kama. We just said a moment ago that Allah the defendant could exempt himself. How could he exempt himself? Because he could go ahead and say, that yes, the soul shouldn't is my habit. Allah, you can my habit. Over the law, us, What's interesting? That's the case, right? These over here, as we have witnesses, claim that we saw reading self-shame. What's missing? Witnesses that say that we didn't kidnap him. So, anything with you, if you don't have anything to read, you have to remind them that for a second. If you have anything, you only have witnesses. That you don't bullshit. But no witnesses that you didn't kidnap. So there's no criticism. What are you talking about? The two called the Apagab, the Asu, the Baso. No, the idea over here is at the end of the day, halakha myself, the witnesses for the kidnapping are on. Okay, but if they give me on, again, if that's the plan that the witnesses are testifying that we didn't so shit, there's not mandatory that we didn't kidnap shit. How could there be liability for the aiding of Hero if we have not yet accepted testimony that the kidnapping itself? But Zucha, to come around the Muslim. So it's interesting what's happening here. The witnesses are signaling to each other. In other words, the second interesting enough in this case here, the witnesses that testify that we sold Shimon are the ones who appear first in the case. But as they're testifying, there's another set of witnesses that are there, and they're there to testify that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. And like they're motioning to each other, not like in a bad way, not like in a collusion way. They just have to be listening to each other, like, oh, you know what, we'll talk after you. So you might have thought, no, the thing about the reason also. You might have thought the fact that the witnesses are already communicating, Allah Ta'ala, this should almost be like we have testimony about the kidnapping itself, to which the Gemara says, Kamash Malon, Reniza Lav Chlodim. But ultimately, again, the signaling between witnesses is halachically insignificant. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you have witnesses who come along and say, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon, and those witnesses related to Abel Shimon, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's been no formal testimony that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. Okay, good. So let's say Mishnah. Moving along. Zaki Mamre. So must be very interesting. So when we've spoken about this, we've referenced this before. Zaki Mamre, literally translated, is the rebellious sage. Essentially, in a nutshell, the rebellious sage is a member of the Sanhedrin, as we'll discuss in just a moment, who refuses to yield dignity. He's set in his own opinion. Again, he's practicing the circumstances that way. Says the Mishnah. Zaki Mamre, he based it. Zaki Mamre only becomes a Zaki Mamre based on Beis Shememar. He probably called the Valley Mishpat. So now we're going to explain the process for Zaki Mamre. Shosha Bakay Dinu. Sham, right here. Three different Bakay Dinu situated in Yerushalayim. Which is this. Echad Yosh Pesach Harabayis. One basin was situated at the edge of Jericho. The Echad Yosh Pesach Hazorah. One was situated at the entrance of the courtyard of the Mikdash. The Echad Yosh the Lishkas Hagazis. And one was situated between Berth and Stone. I will say, what we call the Sanhedrin, the High Court, that was the last one. That's number 3, situated in Lishkas Hagazis. So listen to this. So what happens? Also said, let me give you the backstory. The backstory is, and we're going to see this in the Gemara, there's a dispute in the local basin. Right? And there's everyone is on one side, the Zaki members on the other side. They can't seem to reach the resolution. So now they take their case up to each other. First step is they go to this basin, ultimately at the entrance of the Harabayis. They come there. And the Zakin, like we call it the sage in the minority, the sage in the minority, he comes along and he says, he presents his case in front of the Beis. He says, listen, Kevra, this is my position, this is the position of my friends. Kachni Marati, the Kachni is happy, right? Ultimately, this is how I learned the situation. So my friends learned it in Shamu Amar, Shamu Amar. So, and again, and the Zakin essentially says to the Beis Din, Kevra, have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? So I just want to point out a tremendous hospitalness. If you remember again, he's not yet exactly Monday. Right now, he's just the guy. He's just the dissenting judge. We'll see when he becomes a second Monday. Let's see what's beautiful about this. Notice how the second Monday talks. He goes to the Beis Din, what does he say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. There's not often in life we are able to articulate our own position, but a lot of difficulty certainly hearing and even more so articulating the position. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Not only do you able to set up and read, like, take time to actually understand someone else's opinion. I disagree with it at the end, but at least it's, what's the word? Informed disagreement. As opposed to what happens all too often in life is we just kind of summarily or quickly or just superficially disagree with things that just don't sound like us without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. There's a lot of godless in this that the Zakin Mamre is able to fully articulate the position of the other. So he goes on. Fine. So in Live, so what happens with the first case, in the Beis Din Harabayis, they don't have anything to add to this conversation. So what happens? Also you go to the next case. This case is situated at the entranceway of the Azar, the kosher release makers. Once again, the Zakin says, this is what I say, this is what my friends say. The Kachni B'Chaveirai, in Shamu Amarahem, so they say, once again, the Zakin says, listen, Kevra, at the of the Azara, do you guys have anything to add? Right? Anything to add in this? If they do, fantastic, they're in love. Anyone will be able to put in the Beis Din and if not, then everyone, the first thing has interesting special over everyone sounds like even the members of the other two Batadim, everyone's now coming along to the high court of the Mishkas HaKodesh. That's where they're coming. This is the Beis Din. This is the Beis Din from which Torah goes out to all of Klal Yisrael. Shneimar min hamakam u'rasha yibchar Hashem. Okay, so let's say fine. So now, it turns out that the part that the Mishnah doesn't say everywhere is that they get Lishkas HaGazis. Lishkas HaGazis rules in favor of the majority and against the Zakin, against the sole opinion. Okay, so the Zakin goes back to his town and he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion. Fine, it's not a problem. When does he become a Zakin Mamre? When does he become a Zakin Mamre? If he remains not only entrenched in his opinion, but he encourages people to act upon that opinion. In other words, if the Zakin Mamre comes back home and all he's doing over here is just simply teaching his opinion, right? He's espousing his Torah, fine, espousing the Torah. But if he comes back after this entire process and says, Hebra, this is what you have to do, clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's when he becomes a Zakin Mamre. Achir Lasos, Talmud Shehora Lasos, the most interesting, all of this is a Zakin. Now, what is a Zakin? The Zakin is an ordained sage. That's when you become a Zakin Mamre. Let's say you don't have a Zakin Mamre. Let's say it's just a Talmud. What's a Talmud? Like it's Rashi says over here, Talmud Shehora Lasos. So this is a guy, the Talmud is someone who might be a Talmud Chacham, but he has not yet gotten to the level of Horah, what we call constantly halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and disputes with the Beis Din and even instructs others to possibly like his particular opinion, ultimately Potter. He's Potter. Why? Because the dinner Zakin Mamre is only a din of someone who has smicha, and someone who has reached the level of Allah, of ultimately going ahead and instructing others the Paskin halacha. Rimsa, Kamulo, Kulo. It turns out that ultimately, again, his chumrah. What's his chumrah? His chumrah is that he's not allowed to pass the halacha. But that chumrah, that pass the halacha, ultimately turns out to be a What does it mean? He's not put to death, but being a Zakin Mamre. Incredible. All right, which also Gemara. Kanado. Keep on in Kanado. Now let's say, so now we just outlined the process for Zakin Mamre. And now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what kind of machloks, like what kind of disputes are we talking about a Zakin Mamre and between his fellow ages. So Tanabaran, keep on in Kanado, top of page 987, the Mufla these are custom guys. So first of all, we're talking about someone else, a mufla. So what is a mufla? An expert. An expert. In order to become a Zakin Mamre, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a Zakin Mamre, you have to be a recognized expert. Next, mincha. So we'll say, sort of point out what's happening. The Torah is, the Gemara is analyzing the pasuk. The pasuk the Gemara is analyzing is, ki parim mincha davar mishpat. It's when some matter in halacha will be unclear to you. In dam dam, right, between blood and blood. Din judgment and judgment, nega le nega, right? One type of nega, what is it? Affliction, good affliction. There's another word, right? Usually, okay, good. Then nega le nega, different rivals b'shara, or any arguments, disputes you may have in your gates. The come to Valisa and Mako Shim Kasho Kera. Now the Gemara is dashing this entire puzzle. So what does it mean? Mincha, keep on mincha davar. So mincha, a mufla. What mincha? Say yoretz. Furthermore, mincha means someone who's able to give counsel. In other words, we'll say in order to get yourself in trouble, being a Zakin Mamre, you have to be holding on a certain level. So mincha, Rashi says over here. Now, the Gemara is also giving you types of machloks which could result in a Zakin Mamre area. So, for example, mincha refers to intercalation of the year, like Ibar Hashana, like leap year, not a leap year. So this is the kind of thing that there is dispute about that. Next, so the Gemara says, Mincha, B'chein Omer, Mincha Yotza Choshev Al Hashem Re'acha, Yoretz Be'yal, Davar, next is Davar, Zu Halacha. This refers to dispute in Halacha. For example, there's a dispute between the Zakin Mamre and the other individual about Halacha Moshe Sinai. Halacha Moshe Sinai, right? So that's what they're disputing. Good. Mishpat, Zehadin. What's Mishpat? This refers to Din, Gzera Shava. That Machlok is not a particular type of Gzera Shava. This is a Gzera Shava, not a Gzera Shava. And down with that. So once remember again, we're just going through different examples of things that ultimately again could result in a Zakin Mamre scenario. Fine. And down with them. And down need to look down later. So for example, there's Machlok in distinguishing between Dam Nida and Dam Later, Dam Siva. They deal with it. They deal with the fashions, they deal with this. There's a dispute. It's something again, whether it's dealing with fascist capital cases, dealing with monetary cases, dealing with lashes, they nega. What does that mean? They nege adam, nege batin, nege begatin. Something concerning again the very saras, an individual of a home of clothing. Divrei edu chagamin ba'erkin ba'keshos. So divrei means again, Karen vows, Erech vows, Hektish vows, Rivos, Zuashkas, Sota, Ba'arifas, Eglo, Kataras, Mitzora. So Rivos, meaning argument. This refers again to Sota situations. Egla, Arifa, the captive death, behind the body where someone gets killed. Kataras, Mitzora, the Shara, but intervenes. Zuleket, Shifaka, Ukea. This refers again, like a Shifaka, very different times. So let's really agricultural tides. The Kamdon, so once I saw that, what you might just do over here is just dashing all the different possible areas of halacha where you can have an argument which could result in a Zakin Mamre scenario. Okay? The Kamdon, so you will get up. Where is that? We'll get it from the local court. So you will go up. Milani, Shabbos Hamikdash, Gavon, Eretz Yisrael. The Eretz Yisrael, Gavon, Mikol Ha'alatzos. What does this teach? So this is that's interesting. The Torah says you will get up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. What do you see when you're going up? You see the base of Mikdash is the highest point in Eretz Yisrael. and ultimately again Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately again the notion of aliyah, of ascension, is used with the Sanhedrin, which located in the Mikdash, and with Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze that for just a moment. Kushon Beis Hamikdash, Kavam Eretz Yisrael, Dichsiv, Ra'alisam. So I understand why we say that the Beis Hamikdash is taller, is one of the tallest parts of Eretz Yisrael, because Lashon is Ba'alisam. You go up to Beis Hamikdash. Ella, Eretz Yisrael, Gavon, Mikol Ha'alotzos Minalei. The more do I know that Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other lands, with Sid, Lachim, Yinei, Yomim, Ba'im, Yu'im Hashem. But Yom HaChai Asher Asher Ha'ala, Espirish on Eretz Mitzrayim, Kim Chai Asher Asher Ha'ala, B'Asher Hedi Ezera Beis Yisrael, Me'eretz Tzipona, Mikol Ha'alotzos Asher Yidaktim Sham, Yashuv Ha'alotzos. They say, how incredible is this? The Gemara is quoting the passage from Yirmiyahu Navi. Yirmiyahu Navi says something beautiful. He said, the day will come, Yinei Yomim Ba'im. The days will come where we will no longer simply refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the God who took us out of Egypt, right? And if you notice what I said, Lashon over here is Ha'ala, as Beisham said, Hashem took us. It's not just simply out. What does Ha'ala mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to God as God who took us up from Mitzrayim to Eretz Yisrael, but rather what? We refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the land, brought us up. Ha'ala, from all the lands. So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here that whenever there's a reference to taking us to Eretz Yisrael, what's the Lashon? What's the Lashon? Aliyah. Only the how overwhelmingly amazing is it that according to this passage of Geula on Korah, it's not even the best part reference, just hold on to your seats. Wait to see what's going to come. Wait. Right? So, but just amazing. A passage about Geula, we're literally talking about the fact that this Baruch is going to take us out of all of the lands of our dispersion, and it's going to bring us up. It's bring us up. You know, as great as Purim is, and as beautiful as Purim is Nisim is Kasya. It's covered miracles, it's hidden miracles, and it's miracles cloaked in nature. And what Purim awakens in us, as much as we celebrate this beautiful, beautiful news, because we have incredible Hakaras HaKadosh, it awakens in us the desire for something more. I don't want hidden miracles. I don't want Nisim Beis Kasya. We want Nisim Beis Dalia. We want these revealed miracles. And here, as we're yearning for revealed miracles, what does the Gemara give us? The Gemara gives us such beautiful matter. Pastor Yirmiyahu Navi. Yirmiyahu reminds us the revealed miracles are going to come. They're going to come. And when they come, he's going to take us up. He's going to take us out. Because every reference to Eretz Yisrael is only one direction. And that's always going up. Incredible. Come on. Zakin Mamre. Eno Chayiv Ela Adavar Shez Dor Kares. V'Shigasa Chadas D'Rabbi Meir. So this is very interesting. So now they're going to see there's essentially a three-way machlokas about what type of legal matters could make someone into a Zakin Mamre. So Rameir holds that it's only regarding something which, if done intentionally, would be a he of kares, accidentally would be a he of chatos. Rabbi Huda says, "Al davar sheikara midivrei Torah, but Rabbi Huda says no thing where the source halacha is midaraisa, but the interpretation is through the Rabbanan, and they're arguing about the interpretation. So Rabbi Shimon says, "Afilu diktuk echad diktuk." He says it's pretty much anything. Even if they're arguing about like a small detail in rabbinic law, diktuk sofrim, ultimately again it can still become a Rameir. So let's analyze this. My time to Rameir. So it's Rameir's actually. So remember, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa. Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa. Ultimately again, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, the only type of thing that can make you into a zakin mamre, ultimately is the type of thing where if you do it intentionally, it's kares, unintentionally a chatos. So the Gemara says, what's his logic? Gamar davar. He makes exir shava ultimately again of davar. So the Gemara says, siv hacha ki palim imchad davar lemishpat. So I want to say first of the widest lines. It says over here. That's talking about the Parhalim Davar Natsi, where the Sanhedrin passed incorrectly, and ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Over there is talking about something. Your intentional commission is charis, right? And a shogig is chatas. Charis, what do I say? Mamre, davar shechayiv al dora charis, v'ashid v'asar chatas. Okay, Shemir learns that from Xer Shabbat. Fine, that's opinion one. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda said this. Remember, Rabbi Yehuda's opinion was that only become a second mamre, only a second mamre on something ikara midivrei Torah and the duke sofer, right? That the ikar halacha is mizaraisa and the details are learned out midrabanan. So what did we do? So Rabbi Yehuda, right? Adi the Torah yucha. It has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the pasuk in the Torah, we don't know how to pass it. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation that would create something mamre. And last year, Rabbi Shimon, I think we told you, Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a Beis Din, anything they argue about, the second mamre remains can be fixed in place and refuses to yield to the majority. That could create second mamre. I'm about to know. Here's the one the Hamas is there. Let's get ready for this. So that who recommends the time? Take the advice, according to the advice we start on the beginning of the daf. Take the advice and interpret it to me according to the so remember again. Here's a the opinion that Hamaisa, you can only become a second mamre if there is a machlok regarding something that unintentionally has a fear unintentionally carries a fear chatas. That's the only area. So it's a really body of halacha that again. So like if they have a do you need to read the Megillah a second time, during the day? And that could not result in something money scenario. The Mary says it's only if there's something which is done intentionally, unintentionally for you. So now listen to this. So if we're about to finish the Rabbah, interpret to me the vice president. Tell me how this open words for the rest. Watch this. Here we go. Key poly. So he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started the daf with today. So key poly. Something will be so the muflash of it. So first everyone agrees. I would say in order to go ahead and become a second mamre, you've got to be a mufla. You have to be someone who's an expert. Who's an expert? Fine. That's next. Mincha zeyoretz. Furthermore, not only an expert, but an expert should have experts. What's an expert should have experts? Someone who knows about the intercalation of the moon. Again, I would say, understand what it means to know about the intercalation of the moon. First of all, none of us really know what intercalation itself actually means, right? All the more so, I like using that word, right? So all the more so, the actual process for the intercalation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the experts. Fine. Next. Lord say, what's next? Good. Fine. So keep this nine. Okay, Lord say, get ready for this. What's an example of a focus that could occur? Okay, you ready for this? Please. Listen to this. I'm done. I feel like it's just call it a day. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How does this happen? 7.5 year cycle. How does it happen? And it's not like a drasha, it's not like a remes, it's not a gematria. Literally, again, a Purim case on Purim. A Purim case on Purim. So what's the matter? It's incredible. I'll say, just we always say it. Sometimes, we get up early, we deprive ourselves of sleep, we push ourselves. It's a lot of information, not a lot of time, and we wonder, like, how do you feel about this? Is this the proper Avodah? And then every once in a while, and that's infrequently, emotional gives us just a beautiful kiss, a nachas embrace. Says, my children, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for waking up early, or whenever we do the dash. Thank you for carving out the time to learn my Torah. And if you think that I'm not listening to you, and if you think that I'm not attentive to you, and if you think that however many blocks there are in Shas, that a Purim Sugya should come up in Purim. As I said, one day earlier, one day later, put on Purim, the Purim Sugya comes on Wednesday. Just know. So friends, friends, every child wants to know deep down. Every child wants to know that I give my father nachas. That's what I want to do. Spend our lives trying to give our parents nachas. So again, all the more so we can go show them. When a Gemara like this comes along, and we know that Abba is so incredibly proud of us. And that is to continue to give our father nachas and make us Torah. So everyone says, so again, so you want to give an example over here. What's the current case? For example, so for example, let's say they have a focus about how to go ahead and declare a leap month, a leap year. So again, the other members of the Sanhedrin said that they could go ahead and make the entire Adar into to create an Adar Sheni, right, up until Purim. So that's not focus. Up until Purim, after Purim, the ramifications, of course, of that focus is what? The ramifications are you going to end up even coming someplace else? Right? Because remember again, depending if there's going to be a leap year, and after Shani and after base, that's going to be when Pesach falls out. You have countless ramifications. So here's an example of a machlokas where again the stakes are kares versus chatas. Good, remember later. Davar zahalom. Zulchos acharasai. The Itmar Asiri, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kitishi, Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ka'achadasai. So again, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, so remember again from last cycle, from Hilchos Nida, from Second Nida, so we have this context, Rashi pointed out over here that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every Nida cycle. Remember again, the way Hilchos Nida works with the Alaisa is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nida, 11 days of Ziva. So the Gemara quotes over here again, almost like, we're not going to get in depth in all of these Mechoksim, partly only because of time. They're all fascinating of themselves. These are all just, I want to frame what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show a series of Mechoksim. Remember again, we're trying to go according to the Meir. The Meir holds, the only time you can become a Zaki Mamre is if you have a Mechokis regarding something which is done intentionally is if you have Kares, and done unintentionally is if you have Kapras. We're just trying to now interpret the pasuk that we interpreted at the beginning of this shot and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's davar? This refers to the following halacha. Zul chadas ha'deitmar asiri. What happens if one of these on the 10th day? Rabbi Yochanan Amar asiri kitishi. 10th is exactly like the 9th. Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar asiri ke'achadasar. So again, remember, you're talking about a machlokas about what happens if there's machlokas about the status of breathing from the 11th day or from the 10th day going forward. Does that make her a nida? Does that make her a zava? And the resulting ramifications which could potentially lead to a chiyuv kares. Rabbi Yochanan asiri k'tishi, not tashi by shimer, af asiri by shimer. Fine. Rish Lakish Amar asiri k'achadasar, ma achadasar lo by shimer, af asiri by shimer. So again, that means a fundamental machlokas about bleeding that extends from the days of the zivos, ultimately again into the days of the nizos. What's her status? If they're machlokas regarding that could lead to potential chiyuv kares. Fine. Next. Zeh. So the Gemara says, Zeh hadin. So Zeh in the pasuk refers to Gzera Shabbos. Then the focus on Gzera Shabbos. What does that mean? We'll say on the days. So, for example, we have machlokas regarding whether or not one's daughter from a woman who invited. Let's say we've invited a woman, invited Rachel, then a daughter. What's the Erva status of that daughter to Reuven? Reuven, Damarava, Amana Rabisa, Baradimi, Asya, Hena Hena, Asya Zizina. So let's say, so again, for example, we saw this already actually. So we passed the middle, even a daughter from a woman who won violent, to his daughter, and therefore again she is an erva to the father, So let's say again it's like a mamre who says no, it's only your daughter from a legal relationship, but not from a woman who violated. This would be an example of where a machlokas would be a chiyuv kares or something which means chiyuv chatas unintentionally. Bein dam lidan. Bein dam leda, dam ziba. So what are the cases over here? Dam nida, b'chukta akavya b'mechalero v'rabbanon. So for example, by dam nida, the machlokas could be like the machlokas in akavya b'mechalero v'rabbanon. What's the machlokas? Tisnan, dam hayara. What happens if a woman sees yellowish blood? blood that has a yellowish color to it. So down Yarek, a Kavi ben Mahalal Matame. So Kavi ben Mahalal says ultimately again that it's coming. The Chacham the parent, and the Chacham ultimately say that it is Tahar. So I say, so once again, what are the ramifications of this machlokes? The ramifications are a few colors. Because relations with the woman who's in Niddah has a few colors. So again, these are examples. Dam Leida, what's the Dam Leida case? This is very interesting. They put it to Rav a lady. So this is machlokes Rav a lady. The Ikmar, Rav Amar Nayin Echadu, Hator Tzolos, remember again, today's words, fascinating halachas with the arising childhood. What are the halachas? The way the halachas, we don't constantly switch today because we have our whole system of like Dam Leida, Dam Nida, Dam Ziva, have put in the kind of morph into one framework called Nida. But again, in the Oraisa, the way it works, when a woman gives birth, after she gives birth, she bleeds for a certain amount of time, the blood is coming, and then for a certain amount of time afterwards, depending if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is tahar. These are not focused back in the mechanics of that. Rav Amar Mayin Epazim. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood, Hatar to Masav, Hatar to Masav, and again, at a certain point, the Torah says the blood is Tameh. Another point, the Torah says ultimately again, the dam is Tahar. The lady says, Shema Yana saying, no, it's not true. It's two different kind of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, Nistam Atame Niftach Hatar, Nistam Hatar Niftach Hatame. So literally again, if the tummy source is closed off, the Torah one is open. The Torah source is closed off, the tummy one is open. And I both say, now what does that matter? What does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately a woman continuously bleeds without going ahead and stopping. So can we say that she switches over from what we call dam tummy to dam tar? So once again, the ramifications over here are huge. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases where the Zaki man will be arguing with the rest of the Beis Din, and the stakes of the case are currently done intentionally, practice done unintentionally. Down what's done the case. The good thing that was already Yeshua. I don't know Yeshua. It's done Kishkash was that's how you if I went ahead. And then we again Kishka Rashi says over here, Parshas Kizava. So let's say she has a situation flowing for 3 days within her 11 shafsa me'es. If it's stopped, if it's subsided for me'es usually means 24-hour period, the yoga, Harizia leg is dissolved. So if it stopped for 24 hours and she gave birth during that time, this is called the so technically speaking, a woman could give birth while she's in a state of zibus. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. The Bishua says, Laila B'yom Kalele Shabbos B'yomo. They say, how incredible is this? Right, in one Gemara, right, a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, Rabbi Yeshua says, Laila B'yom Kalele Shabbos B'yomo. Now you know what I say? Again, the Purim one, you probably could share at the Shabbos day, right? This one, I don't know that I would. Right? This one probably not going to work well. Right? So the nice again. So Rabbi Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, right? If she stops bleeding, ultimately, not just for 24 hours, not just for a day, but ultimately, again, like a Shabbos, namely a night and a day, Sheshav Saminat Sar, Kolominat Dan. And also, it's the pain that subsided, right? The labor pains that subsided, not the blood. Pain being a good. Okay, so I said once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the machlokes, because we're dealing ultimately again with the case where it's running intentionally to eat curries, unintentionally to eat tacos. Next, Bein Dinim, let's deal in a bunch of Dinimakis. They have machlokes again on both sides. Again, like capital cases, monetary cases, malchus cases. So what are examples where these cases result in curries? Dinimakis is very. What's an example of the monetary case? The Kultu of the Shmuel of Rabbi Avo. Listen to this now. Shnayim Shekneim Day. Listen to this. Shmuel, if two people ask for a wisdom, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, Ella Shenikroim Beis Din Chutz. They're called the Chutzpah Beis Din. Okay. Rabbi Avo Amar, the Dibra HaKol Ein Dinei Hendim. Rabbi Avo says, no, everyone agrees that what? A basin of two people can't issue halachic rulings, and therefore the halachic rulings are totally invalid. How does, okay, I hear not one, it's interesting. How does this result in a current case? But listen, watch how Rashi explains this. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say you have a basin of two people. Basin of two people, adjudicated cases between Reuben and Shimon. Like Reuben claims that Shimon owes him money. Basin of two people ask him, they say Reuben's right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Reuben uses that money and he's Mekadesh a woman. Right? The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's Mekadesh a woman with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential a married woman situation, which again could result potentially in adultery and a whole variety of different circumstances, which could become a key of chaos. Or different varieties could become a key of chaos. So again, and that all started from a monetary dispute. So here's an example again. The second memory says, I hold that a basin could be two. And the other thing you say a basin could be three. So it's monetary cases. It's monetary cases which could result in a potential key of chaos. Fascinating. You need the Pashas. But look at the Rebbe Rabbanon. What's it in the Pashas case? Rebbe Rabbanon. The sign the Rebbe Omer, Benasata Nefesh, Takas Nefesh, right? At says, Mummy. The Torah says a life for a life. It doesn't literally mean a life for a life. Rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. At Omer, Mano, in El Nefesh Mamish, you say money, then maybe it means actually life for life. Yeah, minus Sila Lamala. Yeah, minus Sila Lamaka. So it's in the Shabbat. Right? It says Nisina above, it says Nisina below. Mala Halon, Mammon. Afkan Mammon. So once again, let's say they have enough focus about what Nefesh Takas Nefesh means. So literally, the Zaki Mami could be possible to put someone to death. The other February can say, no, it needs monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a key of karis unintentionally, key of katas unintentionally. Dini matas, what about matas? We'll say the point that Rabbi Yeshua Rabban is not matas begimel, the Yeshua of the chaf gimel. So again, not focus. How many do you need for a base thing? Ultimately, again, a malchus. So one opinion says a base in the gimel, another says a base in the chaf gimel. So both say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over for today. I know we went a little fast. We're going to be able to get through. But again, I just want to, here's the takeaway. We know we have, right? Mishnah taught us the Zakin Mamre. So now we know the entire process of Zakin Mamre. Three-way machlokas, ultimately, again, about what are the cases that make one a Zakin Mamre. What we just been over here is really focusing on the thing of Rabbi Meir, which, by the way, I want to spoil it because it's smart stuff. That's how I look for myself. In order for a Zaki to become a Zakin Mamre, the machlokas has to be about something which, if done intentionally, would carry a key of kares, and if done unintentionally, would carry a key of kapas. Take that to the thing. That's how I look for myself. All you I was then just doing was interpreting the pasuk that we started with that with today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could a key of kares / a key of kapas. So we'll say, and again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim. In the midst of all this, we got Shabbos. In the midst of all this, we got a hug and a kiss from our Kadosh Baruch Hu. And I want to say again, a friend of control, we're going to daven and Hashem in the main shul. Tremendous shkoyach, tremendous week, and a good year of Shabbos. All right, Kabbalah Zoom. The Shabbos are both welcome to my from those years, that's awesome. And then Kabbalah is really presenting here. Right, I know this is the first time on Zoom with us. No, all right, exactly. All right, so Kabbalah, good year of Shabbos. Better for Kabbalah. Walk around with the take a bus back there just like a doctor. And the cops would make it see me because they see you walking up the bridge 10 minutes later. And then stupid, they know you in those days and you did it with a car. They could pull you over. If they felt though, the car was going down. All right, I will say good morning, a friend from Perth. From a good night of Shabbos. Such a special opportunity for us together on this holy and incredible day. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey, Yitzhak Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this year as a zechus for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families, in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, the Rafa, and our week of learning sponsors, Colin, Kathy Pollack, Mary of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah ben Zechariah, Zichron the married about Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Sadhan Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need refuah travels with his Chol Cholei, to Shmach Ushkemer Hashem, including all of our hostages, allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'chol Maseh Yedehem, we should just be Zoch and Eretz Hashem to Nisim and flows for all of Klal Yisrael. Those with that, let us begin. A lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and less time than usual. So let's maximize it. Today's daf is page 87. We're going to pick up on days 86b, and let's just pick up on Amar Abaye. So if you see where Tosfos Amar is, Amar Rav Yosef on 86b, you just move your finger to the left, and about 4 lines up from there. We actually read this yesterday, but let's just read it again now. Amar Abaye. Hakom Odim ben Sora Mora, Hakom Odim ben Sora Mora, Umachulgus ben Sora Mora. Okay, we saw this enigmatic statement yesterday. So it's like this. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora, that the witnesses by Ben Sora Mora are chayiv. Everyone agrees that the witnesses by Ben Sora Mora are patur. And everyone agrees that there's an achlokas. So what's the case? Hakom Odim ben Sora Mora, everyone agrees that regarding the first set of witnesses who come to testify about Ben Sora Mora, if they are made into Eidim Zolim, that they cannot be executed. They cannot be executed. Why? Because they can always claim that their entire intention was only to go ahead and visit Malchus upon the kid. Everyone agrees when it comes to the second set of witnesses who testify about Ben Sora Mora, that if they are made into Eidim Zolim, that they can be killed. Why? Because essentially the entire death sentence of the Ben Sora Mora hinges on their testimony. Because the first set of witnesses could simply say, we only came in order to make a chayiv malchus, and therefore the second set are clearly the ones who are responsible for the death penalty. Machlokas ben Sora Mora. Where's the Machlokas Keith ben Sora Mora? Is actually quite interesting. Shnayim omrim b'fanenu ganav, u'shnayim omrim b'fanenu achal. Interesting case. There are 2 witnesses who testified. We saw the kid, right? We saw the Ben Sora Mora steal the money from his father. And 2 more say, we saw him go ahead and eat the meat and wine. So whereas normally again we're having 1 set of witnesses testify about the both events, here you have 2 separate witnesses testifying about 2 separate events. What's the nature of that combined testimony? That's not focus. The verse says as follows: even if you have been ain't there rubbish. The verse is interesting. It's back to kidnapping. Right? Reuben kidnaps Shimon. So now what happens? Witnesses come along and say, we saw Reuben kidnap and sell Shimon. So what happens? Now those very same witnesses are made into Eidim Zolim. The Gemara says they are not killed. The Eidim Zolim are not killed. Why not? In their rugin. Because Reuben can always turn around and say, yeah, it's true. I sold Shimon. Do you know why I sold Shimon? He's my Eved. He's my slave. So because he's my slave, I'm allowed to sell him. So because ultimately, again, the defendant could technically exempt himself to claim, therefore, halacha l'maisa, Eidim Zolim would not be able to be executed over this. Amar Yosef, Kiman az lahashma k'drabasim. Rabbi Akiva, whose opinion is this? Like, this is Rabbi Akiva. Why? The Amar davar v'lo chatzi davar. Because Rabbi Akiva's one who says that halacha l'maisa, in order to be liable, halacha l'maisa, you have to be testifying about an entire opinion. Remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday's daf. Whole davar and not chatzi davar. Amalei Abaye, the Ikra Rabban, Neharagim. According to Rabban, apparently again, the witnesses could be killed. What about what we just said? We just said a moment ago that halacha l'maisa, the defendant could exempt himself. How could he exempt himself? Because he could go ahead and say, that yes, I sold Shimon, but Shimon is my Eved. Over the law, what's interesting? What's the case over here? The case over here was where the witnesses claim that we saw Reuben sell Shimon. What's missing? Witnesses that say that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. So you have Eidei Mechira, but you don't have Eidei Neiba. You might remember. If you only have witnesses that Reuben went ahead and sold Shimon, there are no witnesses that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, so there's no case over there. What are we talking about? You got to remember. No, the idea over here is at the end of the day, halacha myself, the witnesses to the kidnapping came later on. Okay, but if they came later on, In other words, again, if that's the time that the witnesses are testifying that Reuben sold Shimon, there's not yet accepted testimony that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, then how could there be liability for the Ibn Mekura if we have not yet accepted testimony about the kidnapping itself? The Kamaramzi Ramuzi. So this is interesting. What's happening over here? The witnesses are signaling to each other. In other words, interestingly enough, in this case over here, the witnesses that testify that Reuben sold are the ones who appear first in Beis Din. But as they're testifying, there's another set of witnesses that are there, and they're there to testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. And like they're motioning to each other, not like in a bad way, not like in a collusion way. They just happen to be motioning to each other, like indicating, oh, you know what, we'll talk after you. So you might have thought, I thought the fact that the witnesses are already communicating, this should almost be like we have testimony about the kidnapping itself, to which the Gemara says, Kamash Malon, Remisa Lav Klum. But ultimately, again, the signaling between witnesses is halachically insignificant. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you have witnesses who come along and say, we saw Reuben sell Shimon, and those witnesses are made into Edom Shimon, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's been no formal testimony that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. Okay, good. We'll say Mishnah, moving along. Zakin Mamre. So let's see, very interesting. So remember, we've referenced this before. Zakin Mamre, literally translated, is the rebellious sage. Essentially, in a nutshell, the rebellious sage is a member of the Sanhedrin, that we'll discuss in just a moment, who refuses to yield to the majority and remains set in his personal opinion. Again, he's put to death. We'll see the circumstances of that right now. Says the Mishnah. Zakin Mamre, right? Zakin Mamre only becomes a Zakin Mamre based on Shinemar. So now we're going to explain the process for Zakin Mamre. Sham, right? There are three different Batei Din in Yerushalayim. This. One basin was situated at the entrance of Harabayis. One was situated at the entrance. We have the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. And one was situated in the chamber of Tombstone. I will say, what we call the Sanhedrin, like the High Court, that was the last one. That's number 3, situated in Lishkas HaGazis. So listen to this. So what happens? So let me give you the backstory. The backstory is, and we're going to see this in the Gemara, there's a dispute in the local basin. Right? And there's everyone is on one side, the Zakin Mamre is on the other side. They can't seem to reach a resolution on this. So now they take their case up to Yerushalayim. First step is they go to this basin. Ultimately, again, at the entrance of the Harabayis. They come there. And the Zakin, right? We call it the sage in the minority. The sage in the minority, he comes along and he presents his case in front of the basin. He says, listen, Chevra, this is my position. This is the position of my friends. Ultimately, this is how I learned the situation. This is how my friends learned it. So, and again, and the Zakin essentially says to the basin, Chevra, have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this? Okay, so I just want to point out a tremendous mental skill on this. If you notice, remember again, you do not get a Zakin Mamre. Right now, he's just the guy. He's just the dissenting judge. We'll see when he becomes a Zakin Mamre. But I'll say what's beautiful about this. You notice how the Zakin Mamre goes to the basin. What is this? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. Often in life, we are able to articulate our own position, but a lot of difficulty, certainly hearing and even more so articulating the positions of others. It's a mind law. Not only to be able to set up it, but really take the time to actually understand someone else's opinion. I may disagree with it at the end, but at least it's informed disagreement, as opposed to what happens all too often in life is because kind of summarily or quickly or just superficially disagree with things that just don't sound right to us without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. So there's a lot of godless in this that the Zaki Mamre is able to fully articulate the position of the other. So he goes on. Fine. So so what happens if the first base and the base of the Harabayas, they don't have anything to add to this conversation? So what happens? You go to the next basin. This basin is situated at the entrance rate of the Azar, the courtyard of the Basin. Once again, he says, this is what I say, this is what my friends say. And once again, the Zakin says, listen, Chevra, based in at the entrance of the Azara, do you guys have anything to add? Right? Anything to add in this? If they do, fantastic. They in love. And if not, then everyone. I must say, that's an interesting discussion over here. Everyone sounds like even the members of the other two, but everyone's now coming along to the high court in the Lishkas HaGozis. That's where they're coming. This is the Bezdin. This is the Bezdin from which Torah goes out to all of Klal Yisrael. So now it turns out that the part of the Mishnah does, they get Lishkas HaGozis. The Lishkas HaGozis rule in favor of the majority and against the Zakim, against the sole opinion. Okay, so if the Zakim goes back to his town and he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion, fine, it's not a problem. When does he become a Zakim Mamre? When does he become a Zakim Mamre? If he remains not only entrenched in his opinion, but he incuts upon that opinion. In other words, if the Zakim Mamre comes back home and all he's doing over here is just simply teaching his opinion, like he's espousing his Torah, fine, espousing Torah. But if he comes back after this entire process and says, Hebra, this is what you have to do, clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's when he becomes a Zakim Mamre. Talmud Shahara Lasos Pater. They're both saying that, interestingly enough, all of this is a Zakim. Now, what is a Zakim? A Zakim is an ordained sage. That's who becomes a Zakim Mamre. Let's say you don't have a Zakim Mamre. Let's say it's just a Talmud. What's a Talmud? Like it's Rashi says over here. Talmud Shahi Piyah Lahora. So this is a guy, this is a Talmud is someone who might be a Talmud Chacham, but he has not yet gotten to the of Hora, of what we call passing halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and do the basin, and even instructs to paskin like his particular thing. Ultimately, Potter. Why? Because the din of Zakim Mamre is only a din of someone who has simcha, and someone who has reached the level of Hora, of ultimately going ahead and instructing others, paskin, halacha. Nimsa chamuro kulo. So we'll say it turns out that ultimately, again, his chumrah. What's his chumrah? His chumrah is that he's not allowed to pass the halacha. But that chumrah that he's not pass the halacha ultimately turns out to be a kula. What does it mean, a kula? That he's not put to death for being a Zakim Mamre. Incredible. All right, Commissioner, we'll say Gemara. Here we go. So now we've just outlined the process for Zakim Mamre. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what kind of machloks, right? What kind of disputes are we talking about a Zakim Mamre and between his fellow sages? So Tanabanan, Ki Polimim Chadavar, top of Peizayin 87a, the Mufla Shah Bezin Akashim Medaris. So first of all, we're talking about someone who will say a Mufla. Now what is a Mufla? An expert. In order to become a Zakim Mamre, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a Zakim Mamre, you have to be a recognized expert. Next, Mimcha. So we'll say, just want to point out what's happening. The Torah is, the Gemara is analyzing the pasuk. The pasuk the Gemara is analyzing is, when some matter in halacha will be unclear to you, bein dam ledam, right, between blood and blood, bein din ledin, judgment and judgment, nega lenega, right, one type of nega, what is it? Affliction, good affliction. There's another word, right? Okay, good. Or any arguments, disputes you may have in your gates. both. Now the Gemara is darshaning this entire pasuk. So what does it mean? Mimcha, do you call it mimcha darar? So mimcha, a mufla. Good. Mimcha, zeyoitz. Furthermore, mimcha means someone who's able to give counsel. In other words, we'll say in order to get yourself in trouble, being a second memory, you have to be holding on a certain level. So mimcha, Rashi says we're very unique. Now, Gemara is also giving examples of types of machloksim which could result in a zakin mamre scenario. For example, mimcha refers to intercalation of the year, right? Ibar Hashana, right? Leap year, not a leap year. So this is the kind of thing. Let's say there's a dispute about that. Next, so the Gemara says, Mimcha, B'cheinu Omer, Mimcha Yotza Choshev Al Hashem Re'acha, Yois B'lial. Davar, next is Davar. Shu Halacha, this refers to the dispute in Halacha. For example, there's a dispute between the Zakin Mamre and the other individual about Halacha L'Moshe Misinai. Halacha L'Moshe Misinai, right? So that's what they're disputing. Good. The mishpat zehadin. What's mishpat? This refers to din, gzera shava. They have machlokas on a particular type of gzera shava. This is gzera shava, not a gzera shava. Being done with that. So remember again, we're just going through different examples of things that ultimately again could result in a zakin mamre scenario. Fine. Being done with them. Being dam nida and dam leida. So for example, there's machlokas in distinguishing between dam nida and dam leida. Dam ziva. Din l'din, din nefashos, din mamanis, din makas. There's just something again, whether it's din nefashos, capital cases, din mamanis, monetary cases, din makas, lashes, din nega l'nega, nige adam, nige batin, nige begatin. Something concerning again the going saras of an individual, of a home of clothing. Divrei elu charamim va'erkim ba'kdeshos. So divrei means again. Keren vows, Erech vows, Hektish vows, Rivos, Zuashkas, Sota, Ba'arifas Egla, Vitaras Mitzora. So we literally arguments. This refers again to Sota situations. Egla, Arufa, decapitated calf, you find the body that someone's that's killed. And Taras Mitzora, Bisharecha, in your deeds. Zuleket, Shikacha, Repeya. This refers again, like a shikha, the different tides, so left different agricultural tides, to the left to the point. The kamta, so what's I so again, what the Gemara just did over here is just actually all the different possible areas of halacha where you can have an argument which could result in a zakin mamre scenario. Okay? The kamta, so you will get up. Where is that? We get up from. We base it from the local court. Bali, so you will go up. Malamed, Shebeis Hamikdash Gava Me'eretz Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael Gava Mikol Ha'aretz. What does this teach us? What does this teach? The Torah says you will get up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. What do you see when we're going up? We see the Beis Hamikdash is the highest point in Eretz Yisrael, and ultimately again Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately again the lashon of Aliyah, of ascension, is used with the Sanhedrin, which is located in Beis Hamikdash, and with Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze that for this moment. Bishon Beis Hamikdash kavam Eretz Yisrael t'chsev v'alisa. So I understand why we say that the Beis Hamikdash is taller, is one of the tallest parts of Eretz Yisrael. Because Lashon is Valisa, you go up to the Beis Hamikdash. Ella, Eretz Yisrael Gava Mikol Ha'aretz Nalei. From where do I know that Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other lands? T'chsev lachin hinei yomim ba'im nu'um Hashem. Lo yomer chai Hashem asher ha'ela es b'nei Yisrael Eretz Mitzrayim. Kim chai Hashem asher ha'ela v'asher hebi ezera Beis Yisrael me'eretz Tzifona Mikol Ha'aretzos asher yidachtim sham. Yeshua I will say, how incredible is this? The Gemara over here is quoting the pasuk from Yirmi Navi. The Yirmi Navi says something beautiful. He says, the day will come. He made Yomim Ba'im. The days will come where we will no longer simply refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the God who took us out of Egypt. Right? And if you notice, well, like the Lashon over here is Ha'ela Esnei Shomer said, Hashem took us. It's not just simply out. What does Ha'ela mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from Mitzrayim to Eretz Yisrael, but rather what? We refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands, who brought us up from all the lands. So listen, what do you see from here? You see from here that whenever there's a reference to taking us to Eretz Yisrael, what's the lashon? Aliyah. Always I should post it. How overwhelmingly amazing is it? According to this passage of Geula on Purim. On Purim. It's not even the best Purim reference. Just wait till you see. Wait till you see what's going to come. Wait, right? Listen, but just amazing. A pasuk about Geula. We're literally talking about the fact that His Baruch will take us out of all of the lines of our dispersion, and is going to bring us up. Going to bring us up. As great as Purim is, and as beautiful as Purim is Nisim Kasya. It's covered miracles, it's hidden miracles, right? It's miracles cloaked in nature. And what Purim awakens in us, as much as we celebrate this beautiful, beautiful days, because we have incredible Hakaras of the Baruch Hu, it awakens in us the desire for something more. I don't want hidden miracles. I don't want Nisim Kasya. We want Nisim Galya. We want to feel miracles. And we are, as we're yearning for those real miracles, what is the Gemara? The Gemara gives such good information on Pasuk Yirmiyah Navi. Yirmiyah reminds us the revealed miracles are going to come. They're going to come. And when they come, you're going to Kushbach, who's going to take us up, he's going to take us out. Because every reference to Eretz Yisrael is only one direction. And it's always going up. Incredible. Turn up on. Zakin Mamre. Eno Chayiv Ela Adavar Shez Doro Kares. Yishir Gasar Chagas to very Meir. So this is very interesting. So now they're going to see essentially a 3-minute focus about what type of legal matters could make sense to a Zakin Mamre. So Remeir holds that it's only regarding sin, which if done intentionally would be a chiyuv kares, and accidentally would be a chiyuv chatos. Rabbi Yehuda says, Al davar shekor, and Yehuda says, no, it's about something where the source halacha is midaraisa, but the interpretation is through the Rabbanon, and they're arguing about the interpretation. So Rabbi Shimon says, Afilu diktek echad b'ktivei sof. Rabbi Shimon says it's pretty much anything. Even if they're arguing about like a small detail in rabbinic law, b'ktivei sofrim, ultimately again it can still become a zakin mamre. So let's analyze this. My time Rabbi Meir. So let's try Meir's actually. So remember, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa. Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa. Ultimately again, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, the only type of thing that can make you into a zakin mamre, ultimately is the type of thing where if you do it intentionally, it's kares, unintentionally a chatos. So the Gemara says, what's his logic? Gamar davar. He makes exir shava ultimately again of davar. So the Gemara says, ksiv hacha, ki palim imchad davar l'mishpat. So I want to say first of the widest lines. It says over here, that's talking about the Haram government at sea, where the Sanhedrin paskins incorrectly and ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Just like over there, it's talking about something. The commission is kares, right? And a shogig is chatos. Afkan so by Zakin Mamre, davar shechayv as dono kares. Okay, fine, that's opinion one. Rabbi Yehuda said this. Remember, Rabbi Yehuda's opinion was that only become a Zakin Mamre on something Ikara midivrei Torah and the Duke Sofer, right? That the Ikra halacha is midaraisa and the details are learned out midrabanan. So where does everybody get this? Yehuda al piatorah sheyerucha ad the Ikra Torah v'yorucha. It has to be something where the verse says something, but based on the passage in the Torah, we don't know how to pass Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation that could create Zakin Mamre. And lastly, Rabbi Shimon, I feel called to Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a base, anything they argue about, but the Zakin Mamre remains kind of fixed in place and refuses to yield to the majority, that could create Zakin Mamre. I'm going to put a Rava. Tirgamali the Hamas. He said, "Leave it every man. Let's get ready for this." Shavuna said, "Like Rav Bashina said, fine. Take the Bryce." And Abbas is referring to the Bryce he spoke about at the beginning of the daf. Take the Bryce and interpret it to the according to there. So I'll say, so remember again. The Rav is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you can only become a Zakin Mamre if there is a machlokes regarding something that if done intentionally, kares. And if unintentional carries a chiyuv chatas, that's the only area. So it's a limited body of halacha that again. So like if they have a machlokes, do you need to read the Megillah a second time, during the day? It does be a machlokes. that could not result in something money scenario. Why not? Because it's a thing to have on it. The Nair says it's only if they're mafokis about something which is done intentionally for your kares, unintentionally for your chatas. So now listen to this. So if we're back in the session, Rabbi, interpret to me the price range of your Nair. Tell me how this whole thing works for the Nair. So watch this. Here we go. Key poly. So we'll say, so he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started the daf with today. So key poly. If something will be, so the mufla basis. So first of all, everyone agrees, I was saying, in order to go ahead and become a Zaki Mamre, you gotta be a mufla. You have to be someone who's an expert. Everyone's an expert. Fine. Next, mincha, ze yoetz. Sheodeh la'aber shonav le'kbach hadash. Furthermore, not only an expert, but an expert should the experts. What's an expert should the experts? Someone who knows about the intercalation of the moon. Again, I was saying, none of us know about the intercalation of the moon. First of all, none of us really know what intercalation itself actually means, right? All the more so, we're not using that word, right? So all the more so, the process for the intercalation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the experts. Fine. Next. I want to say, what's next? Good. Fine. So Kiristan. Okay, let's get ready for this. What's an example of a machlokas that could occur? Okay, you ready for this? Okay. Listen to this. I feel like you just call it a day. It's ridiculous. Half-year cycle. How does it happen? And it's not like a drasha, it's not like a remez, it's not a gematria. Literally, again, a Purim case on Purim. A Purim case on Purim. So what's the matter? It's incredible. I say, just we always say it. Sometimes, we get up early, we deprive ourselves of sleep, we push ourselves, we're going. It's a lot of information, not a lot of time. And you wonder, how do you feel about this? Is this the proper avodah? And then every once in a while, and that's what we do. Devotion brings us just a beautiful kiss, a nachas embrace. Says, my children, I love you. Thank you for waking up early, or whenever we do the daf. Thank you for carving out the time to learn my Torah. And if you think that I'm not listening to you, and if you think that I'm not attentive to you, and if you think that out of however many blocks there are in Shas, that a Purim Sugya should come up in Purim. I was like, one day earlier, one day later, poked on Purim, the Purim Sugya. Just know. Sometimes, what does every child want to know? Deep down, every child wants to know that I give my father's nachas. That's what I want to do. Spend our lives trying to give our parents nachas. So again, all the more work in the Baruch Shalom. And then a Gemara like this comes along, and we know that Abba is so incredibly proud of us. We should be zochim to continue to give our father nachas and never ask him shalom. So again, so the Gemara gives an example over here. What's the Purim case? For example, so for example, let's say they have a machlokas about how to go ahead and declare a leap month, a leap year. So again, the other members of the Sanhedrin said that they could go ahead and make the entire Adar into create an Adar Sheni, right, up until Purim. So that's machlokas. Up until Purim, after Purim, the ilahai gisa kashari chametz v'beisa. The ilahai gisa kashari chametz v'beisa. And I will say that the ramifications, of course, of that machlokas is what? The ramifications are you going to end up eating chametz on Pesach? Right? Because remember again, depending if there's going to be a leap year, another sheni, another base, so that's going to be the zone where Pesach falls out. You have chametz ramifications. There is an example of a machlokas where again the stakes are kares versus chatos. Good. Gemara goes weiter. Davar zehalacha zu elchos achalasar. Mar asiri. Rabbi Yochanan Amar asiri kitishi. Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar asiri ka'achadasar. So again, if you take a look at Rashi says over here. Elchos achadasar yom achron shal yud aleph shebei nida lenida. So remember again from last cycle, from Yochos Nida, from Sefer Nida, we have this concept. Rashi points out over here that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every Nida cycle. Remember again, the way Yochos Nida works with the Oraisa is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nida, 11 days of Ziva. So the Gemara quotes over here again. We're not going to get in depth in all of these machlokim, partly because only because of time. They're all fascinating of themselves. These are all just. I want to just frame what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show a series of machlokim. Remember again, we're trying to go according to Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds to can come as zakin mamre, because if you have a machlokim regarding something which if done intentionally is a chiyuv charis, and done unintentionally is a chiyuv chatos. We're just trying to now interpret the pasuk that we interpreted at the beginning of this daf and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's davar? This refers to the following halacha. Zu hilchos achadas deitmar asiri. What happens if a woman leaves on the 10th day? Rabbi Yochanan Amar asiri kitishi. 10th is reckoned like the 9th. Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar asiri ke'achadasar. So let's say, so again, remember, you're talking about a machlokes about what happens if there's machlokes about the status of her bleeding from the 11th day or from the 10th day going forward. Does that make her a nida? Does that make her a zava? And the resulting ramifications, which could potentially lead to a chiyuv kares. Fine. So we'll say details right now. A fundamental machlokas about bleeding that extends from the days of the zivos ultimately again into the days of the nidus. What's her status? If they have machlokas regarding that could lead to potential chiyuv kares. Fine. Next. Zeh. So the Gemara says Zeh hadin. So Zeh in the pasuk refers to Gzera Shabbos. Then machlokas about Gzera Shabbos. What does that mean? On the base, din bitom anasaso. So, for example, we have machlokas regarding whether or not one's daughter from a woman who we violated. Let's say we've been violated Rachel. They're the daughters. What's the erva status of that daughter to Reuben? So Reuben, Damarava Amali Ravisa Baradini Asya Hena Asya Zima Zima. So we'll say, so again, for example, we saw this actually. So we passed that ultimately, even the daughter from a woman who won violate, still his daughter, and therefore again she is an erva to the father. She's the erva to the father. So let's say again, as like Mamre asking, says no, it's only your daughter from a legal relationship, but not from a woman who violated. So again, it's an example where a machlokas would be a chiyuv kares if unintentionally, a chiyuv chatas unintentionally. Saying dam lidam. Dam nida, dam leida, dam ziva. It's one of the cases over here. Dam nida, so for example, by dam nida, the machlokas can be like the machlokas in akavya v'mechalon v'rabbanon. What's the machlokas? It's not dam hayara. What happens if a woman sees yellowish blood that has a yellowish color to it? So dam akavya v'mechalon v'tamei. So akavya v'mechalon says ultimately again that it's coming. The Chacham Matarim, and the Chachamim ultimately say that it is Tahar. So I'll say, so once again, what are the ramifications of this machlokas? The ramifications are Chiv Kares, because relations with a woman who's in Nida carries with it a penalty of Kares. So again, these are examples. Dam Leida, what's the Dam Leida case? This is very interesting. They put it to Rav and Levi. So this is machlokas Rav and Levi. The Itmar, Rav Amar Mayin Echatu, HaTorah. So I'll say, remember again, the way it works, fascinating halachas midaraisa with childbirth. What are the halachas? The halachas midaraisa. Now again, we don't pass it because our whole system, like Dam Leida, Dam Nida, Dam Ziva, have kind of morphed into one framework called Nida. But again, the midaraisa, the way it works, a woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she bleeds for a certain amount of time. The blood is tamei. And then for a certain amount of time afterwards, depending if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is tahar. There's a machlokas about the mechanics of that. Rav Amar Mayin Echatu. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood. HaTorah Timasa, HaTorah Tirasa. And again, at a certain point, the Torah says the blood is coming. Another point, the Torah says ultimately again, the dam is tahar. The Levi says, Shema Ayano saying, no, it's not true. It's two different kinds of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, Nistam hatame niftach hatar, Nistam hatar niftach hatame. So literally again, If the tummy source is closed off, the tar one is open. This time the tar source is closed off, the tummy one is open. Now, both say, what does that matter? What does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately a woman continuously bleeds without going ahead and stopping. So can we say that she switches over from what we call dam tame to dam tar? So once again, the ramifications over here are a chiyuv kares. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases with the Zaki member is arguing with the rest of the Bezdin, and the stakes of the case are kares if done intentionally, chatas if done unintentionally. Dam ziba, what's the dam ziba case? The book is Rabbi Elazar Yeshua. This time, if a woman went ahead, and literally again, Kishta, Rashi says over here, Sima Parsha Zava, Bachada Shem Shemayim Aviyah Lidesi, but the Isha Kiyaz resolved the mark, so again, let's say she has a situation which is flowing for 3 days, within 11 days of Zivos, then Shals La'es, if it's subsided for, say, usually means 24-hour period, the Yalda, how does the let this resolve? So if it stopped for 24 hours period, and she gave birth during that time, this is called the Yoledes Dissolve. So, technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of Sivos. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. The Rebbe Yeshua says, Laila V'yom, Kalele Shabbos V'yomo. What how incredible is this? Like in one Gemara, right, a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, Rabbi Yeshua says, Laila Yom Kalele Shabbos V'yomo. Now, you know what I'm saying? Again, the Purim one you probably could share at the Shabbos day, right? This one I don't know that I would. Right? This one's probably not going to work well. Right? So the nice again. So Rabbi Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, right? If she stops bleeding, ultimately again, not just for 24 hours, not just for a day, but ultimately again like a Shabbos, namely a night and a day. Sheshav saminat sar, v'lo dam. And also, the pain that subsided, right? The labor pain that subsided, not the blood. Pain din. Okay, so I'll say once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the machlokes because they're dealing ultimately again with a case where it's done intentionally, it's a chiyuv kares, unintentionally chiyuv katas. Next, pain din ledin, pain din mamas din nefashis din makas. You have machlokes again on both sides. Again, like capital cases, monetary cases, malchus cases. So what are examples where these cases can result in kares? Din mamas is very interesting. That's an example ultimately again a monetary case. They float to the Shmuel Rabbi Avo. Listen to this. Machlok the Shmuel Rabbi Avo. What's the Machlok? Some Shmuel. Shnayim shedanu dinei and din. Listen to this. Shmuel says if 2 people act as a beis din, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, ela shenikraim beis din chutzpah. They're called the chutzpah beis din. Okay. Rabbi Avo Amar the divrei hakol ein dinei and din. Rabbi Avo says no. Everyone agrees that what a beis din of 2 people can't issue halachic rulings, and therefore the halachic rulings are totally invalid. And I will say, I hear the machlok, it's interesting. How does this result in a nice case? I will say, watch how Rashi explains it. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say you have a basin of 2 people. Basin of 2 people, adjudicated cases between Reuven and Shimon. Like Reuven claims that Shimon owes him money. Basin of 2 people ask him, they say, Reuven's right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Reuven uses that money, and he's Mekadesh woman. Right? The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's Mekadesh woman with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential a married woman situation, which again could result potentially in adultery and on a whole variety of different circumstances. You could become a chiyuv kares. So again, and that all starts from a monetary dispute. So here's an example again. If let's say the second memory says the whole that a basin could be 2, and the other thing say a basin could be 3. So again, it's capital cases. It's monetary cases. It's monetary cases which could result in a potential chiyuv kares. Fascinating. In the fashas, the plunta the Rabbi V'Rabbanan. What's the in the fashas case? Rabbi V'Rabbanan. The sign Rabbi Omer Shenasata nefesh takas nefesh. Right, it says mama. Generally, the Torah says a life for a life. It doesn't literally mean a life for a life. Rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. You say money, but maybe it means actually life for life. Right, it says Nisina above, it says Nisina below. Afkan Mammon. So we'll say, so once again, let's say they have a machlokas about what nefesh tachas nefesh means. So literally, it's like in Mary could be asking to put someone to death. You have a chavra could say no, it means monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a chiyuv kares if done intentionally, chiyuv kares if done unintentionally. Dine makas. What about makas? We'll say the point is Rabbi Yishmael Rabban Misnan. Makas b'gimel, Yishmael Yishmael b'chaf gimel. So again, fundamental machlokas is how many do you need for a beis din? Ultimately, again, a malchus. So one of the things says a beis din of gimel 3. Another says a beis din of chaf gimel. So both say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop over here. I know we went a little bit fast. One thing, but again, I just want to. Here's the takeaway. You know, we have right Mishnah taught us the sucking membrane. So now we know the entire process of sucking membrane. Three-way machlokas, ultimately again about what are the cases that make one a sucking membrane. What we're just doing over here is really focusing on the opinion of Rabbi Meir, which, by the way, I don't want to spoil it because it's tomorrow's daf. That's how you pass halacha l'maisa. In order for a sucking to become a sucking membrane, the machlokas has to be about something which, if done intentionally, would carry a chiyuv kares, and if done unintentionally, would carry a chiyuv chagas. Take that to the bank. That's halacha l'maisa. All the Gemara was then just doing was interpreting the pasuk that we started the daf with today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could potentially be a chiyuv kares / a chiyuv chagas. So we'll say, and again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim. In the midst of all this, we got Shabbos. In the midst of all this, we got a hug and a kiss from Kadosh Baruch. And I will say again, afraid of important, we're going to dive in the Meretz Hashem in the main shul. Tremendous shayach, tremendous week, and a good Erev Shabbos.
You sold this for those instead of this. When we were young, we did some ring thing. Yeah. I heard they made a lot of money on those rings. Trust me, it was zero. I didn't lose a dime. Right away, nothing right away. It was a profit. I made good money at the age of 18. But once I found out I was helping to get to home, I know what happened. You hear me tell that story on Joe Rogan about my own head.
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Check to thank our annual convocation for Touching Pay 57 by the Kasinish Baba. For dedicating all the children's Russians this year. In this first episode, covers for all of our Israel. Our convocation sponsors for the longest. The other, Father Torah Terry Steve 011 million Father Dr. Harry Khan, Second Bracha C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Schmidt, Ben Yisrael Ziv. And on the governing sponsor, Paul and Kathy White, Rabbi and Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, Ben Zechariah, let's be up in American Life all of the Rishon Samuel, the families in the all of those who were foolish enough to live close to Israel, construct all of our hostages, and those who should be soldiers should be successful before Mass. Listen, with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today and a little bit less time than usual to do it in. So today's daf is page 86. We are picking up at Mishnah on Teher, page 85b. And the Mishnah says as follows: Hagoni nefesh mitzvah. So since now we're talking about the interesting sugya of kidnapping. So literally again, Hagoni nefesh mitzvah. A person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. Let's say that I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn this Mishnah on Titus Esther. Like the entire Purim story is Esther Hamalka was kidnapped. Esther Hamalka was taken from her home, taken to the palace of the Ahasuerus, totally against the will of Mordecai's will. Again, one thing we see about the Hashgachas of divine providence is that even the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Yehuda and Yeshua comes. So how incredible it is, literally again, at Titus Esther. To begin, only nefesh means so. Person kidnaps a Jew. That's the halacha. Now this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So in general, again, the halacha for kidnapping, or the punishment for kidnapping, he says punishment is death penalty. So now the Mishnah discusses the parameters of that. Hagoi nefesh means so if one goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew, you're only chayiv if you take the victim into your rishus, into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda says you have to, number one, take the victim into your domain, and number one, make use of them. Like work them, do something to utilize them. We go to the pasuk Shneimar, this Amerbo Umachlo. The pasuk says, the pasuk in its entirety is, Himatzi ish goniv nefesh me'achav b'nei Yisrael. The person will be found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew, this Amerbo, he utilized him, he worked him. And he sold him and the kidnapper was put to death. So interestingly enough, the Yehuda says, Allah is really three qualifications. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of the individual. And number three, selling them. The Bishmo, what happens if someone keeps son? Interesting case. The person kidnaps their son, and you show them the Chachamim quotes it. Shabbat the Broka says, and ultimately the Chachamim say your party. Now again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's the machlokas over here. What happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a Chatzi Evan Chatzi Ben Cholim? What's the halacha? Rabbi Yehuda Mechayev upon Chotrim. Rabbi Yehuda says that you're chayiv, and the Chachamim only say that you are patur. Okay, so now a lot to unpack here. So first things first, the time of Rabbi Yehuda in Mishnah was as follows. Tanakama says that if you go ahead and you kidnap someone, you're chayiv if you bring them into your trust, if you bring them into your domain. But you do the added, you also have to work with the individual. So I have Gemara asks, and according to the Tanakama, you don't have to make use of the individual. And I will say, and I just want to point out, the pasuk itself says this amerbo. You're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how people kind of come up disagree with that particular fact? So the Gemara says, everyone agrees that in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you have to go ahead and quote unquote make use of the individual. You have to work them. The shayla is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, you put them to work and it only goes ahead and let's say generates less than a Shabbat Fruita's worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of contention between the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda. So let me ask the following question. Gunbo or Makar Yashin Mahu. So that's an interesting question. What happens from actual Ruvain kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep? So he kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep and he sells Shimon. Shimon is really a very deep sleeper, right? So he's kidnapped and he's sold all while he's asleep. So Mahu, we'll say what's the halacha? So ultimately again, is there liability? Rashi said, look, again, we'll see exactly what the question is over here. So Makar Yishal Obra Mahu. And what happens if Reuben kidnaps Rachel? Rachel's pregnant, but Reuben's not kidnapping Rachel. For Rachel's sake, rather than doing, he wants to kidnap the fetus. He wants the baby. He wants to be able to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Yesh derech imor b'kaf or inderech imor b'kaf. So is this considered to be imor? Is this considered to be again a form of working the individual or not? Which person am I talking about? The simple play, the lekka imor cow. There's no working of the individual in this context. Again, remember. What's the case? Reuben kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping and sold him. Reuben kidnapped Rachel and ultimately for the Uber. So there is no imor at all. There's no working at all. To which the Gemara says, no, not the case. L'shvicha yashin zaga alel isha d'otma ba'ate zeka. Derechim b'kar or inderechim b'kar. No, what's the case? The case is where Reuben kidnapped Shimon and they sold him. And actually, Reuben kidnapped Shimon. What he did was he leaned on Shimon. So he utilized Shimon, sleeping Shimon as support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the pregnant woman in front of him to shield him from the wind. So he's utilizing, he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called derech imor or not? So again, what you begin to see is the Gemara is accepting this approach. And in order to have the kidnapping, number one, you have to take the person, kidnap the person. Number two, you have to bring them into your shus. And number three, you have to work them. So the shayla is this called working the individual? which the Gemara says Teku. Gemara leaves it unresolved. It's like it's very interesting. The Gemara says even when they had a kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. He's asleep through the kidnapping. He's asleep through the sale. And so the Shai is just this is called kidnapping or not. Is that called kidnapping? And so you wonder to yourself, how could someone sleep through all of that? How can you sleep with your kidnapped? How can you sleep with your soul? And let's say, what do you see from here? You see from here that people really have a tremendous koach of shnuff. That people really could sleep. People could sleep through a lot. People could sleep through kidnapping. People could sleep through selling. People could sleep through life. And you could feel sleep at the wheel of life. You know, through so many twists and turns. And you miss so much, and you don't realize so much, and how so much of our little life is only to be awake. It's to be awake, it's to be mindful, it's to be present, it's to recognize what is unfolding all around us, and specifically to take advantage of all of life's opportunities. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, "Tanabana, ki matzi ishkoni nefesh me'achad, ini ela ish shagana ish." Sorry, ini ela ish shagana. Teaching is what's actually much from the pasuk is if you will find amongst you a man who is kidnapped. So I only know the ability for a man who is kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? What's liability? The Goni Vish. Pasuk says someone kidnaps. Okay, so it's not gender specific. Any other issue, being Isha, being Ish. I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. The Isha Shagun Vish. Swing again, if a woman kidnaps a man, Isha Shagun Vish and man. I don't know if there's liability. If a woman kidnaps a woman, who makes Hagana Paru Mikomakum. The Pasuk says the Hagana will be put to death. And again, Mikomakum doesn't have anything, there's no gender specific, no person specific. Mentioning the time you look on the right, so he must be Ishkoni Defesh. The person will be found to have stolen a Jew, to have right kidnapped a Jew. After I go to the Ish, after I go to the Isha. Whether you kidnap a man, a woman, you're kidnapping a convert, you're kidnapping an emancipated slave. In that cases, you are hired. Okay, fine. Gunbow below Mafro. Mafro, the identity gunbow below Mafro. What happens here? What happens here? Moving, what happens? You may kidnap children, but you do not yet sell them. Gunbow below Mafro. Or Mafro, the identity Yeshna Berchuso. Or Ruben sold Shimon, but what? He has not yet delivered Shimon to the buyer. So case number one, Ruben kidnapped Shimon but didn't yet sell him. Case number two, he sold him but did not yet remove Shimon from his rishos. What's the halacha? Pater. Ultimately, if Ruben is discovered, he's pater. When you say pater, he's pater from Misa. Pater from Misa. Because that's not the people kidnapping. So this is an interesting case. What happens if Ruben goes ahead and kidnaps Shimon and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that law? Ruben is Skype. Okay, we'll discuss all the cases. According to this Potter, one who goes ahead and kidnaps an Eved is Potter. Okay, top up play Bob 86A. Any kind of directions. Anyway, and he's shown that the Shimon holds as follows. So let's say, so specifically, we're focusing on the case of where Ruben kidnaps Shimon and then goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father. Or to one Shimon's relatives. Okay? So now, interestingly enough, so Sheshes said as follows. The Tana taught the Torah Sheshes, that Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them me'achov from their brethren, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else. Which would seem to indicate to us that if Reuben kidnapped Shimon and then sold Shimon back to Shimon's own family, then Reuben would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he is liable. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Tani Potter. No, you're right, you know what? Change it to Potter. That if Reuben were to kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, someone else, then ultimately, again, Reuben would be Potter. So Gemara says, one second. My question, what's the problem here? Perhaps it's two different opinions. Perhaps this is a machlokas, which the Gemara says, no, because the Amr Yochanan, Stama Matis in the Meir, Stam Tosefta Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifra Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifri Rabbi Shimon, and the Queen Rabbi Akiva. No, we can't interpret that way because Halakha Lamaisa, we have these pure Stam Mishnah followers, the Stam Tosefta, the Stam Sifra, the Stam Sifri. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain this is to change, is to amend that which the Raisa said. And in fact, the Halakha is that if Reuben kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that Reuben is potter. When you say potter, now we're potter means potter from that penalty. Because Halakha might want to be liable for kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, fascinating. Hagoni, so next thing the Mishnah said is what happens if the person kidnaps his son? Kidnaps his son, what is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember again, this was being Machlokes. So the Shmuel, the son of Rabbi Yochanan of Rocha said that Chayil, and the Chacham said that Shepata. So let's analyze. My time is Rabbanon. Why do the Rabbanon say that Shepata? I'm not buying the Amikra, as the Pasuk says, Ki Matzeh, Chak L'Matzeh. The word Lashon of the Pasuk is Ki Matzeh Ishkoni Nefesh Be'achad. If it will be found that a person kidnaps someone from amongst his brethren. Now, Lashon Ki Matzeh indicates to us that there's a new circumstance that's here. Right? He found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you because they're not normally found with you? Kidnap them. So it comes to exclude someone who normally is with you. He's normally with you. The child. That's the logic of the ultimately again say to us to the child pattern. Okay. You want to only have a by Eliminator. So now what you're going to tell me is he must say means only in this circumstance something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, he must say ish shochet in isha bu'ulas ba'al. That's what talks about adultery. We've already found that a man is sleeping with another woman, right, with another woman who's married to another, with a woman who's married to another man. He must say so is that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man? What's the example of that? Keep going. Basically, phony the shlichin gavayim. So it's interesting. Rashi points out that here. Base phony was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This was not like an illicit thing. Chazal weren't very happy with this because it is not a good idea for married couples to constantly be in close proximity to each other. It is a recipe, it could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was a situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So the Gemara suggesting that tell me then that there's not liability for adults in such a situation like this. Because why? Because since couple one was going to go around with couple two and couple two was around with couple three, so it's not it's not like a new circumstance. You wouldn't be liable for adultery, which the Gemara says, if you said this husband, of course that would be an untenable situation. Of course not. In other words, of course there's going to be liability. That's still tough. I'm sorry. No. I'm not learning it out ultimately again from the Mate, rather the Mitzabiyado. What does the Pasuk say? A person, a man kidnapped, right? The Goni Ishki Makaro, the Mitzabiyado. Right? One person kidnaps another person, and the victim is found with the perpetrator. So the news indicates that what? There's like something new over here, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately in a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting, again, I'm going to say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's how he passed it. Rama passed it like Rabbanon, namely, that if a father kidnaps his son, there's not biblical liability for kidnapping. I want to point out. When we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, what does that mean? It means you're not put to death, you're executed. It does not mean it's good. And of course, you can also, one thing to remember is, we hold also the Machatzitila. So remember, a lot of these people we're talking about in the vacuum, there's Halacha. But if you live in a foreign country where there is its own land, so its own laws, we are governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that Halacha says that a father kidnapping a son is not typical kidnapping. But if you know says that this kidnapping, it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's the halacha. So I'm based on the snowfall. We must be right. Rabbanan, in its money, so this is fascinating. So that was this thing is teachers, right? Teachers. Every guy that can use teachers to teach young children Kriya, Umnasti Rabbanan, and also teach other students, right? Rabbanan. You see that these are people who spend a lot of time with these children, and therefore halacha l'maisa, they're not going to be the nimtzu, the technical issue over here. But I guess if you are 60, indicating that if the Rebbe were to kidnap the Talmud, technically speaking, would not be put by liability since the Talmud spent that much time with Rebbe, which is just an interesting thing, at least from the Gemara's perspective, about how much time children spend with their Rebbe. Fascinating idea. And once again, we see this motif how the Rebbe-Talmud relationship is very much like the father-son relationship. You see that again in those circumstances as well. Okay, and then even take away from this, you see passing like Rabbanon, and then for Allah myself, Rabban passing that. If the father to kidnap his son, do not be biblical liability to kidnap. Okay, let's go back there. Don't have Misha Ketzah. Versus remember again, next machlokes in the Mishnah was if you steal, if you kidnap, that's the Eben, that's the Ben Holy. What is the halacha? So again, the Buddha says, if some say that you're potter. That's not about it. It says you have clear house of the day. And you go over in the above both houses. Okay, so seeing the unrelated statement here. It says the Eben has no koshes. Now, what does the Eben has no koshes? Rashi says over here, in the Avadim Koshes, and this Mayish Esa Eben Mochiaf the Torah Lasis Mebashka. Also, we know that there is a compensation category called Koshes, called humiliation. Like you embarrass someone, you humiliate someone, there is monetary compensation for that. That Yehuda says that Avad Ebed doesn't have koshes, doesn't have humiliation. So if you humiliate the Ebed, ultimately again there's no kidding. Rush Mekans, but you also need to touch him. That's right. Yunatzu Anoshim Yaakov, Ish Ve'achov, Nish Yish Ve'achov, Ve'ebed Shikri Ve'achov. So Yehuda says because the pasuk that talks about koshes, because that humiliation comes like a lashon of Yunatzu Anoshim Yaakov, Ish Ve'achov. So someone who has achva, someone who has achva, familial relations, for people today, it's in the sense of family, he has Moshes. Someone who does not have achva, ultimately again, he doesn't have Moshes. Therefore, an Eved, and Eved Rashi says, Eved she'ilo achva, ta'afidu in achva, v'le'aviv t'tziv, amachama, imachamar, imadomer lechamar, eino Eved kibehim. Now, Allah is protecting Eved does not have familial relations. So because of that, therefore, in practicality, he is not live, he's not entitled to Moshes. Incredible. Rabbanon will say, Echab the mitzvahs. Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What does Echab mean? Echab doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. Rather, what does Echab refer to? Someone who is your brother in mitzvahs. And interestingly enough, in Eved, is your brother in mitzvahs. Why? Because in Eved, remember, we have an Eved Knani here, right? Because in Eved Italy, is a full-fledged Jew. In Eved Knani. In Eved Knani is still your brother in mitzvahs. How so? Because in Eved Knani, remember again, is still higher than any mitzvahs that a woman is higher than. So therefore, he's your Echad of mitzvahs, and therefore the Rabbanan say, he does have Moshes. So the Gemara says, V'hachi, if he does, over here, in our context, in our subject, how we got you mitzvah. Rabbi Yehuda Sava me'achov. Rabbi Yehuda says me'achov. So let's remember again, lashon over here is ki matzei ish bonei nefesh me'achov. And the person will be found kidnapping another person me'achov. So watch this. Rabbi Yehuda darshan me'achov lak uke avadim. Achov comes to exclude avadim. That avadim are not included in the halachos of kidnapping, and therefore again, if somebody kidnaps an Eved, ultimately again they're not liable. So you must have been Yisrael. And again, when it says Bnei Yisrael, that comes to exclude even a Chatzi Eved, Chatzi Bnei Cholim. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Bnei Yisrael, Miutim Mishe Chatzi Eved, Chatzi Bnei Cholim. Bnei Yisrael, Miutim Chatzi Eved, sorry. לאחר פוקי הקודם, בני ישראל למיעוט משחצי אבל וחצי בני חולים. מבני ישראל למיעוט משחצי אבל וחצי בני חולים. אבל מיעוט אחרים. So this is very interesting. In Rabbi Yehuda's drasha, watch this. So Echad comes to exclude an Eved. Good. So Mibine Yisrael comes to exclude Chatzi and Chatzi B'nei, and then again Mibine Yisrael there's two exclusions of Chatzi and Chatzi B'nei. What is that? That's called a miut akar miut. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a miut akar miut el rabos. The miut after a miut only comes to go ahead and include. Good. So the Gemara says this also. That's why I will say, interestingly enough, that's why you do the whole. But if you kidnap a Chatzi and Chatzi in the Cholim, you can't. Ultimately, again, you are allowed. Also, I think the fast starts in just a moment. Okay, so we'll say, therefore, again, miut akamiut. Ultimately, again, it is an exclusion after an exclusion, and the halacha is that miut akamiut comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a Chatzi and a Chatzi B'nei. That's a new drasha. Rabbanon, what will they say? Rabbanon me'echov la'chuki afadim l'mashmiru. The Rabbanon don't even hold of the echov. Remember, we saw before. The Rabbanon used echov to teach me what? He used echov to teach me echov the mitzvah. So therefore, you don't see echov as an exclusion for Rabbanon. The ha'achiv hu b'mitzvahs. Because ultimately, the Eved is my brother in mitzvahs. B'nei Yisrael. And again, when it says B'nei Yisrael, Mi B'nei Yisrael, Chalami Uti Eved, one is to exclude Eved, the Chalami Uti Shechatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorim, and one is to exclude Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorim. Okay, so let's say, so ultimately again, so just to still electric over here, is our fundamental machlok, yes? If you kidnap a Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorim, are you chayiv or not? Rabbi Yehuda says, yes, you are. Where does Rabbi Yehuda get it from? Essentially, it's a miut achar miut. B'nei Yisrael, Mi B'nei Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, miut achar miut is the rabbis come to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorim. Rabbanon ultimately again reject that shosha, and they exclude Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorim. We'll say Rambam Paskins ultimately again like that to come in, and therefore if one were to go ahead and kidnap a Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorim, one would be potter. Okay, incredible. Now the Gemara asks an interesting question. As far as going to the Nevish Minayim, from where do you see where's the law? Where's the law to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Signal. Rabbi Yoshia says, you have no signal, don't steal. Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Yimkuru Min Eretz Eved. Rabbi Yoshia says, you learn out from the pasuk of you shall not sell him like one would sell a slave. Okay, the Gemara says fine. And so there's not really argument. Marka Pasha Vlad the Geva, Marka Pasha Vlad the Mashiach. So let's very much remember again, what could be already established in the Mishnah? Essentially, in order to be viable for biblical kidnapping, you need three steps. Number one, you need to kidnap someone. Number two, you need to bring them into your shus. And number three, you sell them. The truth is, there's really four, because you also have to make use of them in six. So really 4 steps, we'll call it 3. So the most interesting enough, but the Yoshua of Yochanan are not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says the lav of keeping itself, and the other is quoting Timothy again that you can't control. So they're not really arguing. They're just hitting different parts of the notion of kidnapping. Incredible. So the notice like there. So the notice looks good. No signal. Torah says do not steal. Donate the fashas akasaf medaber. Which I was talking about again, kidnapping. So let's say so. After the donate the fashas, you tell me that no signal is talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Or in I don't know. How do you know that? Maybe it's talking about stealing money. How do you know that it's talking about stealing people? So the Gemara says so. Sorry. Say ulamad ushloshes v'midosh ashar nizeshtas. We'll say so. Let's analyze this pasuk using our exegetical principles. What's the exegetical principles? Davar halami mi'iyano. So we'll say so. Sometimes the way to understand what a particular pasuk is talking about is how to the analyzation of the context in which the pasuk is stated. That's what's called davar halami mi'iyano. Something a pasuk that can be understood from the context in which it was stated. So listen to this. The Ma'akos of Medaber, so we'll say the pasuk that says, what are you talking about over here? So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that was the wrong pasuk. That was the pasuk we're talking about is Lo Sirtza, Lo Sirtza, Lo Sina, Lo Sino, Los signal los son of shadow. So the source of the Bros, right? Text is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which the signal is mentioned. Now listen to this. So the Gemara said, Makas and Medaber, what is the Torah talking about over here? The Gemara says, Makas and Medaber been a cautious. Now also, when you look at the context, what's the context? Don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. And don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And the signal, don't steal, is written in the midst of these capital offenses. So therefore, you already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses. So therefore, it makes sense to say that the neighbor that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. So therefore, Allah told us, you must be talking about over here. So the Pashas, Tanya is the Kavana Baisa, Lo Signovu, the Gonik Mammon. The Pasuk says Lo Signova. So we'll say, so this is the Pasuk for before. Lo Signova, Lo Sakakashu, Lo Sashaki, Shtamita. Don't steal, right? Don't lie. And one Lo Sakashu really means like don't contradict. But again, also means don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So the rest of the Gonik Mammon, that's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So the Gemara says, "Atom, we're going to the cautious. Stealing money. Maybe he's talking about stealing people, kidnapping. Say Lamad. Once again, we'll say this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So, which principle? Understand what a particular person is talking about through the context in which it was stated. But not custom with that. What is it talking about over here? The mammon. So let's remember again the rest of the pasuk. Los nobu, los sechachashu, los sechachim shlamito is all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the geneva in this context must also be financial liability. The mammon, after the mammon, so it's very important. So therefore, no signal in the Aseret Adibros is talking about kidnapping. And it says don't steal, so about kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, are capital offenses. Therefore, Allah said this neighbor mentioned over here is also a capital offense. When the Torah says, "Lo signofu," do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Context. Because the other offenses over here, do not deny a claim, do not lie about a claim, is monetary compensation. And therefore, again, neighbor is talking about money. Incredible.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
It's an interesting case over here. So now watch this. This is a fascinating. So now remember, we've established again that I love my Bible for kidnapping. You obviously have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them to a ship. You have to go out and utilize them as someone. You have to sell them. So now in this piece over here, interestingly enough, right, you have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Reuben sell Shimon. Now, we'll say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? Eight Agos, but one set of witnesses who say, we saw Reuben kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly enough, in this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. So, Itmar, so now, what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were made into Eidim Zobin. Right? So again, another set of witnesses says, hey, first said, you cannot have seen Reuben sell Shimon because steal Shimon, because you're with us that day. And they say to the second that you couldn't have said it, the same set of Mazin or second, doesn't matter. And they say to the set of witnesses, you couldn't have seen Reuben sell Shimon. Why? Because you're with us that day. So I'll say, so now, look at Rashi for just a moment. Shnei Kite Eidim, Echa says, it's Rashi, Eidim, Neva, Eidim. Shnei Kite Eidim, Echa says, Echa so two sets of witnesses, each one set testified that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, one set testified that Reuben sold Shimon. So the Lord says, now they're into Eidim Zobin. Remember again, what's the halacha? How does Eidim Zobin work? When witnesses are into Eidim Zobin, what's their punishment? Reciprocal punishment. So therefore again, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would have resulted in the death of Reuben. We would have put to death. So we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Reuben. right? Because one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Ruvain to death. The second set of witnesses testified that Ruvain sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put them to death. So what's this? You see what happened over here? So therefore, the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? Rashi says over here, in there, like the first time, also, even the inner one, like constantly, even Nami, you know, what's the one with both the having the evils, Shatalocha Zima, the Mishkach was like the Mark, the Elevatat Atas. So the Gemara seems to be suggesting, so, okay, so now let's see, that's the context. So essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony, which would have resulted in the death of Reuben. They're each delivering partial testimonies. What's the halacha? Iskia Amar. Now, when they made the Ibn Jordan, Iskia says, "Ein haragim." You can't put witnesses to death. But the Yochanan Amar meharagim. The Yochanan says, "Yes, you can. Yes, you can." What's the machlokes? Chiz Amar Rabbi Akiva, Amar Davar V'lo Chatzi Davar. Some say Iskia of Rabbi Akiva. The truth is, this machlokes Rabbi Akiva and the Rabbanon. Rashi points out over here. Is a machlokes in Baba Basra. That's hatat. Again, can you push even Zoman? Can you put witnesses to death? Ultimately, again, if they're only delivering partial testimony, partial including testimony. Rabbi Akiva says no. Rabbi Akiva says, Apishne Edim Yakum Davar. Davar means complete testimony. Therefore, witnesses can only be put to death as Ibn Zoman if their testimony was complete. But if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them with Hazama based on that. Davar V'lo Chatzi Davar. Rabbi Yochanan on the other on the Davar Batilu Chatzi Davar. Okay, that was the Rabbanon say no, even if it was not delivered complete testimony, piece in their peace puzzle, ultimately they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's this one? Okay, so Moga Fiskra, even Fiskra would agree. Interesting. The Edom Akron by Sol Moga. Let's listen to this. We actually just saw this a couple of days ago. This was actually, I think this is new information. As Solar Umora, the first time that he steals money to buy meat and wine through the right? The first time is one, the first time is not. So the second time ultimately that he's put together has been so watch this. Let's say the second most of this would agree they Ronin shall ben Solar Umora Sheragim. So it's listen to this. So let's say again, you have second set of witnesses. So we'll call the kid Reuben. Right? So second set of witnesses come along and say, we saw Reuben steal money from the meat and drink to purchase meat and wine and he ate like someone. He ate the meat and wine in someone else's rishos. Someone else's rishos. So what's the halacha? And those witnesses, now imagine the case. Second set of witnesses show up. We saw Reuben steal money and purchase meat and drink wine. Then let's say witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you cannot have seen that because you're with us, eating some of it. So now we're going to put them to death because they were going to put Reuben the kid to death. So I say, they could claim 1 second, but we only came to give him notice. Right? Our testimony by itself is not enough to incriminate him. You need the testimony of the first set of witnesses. Even Chizkiah would agree that in this case, those witnesses are put to death. Why? Because Shecholim Nomar, Arishonim, Amubesh, La Kol Salbanu, Bahani Akrini, Kuli, Davar Ka'abdi. Because the first set of witnesses could say, look, all our testimony did was to make Reuben the kid liable for Malchus. And therefore, the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So I'm asking about, so I'll say, so just appreciate what's being introduced over here. What's being introduced over here is when you have 2 sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither were able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be even Zoman, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the focus between Hiskir and Yochanan. Hiskir says no. Hiskir says no. Hiskir is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, Davar V'lo Chatzi Davar. The only thing you can put a Zoman to death is when your testimony is complete to put the defendant to death. But if they're only delivering partial testimony, you can't convict them. You can't give them reciprocal punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan said no, as long as testimony was part of the incriminating process. And had they found to be correct witness at hand in the execution, you could visit the person upon them and ultimately not on the focus. Almost like they always some of them must have a papa ihafi aging if you remember with delay. So that's what Papa says. And we should put the witnesses who testify about the Mechila. We should also put them to death. Why? Because she told it aided to leave a lomar. The Halkom Sabbath, remember again, the Iggy Geneva could always say, look, all we came to do was to make it if Ruben Shimon and technically himself, so all we is liable to is not under those circumstances. So Allah Kalamai said, and we should say that complete liability rests upon the Iggy Geneva. If he came into Kasavra, this gave low lucky. So this is suggesting that one who goes ahead and kidnaps someone would not be liable malchus. If not, what we learned, Iggy Geneva, she has was assaulted again if your witnesses who testify that he didn't kidnap someone. And then those same witnesses who made the zone in his Rabbi Yochanan, Chad Amalokim, the Chad Amar Enokim. One opinion says that the Malchus, one opinion says, Lokim Malchus says, Stein Hiski Damalokim. It must be Hiski who says that ultimately they get Malchus. Why? The Damar Hiskia in the Herod. Since Hiskia says you're not put to death, if you're not put to death, then obviously the halacha is that they get Malchus. The Ibra Yochanan, because again, if it was Rabbi Yochanan, even though in the Arogin, obviously not loud, shouldn't be as far as he says, basically, Rabbi Yochanan, once he's being executed, so this is a law that is given over to execution by Beis Din. The Chalak shouldn't be as far as he says, Beis Din in open halacha. And I want to say in general, the halacha is, anytime Beis Din is executing someone, there's not Malchus for that same infraction. So the Gemara says, so in that case, it's technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to give Malchus. So you're going to go ahead and give. You're going to give the agent something not because it doesn't make any sense. Ella Amra Papa, rather Moshe Papa says this also. This is a very important line. Ella Papa, the Edi Mechira, the Kuli Amalo Kidigenera. So this is very interesting. Everyone agrees that witnesses come along and testify, right? We saw Ruvain sell Shimon, that there's liability, there's and now let's say again, those very same witnesses are related to Adrian Zolman, that there is capital liability. Those witnesses are executed. Why? Because through that testimony, the defendant Ruvain would have been made liable to death. Everyone agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Adrian those witnesses who testified that within sold Shimon would actually do that as a result. Okay, so it is very interesting. The Ede Geneva. The Machlokes of Mosai is about the witnesses who testify of the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, like those witnesses who say, we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses are related to Adrian. So what is their liability? Now watch this. This says, they're not put to death. You may even look at the Kaima, and if you look at that Kaima, this essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And if the kidnapping is just kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, when the first witnesses come in and they testify that you saw Reuben kidnap Shimon, what are they making Shimon? What are they making Reuben liable to? Who are they making liable to? To Malchus. That's it. Found to the Hebrew zone. Okay, they're making something to Malchus, but not witnesses who testify Reuben sold Shimon. Those are the ones who make Reuben liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses found the Hebrew zone, they're not put to death. That's his guess. But the other one says no. It's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testified they kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Geneva assaulted the Mechira. Because you're saying kidnapping is the beginning of Mechila. In other words, how can you divorce the two processes? It doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability for kidnapping itself. So we'll say, so this is fascinating. Right? So this is our fundamental focus. So we just, according to Papa's approach over here now, because I will say, because this is going to build us with Allah. So, it goes without saying that I look on myself, the Edim Mehira, if they are made into Edim Zolim, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that within soul shilling, that ultimately again would create liability for religion. So about the Edim Zolim, they're put to death. What about the Edim Geneva? So again, Hizkiah says, no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself is just making liable to lashes. You know, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Right? Ede Geneva, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course if it becomes the Edim Zolim, then Halach L'maisa, they're put to death as well. Incredible. One will be open. So now that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidney case. Now let's go up on Solar Mora. Remember again, the Solar Mora is another parallel case. Because we're after the Solar Mora. Remember again, first set of witnesses by Ben Mora. What are we making Ben Mora liable to? Or not Ben Mora yet? What are we making him liable to? Malchus. So therefore again, the first set, will get Malchus. It's the second general liability. Most of the Ibn Rishonim, Shabbat Sorah and Mora, even the open would agree that the first set of by Ben Sorah and Mora, get the Ibn Zolim, they are in death. Why? We told you, Holding Lomar, Lacho Sabano, because they can very simply listen. We didn't come to make this to liable for death. What did we come to make them liable to? Malchus, and therefore Allah the reciprocal punishment for them would also be Malchus. Incredible. Abai says, so it's interesting. So I'm going to die here. Listen to this phrase, we'll have to stop with this. Hakomodu ben Sorah Umora, Hakomodu ben Sorah Umora, Umachokas ben Sorah Umora. So this is incredible. It's one of these great, only Jews can make statements like this. Abai says, everyone agrees with Ben Sorah Umora, right? Everyone agrees with Ben Sorah Umora, and there's a machlokes by Ben Sorah Umora. So also, we're actually going to end up on this statement, and we'll pick up with this Maragosa, but I just want to point out what an incredible statement this is to go into Purim. Why? So when you look at this statement, what do you say to yourself? What do you say to yourself?
Yo, what up, Mustafa? How you looking, baby?
Absolutely no sense. But I must say,
What's
there's
good,
one
son?
thing that is absolutely clear, which
It was wonderful. How are you?
In the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. Now let's say, what is the entire...
Yeah, I just woke up. So I'm getting my bearings. What's new with you?
Nothing. I mean, like I just made an account on this application, so I wait for someone to like ask me for work. Like shared it for me from ChatGPT. I asked him for work about later, and yeah, I made an account, so I wait someone to ask him for work.
Okay. And I mean this, you need to make like 5 accounts a day like that. If you did that, within a month, you'll have a job. What I can tell you in the United States, and I hear this, people have the numbers wrong in that they'll be like, I haven't had a job in 3 years. I've applied for over 100 jobs. That's not good enough. When I needed a job, I applied for 1,200 jobs a day. It's very easy to do with these apps where you just can swipe right on them. And I had a job within 24 hours. And that's what you have to do. You have to put in a lot of applications. You can't just be like, well, I put in over 25 applications. Like, that's not good enough. If you put in 2,500, you'll get a job.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a lot of accounts.
That's good. It's a numbers game, and you have to say that to yourself. You're not going to get the first job.
I have a question. Why the people, like you, because like when I talk to the people, they help me protect me. Like they doesn't want to help me for like get something to work and something like to help me. Like you are the first to run. Like you are the best man I've seen in all my life. Teach me how to get in America. How to get. I got to America from Mexico. How can I get to work? When I go, where is the best place for work? Can find my job. Like you are, I don't know. Like when I come to LA, listen. When I come to LA, I swear to God, I'm gonna make Iraqi food for you.
Okay.
Because I'm good cooking, by the way. I'm good cooking.
Okay, I understand. Well, You have to understand I have some dietary limitations, but we'll do something. We'll do something eventually. You got to get your bearings, and also I've got to go viral. That's my thing. I've made kind of a vow to myself. I am not doing. I'm not going on vacations. I'm not doing anything until I go viral. So that's my focus. But don't worry about what you want to do for me. This is what I want you to do: is apply to as many positions as possible. It's a numbers game. So think of it like this: if you were really ugly, you're not. But if you were really ugly, but you really, really wanted to get married, and you went on a dating app, and you got rejected by 4 girls, and you gave up, then you basically didn't try hard enough. You try for 10,000 girls, but eventually you'll find some chick who wants you as well, and you'll end up hooking up. That's what you have to see the job market as. It's like you don't have a lot of skills, you have some, but not a lot. So people aren't going to be throwing jobs at you, but if you apply to enough positions, they will. And you will, it's just a numbers game. It is literally a numbers game. So what do I mean by that? You just have to keep applying. The more positions to which you apply, the better opportunity you're going to have to get a job. Now, so I mean, like all of my free time, if I were you, it would be spent on creating accounts and applying to positions and learning how to do this. And um, I just wouldn't spend any time doing anything else. I mean, but like I said to you,
Oh, yeah, and I have an idea. Like when I got to America, so I made a channel of YouTube of my work or something like that. Like love to see the people, the Arabic people on Iraq. Like you can find a lot of Iraqis on YouTube. There's have millions of followers. Like that's gonna be like a war, you know.
yeah, but be careful with that because if you're doing it illegally, it's going to be a really easy way for us to get you.
Yeah, wait, let me show you something. That a lot of Iraqi. I got one Iraqi. He's worked on Uber driver or Uber Eat in LA. His name Hamza, I think. No, is that right? Hamza, yeah. But wait, let me type Uber. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, no, his name is Jafar. So he had a 5K followers, and he had 600 videos. So he made a money. Like when he working, he made a money. Like he do two work at the same time. Like when he in Uber eating, and wherever he work, return to home and edit the video and post it on YouTube. So that's gonna be make money, right?
Not with those numbers. You need more people than that. You need at least 10,000 followers to monetize your YouTube videos.
I know. I know. Like, need help from someone. He's that famous on Iraq for like supporting me. So I have a lot of friends. There is famous on Iraq. Yeah. So I have a lot of friends. Wait, hold on, let me show you this channel on YouTube. I think he's have 4 million.
Now
Right?
that
Yeah.
can do it.
Have a,
That can.
yeah. They have a 4 million. So I think I'm gonna give him a $500 for maybe like posted my channel on his other accounts, social media.
That's stupid.
So why?
You got to use that money to buy a plane ticket.
I know, but like when I got like on America, like and I found a job, a home, a car. After that, I'm gonna think to have a YouTube channel. like spend $500 for a YouTube channel.
Okay, that's a long way down the
I
line.
know.
I get you. Yeah, that's a long way down the line.
Yeah, but it is still give me money.
Okay,
It's gonna still give me money.
you'd be surprised how that's gonna work, but you go for it.
Yeah.
But what you have to do
It's gonna be
apply for positions. That's all.
so he is wait in this video he said 30 minutes sorry he got $500 went override.
Yeah, but he has 5 million viewers or followers. That's a lot of people.
And in 2 hours he got $300 $300.
I understand. If you document yourself, though, it's easy for the authorities to say, "Hey, this person isn't here legally. We're going to pick him up." Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you could be like, "Well, I want to make a YouTube video. I want to make a YouTube thing." Okay, that's fine, but it's pretty easy for authorities to be like, "Okay, where's Mustafa? Oh, he's living in this part of Los Angeles. Let's go pick him up."
They don't, because there is a lot of Iraqis like making YouTube channel. They don't know that it comes to me. And I'm not gonna steer. I'm in LA. I'm just gonna say I'm from California. Like I look like this, like too small for somebody like know where I am, like what I live.
Okay, but you have to understand. All they have to do is look at your IP address, and they'll get your address.
So this is life. So let us continue. This one, Jaffer. Uh, there is his email. Yeah. So let's see his email. He's worked for Lombard. 9-1 month ago. he got $1,000 for a week.
Is he here legally?
Huh?
Is he in the United States legally?
Yeah, he's from LA. I've told you.
That's a totally different story. Okay, so you do it your way. I'm telling you, you need a job as a translator. So you can look at all the stuff on Instagram that you want, but he has a different story than you do. Story is he's from Los Angeles. He's a citizen. Yours is going to be not necessarily a legal route, and you don't want to draw that attention to yourself. It's very easy for the authorities to be like, hey, we've got a tip that this person isn't here legally. Let's look up their YouTube account. Let's look up their IP address. Let's go to their house. Let's talk with them.
So, well, so you said for me, don't make YouTube channel because someone gonna get my ID.
Not yet. I mean, not yet necessarily. You want to get a job as a translator. That's what you want to focus on. And then once you get here, you can work as an Uber driver or you can work construction or whatever. And when you feel it's safe, then potentially you can do your YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but you're not here yet. You're not here yet. You're not here yet. So don't worry about YouTube. Don't worry about Instagram. Worry about getting a translation job.
I know. I'm worried just about my working, about my construction worker. When I be safe on United States, I think about my YouTube channel. Okay. Angel. What's This? A brand new episode of the #1 live podcast in the world, Kill Tony, brought to you by Blue Chew, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. My God. Pure momentum. We're having the time of our lives. Tonight's episode will be no different. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Ladies and gentlemen, I book this show every week, and one of the things that I've been loving doing lately is, making little chemistry sets, matching up people just right. Your Rob Schneiders and Donnell Rawlings, if you will. Your Triple H's and Carrot Tops, if you will. This week, no different. Two of my favorite comedians on planet Earth. One, a master improviser, famous for his unbelievable crowd work. The other, one of the true dark forces of all of stand-up comedy, an absolute man known for closing every show in the main room of the Comedy Store and now the Mothership. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's guests, two of my favorites, make some noise for Ian Bagg and Brian Holtzman. Oh my God. Ian Bagg. Kill Tony, allegedly. Brian Holtzman. Oh my goodness. What a fucking panel we have here tonight. Brian Holtzman is back, the Duke of Darkness. Hi, Brian. Hi, I'm going to say something into the microphone for the people. Hi, David going Hello! Shit kicking. We're going to have fun with Brian, and the great Ian Bagg is here, ladies and gentlemen. Hot on the weekend here. Hello, Tony. Second time on this show. We had very excited fun last time. Very excited. Have you very excited? You're terrified about it?
Yo, you gotta be 18 to be in here, big dog. Big dog. Big dog, you gotta be 18 to be in here. Big dog. You gotta be 18.
45 years in the industry.
Yeah, you have to be 18 to be in here.
Microphone is a critical part of show business.
I'm telling that kid who was just in here that he has to be 18. Then he got the boot. No, I'm talking to the kid who was in here.
So much fun. You guys know how 300 souls signed up for this fucking show. Our next door, some of them, some of the most talented.
Get a work and get better luck than I have now. But I get it at home. Not to buy it, I don't understand it.
Rent.
Yeah.
Rent.
At home.
Rent.
Or,
Hold on. The word you're looking for. Rent. You're looking for the word rent. Rent.
Or,
That's correct.
oh, they got it. Oh my God, you're so good, man. I just want to look for that. I know where I'm taking it. All right, city, LA, and search. Let's see what they're like. Not Las Vegas. I mean, Los Angeles. Yeah. Calgary. I don't want to make it home. Basically.
Yeah, you're not going to get a house. That's not something you need to worry about right now. What you need to worry about, no, it's not. You need to get a job. I know that it's exciting to look at rent and places to live and all that. That's fun. We'll do that in the future. Right now, translation job. Do you know what a cake is? CAKE. It's like something you eat. A cake.
Yeah, cake.
Okay, so you're worried about the icing on the cake, and we have to first bake the cake. Before you worry about putting the icing on the cake, you need to worry about the proper temperature, the right baking utensils, the right ingredients. You need all of that before you worry about the icing on the cake. Once you get the job, then you can start exploring where to live.
Coming comedians from all around the world, some of them completely mentally ill people. Some of them have never even tried stand-up before. Some of them have done it every night for a decade and a half. Anything can happen. I'm going to have this Puerto Rican outlaw pick the first name. Definitely a guy on the run from the police right now. Nowhere better to hide than the front row of a comedy show. We're going to have fun while we go wrangle that person. I'm going to tell you what happens when they get up here. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know, their time's up and they hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring up the angry West Hollywood Bear, which rudely interrupts them. And then I conduct an interview with them. They hear from our esteemed panel. And we have a lot of fun. The entire thing is improvised. Anything can happen. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? A lot of our golden ticket winners and regulars are out on the road tonight. So to start tonight's show, ladies and gentlemen, one of our great team members here that we've known forever. We found him in Dallas, I think 6, 7, 8 years ago. He famously was a good high kicker. He once tried to kick a water bottle off Jeremiah's head and kicked him in the head. A lot of fun stuff, fun history with this kid. He works hard. He works at the Sunset Strip Comedy Club. We love him. Ladies and gentlemen, doing the first minute of the night. Make some noise for Colt McNeely, everybody. Here comes Colt. Hey, what's up? How are ya? Oh, man, a little bit about me. I just got my own place. Thank you. Love this place, new apartment. My favorite thing about it is it doesn't come with a bitch who hates me. Fellas, thanks for coming out, guys. I'm going to tell you what happens when they get up here. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know, their time's up and they hear the sound of a kitten. They have to wrap it up then, or else they bring up the angry West Hollywood Bear, which rudely interrupts them. And then I conduct an interview with them. They hear from our esteemed panel. And we have a lot of fun. The entire thing is improvised. Anything can happen. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? A place. Thank you. Love this place. New appointment. My favorite thing about it is it doesn't come with a bitch who hates me.
I'm watching something. What's going on?
I said, which is better, or LA or Arizona?
Los Angeles. Yeah, what up, Mr. Meaty? How you living, pimp?
Hello.
What's good?
What's up? I'm doing good. How about you? Yes, my friend he asked you what's up. That's right, bro.
Let's bring it back up. He had his team just a little bit over there.
Yeah, no, he knows. Mr. Meaty comes in here like a few times a day. He knows that I welcome him like 1,000 times a week. How you living, pimp?
Man, I was here just living life.
Livin. Have you seen Dazed and Confused?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know how it is, dog. Dude, Mr. Meaty, I just have to say this to someone. My fantasy football team is fucked, and I'm pissed off about it. But I can't be that pissed off about it. Tyreek Hill, I don't know if you know who he is, suffered a knee injury. He was carted off. He's basically done for the season. And
Was that still there NFL?
yeah, that's in the NFL Monday Night Football. And it's,
I missed the game last night.
that was last night, yeah. Dolphins Jets. And you know what's funny? I was asleep for it, so we'll find out right now. Who do you think won?
I'm just gonna put it on the Jets because I know the Dolphins didn't. Actually, I take that back.
Miami won.
I was gonna say I'll take that back, yeah. Because I started thinking the 7 minutes of it in the playoff.
Yeah, Tyreek Hill has a dislocated knee, and that's sad. I mean, he was the fastest.
Tyreek Hill?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's fucked for a few weeks.
he's maybe fucked for the season. It might be career ending. He was carted off, and he was on my fantasy football team. I've had him on my team 2 years in a row. Yeah, but no more. I mean, it's really sad to see though, like a guy who was known for his speed, known for being very fast, get a knee dislocation, which means like you're never coming back from that.
I mean, it's better than a fucking ACL tear.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, just because it's dislocated doesn't mean they can't pop back in. I'm sure 3 weeks. It was out for 3 games. I'll probably pop back in.
That could be. It's on the front page of ESPN right now. Tyreek Hill injury, FAQ, recovery timetable, his NFL future, and how the Dolphins will adapt.
Yeah, that's a tough today.
Yeah.
Just want to put on my Dolphins jersey.
Why are you a Dolphins fan?
I used to play for the Dolphins in Little League football, and just happened to follow from there.
I gotcha. That's super cute.
Yeah.
What do you think of your fucking Rebels this year?
But they stopped LSU. They're running undefeated right now. I believe Lane Kiffin really belongs over there in Alabama.
Do you think he's going to Alabama?
He wants to be in Alabama.
Oh, of course
He wants to be.
Of
Coach for Alabama.
Of course he wants to be. Everybody wants to be Alabama's head coach.
They really sleep on Auburn.
Yeah, they do.
Texas A&M as well.
Yeah, true. I think that they're I think you mark my words. I could be wrong, but I don't think Alabama will win another national championship this century.
I don't think the Buffalo Bills make her.
I think they win this year. Dog, they're a very strong squad.
Sometimes you just gotta jinx some things on purpose.
Today, we from
I'm from Memphis. Where are you from?
I'm from Iraq.
Which part of Iraq?
Baghdad.
When was there? How old are you?
I'm 21.
When he was a baby. How long have you lived up there? How long have you lived up there?
All my time.
Mashallah.
Yeah, mashallah, that's your career.
Mr. B, did you serve in the military?
I was close, but I ended up catching a legal case in the midst of my enrollment.
Okay.
I still test the PT and ASVAB, everything until but I went through the whole process and I went to go surprise a girl I was with and she was in the bed with another man and I whooped his ass and they got me an assault charge. They kept delaying the case and I could only fucking go through the testing and shit within that time frame that it was allowed by the National Guard, and the National Guard just said, alright, you're basically not going to show up. This is all because I had a fucking an assault charge on me for whooping somebody's ass. I should have whooped her ass in the hole.
Like, oh my god, that one is so much good for me. It is 1,000.
Stop.
Wow.
I only want to hear you talking about the positions to which you've applied once you've applied for them. Once you get a job, you can tell me about all the places you want to live.
Yeah, I have a job now.
No, as a translator.
I'll take it.
There you go. What?
That would feel like my father.
That's how you have to. I was thinking of this myself. This is how my parents would talk to me. Look, it's fine that you want to live in a place and drive a car and do all these things. That's great. I really mean that. It's great. I'm happy about that. But that place isn't going to be available when you're here. The car's going to be more expensive. Everything's going to go up in cost. So don't worry about those things right now. Just worry about getting a translation job. Once you get the translation job and you start to work and you start to make money, then we're going to look at a map and we're going to say you could live here and here and here and don't live here and you do want to live here. I'll walk you through all of that. You'll live in a perfect place where you want to live, wherever you want in the United States. But we're not going to do that until you have a translation job. Exactly. There's a phrase in the United States. I mean, it's just in English. It's called putting the cart before the horse. And you're putting the cart before the horse. You want to put jumping the gun's another one. Yeah. You'll get there though. I'm glad that you're excited for that. But imagine the shoe was on the other foot and I'm moving to Iraq. And I'm really excited about perhaps living in Baghdad or Fallujah or wherever people live. And you'd say to me, well, that's great, but you need a job first. So focus on the job before you worry about the places in Iraq you're going to live. It's the same thing. That's very interesting. Well, then you just do You do the same thing for English.
Yeah, so my father is died, and they killed Al Qaeda killed my father because he worked with Russia.
It's very sad. May his memory be a blessing.
So you talk with me like my father, like you want to talk like he not mad with me, but you just want to make me like be better than I am now.
Precisely. Exactly. Correct.
So you are a really really good man.
Well, thank you. And I will help you do everything that you need to get to the United States from an information standpoint. But you need the hardest part is getting the translation job. And it might take you a few weeks, it may take you a few months, it might take you a year. Once you get it though, and you start making real money, like $10 an hour, $20 an hour, $30 an hour, not the $16 an hour like or $16 a day like you're doing now, you're gonna then be able to start to plan. That's when we're gonna say you're gonna get this backpack and you're gonna fly to this city and you're gonna go here and you're gonna live here and you're gonna get this kind of job when you're here and this is how you're gonna apply and you're gonna get this kind of driver's license, all that stuff. You work on all that. But in the meantime, all you need is a job. And you can't get distracted with other things. We've been talking for like an hour and you haven't applied to any more jobs. That's what you want to avoid. Every hour that passes is another hour that you could have been applying for a position. So you need to spend the next 6 hours applying to jobs, and uh, you're going to apply to. If you want to tell me when you're done applying to them, you want to say, "Hey, Rabbi, I applied to another job." I'll say, "Great, good job. Do another." That's what I want to hear. Not, "Hey, there's this place that I could live." It's like, okay,
Like when I talk with you, like I just like feel the more energy for working for like follow my dream. You know, that's all. You know?
I understand. I get that. The way that you're going to be able to feel that the most is by filling out positions to jobs. It's as simple as that. So, with all due respect, quit talking with me and go apply for jobs. I'm here. If you have questions, I'm here.
Yeah. So
Thanks for coming out, guys. I think things are a little too political now. Do you agree? Yeah, right. Trip Comedy Club, we love them. Ladies and gentlemen, doing the first minute of the night. Make some noise for Colt McNeely, everybody. Here comes Colt. Hey, what's up? How are ya? Oh, man. A little bit about me. I just got my own place. Thank you. Love this place, new apartment. My favorite thing about it is it doesn't come with a bitch who hates me. Fellas, thanks for coming out, guys. I think things are a little too political now. Do you agree? Yeah, right. I miss when Antifa was just my black friend's cool aunt. Antifa? I miss that lady. Thank you. Thanks for coming out, guys. Oh, man, I love the gays. They're great, right? You're not doing too much. I've never been, but I hear a lot of good things about gay bars. I heard they pour heavier drinks than they do at straight bars. You heard this? I think it's because the bartenders are pouring the drinks like this. Thank you guys. What a great set. Thanks, Johnny. Hi, Ryan. That was amazing, Ryan. Hello, sir. You really came through. Thank you, sir. Last time I saw you was behind the curtain about 10 minutes ago.
ago when I told you you're opening up the show? Quote, don't suck. Yeah, guys, no pressure, right? The look on his face didn't change when I said it, by the way. And I was like, he was real excited. And then when I said don't suck, he kind of just circled like that. I kind of felt bad. I thought maybe being such a direct head coach wasn't a good idea. But then you came out. It works. It works. It works. Pressure makes diamonds, I guess. You're goddamn right. And that's what you are. Coming out a little effective. It was effective. Yeah. How much stuff he could get in 1 minute. He went from the gays, being alone, drunk. Oh man, there's a lot to talk about. Sucking 2 dicks at one time. Very effective. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Love it. Yes. I was very impressed, and I have a little comedy writing session in my place. You are welcome anytime. Hell yeah! Starts about 12 at night, and it'll just be you and I. I'll bring my grippy socks. Hell yeah. Cool, tell us about you, or tell these people. Oh, man. We know that you weren't here with us. You're a big part of the team. You've been hustling all around. Yes, sir. The production group forever. Yes, sir. What else? Work at the Sunset Strip Comedy Club, right? Dance Club? Yeah, make fucking noise. Yeah. I run sound over there, do spots like a regular over there, I guess. We have a show every Wednesday. Okay, Jesus, Cole. I mean, how about something else other than fucking gay bullshit? I don't know. I just got a sponsorship for a yo-yo club, or a yo-yo team. I'm a professional yo-yoer now. Thank you. That's pretty fucking boring. Oh yeah. Wow. Seems like you might only have a minute worth of material. Yeah, exactly. Right to the yo-yo. Yeah. Do you have a yo-yo on you? I do, actually. Oh, my God. I need someone to fucking yo-yo music. What do we got? Yo-yo. You need yo-yo music. We got everybody. We got yo-yo music. We got yo-yo music. Hey, whoa. Wow. Welcome to the dumbest comedy show on planet Earth. Somehow crushing the late night shows. Better numbers than SNL. And somehow, wow, what a flex. Oh my God, there must be so many knots. Unbelievable. My God. Thank you for coming out, for real. Thank you for coming out. Yes, they came out for that. I'm a fan now. Bring that to the book, and I'll try to insert it in your ads. Holy, pull it out real slow. Oh, God, that's all I did is thank you. Thanks for coming in. Whoa. All right. Other than yo-yoing, you good at anything else? Not really. All right, perfect. We're good at setting up this table. Yeah, that is true. It's a lot of work, guys. It's like a puzzle. It comes apart. Some little behind the scenes for it. Yeah, for those of you diehard fans that ever wonder how long it takes to put the table together. I know. An hour and 18 minutes is the record. Hour and 18 minutes. Yeah, it was filled with LED lights. It's very strategic. There's little sound monitors, video monitors that we don't use for the home shows or for arenas. It's a whole thing. It's a big deal. I just heard the sound of 15,000 people turning off the show just then. Did you guys hear that? That was the most amazing humble brag I've ever heard in my life. I've got a table that's got things in it. It was a long time.
Yo, what up, Tolacoma?
Some of the tables we dealt with over the years, man. I bet.
How you living? Can you hear me? Tolacom. Can you hear me? Are you talking? All right, well, we hope you're having a good day wherever you are. Did you hear about Tyreek Hill? I'm pissed. There he is. Zoot. The man I wanted to talk with, whom I wanted to talk. How you living, pimp?
Good.
Dude, I've been thinking about your jokes, and can I tell you the version of the second joke that I think you should use?
No.
Oh, come on, Zoot. It's your joke.
You know what the best song is?
All of them. What's the best song?
Best song on earth?
What is it, Zoot?
Not say that.
Zoot, what's the best song ever made?